Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 251, The Fake Wand and Peculiar Percy. Once Fred and George had resolved to address Kyle's schedule later, they dropped the topic. After breakfast, they all headed up to the attic, where Fred pulled out his own Hogwarts letter and book list, heavy with Lockhart's titles. All Lockhart's books, he groaned. The new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher must be a fan, maybe a witch like Mum. Oh, I see it, George said dramatically, holding up an orange as if it were a crystal ball. This year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class, total disaster. That doesn't take much divination, Kyle replied, peeling his crystal ball and popping a slice into his mouth. When has Defense Against the Dark Arts not been a disaster? Orin was good, Fred added, glancing at Kyle. Well, if he hadn't turned out to be a dark wizard. True, Kyle agreed with a shrug. By teaching standards alone, Orin had been the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in years. Too bad he'd been a dark wizard with less than friendly intentions toward Kyle. The conversation took a brief, somber turn, and George, feeling the shift, put his book list aside and rummaged in a corner for one of their current projects, a trick wand prototype. Since their skiving snack boxes project had stalled, Fred and George had been spending their days fine-tuning their trick wands. Externally identical to real wands, these trick wands would turn into random rubber objects if someone tried casting a spell with them. With Kyle's help, they had nearly perfected the design, though they were still struggling with one detail, getting the trick wand to transform only when a spell was attempted. Kyle, however, had left this last part to them. He was willing to help, but he also wanted to ensure they were learning by solving the final hurdle themselves. Plus, their dedication meant he could get a bit of peace and quiet. All morning, Fred and George worked tirelessly on stabilizing the trick wand, while Kyle focused on his own project, updating his map of Hogwarts. After 2 years in the map business, he'd noticed others copying the concept, cutting into his customer base. As the maps were fairly easy to make, even first-year students had started drawing their own. It was time, Kyle decided, for an upgrade. His new design, which he had shown Nicholas in Paris, was the prototype for an enhanced map that would show real-time movement and directional guidance. Now, he just had to simplify the production process to make it viable for mass production. It didn't need all the bells and whistles, as long as it could display routes in real time, it would restore his competitive edge. Each of them worked on their projects in the attic, and for a few hours, the atmosphere was peaceful and focused. But this harmony didn't last. Shortly after lunch, an ear-splitting noise pierced the air outside. A few minutes later, Fred, who had been finding it increasingly hard to concentrate, leaned out the attic window to investigate and saw Ron below, yelling something incoherent. "Will you be quiet?" Fred shouted. Ron, who was holding a broomstick, froze and stared up at Fred with a look of shock, as if he'd just seen Snape dancing ballet. "Mum," he yelled, dashing back toward the burrow. "You have to come see." Percy's turned into George. Apparently, he'd mistaken Fred for George yet again. "What are you talking about? What's supposed to be wrong with me?" Percy's voice chimed in irritably as he leaned out of his third-floor window, glancing down with an impatient expression. "And could you all be a little quieter?" Ron stared back and forth between Percy's window and Fred standing in the attic. Already bewildered, he now looked completely lost. "When are our little brothers going to get clever?" Fred sighed theatrically. "But you know, George, I think I finally understand how Percy felt." "Absolutely," George replied with a smirk, "it's impossible to concentrate with all this racket outside." "Which means that from now on—" Hey, let's not go overboard," Fred interrupted. "Ron's the one causing all the noise, after all. We're usually as quiet as a weasel." "True." George shot Ron a disapproving look, then a mischievous grin crept across his face. "Speaking of which, do you remember what Ron's wand looks like?" Fred's eyes sparkled. "Oh, I remember. 7 galleons down the drain," he said, raising an eyebrow. "So you're saying—" "Yes, precisely, exactly what I'm saying. Where does he usually keep his wand?" "In his robe pocket. But he doesn't wear his robe when he's out playing Quidditch." He. The two exchanged mischievous grins, practically rubbing their hands together with excitement. Kyle, watching from the side, shook his head and remarked, "I thought that fake wand wasn't fully working yet." "Exactly why we need someone to test it for us," Fred replied, his tone perfectly reasonable. "Only by finding out what doesn't work can we make improvements," George said with a wink. After that, the twins seemed to lose interest in their attic projects and dragged Kyle outside with them. In front of the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was scolding Ron for being so loud and disturbing Percy while he was reading. Fred shot a glance toward Percy's window and muttered to George, "You know, it's odd. Percy just got 12 OWLS, but he hasn't been bragging. And he's even busier than usual." "Very suspicious," George agreed, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. "And did you notice? His last letter had a pink address label. He claimed he ran out of regular ink, but that doesn't sound quite right." They made their way back to the burrow, where Fred slipped inside under the pretense of grabbing his broomstick. When he came back out, he flashed a quick "got it" sign to Kyle and George. To avoid raising suspicions, the group headed up the hill with Harry, and they spent the next few hours playing an energetic round of Quidditch. Chapter 252, The Disappearance of Harry. Ever since Fred had swapped Ron's wand with a trick wand, he and George had been eagerly waiting to see the results. But a week later, Ron hadn't noticed a thing. In fact, he hadn't used his wand even once. The twins were beyond disappointed. "It seems we've got ourselves an obedient little brother," Fred sighed one evening, clearly deflated. "He's actually following the rule about not using magic outside school, and he's sticking to it." St. Catchpole was a large village with a notable wizarding population, and as long as muggles weren't around, the ministry generally overlooked minor magic use. The restriction against underage magic was effectively just a formality here. Even Cedric and Percy practiced spells in their rooms on occasion, and Kyle and the twins cast charms regularly without issue. But Ron, ever the rule follower, was frustratingly well behaved in this respect. Which meant that Fred and George's grand plan to test the trick wand would have to wait. If only he were this obedient at school, George said with a sigh. Maybe Gryffindor would actually stand a chance at the House Cup. Exactly, Fred agreed, then turned to Kyle. "By the way, Kyle, we're heading to Diagon Alley tomorrow. Want to come along?" "Sounds good," Kyle replied. "What time are we leaving?" "Morning," George answered. "We need loads of books, and Ginny has to get her school things too, so we're going early." They finalized the time, and Fred and George headed off. Back in his room, Kyle tried to read, but he found he couldn't focus. Whether it was the anticipation of the trip or something else, his mind just wouldn't settle on the page. With nothing else to do, he turned off the light and went to bed early. It felt like an eternity before the sky finally brightened. Kyle got up, ate a quick breakfast, and made his way to the burrow, where the Weasleys were just sitting down to eat. Despite his insistence that he'd already eaten, Mrs. Weasley filled his hands with several bacon sandwiches, and Ginny offered him a seat. After Kyle sat down, Mr. Weasley, looking up from his meal, asked, "Has your father already gone to the ministry?" Kyle nodded. "He got a letter half an hour ago and rushed off." "Ah, it's probably those same people causing trouble," Mr. Weasley muttered. "They're upset about the new Muggle Protection Act, so they're dumping all their dark artifacts in Muggle areas. They think they're being clever, getting rid of dangerous items while causing chaos for us." "Well, they're succeeding," Kyle replied, shrugging. For the past few weeks, the Daily Prophet had reported almost daily about Muggles stumbling upon cursed items. The Ministry's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes was swamped, especially as these artifacts were affecting not just people, but animals, too. Even insects had been found behaving aggressively. One report mentioned palm-sized purple ants. This explained why Chris had been called to the ministry so early. "It's only a temporary victory for them," Mr. Weasley said with a determined smile, taking a bite of his sandwich. "Scrimgeour and the Aurors have started investigating, so I doubt anyone will risk throwing out any more cursed items now. Just a matter of time before we catch them." "Go, Dad." Fred and George cheered in unison. "Quiet," Mrs. Weasley chided, swatting the twins. "Be careful, Arthur. Those people are dangerous, and you've been temporarily suspended from this investigation." "It's only for 3 days, Molly," Mr. Weasley reassured her. "Kingsley told me there's been a surge of traffic in Knockturn Alley lately. They're all likely scrambling to offload their dark artifacts." "Why don't they just put their things in Gringotts?" Kyle asked. "Surely the ministry can't search there." "Good question," Mr. Weasley replied, thinking for a moment. "Maybe they don't want their cursed objects to contaminate their gold." After breakfast, Mrs. Weasley lifted a flower pot of flu powder from the kitchen mantel and turned to everyone. "All right, guests first. Harry, you go ahead." Harry blinked in surprise. What do I do?" "Kyle, why don't you go first and show him how it's done?" Mrs. Weasley suggested. Harry shot Kyle a relieved look as Kyle took a pinch of flu powder from the pot. Throwing it into the flames, he stepped into the green fire and shouted, "Diagon Alley." In an instant, he was spinning through the network of fireplaces before stumbling out into the leaky cauldron. The place was buzzing with activity, likely due to the approaching start of term, and every table was packed. As he dusted himself off, he saw Fred, George, and Mr. Weasley emerge, one by one. Mr. Weasley looked around anxiously as he stepped out. "By Merlin's beard. Kyle, did you see Harry Potter?" "No," Kyle replied, shaking his head. Wasn't he right behind you? Mr. Weasley's face paled. He went in before me. Oh no, we've lost Harry Potter. A moment later, Percy, Ron, Ginny, and Mrs. Weasley all emerged from the fireplace. Upon hearing that Harry hadn't appeared, Mrs. Weasley's face went ashen, and she nearly collapsed. Fred caught her quickly, steadying her. Arthur. She whimpered, clutching her chest. Harry's lost, what will we tell his aunt and uncle? Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley, Kyle said, trying to calm her. Harry's probably just gone through the wrong fireplace. Knockturn Alley has a portal connected to the Floo network, doesn't it? Yes, you're right, Mrs. Weasley replied, clinging to this hope. Where in Knockturn Alley does it lead? I can't seem to remember. Stay calm, Molly. Mr. Weasley took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I remember Kingsley mentioning Borgin and Burke's. That horrid shop with all the dark magic artifacts. Mrs. Weasley's face grew even paler. Without another word, she sprinted toward the Leaky Cauldron's back door, with Mr. Weasley hurrying after her. Chapter 253, How dare you open a shop with nothing? The two of them left in a hurry. Fred winked and suggested in a low voice, why don't we go have a look too? I've never been to Knockturn Alley before, George admitted, a bit intrigued. Mum never lets us go to places like that. Mum's right, said Percy sternly. You all stay here and don't go anywhere. George gasped, as if suddenly realizing Percy was there. Oh, Fred, we've been told off by the prefect. Is he going to dock our points? For disobeying. 10 points from the Leaky Cauldron. Hey, shut up. Percy said, turning red. Yes, prefect. Fred replied with a grin, then turned to Kyle and asked, Kyle, want to go and check out Knockturn Alley? No, Kyle shook his head. But I suggest you go and have a look. Why? George asked, surprised that Kyle would encourage it. Because I brought my camera today, Kyle said, patting his pocket. I'll get some great shots when Mrs. Weasley gives you two a thrashing. If I sell them to the Daily Prophet, I might even be able to buy Ginny a new robe. Hearing this, Ginny, who had looked worried just a moment ago, burst out laughing. She looked up at Fred and George, her expression practically urging them to hurry off. Oh, Ginny, we're your brothers. George said, sounding hurt. Ginny shrugged. But I want a new robe even more. We'll buy you one. Fred snapped. And a new wand, if you stay away from that jerk Kyle, George added, glaring at Kyle. Honestly, why did we invite you to Diagon Alley with us? After some more laughing and joking, everyone's spirits seemed to lift. Kyle also told them that the Floo network had tracking logs. Even if Harry wasn't in Knockturn Alley, they could go to the Floo Network Authority under the Department of Magical Transportation to find his last known location. Although such records were generally off-limits to the public, Kyle reasoned that if they were looking for Harry Potter, exceptions might be made. Afterward, the group left the bustling Leaky Cauldron and made their way into Diagon Alley through the back entrance. Fred and George kept their word and took Ginny to Madame Malkin's robes for a new set of clothes. When they came out of the shop, they saw Ron leading Mrs. Weasley, and Percy toward them. Before they'd gone to the robe shop, George had sent Ron, with the promise of an ice cream, to keep watch at the entrance to Gringotts, right across from Knockturn Alley, so he'd be the first to spot anyone coming out. You were right, Kyle, Mrs. Weasley called out from a distance. He really was in Knockturn Alley. When we went over, he was being hassled by some old git. That's good. Potter, are you hurt? Kyle asked, looking Harry over. No, Harry shook his head, though he still looked a little dazed. Harry. Harry suddenly heard someone calling his name. He looked up and saw Hermione standing nearby at the entrance to Gringotts. She ran over, her bushy hair flying behind her. Why do you look so disheveled? Hello, Kyle, Fred, George, and Percy, it's so good to see you all again. Are you going to Gringotts? Harry. We're just waiting for Mr. Weasley, said Harry. Oh, great, then we can all go together. At this, the group realized that Mr. Weasley hadn't returned with the others. Where's Dad? Asked Ginny. Mrs. Weasley looked around, clearly confused and trying to figure out the answer herself. Oh, sorry. Molly, kids. Luckily, Mr. Weasley strode over at that moment, rubbing his shiny bald head. He lowered his voice and explained, I thought I saw Lucius Malfoy in Knockturn Alley a moment ago, but he disappeared again in the blink of an eye. Malfoy. Harry, who had been talking to Hermione, turned his head. Is that the Malfoy from Slytherin? I saw him and his father at Borgin and Burke's. Yes, that's the one. Mr. Weasley nodded, intrigued. Was he shopping? No, he was selling something. Mr. Weasley nodded gravely, though with a hint of satisfaction. Ha, I knew it, he's nervous too. But before he could continue, Mrs. Weasley tugged him away. "We've already been delayed long enough." "Kyle, dear, are you coming to Gringotts?" Kyle shook his head. "We're not going either," Fred and George chimed in at once. "Meet us at Flourish and Blotts in an hour to get your textbooks. And you too, don't go wandering off into Knockturn Alley." After giving a few more instructions, Mrs. Weasley led the others toward Gringotts. As soon as she was out of sight, Fred and George dashed happily off toward the joke shop, one of Diagon Alley's highlights for them. This shop was much larger than Zonko's in Hogsmeade and filled with new pranks to explore. Kyle didn't follow them but instead headed to another shop. Madame Pryor's Magical Botanical Garden. This was a shop specializing in magical herbs, and Kyle liked to stop by whenever he visited Diagon Alley to see if there were any rare varieties in stock. The shopkeeper, Madame Pryor, recognized him as a regular and smiled. "What can I help you find today? The lady's mantle is coming along beautifully." "No, I've got plenty of that at home," Kyle replied after thinking for a moment. "Do you have any fortified pumpkins?" "No," Madame Pryor shook her head. "Those are rare. There might not be a single one in all of Britain's magical community." "Professor Sprout has some in her greenhouse," Kyle murmured to himself, then continued. "How about Sphinx orchids, preferably the golden variety?" "No." "Fluxweed?" "No." "Mimbulus Mimbletonia?" "No." "How dare you open a shop when you have nothing?" Kyle muttered under his breath. Madame Pryor's forehead veins pulsed. Did this boy think those rare plants were mere cabbage that could be bought casually? If he hadn't previously purchased an 8-leaf flower here for a high price, she'd have driven him out by now. Forcing a smile, Madame Pryor said, "Aside from the Sphinx orchids, we can also try to find the other plants you need, but it may take some time, about a year. And you'll need to pay a deposit of 200 galleons. A year. That's too long," Kyle said, shaking his head. He'd just come in on a whim, hoping to find what he wanted. If it was available, great, if not, he wasn't about to wait a whole year. Besides, while those plants might be rare, 200 galleons as just the deposit was outrageous. Spending that kind of money on a gamble? Not a chance. As he turned to leave and go find Fred and George, his gaze landed on a large water tank in the corner, where something that looked suspiciously like an octopus tentacle floated inside. "Is that gillyweed?" "That's a rather rare plant," Madame Pryor said offhandedly. "I doubt you'd find it in any other magic shop." "Yes," she continued, half to herself, "I must have been out of my mind to buy it from that Greek witch. Ever since the Bubblehead charm was developed, wizards in Britannia have had no use for it." "The Bubblehead charm is indeed a brilliant spell," Kyle replied casually. "Out of curiosity, how much did you pay for it?" 20. Madame Pryor admitted reluctantly. 20. That's pricey. Kyle said, raising an eyebrow. "It's a shame, really, I'd love to know what it's like to breathe underwater, but 20 galleons." After a moment's hesitation, Kyle sighed, shook his head, and started toward the door. "Forget it. This kind of experiment is just too expensive." "Wait." Madame Pryor suddenly called after him. "For the sake of an old customer, I can give you a special discount, one I think you'll find very reasonable." "Well, if you insist." Kyle stopped, then strolled back into the shop. Chapter 254, buy. After some bargaining, Kyle managed to buy the gillyweed for 15 galleons. Madame Pryor had initially insisted on 17, but when Kyle casually demonstrated the Bubblehead charm, she immediately lowered her price by 2 galleons and even offered to throw in a bag of Dittany and rue seeds. Sensing this was her final offer, Kyle accepted, completing the transaction with satisfaction. Madame Pryor placed the gillyweed in a clear box and sighed, saying, "I only did this because I could see your genuine interest in magical plants. For anyone else, they wouldn't have gotten such a steep discount, plus those seeds, I'm out 10 galleons." Kyle simply smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. Diagon Alley shopkeepers were all sharp-minded, and Madame Pryor wouldn't let herself lose too much. She certainly hadn't paid 20 galleons for that gillyweed. This was a tacit understanding between them, and he knew he'd managed to get a decent deal. 15 galleons for gillyweed wasn't a price you'd find elsewhere. After leaving Madame Pryor's magical botanical garden, Kyle carefully placed the small box in his moleskin pouch. His suitcase was still with Dumbledore, so for now, the pouch would have to do. "Hey, Kyle." Kyle looked up at the sound of his name and saw Harry, Hermione, and Ron standing in the doorway of the neighboring bookshop, each holding a large cone of strawberry and peanut ice cream. "The magical botanical garden," Harry said, surprised. "I thought you'd be off somewhere reading a book, like Percy." "I've been reading for over a month, I had to try something else," Kyle replied. "Ron told me you spent an entire month in Nicholas Flamel's private library," Hermione said enviously. 600 years worth of books, that must have been amazing." Not to brag, Kyle chuckled, but I really learned a lot during that month. That sounds incredible. Hermione looked even more envious. I'd love to visit, even just for a glimpse. There'll be a chance, Kyle assured her. Hermione, isn't the school library enough for you? Ron muttered. There must be hundreds of bookshelves in there, I bet even Headmaster Dumbledore hasn't read all of them. Hermione shot him a glare. Although he had a point, a private library was still different from a school library. And, well, the more books one could read, the better. Sensing the conversation growing tense, Harry quickly changed the topic. Kyle, we're about to go buy parchment and ink. Want to come along? Sure, I need some too. The four of them headed into the shop together. Once inside, Kyle went straight to the counter with the parchment and ink, pointed to the two bottom shelves, and asked, will this be enough for you? More than enough, Harry said with a nod. It's mostly for Hermione, Ron and I don't need much. All right. Kyle glanced at the shop assistant and then gestured toward the shelves. Wrap up everything here, except for those two. Clatter, Harry's ice cream dropped to the floor. He stared at Kyle in disbelief, wondering if he'd heard correctly. Kyle, did you just say you're buying all the parchment and ink in the store? Yes, is that a problem? Kyle asked. Oh, if it's too much, I can buy a bit less. Clatter, Ron's ice cream fell too. There must be at least 3,000 sheets of parchment here, all of it. To Ron, this seemed absurd, surely, even if one ate parchment and drank ink, there was no way to use up that much in a school year. But Kyle merely shrugged. 3,000 sheets of parchment would only be enough for around 100 books, and even that might not last him. Unlike Harry and Ron, the shop assistant took the situation in stride. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly set about gathering all the parchment for Kyle. Oh, and by the way, Kyle added, I'll take 20 sheets of gilded parchment as well. Of course. The clerk hurried over to a delicate shelf behind the counter, carefully opening a glass cabinet to retrieve the requested parchment. As the clerk was busy, Hermione leaned over and whispered, Kyle, you're not buying all this parchment to make maps, are you? After a pause, she added, if that's the case, I don't think you need quite so much. Actually, I noticed someone was already making those kinds of maps before the holidays, so you might not sell as many this year. Thanks for the heads up, but don't worry about that, Kyle said, waving her concern away. Our products aren't static, this year's map is definitely a new version you haven't seen before. And I'm not buying all this just for maps, there are other uses, too. Although Hermione was curious, she held back from asking further questions. After thinking for a moment, she took some galleons from her purse and bought the last few remaining sheets of parchment. Harry looked at the now empty shelves. Hermione, what are we going to do? Without looking up, Hermione replied, they should have more parchment in stock. Yes, the shop assistant said, finishing with the gilded parchment, then tapped the counter with his wand. More parchment and ink instantly appeared on the shelves, though in smaller quantities than before. Because Kyle had made such a large purchase, Harry, Hermione, and Ron ended up getting a nice discount as well. After they left the shop, Hermione glanced over at Kyle and asked, that suitcase you just pulled out, it has the undetectable extension charm, doesn't it? Pretty obvious, isn't it? Kyle nodded. A normal suitcase wouldn't be able to hold over 3,000 sheets of parchment. So, on Halloween. Hermione started, but then seemed to realize something and quickly stopped herself. What happened on Halloween? Harry asked, turning around. Nothing, Hermione replied hastily. I just remembered that Kyle used magic to decorate a pumpkin on Halloween, and I was going to ask him what charm he used. Oh. Harry replied absently, not thinking much of it. Hermione sighed in relief. While Harry and Ron started debating where to go next, she leaned closer to Kyle and whispered, you used the undetectable extension charm on the suitcase you used to carry the troll on Halloween, didn't you? You guessed it. Kyle admitted. But that was a different suitcase. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Kyle is behind. After leaving a Muggle district, less than an hour had passed, yet the time seemed to fly by. The group made their way toward Flourish and Blotts. But today was a special day, and it wasn't just them heading to the bookstore. A sizable crowd had gathered outside the relatively small shop, each person doing their best to squeeze through the door. Why are there so many people here today? Harry asked, staring in astonishment as he tried, and failed, several times to push his way in. Maybe Flourish and Blotts is giving away free candies, Kyle said with a smirk. Really? Ron's eyes lit up hopefully. Of course not. Hermione exclaimed, tapping his arm in exasperation. She then pointed eagerly at the window above. Look up there. A large banner was unfurled across the window, reading. Gilderoy Lockhart signs copies of his autobiography, Magical Me. We can meet him in person. Hermione exclaimed, unable to hide her excitement. I mean, he wrote almost all the books on the reading list. But how are we going to get in? Harry muttered, rubbing his sore arm. Those people are so strong. That's easy. Kyle cleared his throat, then shouted loudly, Mr. Lockhart, what are you doing here? For a split second, the crowd froze, glancing around in confusion to locate Lockhart. Kyle and the others seized the opportunity to slip through the crowd and make their way to the door. Nice one, Kyle, Harry said with a grin. It was nothing, Kyle shrugged. I was actually considering shouting Voldemort, that would have cleared the place in seconds. Please, don't even think about it, Ron shuddered, looking pale. That would cause chaos. I know, that's why I didn't, Kyle laughed. But, Ron, you really should try to get used to the name. Loads of adult wizards still struggle with it. Ron muttered under his breath. It's not just me. Well, except you and Harry. They joined the winding line that stretched from the door to the back of the bookshop, where Gilderoy Lockhart sat, signing copies of his book. Each of them grabbed a copy of Break with a Banshee and slipped over to join the queue with the Weasleys and the Grangers. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Mrs. Weasley gasped, brushing her hair out of her face. We're nearly at the front. And soon enough, they got their first glimpse of Gilderoy Lockhart. He sat behind a desk, surrounded by large, enchanted photographs of himself, all of which flashed brilliant smiles at the crowd, his teeth gleaming unnaturally white. Lockhart himself wore pale blue robes and a jaunty wizard's hat perched on his perfectly coiffed blonde curls. He's so charming. Mrs. Weasley murmured, standing on tiptoe like an adoring fan. Yes. Mr. Granger agreed with an amused smile, quite charming indeed. Look at that hair. I wonder what brand of toiletries he uses, can you buy them around here? Kyle chimed in, try the magic shop across from Ollivander's. I'd recommend Sleekeasy's hair potion. One of our professors has boxes of it at home but hardly ever uses it. If even a professor finds it too precious to use, it must be expensive. Mr. Granger said, frowning thoughtfully. Oh, it's not that pricey. You can get a large bottle for just a few sickles, Kyle assured him. Mr. Granger touched his thinning hair, looking slightly tempted. Thank you, young man, he said. You must be Kyle, Arthur and Molly told me about you. And Hermione often mentions you, too. She says you're the smartest young wizard at Hogwarts. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Kyle said modestly. I just spent the time others used for fun on reading instead. Harry and Ron, overhearing this, glanced at each other and looked away, feeling slightly self-conscious. They knew they were the others Kyle was referring to. But Harry had another question on his mind. He stepped closer to Kyle, hesitantly asking, that shampoo you mentioned, was it? Yes, it was originally your family's, the Potters, Kyle confirmed, but it was sold off ages ago. It has nothing to do with your family anymore. Harry's face fell slightly, and he walked back to join Ron, looking disappointed. What's up with you? Ron asked, noticing Harry's expression. Nothing, Harry murmured, shaking his head. For a brief moment, he thought he might have some connection to his family, perhaps even a relative still out there, but it had been a fleeting hope. Move aside, a short, impatient man with a large black camera pushed past Ron, grumbling, make way, this is for the Daily Prophet. Oh, big deal, Ron muttered, rubbing his foot where the men had stepped on it. Lockhart, noticing the commotion, looked up and spotted Ron, and then, more importantly, Harry. He stared at Harry for a moment, his eyes widening with excitement before he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, by Merlin's beard, if it isn't Harry Potter. The crowd gasped, making way as Lockhart made a beeline for Harry, obviously eager to pull him into a photo op. In a flash of panic, Harry's mind, desperate to escape what felt like social doom, suddenly sparked with a surprising burst of quick thinking. Kyle's behind you. Harry shouted, grasping at a quick way out. Could it be Kyle, the recipient of the Order of Merlin, second class? Lockhart's eyes widened in delight as he turned eagerly in the direction Harry pointed. But instead of Kyle, there were only two middle-aged men and an overly enthusiastic witch waving at Lockhart. Harry froze. Where was Kyle? He'd been right there just a second ago, but now he had vanished without a trace. Ah, I suspect the young man slipped away, overwhelmed by meeting someone of my stature, Lockhart proclaimed, flashing his signature dazzling smile. As you might know, I've won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times. Harry, however, was unimpressed. The Most Charming Smile didn't seem nearly as prestigious as an Order of Merlin. Besides, Kyle had spent time with Nicholas Flamel, one of the most legendary wizards of all time. Why would he be nervous about meeting Lockhart? Kyle must have ducked out because he didn't want to be in the photo, Harry thought. He felt the urge to follow suit, but Lockhart was too quick for him. Even without Kyle, Harry Potter alone was enough for a front-page scoop. Before he knew it, Lockhart had pulled Harry forward, clutching his hand like an old friend as the photographer snapped away. The short photographer fired off shot after shot, purple smoke from the flash filling the air and wafting toward the Weasley family. The applause of the crowd and the non-stop flashes from the camera left Harry flustered, his cheeks growing redder than Ron's hair. Despite the commotion, one thought stuck in his mind: how had Kyle slipped away so fast? Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Conflict in Flourish and Blots. After the photo session, Lockhart, brimming with self-importance, announced to the crowd that he would soon be joining Hogwarts as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Both Harry Potter and his classmates will receive a true, magical experience with Magical Me starting September 1st, he declared. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. A few middle-aged wizards, unclear if they were fans or just awestruck, even shouted in excitement. It was as though Lockhart's presence alone could ensure the students' safety and finally break the infamous curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Amid the enthusiastic cheers, Harry suddenly felt a heavy weight in his arms. Looking down, he realized he'd been handed the complete works of Gilderoy Lockhart, nearly causing him to trip as he attempted to walk. The one silver lining was that he finally had an excuse to escape the crowd. He maneuvered his way over to the edge of the gathering, where Kyle stood chatting with Ginny. "These are for you. I'll buy my own copies later," Harry said, pouring Lockhart's books into Ginny's new cauldron. Then, looking at Kyle, he couldn't help but ask, "Where did you disappear to just now?" "Oh, I noticed you were having a great chat with Lockhart, so I slipped off to pick up some other textbooks," Kyle replied, nodding toward a stack of books piled on a nearby table. When Lockhart had called out Harry's name, Kyle had taken the chance to vanish into the crowd, hoping to dodge any potential interaction. Little did he know that he'd also managed to avoid being dragged into the spotlight by Harry's quick-thinking escape tactic. This kid's getting too clever for his own good these days, Kyle thought with amusement. "What did you need me for?" Kyle asked, keeping a straight face. "Oh, nothing, really," Harry replied, his eyes widening as he took in the stack of thick books Kyle had gathered. He counted 17 in total. He knew third years had the option of adding 2 elective classes, but this seemed a bit excessive. "It's only 2 more classes, do you really need that many books?" he asked, bewildered. "Normally, no, but I may have signed up for a few too many classes," Kyle admitted. 5 of these are for ancient runes, and 7 are for defense against the dark arts, they make up most of the pile. Ancient runes, Harry thought, firmly deciding he'd skip that intimidating-sounding subject next year. After some brief conversation, Kyle took his books over to the counter to pay. Due to Lockhart's signing event, most of the Flourish and Blot staff had been assigned to help with book selection, signing, and payment for Lockhart's works, creating a one-stop service for his admirers. However, for any other purchases, customers still had to go through the regular counter, which meant Kyle ended up waiting in a long line. When he finally returned with his purchases, he found Mr. Weasley facing off with a middle-aged man with blonde hair. Mr. Weasley's face was tense and grim, looking far more serious than usual. "If you're as unafraid of inspections as you claim, why were you sneaking around Knockturn Alley?" Mr. Weasley challenged, his voice simmering with anger. "Do produce some evidence, Weasley," Lucius Malfoy replied smoothly. "I merely brought Draco to Flourish and Blots to buy his textbooks for next year. I haven't been anywhere near Knockturn Alley." "And yet, you must have been getting overtime pay for all those searches you've conducted over the years," Malfoy sneered. Reaching into Ginny's cauldron, Malfoy pulled out a battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, inspecting it with mock disdain. "I'm afraid, given current circumstances, what's the point in playing the hero if there's no proper paycheck?" Mr. Weasley's face flushed even redder than Harry's had been minutes ago in front of Lockhart. "Seems we have very different ideas of what makes someone a bad wizard, Malfoy." "Apparently so," Malfoy replied coldly, his gaze sliding to the Grangers, who looked alarmed and out of place. "Just look at the company you keep, Weasley, mingling with muggles. Has your family really sunk so low?" With a clang, Ginny's cauldron flew from her hands. Kyle couldn't tell whether Mr. Weasley had thrown it or if Ginny had done it herself, but it didn't matter. The cauldron clattering to the floor was the spark that set off an explosion. Mr. Weasley lunged at Malfoy, shoving him backward into a towering shelf of spellbooks. As thick volumes tumbled down, Malfoy staggered, momentarily dazed. "How dare you lay a hand on me?" Lucius spat, swinging his snake-headed cane at Mr. Weasley. But before the blow could land, a large hand clamped down on Malfoy's arm. Hagrid had appeared, striding over the scattered books, and with one strong pull, he yanked Lucius back. Malfoy struggled, glaring venomously, but couldn't shake free of Hagrid's grip. "This isn't over," Malfoy snarled. "Come, Draco." As he turned toward the door, he passed Ginny's cauldron and, with a spiteful glint in his eye, dropped A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration back into it. He sneered, "Here, girl, keep your book, it's likely the best your father can afford." With a final, scornful look, he swept out of the shop, Draco trailing behind him. "Good thing Kyle called me over," Hagrid muttered, releasing Mr. Weasley and giving his robes a brisk shake to smooth them out. You shouldn't have listened to him, Arthur. The man's rotten, and so's his whole family. Not worth a word. Mr. Weasley didn't respond, his jaw still clenched. Ginny's outburst had given him the excuse he needed to confront Malfoy, and if he were honest, he'd enjoyed it. Something about landing a punch on that smug face felt like a well-deserved treat, like the warmth of butterbeer on a frigid day. As Hagrid straightened Mr. Weasley's robes, he led the group out of Flourish and Blots. Come on, let's get out of here. The shop assistants looked like they wanted to intervene, but with Hagrid towering over them, none dared make a move. Outside, the Grangers were visibly shaken, and Hermione was whispering reassuringly to her parents. Mrs. Weasley, however, was furious. Setting such a bad example for the children, fighting in public, what on earth will Gilderoy Lockhart think? Oh, he was thrilled. Fred said with a grin. He even asked the Daily Prophet photographer if they could include the fight in the story. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Riddle's Diary. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid suggested a drink before they left, and everyone agreed, even Mrs. Weasley, who was still quite upset. She felt the need to explain to the Grangers what had happened, hoping they wouldn't form a poor opinion of wizards. While the adults talked, Kyle walked over to Ginny. Ginny was sitting with her head down, sipping hot chocolate, the only non-alcoholic option at the Leaky Cauldron, without saying a word. Kyle's sudden appearance startled her. That was a really impressive throw back there. You saw that. I wasn't sure at first, Kyle said with a shrug, but a quiet Ginny isn't exactly normal. I was just so angry, Ginny replied, clutching her cup. Why did he say that about Dad? But then, her expression changed to one of worry. Kyle, do you think they'll fire Dad? Don't worry, they definitely won't, Kyle assured her after thinking for a moment. The Ministry of Magic just passed the new Muggle Protection Act, which Mr. Weasley initiated and pushed forward. If they fired him now, it would seriously damage the Ministry's credibility. Fudge wouldn't agree to that. Ginny blinked, clearly confused. Okay, I'll put it another way, Kyle said, smiling. Mr. Weasley has a lot of friends, including directors, deputy directors, and even members of the Wisengamot, who will support him. This time, Ginny understood. She let out a long breath, her whole demeanor relaxing. Thank you, Kyle. You're welcome. I was just telling the truth, Kyle replied with a casual wave of his hand. But you know, that cauldron throw was really accurate. If it hadn't been stuffed with books, it probably would have hit Malfoy square on the head. Honestly, Ginny, you have the makings of a great chaser. Too bad they don't let first-years play Quidditch, Ginny laughed. You could always try anyway. I mean, Harry was an exception. But I heard Gryffindor doesn't need any chasers right now. True enough. We'll talk about it when you're in second year. Hey, you just said I should give it a try. Ginny protested. Why can't I be an exception like Harry? I was just being polite. If it were me, I wouldn't have held back with an empty cauldron, Kyle said calmly. Ginny gritted her teeth, looking like she was considering tossing the cauldron at Kyle's face just to prove how accurate her throw could be. But when she glanced down, she realized Kyle had already taken her cauldron at some point. I was just thinking about what to get you for school, Kyle said as he pulled her old books from the cauldron. How about a brand new set of textbooks? Ginny quickly shook her head. No, that's way too expensive. I can use second-hand ones. It's decided then, Kyle said, not giving her a chance to argue. He stowed the old books away. Though we'll have to wait a few days, Flourish and Blots might not welcome us back just yet. Ginny couldn't help but laugh. After all, thanks to them, several of the shop's bookshelves had been knocked over, spilling books everywhere. If it hadn't been for Hagrid, they probably wouldn't have been able to leave the store so easily. After finishing their butterbeers, everyone had calmed down significantly. Even the Grangers seemed at ease, letting go of the day's earlier tensions as they said goodbye to Mrs. Weasley with a smile. They were about to head back to the Muggle Street on the other side of the Leaky Cauldron, when Kyle handed Mr. Granger a large bottle of Sleekeasy's hair potion. He had plenty of them stashed in his bag, all intended for a certain professor, so giving one away didn't matter. After saying their goodbyes at the bar, Kyle and the Weasley family moved to the fireplace and returned to the burrow using Floo powder. Glad you got the names right this time, dear, Mrs. Weasley said, standing at the kitchen door, holding a coat brush and brushing the ashes off of them. Very good, everyone's here. Wait, why are there only 8 of you? Where's Percy? It took a moment for everyone to realize that Percy hadn't returned with them. I remember he was reading in the junk shop, said Ron. Harry nodded. The book was called Prefects Who Gained Power. Everything in the junk shop had been shabby, except for that book, which looked almost brand new. That's classic Percy, Fred said, grinning. He wants to be head boy. Or Minister of Magic. George added. Mrs. Weasley ignored Fred and George's jabs. She put down the coat brush and sighed. Oh dear, Percy must have lost track of time. And none of you thought to call him. Who cares about Percy? Ron muttered. We thought you'd called him. Mrs. Weasley didn't respond. Instead, she simply grabbed another handful of Floo powder and tossed it into the fireplace. Truthfully, she'd forgotten too. After Mrs. Weasley went back to retrieve Percy, Kyle declined Fred's invitation to play Quidditch in the woods and left the burrow to head home. In his room, he locked the door and took out Ginny's stack of old textbooks. Tucked inside A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was a worn black notebook. The faded date on the cover indicated it was from 50 years ago, blending easily with the old books. Anyone who glanced at it would assume it was just something left behind by a previous owner of the secondhand store. Kyle took a deep breath and carefully opened the notebook. On the first page was a faintly written name. T.M. Riddle. As he'd suspected, Lucius Malfoy had slipped the diary to Ginny, likely in an attempt to harm the Weasley family in some twisted form of revenge. Kyle drummed his fingers on the table, thinking. Lucius Malfoy might not have known the diary's true purpose, but he must have known it was dangerous. Voldemort's things always were. In other words, he hadn't cared at all about Ginny's safety. Hagrid had been right. Lucius Malfoy was indeed a truly evil man. Although he had paid a price for it, eventually. When Voldemort was resurrected, he discovered that the Horcrux he had hidden with the Malfoys had been damaged. Lucius Malfoy sacrificed almost all his wealth just to keep his family safe, but in the end, Draco was still forced to attempt to assassinate Dumbledore. A student, not even fully trained, sent to kill Dumbledore. Clearly, Voldemort had never intended for him to succeed, or survive. But all that was still far in the future. For now, with the diary safely in Kyle's possession, Ginny could look forward to a normal school year. And as it happened, Kyle had a few questions he was eager to ask the young Riddle. Chapter 258, The Most Unique Horcrux. Kyle held his quill and stared at the diary for a long time, hesitating to open it. The diary was Voldemort's first Horcrux, and in many ways, it was the most unique. Unlike other Horcruxes, the soul fragment in this diary had an unprecedented ability. It could, under the right conditions, resurrect itself independently, drawing life force from others to manifest a physical body out of nothing. This method of resurrection was beyond anything Voldemort had managed, even during his years in Albania. If he'd had this ability, he would have drained Quirrell last year and bypassed the need for the Philosopher's Stone altogether. If Voldemort's soul were like a piece of toast, the fragment he placed in the diary was the largest slice, perhaps even cut in half due to his inexperience with soul-splitting at the time. This explained why Riddle in the diary possessed such complete memories, a full personality, and the capacity for conversation. Other than being unable to cast charms, this Riddle was indistinguishable from Voldemort as a student. This level of completeness, perhaps it was the correct way to create a Horcrux. Kyle's curiosity began to stir. If he managed to resurrect Riddle, what kind of relationship might unfold between Riddle and Voldemort? Cooperation or a deadly rivalry? Kyle suspected the latter. Perhaps they would work together temporarily, deal with Dumbledore and Harry, and only then confront each other over who had the right to call themselves Voldemort. But in the end, it was unlikely they could coexist. A proud person like Voldemort would never allow a duplicate of himself to exist, even if that duplicate shared his soul. Kyle snapped back to reality, realizing he'd been sitting in front of the diary for over an hour. He shook his head, set down his quill, and tried to refocus. As a student, Tom Riddle had undoubtedly been remarkable, intelligent, skilled at gaining others' trust, adept at masking his true nature, and possessing sharp powers of observation and insight. Dumbledore had once said he was one of the brightest students he'd ever encountered, a statement originally meant for Riddle, long before there was a final one to compare him to. If Kyle was going to engage with Riddle, he would need to be cautious and avoid any visible weaknesses. He needed to weave a mantle to win Riddle's trust and lull him into a false sense of security. Kyle took out the enchanted box Nicholas Flamel had given him and placed the diary inside. Then, he rummaged through a suitcase at the bottom of his bed and pulled out a thick, parchment-bound book. Inked on the cover in cursive was the title, The Mysteries of Fear. He had copied it from the restricted section just before the holidays, though he hadn't had time to study it. Most of the book dealt with dark magic research, but there were some practical applications too. One section mentioned an advanced use of occlumency. Rather than just clearing the mind, it described selectively hiding key memories and thoughts while projecting an open mind on the surface. This was likely the technique Snape had used to maintain his cover as a Death Eater. A completely blank mind would have been a dead giveaway to Voldemort. Kyle could imagine the scene. Hiding your thoughts, are you? Suspicious, someone bring him an Avada Kedavra. Yes, something like that. To reach Snape's level of expertise, Kyle knew he would need time and substantial practice. But if he just wanted to create a superficial cover, to make it look like his mind wasn't entirely blank, that would be easier to manage. 3 days later. Ron, has Kyle gone out again? Harry asked as he sliced his bread at the Burrows' breakfast table. I feel like I haven't seen him since we got back from Diagon Alley. I'm not sure, Ron replied with a shrug. He'd been rather absorbed in Harry's Nimbus 2000 and had spent much of his time down at the Quidditch pitch, so he hadn't really noticed Kyle's absence. But Fred and George might know. What's that? Fred asked, entering the kitchen just as he heard his name. Oh, we were talking about Kyle, Harry said. I haven't seen him around lately. Has he gone off somewhere again? Fred came over to the table and started spreading orange marmalade on his toast. Why do you ask? Do you need something from him? It's for Hermione, Harry explained. She really liked the automatic inkjet quill that Kyle gave Ron, and she asked if it's for sale. Why, yes, of course it is. George said, sitting down beside Harry. He pulled a brand new quill from his pocket and handed it over. Good taste, I must say. This is one of our earlier creations, quite popular, too. And it's reasonably priced, only 1 sickle. Earlier creations. Harry looked down at the quill in his hand, feeling confused. Didn't Kyle say he'd made it at Nicholas Flamel's place? Or had he remembered that wrong? But the quill George had handed him looked identical to Ron's, a plain, ordinary-looking quill. Go on, give it a try, Fred urged, grinning. It's on the house. All right then, Harry agreed, rummaging in his pocket until he found a crumpled piece of parchment. It was an old notice about the restriction on underage magic, handed out before the holidays. Harry hadn't even bothered to read it back then, but it would work for testing the quill now. Flattening the paper, and under Fred and George's watchful eyes, he picked up the quill. As soon as the nib touched the parchment, puffed. A huge blob of ink shot out from the quill's end, splattering all over Harry's face. Harry froze, stunned, holding the quill as he processed the fact that his entire face was now covered in ink. Beside him, Fred and George burst into raucous laughter, clutching their stomachs. But their amusement was cut short by Mrs. Weasley's angry voice from behind them. Harry is a guest. How dare you? And haven't I told you both not to pull this kind of stunt in the house? Fred and George turned around with difficulty, still shaking with laughter. Mrs. Weasley stood right behind them, spatula in hand, wielding it like a sword that looked all too ready to strike. Mum, I can explain, Fred said quickly. Harry asked for it himself. George nodded vigorously. Yes, he wanted one for his friend, so we just let him test it. Ron can back us up. Chapter 259, The Confident Riddle. Despite their well-reasoned excuses, Fred and George were each treated to a sharp ear twist from Mrs. Weasley. The reason? The ink had nearly splattered onto the plate of sausages. Thankfully, Harry intervened, taking the blame, so Mrs. Weasley only gave Fred and George a light twist before letting them off. Once she left, Harry explained in a hushed tone, and Fred and George realized they'd misunderstood. So, you're saying you don't want this kind of automatic inkjet quill? Fred asked, rubbing his sore ear. Of course not, Harry replied, wiping the ink from his face. Why would Hermione ever ask about something like that? Fred and George thought it over, and it did seem unlikely that Hermione, ever so prim, proper, and very much the Professor McGonagall type, would go after a prank item like that. After all, they'd even dubbed her Mini McGonagall themselves. She's looking for a quill that writes with ink that flows automatically, Harry clarified, glancing at Ron. Do you have it with you? No, Ron said, reaching for a sausage. I mean, who brings a quill to breakfast? Well then, dear brother, could you go fetch it so we can have a look? George said with a grin. Ron hesitated, but as everyone stared at him, he finally sighed, setting down his sausage reluctantly and trudged upstairs to retrieve the quill. Is this the one? George asked, taking the quill and scribbling all over Harry's notice. Soon, the paper was covered with neat lines of ink. It's perfect for homework, George observed, running his fingers over the nib. It's probably enchanted with a refilling charm, like our waterproof badges. Refilling charm? Harry asked, blinking in surprise. He'd never heard of such a charm before. Are you talking about schoolwork? Mr. Weasley had just joined them at the table and smiled at Harry. I thought I heard you ask about the refilling charm. It's a very useful spell, works like this. He tapped Harry's half-full glass of pumpkin juice with his wand. The liquid inside immediately began to rise until the glass was completely full. Wow. Harry's mouth dropped open in amazement. But, didn't Professor McGonagall say magic can't create food? Technically, it doesn't, Mr. Weasley explained. It just transports the pumpkin juice already in the kitchen into your glass, saving the time it would take to go back and forth. I'd wager this charm was invented by a rather thirsty wizard. Harry nodded in understanding, then turned to Fred and George. So, can you make quills like this one? Fred paused. What was the first question you asked when we came down? Harry thought for a moment. I haven't seen Kyle around. Has he gone out again? No, he's been in his room reading, Fred replied smoothly. He does that a lot. You'll get used to it. George returned the quill to Ron. Oh, by the way, did you know the Chudley Cannons actually won against the Wrotza Vultures this year? What? The Vultures are third-ranked. Could it be the Cannons are finally on the rise? Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. With practiced ease, Fred and George had successfully changed the topic. Harry, puzzled for a moment, quickly forgot about the quill and jumped into the Quidditch conversation. The Cannons won. How did you hear about that? He asked eagerly. Cedric told us, he was at the match. On the other side of the room, Kyle was indeed there, though he wasn't reading, at least, not yet. After 2 days of keeping it sealed in the box, Kyle finally took the diary out. He stared at the name Riddle for a moment, then opened it to the blank second page and began transcribing notes on Transfiguration as naturally as he would in any notebook. But before he had written much, the words began to fade, slowly absorbed into the paper until they vanished completely. A new line of text appeared on the blank page, written in the same ink as his own. Hello, are you a Hogwarts student? The words shimmered on the page briefly before disappearing. Kyle's face tightened slightly. Picking up his quill, he wrote back quickly, firing off questions. Who are you? Where are my notes? And how do you know I'm a Hogwarts student? Are you some kind of dark magic object? The writing vanished, and after a long pause, new words formed on the page. My name is Tom Riddle. I'm not a dark magic object but rather a memory preserved in this diary. Think of me like the magical portraits in the castle. That's how I can communicate with you. You wrote about the cautions for turning inanimate objects into animals, which is from the Intermediate Transfiguration Guide. You must be a third-year student. Kyle raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Riddle seemed patient, carefully answering each of his questions without skipping a beat. After a moment's thought, Kyle responded. I know about the portraits and talk to them all the time, but this is the first time I've seen such an amazing diary. You're right, I'll be a third year when school starts. This time, Riddle replied quickly. Do you study during the holidays? You must be a good student, like me. I know all my books by heart. Kyle wrote back, his handwriting a little sloppy in his eagerness. And I'm number 1 in my class. I knew I wouldn't be wrong in guessing. We should get along well. Were you also number 1 in your class? Kyle asked. Always, Riddle responded, his words appearing promptly. He seemed intent on impressing Kyle, as he continued, in 5th year, I even won the special award for services to the school. You can find my name in the trophy room if you want proof. What's there to brag about? I have one of those too, and probably more than he ever did, Kyle thought, amused. He wrote back, a special award for services to the school, that's impressive. Then, trying to provoke Riddle a bit, he added, with achievements like yours, I bet you received the Order of Merlin as well. The diary fell silent for a long moment. Riddle seemed unprepared for this question, and Kyle's patience was beginning to wane when finally, new words materialized on the page. When I left this diary, I hadn't, Riddle hesitated before adding, but I believe that if I set my mind to it, I could earn the Order of Merlin. Even though it was only text, Kyle could feel Riddle's confidence radiating from the page. And he was probably right. Chapter 260, Make a Friend. Tom Riddle was indeed a master at reading people and concealing his true intentions. After realizing that the person who had found the diary was a young wizard with excellent grades, he cultivated his genius student persona carefully to forge a connection with Kyle. But perhaps persona wasn't quite accurate, Riddle genuinely was a brilliant student, after all. Because of this, he was able to answer Kyle's questions quickly and with apparent ease, often offering insightful advice. Kyle, in turn, picked up quite a few useful tricks. For instance, Riddle shared a tip for transfiguration. When transforming small insects, drawing circles with the wand could increase accuracy and was much easier than simply tapping them. I just tried it, and what you said really works, Kyle wrote in the diary. I always thought any extra wrist movement would affect the spell's result. Actually, if you're skilled enough, wrist movement can enhance the spell's precision, Riddle replied. I learned that from a professional journal called Transfiguration today. I'll have to check it out. Can I buy it in Diagon Alley? Kyle asked. No need to buy it, the school library carries it. You'll find it on the 15th shelf, right side of the aisle, bottom row. I'll look for it when term starts, Kyle responded. But it might have been moved by now, so ask the librarian to be sure. After all, I was made in 1943, it's been quite a while since then. Kyle stared at the line for a moment, his hand pausing slightly over the quill. Then he continued as if nothing had happened. 50 years. I thought you were only a few years older than me. In a way, I am, Riddle replied. I'm just a memory frozen at 15. Time doesn't mean anything to me, so no matter how many years pass, I'll always be 15. Then you must be very lonely, Kyle wrote. Not anymore, now that I have you as a friend. Another line quickly followed, but the handwriting was shaky, as if Riddle had been nervous while writing it. Will you be my friend? Of course. Kyle replied without hesitation. I've always wanted a friend like you, smart, kind, and someone who loves learning. I'm really happy to hear that, Riddle wrote back. For the entire morning, Kyle and Riddle continued their conversation, Kyle's handwriting growing faster and more casual as they went on. He asked Riddle questions about charms, but more often he expressed regret that they couldn't be real classmates. As they exchanged thoughts, Riddle subtly started to probe for information about Kyle, drawing details from casual comments and questions. From the snippets Kyle revealed, Riddle began piecing together a portrait of his new friend. He saw that Kyle was clever, yes, but not nearly as clever as himself. Kyle's good grades seemed to be due more to memorization than real understanding, he knew only what was written in his textbooks. His social circle was limited to 2 friends, one obsessed with wizard chess and the other fixated on Quidditch, both, in Riddle's view, entirely unremarkable and people he wouldn't have given a second thought to. Most importantly, Riddle sensed a certain truth in Kyle's words, not a fabricated story but a sincere, if vulnerable, glimpse into his life. This thrilled him. Kyle's eagerness, his earnest desire for companionship, it was as if prey had willingly stepped into his hands, presenting itself for the taking. To Riddle, someone like this was easy to handle. He could tell Kyle lacked any real sense of belonging and felt distance from those around him. All Riddle needed to do was play the part of a good listener and supportive friend, and Kyle would likely confide in him all his secrets. It wasn't until late afternoon, when Riddle started asking questions about the outside world beyond the castle, that Kyle decided to end the conversation. Someone's coming, he wrote abruptly, closing the diary and putting down his quill. He hastily scrawled his last message in the diary, then snapped it shut and tucked it casually into the box beside him. Standing up, Kyle stretched his wrists, feeling the stiffness from a morning spent writing. As he suspected, Riddle was indeed skilled in legilimency. At one point during their conversation, Kyle had felt a faint, unsettling sense of being watched. It was fleeting, just a brief sensation, but given his vigilance around Riddle, he picked up on it. Anyone less guarded might have missed it entirely. More interestingly, Riddle wasn't as composed as Kyle had expected. Kyle had assumed Riddle would play the long game, waiting patiently before trying to pry out information. But it was only the first morning, and Riddle was already angling to learn about the outside world, hinting at questions about who the most powerful wizard was, and whether Dumbledore was still the headmaster at Hogwarts. Kyle saw right through it, Riddle was trying to glimpse his own future. If Dumbledore were still alive and active, it would mean Voldemort's plans had ultimately failed. Conversely, if the most powerful wizard turned out to be Voldemort, then Riddle could assume his future self had succeeded. But of course, this was unlikely. Given that the diary had fallen into the hands of a young student, Riddle should have suspected that Voldemort had met some sort of downfall. After all, if he had triumphed, would his Horcrux have been so easily lost? Clearly, Riddle's true aim was to learn why his plans had failed. But before Riddle could press for more, Kyle had closed the diary, shutting down any further questioning. Kyle walked over to the windowsill, rubbing the feathers on his owl ratton's neck thoughtfully. Riddle's a bit more manageable than I'd expected. He had thrown down the first gauntlet, and if he kept control over their exchanges, he might be able to uncover useful information. Riddle would be keen to learn about Voldemort's defeat in Godric's Hollow, and Kyle knew this was valuable information he could use strategically. He chuckled inwardly. No such thing as a free lunch, he thought. If Riddle wants answers, he'll have to offer some in return. Kyle. Over here. Fred and George's voices suddenly rang out from below. Kyle looked down to see the twins waving at him, holding their broomsticks. Behind them were Harry, Ron, and Ginny, all ready for a game of Quidditch on the hill. Do you want to join us? Fred called up. Kyle considered for a moment, then grabbed his Nimbus 2000 and headed downstairs. We were just talking about you this morning, Fred said when Kyle joined them. You've been busier than Percy lately. It's nothing, Kyle replied casually. I just came across something interesting the other day and wanted to read up on it. The others didn't seem too curious. Are you done with it now? George asked. More or less, Kyle said, keeping it vague. With the initial greetings over, Kyle's mind settled. He'd taken his time with Riddle today, carefully guiding their first exchange. Riddle would likely dwell on Kyle's responses, growing curious about Voldemort's downfall and wanting to know more. But Kyle didn't plan to touch the diary again for several days. He'd let Riddle simmer in his own questions, gradually building his curiosity. After all, Kyle had time. There was no rush. Chapter 261, Don't worry, Tom, I'll help you. The group had found a suitable field for Quidditch when Kyle seemed to have a sudden thought and asked, You mentioned me earlier this morning. It was Harry. No, actually, it was Hermione. Fred started, but then passed the explanation to Harry. You tell him, he said before hopping onto his broom to join George in chasing after their makeshift quaffle, a ball made from woven rattan. Kyle turned to Harry, curious. It's not that big a deal, Harry said, a bit sheepishly. Do you sell those automatic inkjet quills? How much are they, roughly? After a moment, he added, the kind you gave to Ron. Kyle shook his head. I don't think we sell those. Why, do you want one? The quill had been a simple project, something he'd made while practicing alchemy. He'd never considered selling it. Even though it had a useful charm, it was still just a writing tool. Selling it at a high price wouldn't feel right, and no one would likely buy it for a high price anyway. On the other hand, selling it cheaply would be a waste of his time and effort, given how intricate it was to create. Besides, he had enough on his plate with 12 classes lined up for the year. He wasn't looking to add extra work for himself. Oh, it wasn't for me. It was for Hermione, Harry explained. She seemed to really like that quill you gave to Ron. No wonder. Kyle said, understanding now. Harry wasn't likely to care about a quill, but for Hermione, it made perfect sense. I'll make sure she has one when school starts, Kyle said. I'm sure she'll be thrilled, Harry replied, smiling. It's just a quill, nothing special, Kyle waved it off casually. After all, he'd made the quill based on someone else's design. Giving it as a gift felt like the least he could do. The group didn't head back to the burrow until evening, mainly because Ginny, refusing to accept her earlier defeat, borrowed Harry's Nimbus 2000 to challenge Kyle to a rematch. Needless to say, Ginny lost again and was left questioning her life choices. On the way home, she sulked, taking Ron's sluggish shooting star and casting annoyed glances at Kyle's back, as if measuring the best angle to land a smack on him. Fortunately for Kyle, the others were in a rush to get home for dinner and walked quickly, reaching the burrow before Ginny had a chance to act on her irritation. Over the next few days, Kyle seemed to forget about the diary entirely. He spent his time working on a new map or helping Fred and George refine their trick wands. It wasn't until 3 days later that he opened his suitcase and took the diary out again. As soon as he opened it, a line appeared on the blank page. Long time no see. Riddle didn't complain about Kyle's absence. Instead, he greeted him like an old friend who hadn't seen him in ages. Been busy lately? If it's with schoolwork, I'd be glad to help. Sorry, Tom, Kyle wrote back. I've been wrapped up in researching a magical object with a classmate from the neighborhood. That's perfectly understandable. I'm doing the same, actually. You like magical objects too? Kyle asked. Of course, don't forget, I created this extraordinary diary. Back when I was in 4th year, I once spent an entire day sitting alone in an empty hallway, studying the secrets of the castle's magical portraits, even forgetting my classes. Did you ever figure them out? Not completely, Riddle admitted. There was one aspect I couldn't solve. Do you think you could help us? Kyle asked, quickly scribbling with his quill. We're stumped on one part. Of course, we're friends, aren't we? Kyle thought back to a recent issue Fred and George had encountered with their charms and related to Riddle. Riddle replied almost immediately. Your formula for the magic words is off. The word for trigger should go last, not first. He proceeded to explain in detail the meaning of each magic word and the importance of their arrangement. Riddle's explanations shed light on the complex world of ancient runes and alchemy, concepts that had puzzled Kyle in Flamel's notes and various alchemical texts. Nicholas Flamel himself had never been able to break down these details, since, for him, they were as instinctual as speaking or writing. But Riddle's instructions were meticulous and precise, which surprised Kyle. Then again, without a solid grounding in ancient runes, Riddle would never have secured a position at Borgin and Burke's right out of school. Dark magic shops like that held far higher standards for expertise than Diagon Alley's more conventional stores. Kyle's eyes lit up. What he had assumed would take him years to learn now seemed attainable in a fraction of the time. From that point on, Kyle treated the diary like a point-and-click tool for all his questions about ancient runes and alchemy. Riddle remained helpful, diligently answering every question and even adding his own insights to make concepts clearer. The only drawback was that, now and then, Riddle would slip in personal questions about the world outside. Kyle didn't mind much, he could tolerate a little prodding in exchange for all the free knowledge. Think of it as watching commercials, he mused, brushing off Riddle's probing as background noise. A few days passed this way, and finally, Riddle's curiosity got the better of him. Could you tell me about the school? Kyle was jotting down notes on derivative meanings of magic words when he noticed the new line on the page. He paused, frowning slightly. Riddle was growing bolder. After so many deflections, Kyle couldn't just ignore the question. Why do you suddenly ask that? There was a long pause. When I think about how 50 years have passed, I can't help but wonder what the school is like now. Have you met Headmaster Armando Dipet? Is he very old now? You're talking about the previous headmaster, Kyle wrote back. I haven't met him. The current headmaster is Albus Dumbledore. The diary was silent again, this time for an even longer stretch. Tom, are you still there? Apologies. I just remembered something, Riddle wrote, hesitantly. Is it about Headmaster Dumbledore? Yes. As I remember him, he wasn't the headmaster, but the Transfiguration professor. You must miss him quite a lot, Kyle responded. Don't worry, Tom, as your friend, I'll help you. Help me. Riddle's reply came quickly, tinged with uncertainty. Once school starts, I'll show Headmaster Dumbledore your diary, Kyle wrote, his quill moving briskly across the page. You two can have a proper chat. A reunion after 50 years. I'm sure he'd be thrilled to see you again. The diary remained blank after that, not a single word reappearing. Chapter 262, The Tutor. The moment Riddle's writing faded, the diary's yellowed pages seemed to lighten, as if they were losing color. Almost immediately, a messy scrawl in what looked like frantic, uneven handwriting appeared across the paper. Kyle squinted, trying to make out the words. Don't ever give this diary to Dumbledore. I mean, Professor Dumbledore is the person I admire most, and I'd rather visit him in person than have just a memory go to him. I'm sure I'd feel the same way even 50 years from now. As Kyle read, that unsettling sense of prying crept back, stronger than before. This time, he could even hear a faint whisper in his mind, gently urging him to believe Riddle's words, nudging him toward obedience. However, thanks to a clemency, the subtle hint became clear and almost crude, more like a blunt command that he was supposed to follow. Can he use the Confundus charm on top of legilimency? Kyle mused to himself. Either that, or he's just really laying it on thick. Raising an eyebrow, Kyle feigned obliviousness and wrote with a calm expression, You're right, Tom. I was careless. I think Headmaster Dumbledore would also prefer it if you showed him the diary yourself. Exactly, you're absolutely right. Riddle's handwriting returned to its usual neat form. So, you must promise not to show him the diary, okay? Since you put it that way, all right, Kyle responded, agreeing without hesitation. Following this exchange, Riddle became unusually restrained, focusing exclusively on his role as Kyle's tutor, as though terrified Kyle might change his mind and take the diary to Dumbledore after all. But despite Riddle's compliance, the experience grew frustrating for Kyle. Riddle's handwriting, once a bold black, had faded to a dull gray, and each time Kyle asked a question, it grew lighter. Eventually, as Kyle posed yet another question about the arrangement of magical words, Riddle stopped responding altogether. A single, faint line appeared. I'm afraid I can't continue studying with you for the time being. Why? Kyle wrote back, appearing anxious. We're so close to finishing the section on basic arrangements, he thought bitterly. Why stop now? The diary's magic is almost depleted. Magic. Kyle wrote, confused. But I thought it was like the portraits in the castle. They never stop talking. It's not the same, Riddle explained. Hogwarts is a uniquely magical place, practically brimming with ambient magic. The portraits are linked to the castle itself, so they don't need additional power. But I'm just an ordinary diary, I rely on stored magic to talk to you. So, what can I do? Kyle replied, feigning distress. Can I bring you to Hogwarts and hang you on a wall? Kyle continued, I know of a really flat wall near the library on the second floor. Although, some Gryffindor students do tend to throw dung bombs at it, but the caretaker, Mr. Filch, always cleans it up and sprays perfume, so it never smells. The diary was silent for a moment. Riddle, likely unfamiliar with dung bombs, could infer from the name alone that it wasn't pleasant. Are students really this unruly these days? He probably wondered. No, hanging my diary on a wall wouldn't work, he eventually wrote, his handwriting fading further, as though to ensure Kyle could read it. I can recover on my own, but it may take some time. In the meantime, I won't be able to answer your questions. Kyle glanced at the enchanted box beside him, crafted by none other than Nicholas Flamel, a box designed to block and contain magic. If he stored the diary inside, it might take ages for it to recharge, or perhaps it wouldn't at all. I still have a lot to share with you as a new friend. Riddle seemed to have been waiting for this prompt. His response appeared quickly. If you have questions that need my help, you can use fresh, dragon blood as ink. That should help me recover faster. Dragon blood. Kyle was momentarily taken aback. He'd expected Riddle to ask for something more trivial, perhaps a small magical charm, but dragon blood. That was hardly a small request. But Tom. I remember the 12 uses of dragon blood, and none of them involve replenishing magical energy. That's true for wizards, but I'm a diary now, and I can absorb the magic from dragon blood. The truth was, Riddle would have preferred the blood of a unicorn, as its unique properties would have allowed him to recover even faster, free from the curse he would incur as a living being. But he sensed that requesting unicorn blood might raise too many questions, so he opted for dragon blood as a less suspicious choice. So, restoring magic in special objects. Is that the 13th use of dragon blood? Kyle wrote, adding a touch of admiration. Incredible, Tom. Even Headmaster Dumbledore didn't notice this. That's likely true, Riddle replied, brushing off the mention of Dumbledore, clearly uninterested in discussing him further. The diary's magic is running low. Let's talk about something else. Kyle raised an eyebrow and wrote, Tom, maybe it's just my imagination, but it seems like you're a little afraid of Headmaster Dumbledore. There was a pause, and then Riddle's response appeared. All right, I admit it, I am a little. But isn't that only natural? He's the most powerful wizard of all. If the words hadn't faded so quickly, Kyle would have liked to save that sentence as a trophy. Voldemort himself admitting he feared Dumbledore would surely make headlines on the front page of the Daily Prophet. You're mistaken, Tom, Kyle wrote thoughtfully. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard 12 years ago. But not anymore. What do you mean? The response appeared quickly, and the handwriting was noticeably messier, almost frantic. 12 years ago, Kyle continued, someone killed a dark wizard who was supposedly on the same level as Dumbledore, without even using a wand. What was his name? I mean, this dark wizard, Riddle wrote, a hint of desperation creeping into the letters. Something like Lethamort or Vortiswoop. I'm not sure. But it doesn't really matter. Kyle then wrote his final message, closing the interaction abruptly. All right, Tom, you rest up. I'm off to see if I can find some fresh dragon blood, and we'll talk again next time. As he closed the diary, he thought he glimpsed another message forming, the ink dark and bold. But he didn't pause to read it. Instead, he tossed the diary back into the enchanted box, snapped the lid shut, and set it aside. Turning to the parchments littered across his desk, he began organizing them, carefully reviewing each one with the explanations of runic symbols beside him. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, The Heartless Dumbledore. The next morning, Kyle arrived at the burrow early and used the fireplace to travel to Diagon Alley. As he'd expected, anything related to dragons came at a premium, dragon blood included. A small vial set him back 12 galleons, a price that made him wince. So much for a free, talking book, he thought ruefully. Bad review. After picking up the dragon blood, Kyle decided to swing by the junk shop, where he ran into Percy, who was just exiting the shop, clutching a book with a mixture of pride and pain. Mrs. Weasley hadn't been comfortable with Kyle going to Diagon Alley alone, so she had asked Percy to join him. It just so happened that Percy had been meaning to buy the book he'd seen a few days earlier, Prefects Who Gained Power. Ever since he'd come across it, Percy had felt as though the book contained his future path. Every time he closed his eyes, the words of wisdom within it seemed to echo in his mind, each reading revealing some new insight. Unable to shake the feeling that he might miss something crucial, he had decided to buy it, even if it meant spending every bit of his allowance. Kyle glanced at Percy, who was holding the book as if it were a priceless treasure. Curious, he asked, how much did you spend? 9 galleons, all the pocket money I'll have for the next 2 years. Percy replied, with a mix of pride and resignation. It was supposed to be 18 galleons, but the shopkeeper gave me a great discount when he saw I didn't have enough. Kyle raised his eyebrows. In a second-hand shop, books usually went for half the price of those at Flourish and Blott's. Meaning, the original price of Prefects Who Gained Power was 36 galleons, a shockingly high price. By Merlin's beard, that's more than 7 of Lockhart's books combined. Kyle mused, thinking back to Lockhart's titles, which had seemed steep at 5 galleons each. Looks like Lockhart's prices aren't so bad after all. But Kyle kept his thoughts to himself. After all, it wasn't his money. This time, they didn't run into any acquaintances on their way back and returned to the burrow via the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Weasley had just finished preparing breakfast, corned beef sandwiches and fried potatoes. Percy didn't join them at the table, instead grabbing 2 sandwiches and hurrying upstairs to study his classic texts. Kyle sat down next to Ron, who was grimacing as he struggled with a tough piece of corned beef, his whole face scrunched up. You're back, Kyle. Fred, seated across from him, rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, what did you go to Diagon Alley to buy? Dragon's blood. Kyle pulled out a small bottle, and a faintly fishy odor immediately filled the air. Oh, that smell is awful, said George, pinching his nose. Put it away. Kyle shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it, fresh dragon's blood simply smelled that way, and the apothecary's bottle wasn't the best, it was sealed just enough to prevent leaks. When he put the bottle back in his leather bag, the smell around him lessened slightly. Dragon's blood isn't cheap, noted Fred. Are you brewing some kind of potion? No, I've got other uses for it, Kyle replied, shaking his head. By the way, have you seen that parchment I gave you? Speaking of which. Fred suddenly stood up, looking excited. Kyle, you're an absolute genius. the magic formula you gave us is brilliant. George enthusiastically pushed a plate piled high with corned beef sandwiches towards Kyle. Just a small tweak, and all our issues were sorted out. The trick wand is a complete success. Don't tell me you're discussing those magic tricks again. Mrs. Weasley interrupted as she came over with a plate of sausages, casting Fred and George a disapproving look. No, Mum. George quickly clarified, we're discussing ancient runes. That's right, Fred added, producing a parchment covered with various symbols and formulas. We're working on practical applications of runes. Professor Babbling left us this assignment. Mrs. Weasley glanced at the parchment and saw that it was indeed filled with magical symbols, along with sections clearly written in the twins' handwriting. Oh, I see. Sorry, Fred and George. She placed several sausages on their plates. Fred winked at Kyle. It's all right, but Mum, I'm George. Kyle grinned and took a bite of his sandwich. He had to admit that Mrs. Weasley's corned beef was extremely dry and tough, nearly like jerky. But it still tasted good. After breakfast, Fred fetched his broomstick. Kyle, how about a game of Quidditch later? Cedric's back, so we could have a house match. Kyle glanced at them and immediately declined. With a house full of Gryffindors, and Ginny, though not yet sorted, likely joining in, he knew it was a stacked lineup. 5 against 2 might have been manageable, but with 3 seasoned players on their side, it would be madness to take them on in a house match. At worst, we'll let you have Ginny, George offered generously. She hasn't been sorted yet, so she can go wherever. And Harry, Kyle added. Not a chance. Fine, then. After firmly rejecting this one-sided match, Kyle left the burrow. He planned to head back to catch up with Riddle. After all, he had splurged on the Dragon Blood membership, and he wasn't about to let it go to waste. But ultimately, this idea didn't come to pass. It had nothing to do with Fred and the others. Kyle had just returned to his room when a large, fiery red bird swooped in, landing on his shoulder. Fox. Kyle stared in surprise at the phoenix perched on him. What are you doing here? Fox ruffled his tail feathers and tossed a suitcase down in front of Kyle, the very suitcase Kyle had given Dumbledore before the holidays. You brought it. Any thoughts of Riddle vanished as Kyle excitedly picked up the suitcase, inspecting it from all angles. Thanks, Fox. Where's Professor Dumbledore? He asked absently, still examining the suitcase. He shouldn't have asked. The instant the words left his mouth, Fox let out a sharp, indignant chirp and began flapping his wings furiously, clearly trying to convey a message. You're saying, he went to the Austrian Wizarding Congress by himself and sent you to deliver this? Kyle frowned slightly, thinking it over. If he remembered correctly, Nurmengard was located somewhere near Austria. Fox gave a vigorous nod, still flapping his wings in agitation, as though denouncing some shameless scoundrel who tossed aside the familiar for something new. Unfortunately, Kyle bore the brunt of Fox's frustration. The phoenix's flapping wings struck him repeatedly, and it stung. Hurriedly, Kyle fished out a handful of fresh herbs to calm him. It's all right, don't be mad. Here, have something to eat, it's all fresh. Look, you don't need to waste your energy being upset over someone like that. Chapter 264, The Phoenix's Way of Traveling. After some persuasion from Kyle and a handful of fresh herbs, Fox gradually calmed down. Turning his grief into an appetite, he focused on eating the herbs, and Kyle couldn't resist reaching out to gently rub the feathers on his neck. This was the first time Kyle had properly petted a phoenix. How to describe it? The feathers were a bit stiff, not as fluffy and soft as an owl's, yet they felt nice. They were delicate and smooth, a little warm to the touch, like a gold galleon freshly taken from a vault. When Fox finished the herbs, he spread his wings and flew toward the window. Kyle thought he was preparing to leave, but Fox only flew to the windowsill, where he perched beside Rattan, folded his wings, and began to doze, looking content and drowsy after a good meal. Rattan, who had been fast asleep, woke with a start. He glanced at his unexpected guest, his neck feathers bristling. With a quick, silent gesture, he shifted over, making room for Fox. Kyle watched Rattan expressionlessly, then shrugged with disdain. This dumb bird, he thought. Whenever it's in a bad mood, if another owl so much as glances its way, it'll chase them down and beat them senseless. But now. Total coward. Rattan seemed to catch Kyle's expression and turned away silently, choosing to ignore him. He wanted to stand his ground, but the other bird was covered in red feathers, radiating a presence that clearly said it was not to be trifled with. Better to endure and avoid trouble. The two birds stood on the windowsill, each on their own side, looking unexpectedly harmonious. Kyle sat down at the table and glanced at a box not far away. Judging by Fox's behavior, he didn't seem to be leaving anytime soon. And with Fox here, Kyle definitely couldn't meet Riddle for extra lessons. Even though a phoenix might not necessarily recognize a Horcrux, what if it did? And if it knew, it would be as good as Dumbledore knowing. Kyle had promised to give the diary to Dumbledore, but only once it was no longer useful, not just yet. But if he couldn't take the lessons, there wasn't much else to do. The Phoenix didn't like crowds, so taking him out to play Quidditch wasn't an option, but Kyle didn't want to leave him home alone either. He couldn't spend the whole day in his room studying magical formulas. Now that his magical studies had advanced beyond the elementary stage, progressing through independent reading alone, without Riddle's guidance, felt inefficient. A bit of a waste of time. As he mulled this over, Kyle's gaze landed on the suitcase beside him. After a moment's thought, he walked over to the windowsill. "Fawkes, how about we go out for some fresh air?" Fawkes opened his eyes. "Newt Scamander. I think you know where he lives?" Kyle asked. Fawkes nodded. He was privy to all that Dumbledore knew, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to deliver a letter to Nicholas Flamel. Naturally, Newt's place was no exception. "Perfect," Kyle said. "How about you take me there?" Fawkes looked Kyle up and down, hesitating. Kyle, thinking he didn't want to go, quickly held up 2 fingers. 2 ladies' mantles and 1 puffapod. This time, Fawkes didn't hesitate. Without another sound, he flew onto Kyle's shoulder, letting out a chirp that held a hint of anticipation. One moment. Kyle quickly grabbed the suitcase, stuffing in his belongings and a box he prepared in advance. "All right, now there's no prob." Before he could finish, Kyle vanished from the room in a sudden, flame-like flash of light. On the windowsill, Ratton, who had just dozed off again, was startled awake once more. This time was even worse, a mysterious gust of wind swept him straight out the window, as if he'd been kicked. Ratton flapped around in midair, circling several times before managing to fly back up, just barely avoiding a fall. No. This can't be happening. Fuming, Ratton flapped back to the windowsill, ready to confront his owner. But he quickly noticed the room was empty. Not only was Kyle gone, but the redhead who'd just shown up was gone too. All that remained were overturned tables and chairs, bookshelves askew, and parchment scattered across the floor. Ratton flew around the room to make sure no one was there, then returned to the windowsill, brushed his wing over the spot where the redhead had been, and with a yawn, settled back to sleep. On the other side, the moment Fawkes transported him, Kyle felt an overwhelming pressure constricting him from all directions, leaving him unable to breathe. It was as if he'd been forced into a tight, spherical shape, like he'd been crammed into a bludger and then smacked around by merciless beaters all day. After an indeterminate period, his senses gradually returned to his body. Kyle opened his bloodshot eyes. He felt a wave of nausea, but his stomach was twisted too tightly to let him vomit. All he could do was take deep gulps of the forest air, heavy with the earthy scent of soil. "Relax," a gentle voice spoke beside him. It was Newt, who offered him an unfamiliar fruit and gestured for him to eat it. Kyle accepted it absently and bit down. The fruit was sour and astringent, like biting into an unripe tomato, but somehow, it immediately made him feel better. "What is it?" he managed to ask. "The fruit of a snargaluff," Newt replied with a smile. "It's also the favorite food of the Diricol. How do you feel?" "Much better," Kyle said, rubbing his ears. "Feels like I've used apparition 100 times in a row. That's Phoenix travel for you, simple and blunt." "You're lucky you're still standing," Newt replied, handing him another piece of fruit. Kyle held it under his nose and sniffed but didn't take a bite. He now understood that Fawkes had hesitated not because he didn't want to come, but because he was concerned about whether Kyle could handle such an intense form of travel. Unfortunately, he'd only realized this too late, after foolishly promising 2 ladies' mantles and a puffapod. "This kind of travel is probably only suitable for Professor Dumbledore," Kyle muttered. "In fact," Newt said, smiling at Kyle, "although Dumbledore has to attend various meetings across different locations, he typically opts for apparition or a portkey. Only in cases of extreme urgency does he rely on the Phoenix's power." Kyle rubbed his ears again, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Dumbledore couldn't adapt to this. "But you really surprised me," Newt added with a grin as he led Kyle toward the house. Aside from Dumbledore, Fawkes rarely ever travels with anyone else. Chapter 265, The Mischievous Norbert's Adventure. "Who's that?" In the room, Tina was setting down a tray of freshly baked cookies on the table. "It's Kyle," Newt said with a smile. Tina looked up, a bit surprised. She'd been expecting an old friend. "Did you forget something?" she asked, handing Kyle the tray of cookies. "You could have just written a letter and asked us to deliver it. Why make another trip? Besides, Hogwarts starts tomorrow, doesn't it?" Not long after returning from Paris, Kyle had already visited Newt and Tina once, staying for 2 days. This time, aside from not having much else to do, he came because Fawkes had delivered his suitcases early. He'd seized the chance to get his Phoenix Experience card, and thought he could retrieve Norbert and the troll ahead of schedule, so he wouldn't have to wait until the Christmas holidays. Kyle just hadn't expected Phoenix travel to be so intense. If he'd known, he would have waited until the holidays for sure. Without a word, Kyle set his suitcase down on the wooden shelf next to him. Newt raised an eyebrow, quickly grasping the situation, and gave an almost imperceptible nod as he glanced at Fawkes perched on Kyle's shoulder. "Oh, isn't that a phoenix?" Tina noticed Fawkes and walked over in surprise. "Is Dumbledore here too? Why don't you invite him in?" "No, he should still be in Austria at this time," Newt replied, shaking his head. "It's just Kyle. Fawkes brought him here." Tina blinked in astonishment. It was rare to see Fawkes without Dumbledore nearby. She then handed Kyle a glass of lemonade. It was uniquely tart and slightly bitter, but refreshing to drink. Kyle thought again about the fruit Newt had given him earlier. They certainly seemed to know exactly how to ease his discomfort. "Have you been transported by a phoenix before?" Kyle asked curiously. "Many years ago," Newt recalled. "I must say, the experience was truly unpleasant and unforgettable." Kyle nodded in understanding. After finishing the lemonade, the two men headed to Newt's suitcase without further words. Shortly after entering, Fawkes spread his wings and flew toward a forested area nearby. Kyle frowned, recalling it was where the Dirical lived and where Newt had planted many herbs to treat sick magical creatures. "Don't worry," Newt assured him from behind. "Phoenixes may be proud, but they don't mind the Dirical, so there's no need to be concerned." Kyle tugged the corner of his mouth into a half-smile. He wasn't worried about the Dirical, he was worried about the herbs. Fawkes had become more and more of a glutton lately, and Kyle was sure he'd heard a gulping sound when Fawkes flew off, meaning he'd likely headed straight for the buffet. Judging by Newt's calm expression, he clearly hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. But Kyle decided to let it go. Forget it, he thought. The most important thing now is to keep Fawkes happy and build favor with him. As for Newt's herb garden, we can always ask Dumbledore to cover the costs later. He's got plenty of galleons, he won't mind a few lost plants. With that thought, Kyle nodded and followed Newt to a massive lake. Newt's suitcase was so enormous that even he didn't quite know its full size. It was like Hogwarts' Black Lake, but that would be just a puddle compared to this. In the center of the lake, an island covered in massive rocks was home to the dragons. The two of them boarded a small boat and headed toward the island. As soon as they landed, Kyle suddenly felt a gust of wind from above, and a massive shadow fell over his feet. Realizing what might be happening, Kyle moved his fingers slightly and used the ring Diana had given him last year to apparate a few hundred meters away in an instant. A second later, a huge Norwegian ridgeback crashed down right where he had just been standing. It was Norbert, still trying to pounce on Kyle just as he had when he was a baby. Although Kyle had worked hard to correct this habit as Norbert grew larger, the dragon's excitement at seeing him after 2 months must have caused him to forget. "Norbert, calm down," Kyle shouted, watching the ridgeback turn to attempt another jump. Norbert had grown significantly in the past 2 months, and if he got hit by him now, it could be fatal. Diana wasn't home at the moment, so Kyle couldn't recharge the apparition spell on his ring, and he was reluctant to waste it. Hearing Kyle's command, Norbert finally restrained himself, flying over more slowly this time and nuzzling his head against Kyle's arm in a familiar gesture. Just then, Newt arrived, smiling as he observed the reunion. "If you'd come just a couple days later, he probably wouldn't have been quite so excited," Newt chuckled. "You're right, but I didn't really have a choice," Kyle replied with a shrug. Last time he'd visited, he had hoped to see Norbert, but the young dragon had recently endured a rough encounter. He'd gotten into a scrap with the suitcase's longtime resident, a particularly temperamental Hungarian horntail, which had been returned 3 times by the Romanian Dragon Reserve for its bad behavior. Being less than a year old, Norbert had been no match for the adult horntail and had spent several days unconscious after the clash, missing Kyle's visit. There was an upside, though. Newt had told him that since then, Norbert's personality had mellowed a bit, not enough to make him docile, but enough to take the edge off his more mischievous behaviors. As they chatted, Newt guided Kyle to where the Hungarian horntail resided. Perhaps cautious of the dragon's infamous temperament, Newt had never brought Kyle here before, so this was Kyle's first time seeing the horntail up close in the suitcase. The dragon was a powerful, jet-black adult, towering and intimidating. As they approached, it seemed to detect an unwelcome scent. Rising onto its hind legs, the horntail held its body upright and craned its neck high, its blazing orange-yellow eyes flicking toward Kyle and Newt. Kyle estimated that its mouth hovered nearly 60 feet above the ground, making it slightly larger than a typical adult dragon. No wonder it had been returned multiple times. If this beast went on a rampage, containing it would likely require a dozen wizards. "She smells Norbert on us, and she's not fond of that kid," Newt explained. Kyle nodded, hardly needing the explanation. The horntail's dislike was plain to see. They didn't linger near the horntail for long. After leaving the dragon's island, Newt took Kyle to another area to see the troll. This particular resident seemed quite comfortable. When they arrived, they found him sprawled out on the grass, clutching his club in a loose grip and fast asleep. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, The Birthing of the Nundu. For someone who can casually pick up a diricol on a walk, Newt's defining trait is that he's almost never fazed by surprises. Since tomorrow was the start of the school year, Kyle had planned to head back home right after dinner here. But just as he took a bite of the freshly baked caramelized potato cake, Newt dashed over, grabbed Kyle by the collar, and practically dragged him into the suitcase. "What's going on?" Kyle asked, bewildered, hurriedly cramming the remaining half of the potato cake into his mouth. "The Nundu is giving birth, tonight," Newt replied without looking back, tightening his grip on Kyle's arm. "We need to hurry." "What?" Kyle's mouth dropped. The Nundu, a magical creature resembling a large black cougar, carries a massive poison sac at the base of its neck, making even its breath lethally toxic. While a Nundu can control its toxin release, Kyle doubted it would be in any position to worry about sparing bystanders during labor. In fact, a birthing Nundu was arguably at its most dangerous. The exhaustion of childbirth prompts it to release vast amounts of toxic gas instinctively, creating a lethal perimeter to ward off other creatures during its vulnerable state. Helping one give birth was nearly suicidal. "Can I not go?" Kyle ventured, attempting to back out. "It's not that I'm scared, it's just that, well, the caramelized potato cakes won't taste as good cold." "It's fine, Tina can make more," Newt replied without slowing. "But, that's a lot of trouble. Tina loves baking them. She makes so many every day we sometimes end up sharing them with the Nifflers just to finish them off." "But..." Kyle tried again, only for Newt to cut him off, tapping his head lightly and producing a small, glimmering object about the size of a golden snidget. "Dumbledore helped craft this. It's wrapped around a stone that formed in the stomach of a Riem. Keep it on you, and the Nundu's poison fog won't affect you." Kyle stared blankly for a second. "If you had something like this, why didn't you bring it up sooner?" Without hesitation, he accepted the item. It was a small silver-threaded orb with an intricate mesh encasing a golden stone in the center. Bringing it closer, he caught a faint, earthy fragrance. He nodded, recognizing it. It was a bezoar, known for its potent detoxifying properties, though this one, taken from a Riem, was golden, whereas standard bezoars tended to be more brown. He plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, twisted it into a makeshift rope, and hung the orb around his neck, ensuring the leaf rope was short enough to keep the orb securely in place. Once he'd finished, Newt gave a quick nod. "Ready. Let's move, Kyle. We need to get there quickly." Newt grabbed Kyle's arm and brought them to a grassland on the eastern side of the suitcase. The moment Kyle arrived, he sensed something was off. A pale green mist hung over the grassland, eerily reminiscent of London's morning fog. But unlike fog, this mist was dangerous, poisonous, in fact. Thankfully, an invisible barrier surrounded the grassland's edges, keeping the toxic haze contained. Clearly, Newt had set this up. "Just carrying it on me, will that really work?" Kyle asked, eyeing the poisonous mist warily. "Yes, just carry it with you," Newt nodded reassuringly. Riem cattle are naturally resistant to toxins, and their bezoars can suppress the Nundu's poison. "Oh, and here." Newt pulled out his wand, waving it gently to conjure a transparent bubble around Kyle's head. He did the same for himself. "All right, let's go in." With that, Newt led the way into the mist. Kyle hesitated briefly, then glanced at Fawkes, who was trailing them. "Fawkes," he whispered, "think of something sad so you can squeeze out some tears. I might need them later." "Not much, just a pint." Fawkes gave an indignant flap of his wings at the suggestion. "A pint? Really?" He was a phoenix, not a tap. Begrudgingly, he grabbed hold of Kyle's shirt and pulled him forward, guiding him into the poisonous mist. The bubblehead charm and the bezoar worked perfectly together, dispersing the poison around them as they walked. Soon, they spotted the Nundu resting on a large rock. She lay on her side, belly swollen, groaning softly in discomfort. Newt approached her gently, placing his hand on her chin and rubbing it rhythmically. "This helps her relax," he explained. Kyle watched, curious. "But if you're that close, won't the bezoar scent bother her?" "It'll have a mild effect," Newt replied with a shrug. "It's probably like when someone who hates vegetables smells a carrot." Kyle nodded, understanding the analogy. Annoying, but tolerable. He settled down beside Newt, observing as the Nundu's breathing gradually calmed under Newt's touch. Her groans softened, and she seemed more at ease. But, as Newt had said, it would be a long process. At first, Kyle thought Newt had brought him along simply to witness a rare occasion. But 2 hours in, when even Newt's expert calming techniques started losing effect, Kyle realized the true purpose. He'd been brought along to serve as company, literally, to keep the Nundu distracted by talking to her. Unfortunately, the Nundu didn't seem particularly interested in conversation. She even tried snapping at Kyle at one point, irritated by his efforts. Thankfully, Newt was able to soothe her back into calmness. "Keep talking," Newt urged him. Kyle sighed, resigning himself to the task. But he quickly ran out of things to say. He'd repeated every comforting phrase he could think of multiple times, and any more would probably provoke the Nundu into another attempt at biting him. Running out of options, he began recounting stories about the magical creatures he'd encountered, from the three-headed dog, Fluffy, to the Norwegian ridgeback, Norbert. Adding tales from Hogwarts to his narrative, he spun the stories together, turning them into a sort of improvised storytelling session. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Where is the trust between people? It seemed the topic of magical creatures and life at Hogwarts had piqued the Nundu's interest. When Kyle got to the part about Fluffy, the three-headed dog, guarding the Philosopher's Stone for Dumbledore, the Nundu even let out a snort of disdain. Although she had no idea what a Philosopher's Stone or a three-headed dog was, she felt confident she could do a better job than any three-headed mutt. If guarding a room was all that was required, she'd simply release enough poison to fill the entire castle, problem solved. Simple. While the Nundu's attention was on Kyle, Newt circled around her and began gently massaging her swollen belly. After about 10 minutes, the Nundu shivered and then stood up abruptly. Beneath her was a tiny Nundu cub, wrapped in a layer of mucus. The newborn began wriggling, and soon the mucus that encased it shook loose. The mother Nundu lowered her head, licking her cub with a cautious, if overly enthusiastic, tenderness that flattened its tiny face in the process. Phew. Finally done. Kyle sighed, feeling the strain of talking for so long. His throat was burning. He looked back at Fawkes, who seemed to be eyeing him suspiciously, as though expecting him to ask for that pint of tears he'd ordered. Needless to say, Fawkes simply swatted the idea away with a dismissive flap of his wings. Stingy. Kyle muttered as he stood up. Don't get too comfortable, it's not over yet, Newt said, reminding him. There should be one more. Only then did Kyle notice that the Nundu's belly was still distended. Nearly an hour later, after a long wait and a third successful birth, the ordeal was finally over. Newt wiped his brow, then gave a quick wave toward a distant spot on the grassland. A larger Nundu came bounding over, carrying a plump T-bow warthog leg in its mouth for the new mother. All three are healthy, Newt said, smiling as he set the cubs near their mother. Then, he quietly led Kyle away. On the way back, Kyle kept glancing back at the newborn Nundus, his expression one of pure admiration. No, Kyle, Newt said sternly, catching the look in Kyle's eyes. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is absolutely not. Kyle sighed, caught red-handed. I know. He mumbled, scratching his head. I was just thinking about it, that's all. I wasn't actually going to do it. Kyle understood the danger all too well. Even if he'd wanted to, the presence of the two adult Nundus made any attempt impossible. Despite Kyle's reassurances, Newt picked up the pace slightly, as if he had a time bomb on his hands. By the time they emerged from the suitcase, the sky was already lightening with the first hints of dawn. They'd been at it all night. Kyle was relatively unaffected, having grown used to late nights spent studying in the library. Newt, however, though well into his 90s, looked visibly drained. Still, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. As I thought, calling you was the right choice, Newt said, closing the suitcase and handing Kyle a cup of hot chocolate. Nundus typically only give birth to 1 or 2 cubs. Having 3 at once is rare and can be a severe strain, even life-threatening. Thanks to you keeping her distracted, the whole process went far more smoothly than expected. No, I just talked a bit, it wasn't a big deal, Kyle insisted, waving his hands. At only 13, he was not keen on being forever known as the child who assisted in Nundu births. Newt merely chuckled, giving him a look that implied he thought otherwise. Now, off to bed with you. You won't need to catch the train tomorrow, I'll take you directly to Hogwarts. As for your luggage, just ask Chris to send it over later. No need, I've got it all with me, Kyle replied. Before coming, he'd made sure to pack everything, including the box with his diary, into his suitcase to avoid arousing Fawkes' suspicion. It had ended up saving him some trouble. Good, Newt nodded, turning to leave. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, picked up the suitcase, and carried it off with him. Kyle's smile faded. Really? Does he think I'm about to leap into the suitcase in the middle of the night? Kyle shrugged, setting down his hot chocolate on the table and heading to his room. Newt and Tina had prepared a private room just for him, making it a comfortable place to finally get some well-earned rest. Since he didn't need to catch the train, Kyle slept in until noon the next day. When he finally made his way to the dining area, he found the table laden with a feast, mountains of caramelized potato pancakes and stacks of thick steaks. Are we expecting company? Kyle asked, puzzled. There was enough food here to feed an army, not just 3 people. No one else is coming, Tina said with a smile as she brought out a box. You love hash browns, so I made extras for you to take to school. The steaks are for the Nundu, Newt added. She needs plenty of food to regain her strength. Kyle nodded and took a seat. Tina piled a stack of steaks onto his plate, stacking them so high it looked like a small tower. He didn't mind, though. He'd only had a potato pancake since the previous night, and he was starving. After lunch, Newt took Kyle back to the grassland to deliver food to the Nunda family. The green mist had mostly cleared, though it still retained its deadly potency. There, on the same large rock, the Nundu and her cubs waited. The three little ones seemed to remember Kyle and showed no fear of him, eagerly gathering around his feet and tugging playfully at his trousers. The two adult Nundus lounged against the rock, lazily watching Kyle entertain the cubs as they nibbled on the steaks Newt had brought. They seemed content and at ease, even indulging Kyle's playful interactions with their offspring. It wasn't until the afternoon, when Kyle realized the Hogwarts train would soon be arriving, that he reluctantly said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. Norbert and the troll had quietly helped Fawkes settle into his suitcase, hidden from view. Dumbledore had indeed gone above and beyond. The suitcase now held seemingly endless space, far greater than before. Dumbledore had even enhanced the decor. The sparse area with a few trees had transformed into a lush forest, the lake had expanded significantly, and 2 new hills now bordered it. Additionally, he'd adjusted the climate. Near the north side of the lake, a thick blanket of snow and ice covered the ground. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, A Disappointed Snape. Are you ready, Kyle? Newt called out, glancing at Kyle from a distance in an open area outside the room. If we leave now, we should just make it in time for dinner. That was true. Kyle looked up at the gradually darkening sky. If there hadn't been any special circumstances, it would indeed be the time for the train to arrive. But one question lingered in his mind. Didn't Newt say he was going to send him to Hogwarts? Then why was he standing so far away? And why had Fawkes suddenly landed on his shoulder? Kyle's throat tightened as a possibility occurred to him. He looked at Newt and tentatively asked, "You are sending me to Hogwarts, right?" "Actually, I just received a letter." Newt looked away, avoiding Kyle's gaze. "Something's wrong with the Hebridean Black in the Hebrides Islands, and I'm heading there right away. Because of the urgency, Fawkes will have to take you back to school." After hearing Newt's words, Kyle felt terrible and gazed at him with a pensive expression. "Ahem, I know that the Phoenix's apparition isn't very comfortable, but, well, it's not that bad," Newt added, his voice trying to remain upbeat. Looking into Kyle's eyes made Newt feel even guiltier, but he pressed on, "And besides Dumbledore, you're probably the only wizard favored by the Phoenix. This is a rare opportunity." "If this is the kind of opportunity, then forget it," Kyle muttered under his breath. The Phoenix's method of travel was not just not very comfortable. It was also quite notorious throughout the wizarding world. Each time he thought about yesterday's experience, his shins trembled uncontrollably, and the memory hadn't faded yet. "I can go back by myself." Kyle extended his hand and glanced at the ring on it. He could still use apparition twice, so he could definitely return to school on his own. Or, as long as he could get Fawkes off his shoulder, he could utilize both chances even if he had to. But unfortunately, Fawkes wasn't about to give him that opportunity. Perhaps it was the first time someone had treated him so dismissively, but Fawkes seemed a bit perturbed. Without warning, he tightened his talons and flared his wings. Kyle saw the familiar red light flicker in front of his eyes once more. All he caught was Newt, moving with incredible agility, darting over to toss a handful of fruit into his pocket. And then, there was nothing more. He was once again transformed into a bludger and found himself mercilessly swung around like a bat. Meanwhile, in the underground classroom at Hogwarts, Harry and Ron were huddled in a corner, dirty as if they had just rolled around in the mud. The truth was far worse. They hadn't gone to the station, they had flown all the way from King's Cross in Mr. Weasley's 9-handled modified Ford. After soaring to Hogwarts, the car had crashed into a whomping willow, and if it hadn't magically restarted at the last minute, they would have been crushed by the branches. The experience could only be described as thrilling, comparable in intensity to their encounter with Voldemort the previous year. At least that was how Harry felt. Now, the two of them nervously watched the row of professors in front of them, with Headmaster Dumbledore at the center, waiting for the final verdict. "We're expelled, aren't we?" Ron asked miserably. "Not today, Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore looked at them sternly. "But I must make you understand the seriousness of your actions. I'll be writing to your families tonight, and I must warn you, any more behavior like this, and I will have no choice but to expel you." Snape's expression was as if he'd just learned a troll would be joining his class. His face was longer than a thestral's. "Professor Dumbledore, these two students blatantly ignored the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and caused considerable damage to a rare, ancient tree. Behavior like this certainly deserves." Before he could finish, a sudden flash of light exploded in front of him. In the next instant, a figure and a bird appeared in the underground classroom. "It's you." Snape's face shifted yet again, his scowl melting into a look of unexpected satisfaction. Good, the troll that had just shown up in his class was apparently leaving again. Another young wizard who didn't take the Hogwarts Express. Snape drawled. It seems the Hogwarts expulsion list is getting rather long this year. Oh, what on earth is going on? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, visibly startled. She looked at Kyle, who was leaning against the wall, clutching his head with one hand and his stomach with the other, as if he'd just swallowed something foul. What's wrong with him? It's nothing to worry about, Minerva, Dumbledore said, momentarily taken aback but then chuckling. He's just not used to the Phoenix's apparition. He'll be fine in a moment. Apparition. Professor McGonagall suddenly realized that they were indeed inside the castle, where apparition was strictly forbidden. However, when she glanced at Fawkes perched on Kyle's shoulder, she said nothing more. Clearly, Phoenixes, like house elves, were exempt from this restriction. Oh, Fawkes. I'm delighted to see you, Dumbledore said cheerfully. I was wondering where you'd gone. Fawkes, however, pointedly turned his head away. Dumbledore wasn't offended. The fact that Fawkes had brought Kyle straight to him in the underground classroom spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Kyle fished the fruit Newt had given him out of his pocket and popped 2 pieces into his mouth. The sour flavor exploded on his tongue, bringing him a bit of relief. He looked around at the familiar faces before him, blinking. Is this Hogwarts? The dungeons, to be precise, Dumbledore explained. Fawkes brought you straight to me, and I just happened to be handling a matter down here. Yes. Kyle noticed the jars and bottles filled with various parts lining the shelves around him. Only Snape's classroom would have items like these. Ah, and there he was, Snape himself, looking uncharacteristically pleased, as if he'd just encountered something delightful. Let Professor McGonagall decide on the punishment for these 2 students, Severus, Dumbledore said to Snape. He then turned to Kyle. Although you missed the sorting ceremony, the feast is still going. Come along, your friends must be worried sick. Wait, Professor Dumbledore, haven't you forgotten something? Snape's frown deepened. What about the punishment? It was clear to Snape now that Dumbledore had no intention of expelling anyone, but surely they couldn't let this slide so easily. He hasn't broken any school rules, Severus, Dumbledore replied calmly. Hogwarts allows students to return to school through alternative means, provided they aren't seen by too many muggles. Dumbledore glanced at Harry and Ron, adding, Come, Severus, leave this to Minerva. There's a quiche Lorraine that looks quite delicious, and I'd like to try some. Snape opened his mouth to protest further, but McGonagall tugged him out of the classroom. He walked away feeling decidedly conflicted. The troll he thought had left was now back, and had brought along an entire family of them. Chapter 269, Different Treatment. The door to the dungeon classroom opened and closed, leaving Professor McGonagall and her 2 disheveled students alone in the room. Her chest rose and fell heavily as she glared at them, her eyes sharp and intense like an angry hawk's. Finally, it was Ron who broke the tense silence. Professor, was that a phoenix? Yes, it was a phoenix, Professor McGonagall replied tersely, giving only a brief nod before moving on, as if discussing it any further was a waste of time. You'd better go to the hospital wing, Weasley. Your eyes are swollen. It's nothing, Ron muttered, quickly covering his eyes. Professor, did Headmaster Dumbledore just say the sorting was over? Yes, he did, just now. Then where's my sister? Ron asked, a touch of nervousness creeping into his voice. She's also in Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall replied. Hearing this, Ron's face lit up. Oh, that's great, he said, relieved. Although he hadn't seen the sorting himself, he was thrilled by the result. But the mention of Gryffindor seemed to jolt Harry's memory. He quickly blurted out, Professor, since we got into the car before term officially started, we shouldn't lose any points for Gryffindor, right? Professor McGonagall gave him a stern look, but Harry noticed that her lips weren't quite as tightly pursed as before. As it turned out, Harry's words had indeed helped. Professor McGonagall chose not to deduct any points from Gryffindor. Though Harry and Ron were confined to their rooms and had to eat their meals in the dungeon, it was still a far better outcome than Harry had anticipated. With the sorting ceremony complete, Professor McGonagall soon departed, leaving the boys alone. As the door closed, Ron let out a long whistle. Lucky, he said, grabbing a sandwich that Professor McGonagall had sent over. Just confinement, way better than expulsion, and no points taken. Agreed, said Harry, taking a hearty bite. Oh, by the way, how's your wand? That wasn't my wand, Ron replied, biting into a piece of chicken and ham. He pulled a rubber hatchet from his pocket and explained, it's Fred and George's trick wand. They must have swapped it to mess with me. Good thing they did, Harry said, chuckling. Yeah, it nearly broke when we hit that tree, Ron said, slipping the hatchet back into his pocket with a slight look of relief. But we'll need to be more careful from now on. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice and sighed. I wish we could go to the feast. Professor McGonagall doesn't want us flaunting our arrival, Ron replied knowingly. She doesn't want anyone thinking it's cool to come to school in a flying car. But Kyle gets to go to the feast. Not the same. He was carried here by a phoenix. That's worth bragging about. Ron shrugged. If it were me, I'd be telling the story for a year, anyone would, really. Are phoenixes rare? Harry asked. Very rare, I'd say. Much rarer than dragons, Ron said, reaching for a second sandwich. Most people never even see one. I've only ever seen one once, on the Quidditch pitch, remember? It was during that match that got cancelled. Harry nodded. He remembered it vividly, it had left a strong impression. While Harry and Ron discussed phoenixes, Kyle was also making his way into the Great Hall with Dumbledore. As soon as they entered, Kyle eagerly headed toward the Hufflepuff table. Along the way, Snape, looking as miserable as an old, worn-out rag, cast him an uncomfortable look, but Kyle ignored it. The feast was already in full swing, but Kyle's entrance caused a momentary hush before whispers spread across the room. Kyle, however, was unfazed and made a beeline for the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric helped him to his seat. Once seated, Kyle immediately asked, "Did you arrive in that flying car with Potter?" "What flying car?" Kyle replied absent-mindedly. "Wish I could say I did." "It's no joke," said Conna, frowning. The car crashed into the Whomping Willow outside the castle. They were nearly flattened, or so they say. Rumors traveled quickly at Hogwarts, and Harry and Ron's escapades were common knowledge, just varying by house. "It's all the same," Kyle muttered. "Whether it's the Whomping Willow or being treated like a bludger, it's all the same." "What bludger?" Cedric scratched his head, confused by Kyle's words. "If you didn't take the car, how did you get here? Fred and George said you weren't even at home on the first day of school." "It was Fawkes," Kyle explained. "Dumbledore's phoenix brought me back to Hogwarts from Dorset." Kyle went on to briefly describe his recent adventures at Newt's place, which left his friends wide-eyed. A surprise visit from a phoenix, witnessing a Nunda giving birth, and then traveling by phoenix apparition to Hogwarts. Kyle's last few days had been far more eventful than most of his friends' entire years. "A phoenix?" Cedric said in awe. "That must have been incredible." Mikkel and Ryan, sitting nearby, nodded eagerly, clearly wishing they could see such a legendary creature up close. "Believe me, it's not as fun as it sounds," Kyle said, shaking his head. He was still feeling slightly queasy and barely touched the food before him, settling for a bit of pie and ordering a double lemonade. The house elf's lemonade was tart, though not quite bitter enough for his taste. It helped, but only a little. Seeing Kyle's queasy look, Cedric tactfully changed the topic. Pulling out a piece of parchment, he said, "We got your letter over the holidays, and here's the new map we made on the train according to your instructions." His voice brimmed with excitement. "This version took a lot more work than last year's copy, but it's been really popular. We already have 50 new students signed up to buy it. For the pricier custom maps, though, we'll need your help," Cedric added, "since we don't have much experience with those." "How many do you need?" Kyle asked. 25, Cedric replied with a grin. "We have way more people buying maps this year, and they're all choosing us." With the prospect of another batch of galleons coming in, Kyle's mood improved slightly. He glanced over at the high table, where Professor McGonagall had returned and was speaking to the impeccably dressed Gilderoy Lockhart. Yet, her pursed lips and serious expression suggested she wasn't particularly thrilled with the conversation. Chapter 270, Howler. Kyle finished the 20-odd maps in just over an hour and delivered them to the young wizards who'd paid their deposits on time, bright and early on the first day of school. Another generous galleon haul, it couldn't have been a more satisfying start to the term. That morning at breakfast, Kyle and his friends gathered around the Gryffindor table to divvy up their hard-earned profits. Why the Gryffindor table? No special reason, really, just that it was closest to the Great Hall doors. "Oh, and Kyle, this is for you," Fred said, counting out 7 galleons and slipping them into a cloth bag, which he handed over reluctantly. "A bet's a bet," George muttered, clearly displeased. "I swear, if we ever bet with you again, we'll turn into Krupps." "Me too," Fred nodded in solidarity. "Ah, I nearly forgot about this." Kyle took the bag and, rather suspiciously, dumped the coins onto the table, carefully counting each one. Last year, Fred and George had challenged Kyle to a little wager about when Professor Quirrell would leave Hogwarts. They'd been so insistent, he'd eventually agreed to play along. Naturally, things hadn't ended well, for the twins, at least. Kyle had not only doubled his 20 galleons but had also thoroughly emptied Fred and George's wallets. Since they didn't want to dip into their startup funds, they'd put off paying Kyle until they could finally scrounge together the full 40 galleons. Not bad, exactly 40 galleons. Ignoring Fred and George's resentful stares, Kyle calmly tucked the bag away. "Want to try again this year? Professor Lockhart's a famous wizard. If he's involved, I'm sure there'll be plenty of participants." "Ha ha." George sneered. Only if you don't join, Fred said dryly. All right, I won't participate, Kyle replied calmly, then turned to Conna beside him. Conna, set aside 40 galleons as my share. If we win, we'll split it in half. Deal. Conna grinned, nodding eagerly. Enough from you two. Fred interrupted, glaring at the pair of schemers. He tore into a slice of bread as if he were biting Kyle's head off. As he'd just said, if they were ever foolish enough to bet with Kyle again, they'd be Krupps, the scruffiest, most unfortunate-looking Krupps imaginable. Wait a minute, Cedric suddenly said, raising an eyebrow. I remember, you guys still have something to settle, don't you? Didn't you say you'd do something special if Kyle got the Order of Merlin in second year? Oh, I know. Cho stifled a laugh and joined in. You promised to fly around the castle doing a tap dance while balancing 3 trophies. And unlimited butterbeer, Conna added with a grin, nudging Kyle. Looks like you'll never have to pay for butterbeer again. Fred and George's faces turned even sourer. Tap dancing while balancing trophies. By Merlin's beard, what had they been thinking, coming up with such a ridiculous challenge? And paying for Kyle's butterbeer indefinitely, that would surely cost them a small fortune over time. A shiver ran down their spines, and in a moment of frustration, Fred smacked himself on the forehead. Pop. Why can't I just keep my big mouth shut, he groaned. The loud smack immediately drew the attention of nearby students. Even in Gryffindor, known for its boldness, there weren't many people willing to slap themselves that hard in public. Curious glances shot their way. Fortunately, the arrival of the post spared Fred and George from further scrutiny. Hundreds of owls flooded into the Great Hall, hovering as they dropped letters and packages among the chatting students. Kyle reached out and caught a copy of the Daily Prophet, but before he could open it, a commotion nearby stole his attention. An owl had knocked over a milk jug, sending milk and feathers everywhere. But that wasn't what caught everyone's eye. The owl was clutching a damp red envelope in its beak. Oh no. Ron muttered from a few seats away. The sight of the red envelope drew immediate attention from the students around them. That's a howler, isn't it? Conna whispered. Yes, Kyle confirmed, his eyes on the envelope. You'd better open it, Ron, Neville advised, sitting beside Kyle. It's worse if you don't. My gran sent me one once, and I ignored it, and... He took a deep breath, shuddering. It was awful. What happens? Cedric asked, intrigued. He'd heard of howlers but had never seen one in action. It explodes, Kyle replied with a shrug. And do you know what 360-degree surround sound is? It's like that, sound blasting from wherever the pieces land, even across the Black Lake. Ron's face turned ashen, and wisps of smoke started seeping from the corners of the envelope. Open it quick, Neville urged. It'll only get worse. With trembling hands, Ron slowly tore the envelope open. Run, someone shouted, and the surrounding students scattered in an instant. Those who couldn't escape, like Neville and Cedric, clamped their hands over their ears. Harry and Hermione, though baffled, followed suit. Then, they understood why. The howler exploded with a roar, filling the Great Hall with a voice so thunderous it shook dust from the ceiling. Stole a car. I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you. Just wait until I get my hands on you. You have no idea what your father and I felt when we realized the car was gone. Mrs. Weasley's voice, magnified 100 times, echoed through the hall, loud enough to make the cutlery on the tables clatter. Heads turned from every table, each student craning to see where the voice was coming from. Ron had ducked under the table, with only his red forehead visible, but there was no escaping the howler's wrath. I can't believe you'd do something so reckless. You and Harry nearly got yourselves killed. It's outrageous, your father's job is at risk now, and it's all because of you. If you don't shape up, we'll come get you ourselves. The shouting finally subsided, leaving an echo in the hall as the howler crumpled to ashes on the floor. The remnants of the red envelope curled and smoked, disintegrating completely. Kyle, still processing the spectacle, noticed that what had truly enraged Mrs. Weasley wasn't just that Ron had taken the car, but that he and Harry had nearly been flattened by the Whomping Willow. If not for that close call, Kyle suspected, Mrs. Weasley might not have been angry enough to send a howler at all. Chapter 271, Kyle's Solution. As the echo of Mrs. Weasley's howler finally faded, a few students laughed, and the low hum of conversations resumed. Ron, still hiding under the table, looked thoroughly miserable. Harry felt a wave of guilt that made it impossible to eat, and Fred and George seemed equally downcast. They couldn't shake the worry that Mr. Weasley's job was now at risk due to their escapade. Both twins wanted to vent, to scold Ron for acting impulsively, for not thinking of the consequences. But in the end, they just sighed, knowing it was too late to change anything now. Kyle observed their expressions and asked, "You're worried about Mr. Weasley, aren't you?" Fred and George nodded. Of course, they weren't fretting about Ron. I think I might have an idea that could help Mr. Weasley get through this review unscathed, Kyle said after a moment's thought. Fred's face lit up with an almost servile smile. Oh, Mr. Kyle, I knew you'd have a solution. He looked more like a lackey than Crabbe or Goyle. George eagerly assembled a bacon and egg sandwich and placed it on Kyle's plate. Ron emerged from under the table, and Harry and Hermione leaned in to listen. It's quite simple, really, Kyle explained. You just have to shift the focus of the story. He turned to Harry. I heard you couldn't get onto the platform, so that's why you took the car to school, right? Yes, that's right, Harry nodded. He still didn't understand why the normally accessible entrance to platform 9 3/4 had turned into a solid wall when they tried to pass through. So, Kyle, you're saying the real issue is the blocked platform? Cedric asked, frowning. Exactly, Kyle confirmed. But we already mentioned that before, Harry said with a sigh. Professor McGonagall didn't care. She thought we should have just sent an owl to notify the school. In his mind, if even Professor McGonagall dismissed their explanation, then the Ministry of Magic probably would, too. That's just because you expressed it wrong, Kyle laughed. Don't forget, Potter, that besides being a Hogwarts student, you have another identity. I have another identity. Harry looked puzzled. The boy who lived. Conna blurted out. Yes, Kyle confirmed. Under normal circumstances, the platform would never have failed. Someone must have interfered with it. And as it happens, with all the adults gone, the boy who lived was left stranded outside the platform. Could it be that the Death Eaters orchestrated this? Cedric gasped. You mean they wanted to seize the chance to kill Harry, to avenge you-know-who? Harry's face reflected his shock. He hadn't considered this possibility before. Could Kyle be right? Had he narrowly escaped death? Exactly, Kyle replied, taking a casual sip of lemonade. The Death Eaters have been plotting for ages to take down the boy who lived, to avenge you-know-who. Seeing the astonished looks around him, Kyle quickly added with a grin, but fortunately, Mr. Weasley had the foresight to set up an emergency escape with that flying car, saving Harry's life. Now, doesn't that sound like a reasonable explanation? Dad arranged for that car in advance. Fred blinked. If he didn't know Mr. Weasley's character so well, he might have believed it. Yes, he did, Kyle said with a knowing smile. But would the Ministry buy it? George frowned. He doubted anyone, least of all Malfoy, would believe such a story. Malfoy's father had a long-standing rivalry with Mr. Weasley and would seize any chance to discredit him. It doesn't really matter if they believe it, though, what matters is whether it's plausible. Think about it, if the boy who lived were killed by a Death Eater at King's Cross, it'd be disastrous for the Ministry. Their authority would take a huge hit, and Cornelius Fudge, as minister, would be bombarded with howlers and might even be forced to step down. Fudge is a paranoid man, especially when it comes to his position. He'll believe it if there's even a shred of possibility. By the way, Potter, did any muggle see you fail to get through the barrier? Kyle looked at Harry. I mean, anyone in the station? I think a guard saw, Harry said, trying to recall. He even asked if I needed any help. Perfect. The most important piece of evidence is the memory of that muggle, Kyle laughed. The expressions on everyone's faces were priceless. Kyle, want some butterbeer? Fred offered suddenly, attempting to smooth things over. On second thought, he decided it was best not to rile up Kyle, one never knew how such a prank might end. So, what should we do next? Harry asked, still grappling to keep up. Do I need to write to the Ministry? A letter does need to be sent, Kyle replied, but not to the Ministry. It should go to her. He pointed at an open copy of the Daily Prophet on the table. The front page featured a photograph of the enchanted Ford Anglia soaring through the air with a bold headline, Arthur Weasley, the villain hiding in plain sight. It was written by Rita Skeeter, accusing Mr. Weasley of stealing and modifying magical vehicles and insinuating that he abused his position to extort pureblood families. The article ended with a particularly ludicrous quote. One anonymous victim said, Arthur demanded galleons from me, and when I refused, he wrecked my home and stomped on my precious unicorn hair rug. That has to be Malfoy. Fred's face flushed with anger. He's lying. George slapped the newspaper in frustration. If Dad really took bribes, maybe we wouldn't have to save up to buy Ginny a new robe. Calm down. We all know Mr. Weasley's true character, Kyle said. But that's not the issue right now. He leaned forward, mentioning Rita Skeeter by name. We could, of course, follow Malfoy's example and feed her some reliable information ourselves. I get it, Fred chuckled after a moment. Leave that to us. Just don't make it too obvious, Kyle warned, let her piece it together herself. No worries. George thumped his chest in assurance. We know exactly what to do. The three exchanged mischievous smiles, each fully understanding the plan without further words. Meanwhile, Harry looked at them, baffled. What are you all talking about? So, who am I supposed to write to? Fred and George will handle the letter writing, Kyle reassured him. Just remember, if anyone asks, say only that someone out there doesn't want you back at school. All right. Harry agreed, still a bit anxious, as he peppered Kyle with questions on how to answer if anyone pressed for details. But this time, Kyle didn't provide a script. If you're unsure, just say nothing, he advised calmly. Besides, there wouldn't be any need for elaborate explanations. Rita Skeeter would take care of the rest. That was, after all, what she did best. Chapter 272, The Confident Lockhart. Fred and George didn't even sit down to eat their breakfast properly, simply grabbing a few slices of bread before leaving the table. It seemed they were in a hurry to post their letter before class. Harry, Ron, and Neville exchanged puzzled glances. Truthfully, none of them really knew what Fred and George were up to. They didn't have time to think it over, though, as Professor McGonagall began handing out the class schedules along the Gryffindor table. Kyle, you're just in time, she said as she handed Neville the last timetable. Professor Sprout would like to see you. If you've finished breakfast, come with me. Yes, Professor, Kyle replied, finishing his last sip of lemonade and standing up to follow Professor McGonagall out of the Great Hall. If his guess was correct, Professor Sprout wanted to speak with him about the time turner. After all, the first class of the new school year was about to start, and he should have received some information by now. Moreover, he had already picked up his class schedule from the common room before breakfast. The first class for third years was Care of Magical Creatures, held at the same time as Divination by Numbers. Both classes started at 9 a.m. After leaving the dining hall, Professor McGonagall didn't lead Kyle up to her office as he'd expected, but instead took him out of the castle and across the grounds. There, near the Whomping Willow, Professor Sprout was carefully tending to the tree. The poor Whomping Willow had lost several branches after being accidentally hit by two careless boys the day before, and Professor Sprout was wrapping the damaged limbs with special potions and bandages. Kyle noticed that, even in its injured state, the Whomping Willow was anything but still. It swung its branches in restless agitation, almost knocking a passing owl out of the sky. Fortunately, the owl was small and quick enough to escape with only a few lost feathers and some frenzied flapping. Curiously, despite the Whomping Willow's usual aggressiveness, it wasn't attacking Professor Sprout. She moved freely among its branches, carefully working with a practiced ease that only she seemed to possess. But she wasn't the only professor present. Gilderoy Lockhart was also there, keeping his distance, a good 10 meters from the tree, and loudly calling out advice. If I were you, I wouldn't bother with that, far too troublesome, he declared grandly. Oh, Pomona, that's much too difficult for you, but as it happens, I know a brilliant charm that mends broken branches perfectly. Yes, that's exactly what I was about to teach you, imagine, we both know it. Lockhart's incessant chatter only darkened Professor Sprout's expression. If he'd been standing closer, she might have wished the Whomping Willow would give him a friendly embrace. What a nuisance. At that moment, Professor McGonagall arrived with Kyle. Oh, Minerva, how lovely to see you. Lockhart called, striding over. The pleasure is all mine, Professor Lockhart, Professor McGonagall replied dryly, then raised her voice toward the tree. Pomona, are you nearly done? I've brought Kyle. Just one more bandage, Professor Sprout answered, hastening her pace. Meanwhile, Lockhart had turned his attention to Kyle, eyeing him with an intrigued expression. Wait, you're the youngest person ever to be honored with the Order of Merlin. Yes, Professor Lockhart, Kyle nodded politely. Lockhart's face lit up, his gleaming white teeth catching the sunlight. We should have met before. Remember Flourish and Blots, when you came to buy my book? You were just too shy to approach me. At this, Professor McGonagall arched a brow, casting a discreet sidelong glance at Lockhart. Kyle, shy. The idea was laughable. This was the same boy who had faced a dark wizard alone, defied a werewolf, and sneaked past the massive three-headed dog. Shy was about as far from Kyle's character as she could imagine. She'd sooner believe that Fred and George were model students. Then, a memory flickered in her mind, an article from the Daily Prophet showing a bewildered Harry at some recent event. If her hunch was right, Kyle had been there too but had made himself scarce before he could be photographed. Professor McGonagall's lips twitched slightly, betraying the faintest hint of a smile. Lockhart, however, was too busy basking in his own imagined significance to notice. I'm also a recipient of the Order of Merlin and have had a close encounter with a werewolf myself, Lockhart said, giving Kyle a hearty pat on the shoulder. You're quite lucky to have achieved something so noteworthy at such a young age. Kyle's Order of Merlin had nothing to do with luck, Professor Sprout interjected as she approached. He saved an entire hospital ward full of patients. Yes, commendable indeed, Lockhart replied, straightening the gold-braided trim on his top hat. I, too, have saved countless lives during my travels, though I hardly ever mention it. Yes, you haven't mentioned it, except in every single one of your books, Kyle thought silently. Lockhart, oblivious to the silent skepticism around him, continued speaking to Kyle. I trust you've read my book Wanderings with Werewolves, where I describe no fewer than 15 techniques for handling werewolves. Professor, I think it was 17, Kyle said, blinking innocently. Did you forget? 17. Lockhart hesitated briefly but maintained his cheerful expression. Ah, well, yes, there are 2 methods that are just too dangerous, which I wouldn't recommend for most wizards. Clearly, you've studied my work closely. Very good. Which house are you in? Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff, then, 10 points to Hufflepuff. Lockhart declared happily. You're well on your way to becoming an internationally acclaimed wizard, like me. Of course, you've accomplished a fair bit already, though it doesn't quite compare to winning Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 years in a row. But that's only the beginning. Why, when I was 13, I was a little more ordinary than you are now. Professor McGonagall, listening from a few steps behind, couldn't help but twitch slightly. The Most Charming Smile Award, more impressive than the Order of Merlin. She wondered how he could even say that. For an award like that, she'd have to think twice even if offered a mountain of galleons. If her colleagues saw her winning that sort of title, they might think Hogwarts had failed to pay her salary. Just then, a group of students emerged from the castle doors, including Harry, Hermione, and Ron, heading toward the greenhouses for their first herbology class of the day. Ah, I must be off, Lockhart said, giving Kyle another pat on the shoulder. By the way, although I was just demonstrating some techniques for Professor Sprout to use on the Whomping Willow, don't get the impression that I'm more proficient in herbology than she is. I just happen to have encountered a few unusual plants on my travels. And where was that, Professor? Kyle asked suddenly, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. I've always wanted a willow of my own, but both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Sprout won't let me transplant one here. But if they're growing wild somewhere, then I suppose I could bring one over myself. Ah, well, that would be a rather far-off place. Lockhart hesitated, then continued smoothly, and you'd probably be disappointed, as those willows are also the private property of others. They're quite protective of them, I assure you. Chapter 273, Time Turner application denied. Lockhart finished his speech with a self-satisfied grin and strode off toward Harry. The moment he was gone, Professor McGonagall turned to Kyle with a firm expression. Don't get any ideas about that tree, she said. If you value your life, keep your distance from it. She pressed her lips together before adding, you have plenty of classes this year, and I recommend you focus on books that are, actually useful. Perhaps ones on magic. Yes, Professor, Kyle replied. In truth, he hadn't even skimmed Wanderings with Werewolves, he'd only thrown out that comment to mess with Lockhart. He hadn't expected Lockhart to not only agree with him but also award Hufflepuff 10 points for it. Now that was a surprise windfall. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly before stepping aside for Professor Sprout. Now, about your request, Professor Sprout began. Unfortunately, Kyle, your application for a time turner was denied. You may need to reconsider your class schedule. Denied. Kyle's eyes widened. But Percy mentioned that. This time it's different, Professor Sprout said with a sigh. All time turners are stored in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry, but it's currently under strict lockdown. No correspondence can even reach them. Just yesterday, we tried asking Professor Dumbledore to intervene, added Professor McGonagall. But even he couldn't manage to help. Even Headmaster Dumbledore can't get in. Kyle asked, baffled. No, he did visit the Department of Mysteries, Professor McGonagall replied, giving Kyle a meaningful look. But someone there turned down the request, claiming that all time turners are currently in use and there are none available for students. No spares at all. Kyle repeated, still trying to process this. Exactly, so you'll have to revisit your course choices, Professor Sprout said, handing him a new schedule dusted with bits of earth. Now, hurry along, you don't want to be late for class. Kyle accepted the schedule and, after a moment's thought, said, Professor, I'd still like to take all the classes. But without a time turner, Professor Sprout began, looking concerned. It's fine, Kyle interrupted. I'd just like the option to sit for the exams. If there's a scheduling conflict, I'll only attend one of the classes. Professor Sprout looked at him, bewildered. In all her years at Hogwarts, she'd never encountered a request quite like this. She glanced at Professor McGonagall, who was also frowning. They conferred briefly. Are you certain about this, Kyle? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. You realize that earning top marks in 10 subjects is not the same as doing so in 12. I understand, Kyle replied with a determined nod. Very well, Professor McGonagall agreed. If that's what you want, I'll speak with the other professors, and you can handle the courses as you see fit. But, she reminded him, you're limited to 6 electives. Of course, Kyle said with a grin. I wouldn't miss transfiguration or herbology for anything. For once, Professor McGonagall allowed herself a slight smile. Professor Sprout, too, seemed to forget the annoyance caused by Lockhart, and she handed Kyle a small branch from the Whomping Willow. Though not as valuable as the roots, Whomping Willow branches were rare and highly sought after as magical ingredients. A single branch like the one Professor Sprout gave him could easily sell for at least 20 galleons in Diagon Alley. And since there was only one Whomping Willow in all of Britain, any parts from it were especially prized. Once the discussion of Kyle's course load was settled, the two professors departed. This time, Kyle didn't follow Professor McGonagall back to the castle. Instead, he strolled toward the nearby Forbidden Forest. Even though he hadn't secured a time-turner, things had worked out better than expected. Now he could freely choose which classes to attend: care of magical creatures, arithmancy, or even none at all. The professors wouldn't mind, and he could use the time for other pursuits. It hadn't been easy to get Professor McGonagall to agree to such an arrangement. In fact, it might have been even harder than obtaining a time-turner. His flawless grades over the past 2 years had certainly helped, as did the recent denial from the Department of Mysteries. Otherwise, the thought of skipping classes wouldn't even have been considered. At least, for this first class, he would definitely be attending. Kyle crossed the field on his way to the Forbidden Forest and spotted Lockhart talking to Harry at a distance. Though Kyle couldn't hear their conversation, Harry's uncomfortable expression suggested he wasn't enjoying the chat. Professor Kettleburn's Care of Magical Creatures class was set up on the far side of the Forbidden Forest, near the Quidditch pitch, where he had cleared a large area for lessons. When Kyle arrived, he saw that Kana had also chosen this class and was already waiting for him. "What did Professor Sprout want?" she asked. "Do you need any help?" "No, it was just a mix-up with my timetable, but it's all sorted now," Kyle replied, then told her about his unsuccessful attempt to get a time-turner and the alternative arrangement he'd made with Professor McGonagall. While McGonagall had advised him to keep it confidential, everyone knew secrets never lasted long at Hogwarts. 12 subjects. Kana looked surprised. "You already have an Order of Merlin, do you really need all those certificates?" "It's not like I have anything better to do, and it's not that hard, so I might as well take them for fun," Kyle said, sounding casual. "And the best part is, I can skip class without anyone noticing." "Oh, so it's really about being able to skip class?" Kana narrowed her eyes at him. Kyle shrugged, unbothered. "Exactly." Kana rolled her eyes, choosing not to probe any further. Just then, Professor Kettleburn emerged from the Forbidden Forest. He looked more disheveled than usual, with dust covering his face, and his old prosthetic leg was gone, replaced with a simple wooden stick that made him limp as he walked. The sight left many students who were meeting him for the first time in shock, wondering just how dangerous the Care of Magical Creatures class was. Some were already questioning whether it was too late to switch subjects. But Kettleburn paid no mind to their wary expressions. This happened every year, and he was long accustomed to it. Besides, with his many injuries over the years, he'd been considering retirement, and this year would likely be his last at Hogwarts. Spotting Kyle in the crowd, Professor Kettleburn gave him a nod of approval. "For our first lesson, we'll be learning about bowtruckles," he announced, opening the pocket of his coat. 5 or 6 creatures, resembling small plant stems with twig-like limbs, poked their heads out, looking curiously at the students. "Does anyone know what these are?" Kyle raised his hand. The bowtruckle is a gentle magical creature that usually live in trees whose wood is of wand quality. But if anyone tries to damage those trees, they'll defend them fiercely, unless you have their favorite food, wood lice. "Spot on." 10 points to Hufflepuff. Kettleburn said with a smile. "There's a suitcase over there with a small supply of snails. Take a bag each and come closer." Chapter 274, Chapter 274, The Worst Schedule at Hogwarts. It took only half a lesson for Professor Kettleburn to shatter everyone's preconceptions about the Care of Magical Creatures class. Especially after getting up close with the bowtruckles, the students realized these tiny creatures were incredibly fascinating. Bowtruckles are a straightforward type of magical creature, unafraid to show their emotions. When given a handful of wood lice, they eagerly extend their slender arms, latch onto students' clothes, and swing back and forth. Sometimes, they'll even tuck themselves into the pockets of a young wizard's robes, enjoying a snack out of sight. Before long, a long line of students had formed. Everyone wanted a chance to spend a bit more time with the bowtruckles. To give everyone the opportunity to interact with them, Professor Kettleburn limited the time to 2 minutes per student. Seeing the demand, Professor Kettleburn even made a trip to the Forbidden Forest to bring back a fresh batch of bowtruckles, about 20 in all. After all, the previous group had already been well fed, yet there were still dozens of students eagerly waiting their turn. Without an increase in numbers, many wouldn't get the chance to experience the creatures firsthand. While students waited in line, Professor Kettleburn stood nearby, loudly explaining, because bowtruckles never choose to inhabit trees without magical properties, the trees they guard are often ideal for wand making. That's why wand makers are so keen on these little fellows. They can skip the search for the right trees and simply follow the bowtruckles. Professor Kettleburn's lectures were always detailed and captivating, and he seemed to have an answer for every question. "Professor, what would a bowtruckle do if it found itself in a regular forest?" asked a Gryffindor student from the back of the class. "They'd still live in the tree, but it wouldn't be as comfortable," Professor Kettleburn replied. "Imagine being asked to leave the warmth of your bed to sleep at the top of the astronomy tower. Not exactly cozy, right? Then, Professor, if there were 5 bowtruckles and 6 magical trees, which tree would they abandon?" "All but the oldest one," he said with a grin. "Bowtruckles tend to stick together on one tree until they reach a certain number, and only then will they spread to another." "What if all the trees are the same age?" someone else asked. "Then they'd simply choose the closest one." As the questions continued, they grew more challenging, and some students seemed to ask things just to test him. One even ventured, "Professor, how many bowtruckles could a hungry dragon eat in one bite?" Without missing a beat, Professor Kettleburn answered, "Based on the size of a dragon's mouth and the number of bowtruckles on a tree, about 12, I'd say. But bowtruckles aren't exactly a dragon's meal of choice. They're small, quick, and have very little meat. You can't expect them to just sit there waiting for a dragon to come along." The students burst into applause, and the one who had asked that question clapped the loudest, his hands turning red. And just like that, the class flew by. As the lesson wrapped up, Professor Kettleburn approached Kyle. "So, was it boring?" he asked. Kyle shook his head. "No, it was interesting." Professor Kettleburn raised an eyebrow. "Honestly now?" "Well, maybe just a little," Kyle admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Professor Kettleburn chuckled. "Last night, I was on the Hebrides Islands, and guess who I ran into? Newt. We chatted, and he had quite a bit to say about you. He even mentioned how you helped a nun to give birth." Kyle laughed awkwardly. Newt was famously shy but seemed to tell everyone everything. Worried about gaining an unusual reputation, Kyle quickly protested, "It was really all thanks to Mr. Scamander, I just helped a bit." But Professor Kettleburn, pretending not to hear, mused, "Sounds like this year's Care of Magical Creatures class might be a little too simple for you." "Good timing, though," he continued. "I got a letter from Professor McGonagall before class. You've signed up for quite a few courses, haven't you?" Kyle nodded. "Then head off to another class," Kettleburn said, giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. He shook his head and muttered, "It's a shame that Hippogriff didn't wait a few more days to have its foal. With your help, it might have been a little easier to handle." As he spoke, he absently rubbed his chest, where his coat, made from some mysterious material, displayed 3 neat white claw marks, courtesy of the Hippogriff. Kyle couldn't help but notice, wincing a bit at the thought. Trying to change the subject, Kyle asked, "Professor, where's your prosthetic leg?" "Oh, I left it on the Hebrides Islands. Those big creatures can be quite a handful when they get riled up." After bidding farewell to Professor Kettleburn, Kyle and Kanna headed back toward the castle. On the way, Kanna turned to him curiously. "So, you helped deliver magical creatures?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Let's just forget that happened and stay good friends." Kyle retorted. "It was Newt who did all the work, I was just an assistant at best." Kanna's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she watched his exasperated expression, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. The second period was History of Magic, taught by the ever-droning Professor Binns. As soon as he began reciting endless lists of dates and historical figures, the classroom slipped into its usual stupor. After 2 years of this, the situation had only grown worse, with more students nodding off each class. Within minutes, the room filled with the sound of gentle snoring. Strangely enough, the students seemed to have developed a peculiar skill. They could sleep soundlessly in Professor Binns' class, achieving the deepest, most peaceful rest, even if they snored back in the dormitories. It was as if the desks in the History of Magic classroom held some magical sleep-inducing power. When class finally ended, everyone woke up feeling surprisingly refreshed, quickly gathering their things and heading to the Great Hall for dinner. At the entrance, Kyle ran into the Weasley twins, who were huddled together in discussion. They stopped abruptly when they saw him, then hurried off. "What do you think they were talking about?" Kyle asked Kanna. Kanna shook her head, her face still bearing the faint imprint of a textbook she'd fallen asleep on. "No idea." Kyle watched the twins' retreating figures, still puzzled, then shrugged and walked into the Great Hall. The following 2 afternoons were scheduled with Snape's potions class. A timetable featuring History of Magic in the morning and potions in the afternoon on the first day of the new term. Surely, it was one of the most unfortunate schedules at Hogwarts. As they trudged out of the common room, the students' faces reflected their shared dread. Only Kanna seemed unaffected. Those who hadn't managed to finish their potions homework stumbled along. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Snape's Negative Emotions. Snape did not disappoint. Everyone who had failed to turn in their homework found themselves rewarded with 3 days confined to their rooms. Not only were they expected to complete their assignments late at night in the cold dungeon, but they also had to deal with the entire wooden bucket of potion ingredients piled in the corner. Although Snape hadn't specified what it contained, judging by his sinister smile and the overpowering fishy smell that filled the classroom, it was bound to be something awful. Mikkel and Ryan exchanged relieved glances, grateful to have narrowly avoided punishment. Just 10 minutes earlier, they had finally completed their potion assignment. Today we will be learning a new potion, the shrinking solution, Snape intoned in his usual drawling voice, each syllable stretched out. I've written out the steps. Everyone, pay close attention, and then go gather your ingredients. What are you waiting for? Immediately, the students left their seats, swarming around the cupboard by the wall. Kanna's table, as usual, had all the ingredients she needed, but this time, unlike before when there had been a generous supply, there was only enough for one person. Kyle, who often borrowed from her, was now out of luck. Kyle glanced over at Snape, who was watching him with a look of mocking satisfaction. Stingy. Kyle muttered, pouting as he stood and headed toward the cupboard. By the time he got there, however, only a few broken daisy roots and 2 or 3 squashed shrivel figs were left. All materials are finite, came Snape's voice from the lectern. So I suggest you get it right the first time, because there will be no second chances if you make a mistake. By the end of class, he added with a pointed look in Kyle's direction, whoever produces the worst potion will lose 20 points from their house. Let that serve as motivation to take this seriously and do it right. Kyle felt his heart sink. Without ingredients, he was sure to end up with the worst potion. Careless. Kyle sighed, realizing he'd taken for granted his habit of borrowing Kanna's ingredients. He hadn't expected Snape to catch on and manipulate the situation. Didn't get your ingredients? Here, take these. At that moment, a hand appeared before him, and in Kyle's eyes, it seemed to glow with a warm, hopeful light. Mikkel placed a tray on Kyle's table. You know how my potions always end up wrong, so I always take extras, just in case. Thank you, Kyle said, surprised and grateful. This really helps. It's no big deal, Mikkel replied, pointing to a parchment on the table. Without Kyle's help, they would never have completed the potion assignment on time. For Mikkel, this was simply returning a favor. Seeing that Kyle had found a solution to his lack of ingredients, Snape's expression darkened. He was about to say something when Kanna casually rearranged her cloth bag and tray. This leech juice looks great. Can I use it? She asked. Sure, Kyle nodded. Visibly, a vein throbbed on Snape's forehead. Better quality leech juice. Really? The ingredients in the cupboard were from students' detention batches, they couldn't possibly compare to the materials he had meticulously prepared himself. But since Kyle and Kanna were already busy slicing the daisy roots, he had no choice but to take a few calming breaths to suppress his anger. Yet Snape was in a foul mood, and he was determined to share it. The daisy roots are far too large. That's 2 points from Hufflepuff. And these shrivel fig skins, practically useless. 3 more points from Hufflepuff. After his round of deductions, Snape, still simmering, walked up to a Slytherin student who was proudly holding up a potion of light green, very close to the correct color. Normally, such work would have earned extra points. But this time. A little leech juice is sufficient, why did you add so much? 2 points from Slytherin. Yes, Snape's irritation was such that he was even deducting points from his own house. By the end of the lesson, the entire class was in a miserable mood. What's wrong with Professor Snape? Kyle overheard a group of students discussing it at dinner. He actually deducted 20 points from Slytherin, 20 points, one of them said, still in shock. At first, no one believed it. Everyone knew that Snape, the potions professor, was as loyal to Slytherin as anyone could be. Even if a Slytherin blew up a cauldron, they'd typically just end up in detention. Losing points? Unthinkable. That's not even a funny joke, Fred muttered from the Gryffindor table, glancing at Lee Jordan, who was animatedly retelling the story. Or maybe you're still half asleep and heard bonus points instead of penalty points. I'm not joking. Lee Jordan insisted, looking deadly serious. This is real. Haven't you heard about it yet? Wait, you're serious? George set down his cup, intrigued. I swear. Lee pointed toward the Slytherin table. If you don't believe me, go over there, they're talking about it, too. Fred's curiosity was piqued. When did this happen? Harry and Ron, sitting nearby, stopped eating, their attention now fully focused on Lee's story. The thought of Snape docking points from Slytherin was as wild as Hermione forgetting the password to the Gryffindor common room. It was during potions class this afternoon, Lee explained, his voice full of excitement. I was walking by a few third-year Slytherins when I overheard them talking about it. At first, I thought I'd misheard, but then I checked Slytherin's score, it was down by 20 points. And they only had potions this afternoon. Huh. Harry exhaled, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. 3rd years, you said? Fred asked, frowning. Who was in class with Slytherin? Hufflepuff, Lee answered, shrugging. They were the first ones spreading the news. Kyle. Fred and George exclaimed in unison. They didn't know exactly what had happened, but their instincts told them that Kyle had to be involved somehow. After years at Hogwarts, they'd learned that if something out of the ordinary happened, it was usually Kyle's doing. Maybe not every single time, but 8 out of 10. Definitely. If only we'd been born a year later. And then been sorted into Hufflepuff. Fred and George exchanged wistful glances across the hall toward the Hufflepuff table, where Kyle sat. Their biggest regret was not being in the same year as him. Hogwarts would have been so much more thrilling with Kyle as their classmate. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Writing a Book for Snape. Snape's erratic behavior continued into the following day, showing no signs of abating. The strange incident quickly overshadowed even the upcoming Quidditch tryouts, becoming the primary topic of conversation throughout the school. Everyone was speculating about the reason behind Snape's sudden point deducting frenzy. It's penalty point addiction syndrome, declared a second-year Ravenclaw witch confidently. My uncle works at St. Mungo's, and he told me about a professor there who had the same condition. This professor actually felt pleasure from deducting points. Even after he was admitted to St. Mungo's, he continued the habit, docking points from anyone he met. Most people say hello when they see someone, but he starts with 5 points off. Intrigued by her conviction, a large crowd gathered, listening more intently than they usually did in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. The little witch, encouraged by the audience's interest, went on with even greater enthusiasm. My uncle told me he only took care of that professor for 2 days, but he lost 300 points during that time, more than most students lose in 7 years at Hogwarts. The crowd gasped. 300 points. Was that professor from Hogwarts, too? Someone asked. Of course. A proper Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor, he's been living at St. Mungo's for 6 years now. 6 years. Just for deducting points. A young witch murmured, covering her mouth in astonishment. So you think Professor Snape? Exactly, the Ravenclaw witch replied in a hushed voice. Docking points from Slytherin is a clear sign. It's as if the other 3 houses aren't enough for him anymore. Poor Professor Snape, at this rate, he'll probably leave Hogwarts within the next 4 years. But I plan to become a healer at St. Mungo's after I graduate, said another young Ravenclaw, his eyes filled with resolve. I think I could look after him when the time comes. His earnestness earned approving nods from those around him, and he seemed genuinely fulfilled by this new sense of mission. But his satisfaction only lasted until the end of breakfast, because their first class of the day was potions. And Snape, somehow aware of what had been said about him, deducted 50 points from Ravenclaw before morning was over. That wasn't the worst of it. He also found a reason to give the young Ravenclaw a 3-day detention, forcing him to work with 3rd-year students to sort the rotting potion ingredients in the vat. One glance into the vat was enough to drain all color from the poor Ravenclaw's face, his stomach twisting in horror. By the time the class ended at noon, he looked completely transformed, vacant-eyed, pale as a ghost, and visibly shaken. He stumbled out of the potions classroom and, in his daze, managed to knock over a suit of armor in the corridor. It's worth noting that Ravenclaw was paired with Slytherin in potions that day, yet Snape didn't deduct any points from his own house. In fact, he even awarded them a few. Yes, there was a certain familiarity to it, as if overnight, Snape had reverted back to his usual self. By lunchtime, with Ravenclaw's lesson fresh in everyone's minds, the Great Hall was noticeably quieter. This was rather disappointing for Kyle. He had been quite entertained by the young wizard's speculations about Snape's odd behavior. In addition to deduction for kicks, there were theories that Snape had been hit by a rampaging T-bow, drank fake potion, or even drank an experimental potion with unpredictable effects. In short, the theories were endless. Since yesterday afternoon, Kyle had been tirelessly making rounds to every table, diligently jotting down every snippet related to Snape. He originally planned to fill 10 sheets of parchment with his notes and then approach Lockhart to help him publish a book. He even had a title in mind, To All Potions Professors, A Survival Guide to Hogwarts. Kyle also intended to pay Lockhart a bonus to work overtime, hoping the book could be finished before Christmas. He planned to give it to Snape as a thoughtful holiday gift. He'll be thrilled, he thought with a grin. Unfortunately, with everyone too intimidated to discuss Snape further, Kyle had only filled 3 parchments, not nearly enough material to publish a book. What class is next this afternoon? Kyle asked Kanna with a sigh. Defense against the dark arts, Kanna replied, glancing at the timetable. But you also have divination and Muggle studies. I'll skip those too, Kyle said, shaking his head. Divination with Professor Trelawney was little more than an exercise in creative thinking. Muggle studies was equally unchallenging. After flipping through the textbook, Kyle realized it was all very basic knowledge. Even Mikkel, who usually struggled with his classes, could easily achieve an O in that one. For any Muggle-born student wanting to pad their report card, Muggle studies was a sure bet. After dinner, Kyle and Connor left the Great Hall and headed toward the Hufflepuff common room. On their way, they spotted a small, thin boy with gray hair standing at the entrance to the Great Hall, clutching a camera as if waiting for someone. "Is that him?" Kyle asked in a low voice, quickening his pace. "The one who asked Potter for an autograph yesterday." Connor nodded silently. Harry Potter's autograph photo had become another hot topic, sparked by this very boy. The previous day, right in front of half the Great Hall, he had approached Harry and asked for an autograph, only to be interrupted by Malfoy's heckling and Lockhart's grandstanding. The whole scene had left Harry visibly deflated, and since then, he couldn't go anywhere without someone pestering him for a signature. It was enough to wear anyone down. Then again, it was hard to imagine anyone being thrilled to have such an eager admirer following them constantly. Well, except for Lockhart. He'd probably be delighted. Actually, he'd likely be the only one. Lost in thought, Kyle unconsciously picked up his pace. When they arrived at the common room, they ran into a group of fourth-year Hufflepuffs coming in from the opposite direction. Leading the group was Cedric Diggory, looking a bit worse for wear. His robes were caked in mud and torn in several places. The others in the group looked equally bedraggled. "What happened to you?" Kyle asked. "Did you get into a fight?" "I wish it had just been a fight," Cedric grumbled, attempting to repair his robes with some hasty stitching charms. "We were having a perfectly normal herbology class, and just as we were finishing up, Gilderoy Lockhart showed up out of nowhere." "What was he doing in the greenhouse?" Connor asked, curious. "He claimed he was there to show Professor Sprout how to trim excess shoots from the venomous tentacula," Cedric replied, visibly annoyed. "But as soon as he stepped inside, he managed to knock over a table and sent a dozen bouncing bulbs flying. And then he ran off," another student added angrily. "Can you believe it? He just bolted." "That's the whole story," Cedric sighed, shrugging. "Professor Sprout and the rest of us have been trying to round up those blasted bouncing bulbs ever since." "Thanks for your hard work," Kyle said, offering a sympathetic smile. He knew that many of the plants in the greenhouse were delicate and highly sensitive to disturbances. Magic was typically restricted in there to avoid upsetting their fragile ecosystem, which meant Cedric and the others had likely spent hours painstakingly catching the bouncing bulbs by hand. Their disheveled state was proof enough of their efforts. Chapter 277, Copying Homework is Wrong. Cedric's experience had left Kyle and Connor a bit wary about the upcoming defense against the dark arts class. But there was no avoiding it, it was a required course, so they had to go. In the afternoon, the two arrived at the classroom assigned by Lockhart. The walls were plastered with oversized photos of him, displaying his various awards and accomplishments. In each picture, Lockhart's sparkling white teeth gleamed like spotlights, giving the room the look of a press conference rather than a classroom. Though Kyle and Connor had arrived on time, the room was already packed, with only a few empty seats remaining in the last row. They made their way over, sat down, and the bell rang, marking the start of class. Lockhart cleared his throat loudly, commanding everyone's attention. He picked up a Gryffindor student's copy of Voyages with Vampires, holding it high so everyone could see his own face on the cover, eyes wide open in a dramatic pose. He said, pointing first to the image on the cover and then to himself. Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Forest Defense League, and five-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't go around bragging about that. I don't rely on my smile to keep vampires at bay. With a grin, he held the book aloft once more, winking in sync with the image on the cover. Connor frowned, whispering, "He really received the Order of Merlin, like you. Why do I feel like he's a bit unreliable? And what exactly is the Dark Forest Defense League?" "A once-famous organization," Kyle murmured in response. "The legendary Aurora Laster Moody and Barty Crouch, the current head of the Department for International Magical Cooperation, were once members. But..." He lowered his voice and continued, "Over 10 years ago, after Harry Potter became the boy who lived, the organization began to fade. Their focus shifted from combating dark magic to more of a social club, and a few years back, they even let in a suspected Death Eater, because he made a large donation. After that, prominent members like Moody and Crouch all resigned, and the League's reputation plummeted. Now it doesn't even compare to the most extraordinary Society of Potioneers, which used to be on par with it. I know that group." Connor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Professor Snape is a member of the most extraordinary Society of Potioneers, and he wants me to join, too." "That's not an easy feat," Kyle replied with a smile. "The most extraordinary Society of Potioneers has tough entry requirements. Only those who can brew Felix Felicis before the age of 30 can qualify." "I know, but I'm still young. We still have plenty of time, don't we?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. "We? Are you saying I'm included in this plan? Don't you want to join? You could give it a try. It's just Felix Felicis." Kyle replied with a grin. And maybe I'll join before you do. That's not certain. I won't lose to you in potions. Kanna scrunched up her nose and playfully shot Kyle a mock glare. While Kyle and Kanna were talking, Lockhart finally wrapped up his lengthy introduction and began handing out test papers. Kyle and Kanna each received a copy. Don't be intimidated, Lockhart reassured them as he returned to the podium. This is just a simple quiz to see how much you've read and understood. You have 30 minutes. Begin. Kyle looked down at the test paper and felt an immediate headache. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would he like for his birthday? There were over 50 questions, all centered on Lockhart himself. For the first time, Kyle was utterly speechless. He'd skimmed through a few of Lockhart's books, but he'd focused on the stories rather than Lockhart's personal details, and much of it had barely registered with him. He vaguely remembered that Lockhart liked lilac and that he had some ambition involving a self-branded product. Was it toothpaste? Or hair care potions? 20 minutes later, Kyle still had vast empty spaces on his paper. He glanced over at Kanna. Her paper looked just as empty as his, maybe even more so. Although he was fairly certain that Lockhart wouldn't refuse a big pile of gold for his birthday, writing that down so plainly didn't seem quite right. Kyle scratched his head. If he'd known it would be like this, he might not have shown off so much to Lockhart yesterday by the Whomping Willow. Turning in a blank quiz now would be embarrassing. No choice, he thought, he'd have to copy answers if he wanted to keep up appearances. Kyle looked around and soon zeroed in on a Gryffindor who had finished all the questions within the first 10 minutes and was now gazing at Lockhart with pure adoration. She was clearly a devoted fan. Perfect, he thought. Kyle took out his wand and discreetly aimed it at one of the large photos on the wall. In the next second, the massive picture frame crashed to the floor with a resounding bang. Then a second and a third frame followed suit, falling one by one. The Lockharts in the portraits shrieked in panic, the clamor drawing everyone's attention. Taking advantage of the moment, Kyle quickly cast a disillusionment charm, slipping over to the Gryffindor witch's desk. While the portraits continued wailing, he whispered a spell and created an exact copy of her test answers. By the time Lockhart managed to calm the portraits, Kyle was already back in his seat, holding the copied answers as though nothing had happened. Looks like I need more practice with nonverbal spells, Kyle muttered to himself. Almost got caught casting that one. Kanna looked at him, both amused and exasperated. All this trouble just to copy a quiz. That's only part of it, Kyle replied with a grin. Nonverbal spells are useful for all sorts of things. From the lectern, Lockhart, a bit flustered, straightened his slightly mussed-blonde hair and smiled. There we go, all sorted. It seems the portraits, like me, got a bit overexcited. Continue writing, the 30 minutes are almost up. Kyle quickly transferred the answers to his own paper, checking them against the copied parchment. So Lockhart was selling hair care potions after all, he could have sworn it would be toothpaste. Lockhart was definitely in the wrong business, he thought. With his dazzling smile, he'd be a perfect toothpaste spokesman. As Kyle scribbled furiously, Kanna watched him disapprovingly. Copying a test is wrong. We should be doing this ourselves. Oh. Kyle paused thoughtfully, then set the copied parchment between them. Then let's read it together. Kanna brightened. Yes. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Lockhart Stage Play. Well, unexpected. Half an hour later, Lockhart began to flip through the completed test papers. I'm glad so many of you remembered that I like lilac, but how could you forget my greatest achievement to date? Winning Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. I clearly just mentioned it. He winked at the class. While a handful of his die-hard fans swooned, clutching their chests and gazing at him with glassy eyes, most of the students were less than impressed. Sitting in front of Kanna, Gryffindor's Katie Bell kept her head down, shoulders shaking as she stifled her laughter. Mikkel and Ryan were also struggling not to burst out laughing. But Lockhart's voice rose dramatically. Miss Mireille here knew my birthday is January 26th, splendid. He held up one paper. A perfect score. Where is this exceptional young witch? In the front row, a trembling hand rose. It was the very student Kyle had chosen to copy from. Marvelous. Lockhart praised, beaming. Gryffindor earns an extra 10 points. However. He frowned, pulling out 2 more papers. It seems there were 2 students who managed only 53 correct answers. Holding the papers up, he continued, I think it's time for them to reread Travels with Trolls. As I clearly explained in Chapter 9, my secret ambitions are to rid the world of evil and launch my own line of hair care potions, not toothpaste. Though I have to say, toothpaste is an interesting idea. Perhaps I'll add it to the Lockhart line. Under the desk, Kanna gave Kyle a small tap, clearly exasperated. Those 2 papers were obviously theirs. She'd originally written hair care potions, but seeing Kyle confidently write toothpaste, she had changed her answer. It just shows how easily you waver, Kyle muttered. Besides, a perfect score would just make us stand out. This is good enough. Now, back to business. Lockhart put the test papers aside and picked up a book. He seemed to have planned a surprise for his first lesson with the students, having arranged for Cornish pixies to liven things up. However, his attempt had backfired spectacularly with the second-year class, where the pixies had run amok, turning the classroom upside down and even tossing Lockhart's wand out the window. He'd spent the previous afternoon rummaging through the bushes, claiming he was helping to clear out pests. After that disaster, Lockhart decided to avoid any elaborate tricks for this class, especially given that third years were more challenging. Today, he was going to play it safe. But as soon as the students saw Voyages with Vampires in his hands, they collectively groaned, even the loyal fans. The sight of the book dredged up memories of Professor Quirrell's reading sessions from last year, along with a faint whiff of garlic that seemed to linger in the air. By Merlin's beard, please don't tell me we're reading again this year, groaned a Gryffindor beside Kyle. Similar grumbles echoed around the room. Lockhart quickly clarified, the good news was they wouldn't be reading, this time, they'd be acting. Lockhart had adapted scenes from Voyages with Vampires into a play and wanted the students to perform it, convinced it would better convey his heroic feats. Unfortunately, the students found the prospect even worse than reading, but Lockhart clearly thought this would be a brilliant way to showcase his adventures. And, naturally, he needed a star for his little production. The first person who came to mind was the most celebrated student in the class. Kyle, the recipient of the Order of Merlin, second class. He would look great in the role. Oh, and that second-year Harry Potter isn't bad either, Lockhart mused to himself. And so he acted on it. He called Kyle to the front of the class and assigned him the role of the vampire from his book. Professor, may I ask you a question before we begin? Kyle asked. Go ahead, ask 100, Lockhart replied, adjusting his hair to resemble the hero from his book as closely as possible. Kyle casually opened Voyages with Vampires and flipped through a few pages. In this scene, you repel an attacking vampire with the Lumos Solum charm. But Professor, I'm curious, what exactly does the Lumos Solum charm do? Is it some sort of enhanced lighting charm? That's a special new charm, Lockhart said with a smile. The lighting charm doesn't shine nearly as brightly. For a moment, the Gryffindor students were nonchalant, but all the Hufflepuffs turned to look at McGonagall, who sat in the middle of the classroom. They still remembered the first charms lesson 2 years ago when a blinding burst of light suddenly filled the room. If there really were a Lumos Solum charm, it probably wasn't much stronger than that incident. But McGonagall himself didn't know, he had fainted immediately after casting the spell and hadn't the faintest idea what had happened afterward. At the lectern, Kyle continued, could you show us? Air. Lockhart hesitated, looking a bit lost for words. Perhaps next time. This charm isn't exactly suited for the classroom. How about this one then? Kyle flipped a few more pages. You used the levitation charm to trap the vampire by condensing seawater. You should be able to demonstrate that. Lockhart was, once again, speechless. But Kyle wasn't finished. He kept flipping through the book, continuing with his questions. Also, why aren't vampires afraid of garlic but are afraid of amulets soaked in garlic juice? Why did you travel by boat instead of using apparition? And how did you manage to convince the vampire to only eat turnips? Is that vampire still alive? If he is, have you thought about publishing your methods? Solving their blood-drinking urges could be as monumental as solving the werewolf transformation problem during a full moon. You'd likely be awarded the Order of Merlin, first class. Oh, right. Kyle genuinely seemed ready to ask 100 questions, and his rapid-fire whys left Lockhart reeling. Lockhart had, after all, merely swiped the tale from an elderly wizard, throwing in a memory charm and a generous dose of artistic flair. He couldn't possibly know such details. Under the mounting curiosity of the students' stares, Lockhart began to panic and quickly stopped Kyle's line of questioning. All right, just close the book. I don't mind answering these questions, but the other students still have classes to attend. Consider it your homework assignment. And, of course, if you still don't understand by the end of the year, I'll tell you the answers. Lockhart smoothly sidestepped the questions, then quickly sent Kyle back to his seat and called up another, more compliant Hufflepuff student to perform in his place. If Kyle stayed any longer, he'd surely ask more, and Lockhart couldn't afford that. Chapter 279, thank you. Did you do that on purpose? Kana asked in a low voice once Kyle returned to his seat. Kyle spread his hands with an innocent look. Of course he had done it on purpose. There was no way he was going along with Lockhart's idea of putting on a play, especially just to play a supporting role. But watching the young wizard now performing as the vampire, hopping around the stage with enthusiasm, it looked like he was having fun. And that, at least, was good enough. The bell rang, and Lockhart stood up to announce, "For homework, write a hymn celebrating my heroic conversion of the vampire. The best one will receive a signed copy of Magical Me." "I'd rather write a 3-foot-long essay," Kyle muttered under his breath as he packed up to leave the classroom. Conna nodded in agreement. Ever since she'd met Cedric, her opinion of Professor Lockhart had only soured. And the latest lesson hadn't helped, with a pop quiz 30 minutes into class and Lockhart fumbling through his endless self-promoting photographs. It wasn't hard to guess their next defense against the dark arts lesson would be equally tedious. "I kind of miss Professor Oren," Conna murmured as they walked toward the Great Hall. "Oren?" Kyle looked at her in surprise. "Maybe you should head over to the hospital wing," he said, reaching out to feel her forehead. "You were nearly killed in the Forbidden Forest, and you're thinking about him." "I've already figured it out," Conna replied with a small smile, brushing his hand away. "Oren was after you, and I just happened to be there by accident. If he ever comes back, I'll just steer clear of you." "Oh, brilliant plan," Kyle said sarcastically. "Have you thought about what I'm supposed to do if he shows up again?" "I'm sure you'll come up with something," Conna replied confidently. "You're the cleverest person I know, after all." "Oh, thanks," Kyle said with a wry smile. "But honestly, never mind, I think I'm suddenly quite fond of Lockhart. At least his plays aren't trying to kill anyone." The two arrived at the Great Hall, chatting and laughing. After a few minutes, Cedric joined them, looking fresh in a clean set of robes and with the dirt washed from his hair. "So, how was Lockhart?" Cedric asked, settling down next to them. "I have defense against the dark arts first thing tomorrow." "Brace yourself," Conna said, shaking her head. "It's pretty much like last year." Cedric immediately understood. Another reading lesson, then. If that was the case, he thought, they might as well let the Fat Friar teach it instead, it would save on the cost of Lockhart's expensive books. Or maybe they could bring in nearly headless Nick, with the curse on the defense against the dark arts position, his head might finally come off, fulfilling his long-time wish. "Oh, by the way, here's this," Kyle said, handing Cedric a piece of parchment. "What's this?" Cedric looked down at the parchment and was immediately bewildered. "What's Lockhart's favorite color?" he read aloud. Why would he need to know something like that? "It's for a class quiz," Kyle explained. "Seems like every year gets one in their first lesson. Look it over in advance, if you get all the answers right, it'll earn some points for our house." "How many points?" 10, Kyle replied. "But he'll probably call you up if you score well." "The points are good, I suppose, but maybe he'd drag you into one of his plays instead." "Well, we Hufflepuffs certainly don't lack for points," Cedric quipped. Maybe it was because of Kyle's pointed questions in defense against the dark arts, but he didn't see Professor Lockhart once in the days that followed. When class resumed, Lockhart didn't call on him either. It seemed like he was purposely avoiding Kyle, which, honestly, felt pretty great. But while Kyle enjoyed Lockhart's absence, Harry was having a very different experience. Lockhart seemed to be channeling all his energy toward him. They bumped into each other multiple times in the corridors over the past few days. Harry found himself constantly on alert, ducking into side passages the moment he spotted Lockhart approaching. And it wasn't just Lockhart he had to avoid, there was also the new student, Colin Creevey, who seemed to have memorized Harry's entire schedule. Colin appeared in nearly every class and around every corner, greeting him enthusiastically each time with a "Hi, Harry," to which Harry had to respond, "Hello, Colin," at least 6 or 7 times a day. And so it went until the weekend. Over breakfast that Saturday, Kyle suddenly asked, "Are there going to be any new recruits for the Quidditch team this year?" "No, but we'll need to start finding replacements for next year," Cedric replied. "Including Harris, 3 of the guys are in their 7th year. You're on the team, too, haven't you been paying attention?" "If I wasn't, I wouldn't be asking," Kyle replied, taking a sip of milk. "But with 12 classes and all this homework, I don't have time to think about anything else." "That's fair," Cedric said with a shrug. He'd seen Kyle's packed schedule. Though Kyle could skip overlapping classes, the sheer amount of work and self-study meant his homework load was much heavier than anyone else's. "But when you put it like that..." Kyle frowned. "Our team really has 3 7th years. "Yep, the 2 chasers and the keeper," Cedric confirmed. "They're all graduating next year. But there's some good news, Harris seems to have an offer from the Wratza Vultures to go pro." "Really?" Kyle was surprised. "Did Harris tell you that?" "I haven't heard a word about it." "No, he didn't," Cedric replied, shaking his head. "Remember the Quidditch match I went to over the holiday? Wratza Vultures against the Chudley Cannons." "Exactly," Cedric laughed. "My dad's friends with a Vultures player, and they mentioned it in passing. When they found out I was a Hufflepuff, they even asked if I knew Harris." "That's fantastic news," Kyle said. "Harris didn't say anything to me." "He's probably worried he won't pass the final assessment," Cedric said. It's a tough spot, wanting to keep it quiet until he's certain. Maybe this year we can win another Quidditch Cup, Kyle said thoughtfully. 3 years as captain of the winning team would look great on his resume. That's what I was thinking, but Harris doesn't seem to care at all, Cedric said with a helpless smile. The Gryffindors were out training at the crack of dawn, but Harris went to Hogsmeade with some of the others. Well, that sounds like Harris, Kyle chuckled. But with his skills, I'm sure he'll have no trouble making it into a professional team. Chapter 280, Hogsmeade. Perhaps inspired by Harris, Kyle decided to join his friends for a trip to Hogsmeade on the first weekend of the new school year. Although Kyle had visited Hogsmeade before, he'd always snuck in through a secret passage. Now that he was in his 3rd year, he could finally go openly. During the last herbology class before the weekend, he'd handed in his permission slip to Professor Sprout. In the foyer, Filch was checking names against a long list, ensuring no unauthorized students slipped out. But Kyle and his friends strolled out confidently, permission slips and all. Unlike the small Muggle village of St. Catchpole, Hogsmeade was a true wizarding village, where every resident was a witch or wizard. However, property prices were anything but cheap. Kyle had looked into it once and found that even building a small house in the most remote corner would cost at least 20,000 galleons, and that was the current price. Due to the presence of the Hog's Head, there were always a few questionable witches or wizards around, which had caused property values to drop. Decades ago, before the Hog's Head opened, a plot of land here would have cost upwards of 50,000 galleons. Back then, it was considered prime real estate in the wizarding world. Despite the Hog's Head's reputation, Kyle and his friends had nothing to worry about. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were in Hogsmeade with them, and nobody would dare stir up trouble with professors around. In fact, these visit days were the most orderly times in Hogsmeade. The more dubious witches and wizards were on their best behavior, even being mindful about littering, lest they attract unwanted attention from the professors. And as the most popular wizarding village, Hogsmeade had plenty to explore. From the moment they entered, they could see the colorful signs of various shops lining the road. First up was Zonko's joke shop, Fred and George's favorite haunt. They spent nearly all their saved pocket money here. Just down the road were the Owl Post Office and Honeyduke's sweet shop. We could come here every day, but visiting day is always the best, Fred said with a grin. Yes, George sighed, if only we could come every week. Knowing today was visiting day, they had stuffed themselves with skiving snack boxes to fake sickness and successfully dodge Quidditch practice. The professors don't have all day, Cedric said, counting the galleons in his money bag. This isn't so bad, though. Last year, our first visit day wasn't until late October. Yes, that was rough, Fred laughed. You've caught it at the perfect time, Kyle. We're heading to Zonko's, want to come with us, he added. Sure, let's all go together, Kyle decided after a moment. The others agreed. It was visiting day, after all, and they had plenty of time to wander through the village at their leisure. The group walked into Zonko's, where Fred and George greeted a shop assistant with round glasses behind the counter as if they were at home. Hi. Got anything rare? Fred asked. Always. The assistant pushed his round glasses up his nose and pointed to a pair on display. These glasses here, anyone who wears them will get hopelessly lost, even in the most familiar places. Sounds perfect, Fred said, stroking his chin. We could give a pair to that dolt Marcus, maybe he'd end up tossing the quaffle into his own goal. Good idea, George chuckled, but these glasses are so obvious. Even Marcus, with his troll-like brain, would probably know better than to wear them. Not a problem, the assistant replied. He tapped the glasses frames lightly, and the original round lenses morphed into a subtle, square shape. Another tap, and the frames changed again, this time sporting snakes, lions, badgers, eagles, and shifting styles, round, rimless, monocle-like. We've created a total of 39 styles, he said with a grin, nudging the glasses toward them. There's bound to be one that fits. We'll take them. Fred and George chimed in unison. How much? 5 galleons and 10 sickles. That's pretty steep, Fred observed. It's a brand new item, the shop assistant explained. But I can offer you a discount. 10 sickles off. George asked hopefully. No, 5 galleons and 9 sickles. Fred and George ended up buying the labyrinth glasses after all, and they also stocked up on fireworks in the shop. Unlike them, the others were almost entirely focused on browsing. Kana and Cho were whispering over a pile of hairpins that would snap at anyone who tried to touch them, while Cedric had paused in front of a broomstick that appeared to hover in midair. Of course, this broomstick was just another prank item. As soon as someone climbed onto it, it would spray glue onto their legs, sticking them in place before letting out a loud popping sound. Cedric was tempted to buy it, but the 20 galleon price tag made him think twice. It was far too expensive, not worth the joke. When they finally left Zonko's, only Kyle, apart from Fred and George, had made a purchase, a box of Birdie Bots every flavor beans. Zonko's version, however, was nothing like the sweet shops. These beans weren't remotely sweet. They all tasted awful, yet the packaging was almost indistinguishable from the original. Kyle planned to gift it to some lucky recipient for Christmas. After that, the group headed to Honeyduke's, where they were at serious risk of parting with their last galleon. Row upon row of shelves was loaded with tempting sweets, big, creamy chunks of nougat, shiny pink coconut ice, honey-colored toffee, a seemingly endless variety of chocolates, and a large bin of the regular Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. On the far side of the shop, though, were the treats with special effects, Dribble's best blowing gum, which would fill a room with bubbles lasting for days, small black pepper pots that spat fire when eaten, peppermint toads that would bounce around in your stomach, exploding bonbons that quite literally exploded, and acid pops that could burn a hole through your tongue. Kyle also spotted a jar in the corner with Dumbledore's favorite treat, cockroach clusters. That corner of the shop was noticeably empty. But then again, who in their right mind would buy something like that? Chapter 281, Conflict and the Unusual Snape. Anyone who steps into Honeyduke's rarely leaves empty-handed, and Kyle and the others were no exception, their pockets now bulging with sweets of every kind. They continued down the main road until they reached the Three Broomsticks, where they stopped for a warm butterbeer. True to their word, Fred and George covered Kyle's drink, though Kyle seemed distracted, preoccupied with something the twins didn't notice, brushing it off as them not being ready yet. Inside, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were also enjoying a drink with Madame Rosmerta. McGonagall had a small glass of gilly water in front of her, while Flitwick was sipping a cherry syrup and soda with ice and a tiny umbrella. The professors hadn't spotted Kyle and the others, but it still felt a bit awkward to be in such close quarters with them. Fred and George couldn't seem to stop staring at Professor McGonagall, or maybe they were eyeing Madame Rosmerta. The barmaid, known for her striking looks and friendly demeanor, was a familiar face to most Hogwarts students. After finishing their butterbeers a bit hastily, the group returned to the bustling street. They stopped at Gladrag's Wizard Wear, where they helped Cho pick out a heavy cloak trimmed with white fur. Cho and Kana led the selection process, with Kyle and the others merely nodding along when asked for their opinion. Cedric, however, attempted to help but made one suggestion after another that earned skeptical looks from everyone, especially Fred and George. Even Cho gave him a dubious glance when he suggested cloaks in pure gold. The color was far too flashy, and to top it off, the style was an adult model, making Cho look like a walking golden snidget. After that, Cedric's advising rights were unanimously revoked. As they walked past Madame Putafoot's tea house, they spotted Harris through the window, chatting with a girl with long, maroon-colored hair. Cedric leaned over and whispered, "Oh, so that's why Harris gets here so early in the morning." "I get it," Kyle chuckled. "That's definitely more important than the captain of 3 consecutive championships title." Madame Putafoot's was famously known as a dating spot, where young couples from Hogwarts often went. Clearly, Harris and the girl were more than just friends. "Oh, I remember." Cho murmured, "That's Livy Axina, the Ravenclaw prefect and a 7th year. No wonder she looked familiar, she's wearing different clothes and has done her hair up today." They all gathered by the window, observing the scene inside. Fred and George, with mischievous grins, proposed going in to stage a chance encounter, but Cho and Kana were quick to veto the idea. "Trust me," Cho said seriously. "If you barge in now and mess things up, Harris will be aiming for your heads as goalposts at the next Quidditch match. Think your heads are tough? Just wait till you feel the quaffle." "Don't worry, I'm here," Kyle said, patting his chest for emphasis. "I'll keep passing him the ball." "And me," Cedric muttered. Fred snickered. "Well, the quaffle's still a bit tougher." "I'm kidding," he added, seeing Cho's disapproving look. "And, Mr. Diggory, don't forget, you're not allowed to talk right now." George teased Cedric with a smirk. "What's a seeker doing meddling with quaffles anyway?" Cedric shrugged, taking the jab in stride, and wisely kept silent. At noon, the group returned to Hogwarts. There were places to eat in the village, but the food there was noticeably worse than the meals served at the castle. And, most importantly, they had to pay for it. After a morning full of new experiences, the novelty of visiting day had worn off, and after a brief discussion, they decided to head back to Hogwarts early. The Great Hall was much quieter than usual, with far fewer people than normal, though this silence felt strangely tense. As soon as Kyle entered, he could sense the thick tension hanging in the air. Gryffindors and Slytherins sat at separate tables, but they were glaring at each other across the space. "What on earth happened this morning?" Cho whispered. "I feel like they're about to start fighting any minute." "I don't know," Fred shook his head. "Let's go ask around." The two quickly made their way over to the Gryffindor table and found their friend, Lee Jordan. Since most students had gone to Hogsmeade, there were plenty of empty seats at each table, and the others weren't paying much attention to them, so they sat down wherever there was space. After a while, Fred and George came back. "Oh, we really shouldn't have gone to Hogsmeade," Fred said regretfully. I can't believe we missed so much. Get to the point. Cho said impatiently. What happened? Our team and Slytherin got into a fight on the Quidditch pitch, George explained, because of that Malfoy. The Slytherin second year? Exactly, Fred nodded. His father donated 7 nimbuses to the school and bought him a spot on the team. Using galleons to solve problems. Typical of that family. George glanced over in the direction of the Slytherin table, where the team was still clutching their brand new, shiny Nimbus 2001s. I've seen Malfoy train, he said quietly, and he's not very good. Without those broomsticks, he'd never have made the team. And then? Cedric asked. Malfoy said something really nasty, Fred said, and then they got into a fight. You won't believe this. George suddenly burst out laughing. Our little brother Ron really made a splash this time. He actually made Malfoy vomit slugs all morning. Cho and Kanna's faces darkened. It was obvious that this news was a bit too explosive for them. Cedric's eyes widened as well. When we first heard the story, we were as shocked as you are. Fred chuckled. Absolutely stunned. We thought there was another Ron at school. We didn't realize it was our brother. Although he ended up getting hit with a spell not far off and was sent to the hospital wing, he was still impressive. We decided to share some of the sweets we got from Hogsmeade with him. Kyle scanned the Great Hall. Sure enough, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Malfoy were all missing. So how did it all turn out? What did the professors say? That's the strange part. George rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Lee Jordan told us that Professor Snape was handling it. We thought he'd come down hard on Gryffindor, 100 points docked and detention for Ron. But he didn't, Fred said. Instead, Malfoy got detention. What? The news was so surprising that even Kanna looked shocked. We asked 3 different people, and it's true, Fred whispered. What do you think has happened to Snape lately? Maybe he's trying to make up for past mistakes, Kyle said casually. What? The others looked at him, not quite understanding. Nothing, Kyle shook his head. Just joking. Don't mind me. Chapter 282, Lucius's Fury. In the afternoon, Fred and George visited Ron in the hospital wing with a large bag full of sweets. Kyle went along with them. Outside the hospital wing, 2 groups stood like guards flanking the doorway. On the left were the towering Gryffindors led by Oliver Wood, and on the right were the Slytherin Quidditch players led by Marcus Flint. Both teams had come to visit, but since they arrived in a noisy, rowdy manner, Madame Pomfrey had refused to let them in. Now they were stuck standing in the corridor, glaring at each other as if they could duel with just their eyes. The arrival of Kyle and the others immediately drew attention, and under the intense scrutiny of a dozen pairs of eyes, they carefully knocked on the door to the hospital wing. Why are you still here? Madame Pomfrey opened the door and, seeing the large crowd outside, glared disapprovingly at Wood and Flint. Quidditch players were frequent visitors to the hospital wing due to injuries from games and training, so both Wood and Flint had a natural respect for Madame Pomfrey. After her scolding, they didn't dare linger any longer and quickly ushered their teammates out of the corridor. As for Kyle and the Weasley twins, Madame Pomfrey finally allowed them in, citing their status as family. Don't speak loudly, and don't disturb the others. She warned, if you break any of these rules, you'll never be allowed back in here. Of course, Fred chuckled, we're just here to visit our brother, and we promise to stay quiet. You'd better. Pomfrey pointed to a hospital bed against the wall on the left. Weasley's over there. Thanks, they said. Following her direction, the 3 lifted the curtain around Ron's bed and found him lying there. There were only 2 patients in the entire hospital wing. The other bed, with its curtain drawn, was presumably Malfoy's. Whether by design or coincidence, Ron and Malfoy had been placed right next to each other. If not for the curtain separating them, it was doubtful things would have been so peaceful. In addition to Ron, Harry and Hermione were there as well, though they both seemed rather subdued, heads lowered as if deep in thought. Ron, lying in bed with a bandage wrapped around his head, was the one doing the comforting. It's fine, it's just a horn-growing jinx. No big deal. Malfoy had it way worse, he was throwing up snails all morning. Haha, it's actually the first time I've managed to cast a charm successfully. If this were an exam, I'd bet I'd score an O. Too bad Hogwarts doesn't have a jinx class, Fred commented, lifting the curtain as he walked in. George followed with a grin. You missed your one chance to get an O. Fred, George. Ron looked a bit surprised. What are you doing here? That's not very nice, Fred replied with mock disapproval. Of course we had to visit our dear brother in the hospital wing. Yes, we came back from Hogsmeade as soon as we heard the news. You don't think we can visit you? No, Ron quickly explained. I didn't mean it like that, sorry. Wait, Hogsmeade. At this, Harry suddenly looked up. Didn't you say you were feeling unwell and were going to the hospital wing with Wood? I thought you'd already been discharged and were resting back in the dormitory. Fred and George's expressions froze. They had actually forgotten about that little detail. Don't worry about the details, Fred quickly improvised. We went to Hogsmeade after leaving the hospital wing. That's right, George added, pulling out the large bag of sweets. These are all Honeyduck's best treats, we bought them especially for Ron. For me. Ron looked even more surprised. But as he glanced at the large bag of colorful, delicious sweets, he hesitated, then shook his head. I don't need them. You guys keep them. Even as he said this, his throat tightened a bit. He had noticed some tooth-splintering strong mints in the bag, which were his favorite. But, well, considering how often Fred and George's gifts tended to come with side effects since last year, he wasn't exactly eager to take the risk. Fred seemed to pick up on Ron's suspicions and laughed. Don't worry, this time there's definitely nothing odd about them, we promise. If you don't believe us, you can ask Kyle. He'll vouch for us. Kyle nodded in agreement. These treats were a genuine reward for Ron's bravery in raising his wand against the Slytherins. But even if there were a few tricks involved, it wasn't anything Ron hadn't seen before. Next to him, Harry frowned slightly, as if wanting to say something. But George cut in first. Oh, by the way, Harry, I heard you're giving out signed photos. How come Fred and I haven't got any yet? I'm not, and I haven't. Harry snapped, momentarily forgetting about their questionable alibi. Lockhart's just spreading rumors. I've never given out any signed photos. Huh, what a shame, Fred said with a mischievous grin, winking. Fred and George really did know how to lighten the mood. The gloom that had settled over the room since they'd arrived quickly lifted. Even Hermione, who had been sitting quietly, seemed intrigued when they pulled out a pair of Banshee detector glass. The glasses, bought from Dervish and Banges, were a glass bead about the size of a golden snitch and were meant to detect banshees disguised as ordinary people. Hermione, always fascinated by unique magical items, was nearly defenseless against such novelties. Kyle also brought out an automatic inkjet quill he'd prepared in advance. He had originally planned to give it to Hermione as a Christmas gift, but the timing felt right now, too. And for Ron, he had a little extra surprise, an identical waterproof and moisture-proof badge to the one Harry had. The group didn't stay long in the hospital wing. With the bursts of laughter coming from behind Ron's curtain, it wasn't long before they were reported. Malfoy has informed me that you're disturbing his rest, Madame Pomfrey said sternly. So I must ask you all to leave. Wait, it's even louder over there, isn't it? Ron protested. That pansy Parkinson hasn't stopped yapping since I got here. They'll be asked to leave soon as well, Madame Pomfrey replied firmly. In fact, visiting hours are over. If you want to see him again, you'll have to come back later. There was no arguing with Madame Pomfrey, so the group had no choice but to say their goodbyes to Ron and file out of the hospital wing. As they made their way toward the courtyard by the clock tower, they happened to cross paths with Lucius Malfoy, who was just emerging from the castle. His expression was dark, and he looked as though his anger hadn't subsided in the slightest. Lucius spotted them too and stopped in his tracks. Oh. Weasley. He looked down at Fred and George, drawing out his words in a slow, disdainful tone. Your family may be a little clever, but believe me, the Weasleys won't be so lucky forever. He didn't even attempt to hide his contempt this time. His eyes fixed on the twins with an openly malicious gleam, his previous hostility from the Flourish and Blots incident simmering just beneath the surface. Thanks for the warning, Fred replied coldly, his usual grin gone. But maybe you should focus on your own family first, George added with a hard edge to his voice. I never knew the Malfoys' idea of education was so rudimentary, Fred continued. What an eye-opener. Lucius's hand clenched instinctively around his cane. Kyle, sensing the tension, shifted his hand quietly toward his wand, ready to act in case Lucius lashed out at the twins. But Lucius kept himself in check. He seemed to remember that this was Hogwarts, with Dumbledore possibly watching from some unseen corner, and that any outburst here would have consequences. We'll see about that, he sneered, tossing a final, menacing look their way before turning on his heel and stalking off without a backward glance. Chapter 283, come on, Tom, let's hurt each other. After meeting Lucius in the courtyard, the group's mood was noticeably affected. They returned to the castle in silence and went straight back to the common room. The next day, Ron still hadn't been discharged from the hospital wing. However, according to someone from Slytherin, Malfoy had apparently been taken away by his father, most likely to St. Mungo's. Kyle didn't give it much thought, he had more pressing matters to attend to that day. After breakfast, Fred and George were taken off by Wood for Quidditch training, while Kyle headed to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. He spent the morning transferring all the mooncalves and some of the plants there into his suitcase. However, he left plants with slower growth cycles, like the venomous tentacula, undisturbed. The seeds for these plants had been given to him by the Ministry of Magic as compensation the previous year. It had only been a year, and they were still in the budding stage. The unique qualities of the Room of Requirement allowed them to grow better. There was plenty of time to tend to them in the future, no need to rush. After transferring the last mooncalf, Kyle returned to the small hut at the suitcase's entrance. Instead of leaving, he pulled a box out from under his bed. Seeing Lucius Malfoy yesterday had reminded him that he hadn't checked the diary since Fawkes's last visit. He wondered what had happened to Riddle in the meantime. Kyle took out the dragon's blood he had bought in Diagon Alley, poured it into an empty inkwell, and diluted it with a bit of water. Dragon's blood was expensive, so he wanted to use it sparingly. After setting everything up, he finally opened the diary. Soon, faint words appeared on the page. "I'm sorry, I haven't fully recovered yet. For some reason, my magic is returning very slowly." "That's okay, I've got the dragon's blood," Kyle wrote back in red ink. The words were quickly absorbed into the page. After a few seconds, more words appeared. "Strange, it really is dragon's blood, but why does it contain so little magic?" "I don't know." Kyle wrote. "I bought it in Diagon Alley." "Then you chose the wrong shop, this isn't pure dragon's blood. It's not useful to you. Though the effect is weaker, it's still useful." These words appeared much clearer than before. Kyle nodded to himself. As long as it worked, he wasn't going to complain. With the riddle answer machine back online, Kyle resumed asking questions about magical writing techniques. However, Riddle seemed distracted, his thoughts circling around something Kyle had mentioned earlier. Who was this person capable of effortlessly defeating an enemy that even Dumbledore had struggled with? And the dark wizard Kyle had referred to with such familiarity, Riddle felt certain it could only be him, his future self. After all, an enemy who could pose a challenge for Dumbledore had to be him. No one else would be worthy. He was desperate to know more, the reason for his failure, and what events had led to it. After answering Kyle's questions with patience, Riddle could no longer hold back. "I remember you saying before that someone was stronger than Dumbledore. Is that true? And, what was his name? Was he from my era?" Kyle looked up from the pile of symbols and runes, glanced at the diary, and scribbled down a reply. "Does that really interest you?" "I'm just curious," Riddle replied. "In my memory, Professor Dumbledore has always been the strongest, the one I strive to surpass. Ever since you mentioned someone surpassing him, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it." "No wonder," Kyle wrote back, "I thought your answers were a bit slower than usual. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm really having trouble concentrating." I understand." Kyle's gaze shifted back to the parchment with the latest set of formulas he'd just written down. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table. Although the arrangement appeared normal, looking just like the previous examples, he noticed that two of the symbols seemed familiar. He recalled reading in Nicholas Flamel's alchemy book that the symbols for light and impact must not be directly connected, they required a buffer between them. Failing to do so would create a 90% chance that the alchemical item would explode upon activation. Was Riddle doing this on purpose? Or was it just a mistake? Kyle hesitated, deciding not to say anything about it. Pointing it out would be useless, Riddle could easily claim he'd simply been distracted. And if Riddle knew Kyle had read about alchemy, he would likely become even more careful when setting traps, which would make things far more complicated in the future. Kyle sighed, lightly scratching the parchment. He took a clip to scoop some nutrients for the venomous tentacula from a nearby iron bucket, tossed it into the inkwell, and stirred it. Dipping his quill in the new ink, he wrote, "I'm sorry, Tom, but I was only joking when I said that the person who defeated the Dark Wizard wasn't as powerful as Headmaster Dumbledore. So it was a joke." I had already guessed as much. Riddle's handwriting appeared, clearer now than before. "I knew it, no one is stronger than Professor Dumbledore." "No, Tom, you're wrong," Kyle replied. "Actually, Headmaster Dumbledore doesn't even rank second." "What?" "I hesitated to tell you the truth, thinking you might not accept it, but now I've decided to be honest with you. There are many hidden families in the wizarding world, ancient lines with powers handed down through millennia. They are incredibly powerful, able to move mountains and fill seas with a mere wave of the hand. However, these families rarely appear before ordinary wizards, preferring to protect the wizarding world from the shadows." "Impossible." Riddle's response was hasty and scrawled messily across the page, letters blending together. "If that were true, why did I only meet mediocre people when I was at school? They don't attend Hogwarts. Their knowledge is passed down through their families. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it's the truth." This time, Riddle didn't respond. After a long pause, a new line appeared in the diary. "If that's true, then how do you know about it?" "Plenty of people know," Kyle replied. "Over a decade ago, a dark wizard named Moldywort rose to power. His followers grew so bold that they proclaimed him a Dark Lord with the might of a god of magic, which angered these hidden families. An elderly man finally stepped forward and, wielding a two-handed sword, single-handedly cut down Moldywart's followers, leaving them half dead. The diary remained silent again, much longer this time. What happened then? What happened to this Dark Lord? A few days later, he was killed by an infant. That's the only public record we have. With that, Kyle pasted a newspaper clipping he had prepared onto the diary's page. 10 minutes passed. Tom, are you still there? This time, the diary remained entirely unresponsive. It was as if it had fallen completely silent, as if something inside it had finally broken. Chapter 284, The Daily Prophet. After calling out several times to no response, Kyle gave up and put the diary back in his suitcase. Is it broken? He wondered. A bit disappointing, since he still had a few more exciting fabrications he'd been planning to share. But, well, not everyone had the mental stamina to keep up. With a smirk, he stashed the suitcase and inkwell back under his bed, then began tidying up the parchments on his desk. After a careful inspection, he found 2 more small mistakes on the symbols Riddle had provided, minor details, but still noticeable to a trained eye. Once might have been coincidence, but 3 in a row. Clearly deliberate, Kyle thought with a shake of his head. Riddle really wasn't an honest boy, he mused. Just a few days, and he's already plotting little sabotage. Kyle resumed sorting through the parchments, comparing each against the guide to magical hieroglyphs and logograms for any other inconsistencies. Kyle, where have you been all day? It was nearly dark when he finally left the room of requirement and arrived at the Great Hall, where Fred and George intercepted him and pulled him over to the Gryffindor table. I was reading, Kyle said simply. What's the matter? Reading, all day? Fred asked, incredulous. And you didn't even come for lunch? George added. We waited for you in the Great Hall for 2 hours at noon. I got so caught up in it that I forgot, Kyle replied calmly. What did you want to see me about? No wonder you get straight O's. Fred muttered, though he let the subject drop. He reached into his bag and pulled out a fresh copy of the Daily Prophet. I know why Lucius Malfoy was so furious. Look at this. Kyle froze slightly, recognizing the familiar picture of the enchanted flying car splashed across the front page. Why are you looking at a newspaper from a few days ago? This is today's paper. They just reused the same photo. George pointed at the bold headline above the photo. Conspiracy at King's Cross Station, the boy who lived's life in danger. It was another article by Rita Skeeter. Unlike her previous piece, which had thoroughly condemned Mr. Weasley, this article curiously painted him in a surprisingly positive light, portraying him as a careful and responsible figure, quite a rarity for Skeeter. But beyond that one compliment, the rest of the article was as scathing as ever. Sources indicate that on the day of the Hogwarts Express departure, the entrance to platform 9 3/4 closed early, preventing 2 students from accessing the platform. An informed source claims that one of those students was none other than Harry Potter, the young wizard who defeated you-know-who. The article went on to detail the scene as though Rita had been there herself. It would take an extremely advanced confundus charm to seal the platform, something even most Aurors wouldn't be able to accomplish with ease. However, a student's parent claims to have seen a person in black robes at King's Cross Station that day, robes very similar to those of the notorious Death Eaters of years past. The article finished with a quote from the Ministry of Magic's platform guard, who admitted that he had been performing a memory charm on a Muggle family when the entrance mysteriously closed. Apparently, they'd been drawn to the area by the hoot of an owl and accidentally witnessed a wizard entering the platform. Kyle turned to Fred and George, asking, "You were seen by Muggles?" The only wizards who had entered the platform before the entrance was closed were the Weasley family. "No. I don't think so," George replied, though he sounded uncertain. "But we didn't hear any owls when we were at King's Cross." Kyle nodded thoughtfully and continued reading aloud. "Is this just a coincidence? Or is the platform closure a carefully planned scheme, someone trying to kill Harry Potter to avenge you-know-who? And that person might even be hiding among the parents sending their children to school." "We got a letter from home this morning," Fred said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Dad's investigation is over. Thanks to you, Kyle." George stepped forward, giving Kyle a hearty slap on the shoulder. Kyle shook his head. In truth, even without his help, Dumbledore wouldn't have let Mr. Weasley lose his job, it just would have taken a little longer. It seems that Lucius Malfoy got wind of it ahead of time and knew Mr. Weasley would come out fine. Kyle laughed. "No wonder he said yesterday that Weasley wouldn't always be so lucky, not you." "That's right," Fred chimed in, laughing. "And there's more. Look at this." He turned the page, revealing a paragraph on the back. The Ministry member stationed at the platform said he'd seen 6 witches and wizards at King's Cross, including Lucius Malfoy. Upon seeing the name, Kyle immediately understood what Fred and George were getting at. Lucius had always been suspected of being a Death Eater, and with Fudge's typical paranoia, he'd likely launch an investigation after hearing about the incident. Rita Skeeter, she's something else, said Fred, smacking his lips. We drafted 3 letters, but we only sent 1. The other 2 we tossed out, George added, spreading his hands. She still wrote far more in detail than we did. Maybe someone else wrote to her too, Harry mused, joining in. Look here, only people at school knew I ran into the Whomping Willow, but she knew about that as well. Exactly what we thought, George chuckled. Though things hadn't quite gone as they'd expected, as long as Mr. Weasley passed the investigation, it didn't matter who had tipped her off. In the wizarding world, any topic even remotely related to you-know-who or the Death Eaters would spark immediate buzz. Even though a day had passed, during dinner in the Great Hall, people continued to sneak glances at Harry. In the VIP section, Lockhart was chatting animatedly with the other professors, claiming that had he been at the station, he'd have easily apprehended any Death Eater. As for Harry, he didn't pay much attention to the stares. He'd long grown used to them, thankfully, since it had been even worse when he'd first started at Hogwarts the previous year. Besides, something else was occupying his mind. To be honest, after reading that day's issue of the Daily Prophet, even Harry was beginning to doubt if it was all true. It seemed too much of a coincidence. His thoughts drifted back to the house elf named Dobby he'd encountered over the summer, the one who had stolen his letters and caused the Ministry of Magic to send him a warning. Dobby, too, had tried to prevent him from returning to Hogwarts. Why had it gone to such lengths? Was it connected to the platform incident? And did it have anything to do with Voldemort, or the Death Eaters? Harry couldn't figure it out. Chapter 285, Ancient Runes and Professor Babbling. Rita Skeeter's report may have caused a brief stir, but it didn't last long. From the second week onward, rain settled over Hogwarts, mostly incessant. The gloomy skies and relentless drizzle dampened everyone's spirits, while the damp cold seeped into the castle walls, leaving many young wizards with colds. Madame Pomfrey had to prepare a large quantity of pepper-up potion much earlier than usual. Although the potion worked instantly, it made those who drank it puff like old steam locomotives for several hours afterward. George, who caught a cold, joked that he now looked like an actual steam engine. Fred found it amusing, and although he was perfectly healthy, he went to Madame Pomfrey to ask for a dose of pepper-up potion as well. The two of them then walked around together, billowing steam in sync. Under these wet, gloomy conditions, Kyle finally had his first Ancient Runes class. The Ancient Runes classroom was on the 3rd floor of the West Tower. The professor in charge, Bathilda Babbling, was a witch in her 40s with grayish eyes. Rumor had it that she'd been teaching at Hogwarts for more than 50 years, though no one knew if that was true. As the most challenging subject at Hogwarts, Ancient Runes attracted few students. Only 16 people filled the classroom. This was everyone who had chosen the course from all 4 houses. When the class started, Professor Babbling surveyed the group, a bit surprised. So many students this year? Her voice sounded as if it were coming through a long tunnel. This is a large number, whispered Kanna, who had also chosen the course. Are there usually so few people? Though Kanna's voice was barely audible, Professor Babbling caught it. Last year there were 9, and the year before that, just 7, she replied. This classroom is rarely full, even with 10. Professor Babbling wasn't as stern as she appeared. After answering Kanna's question, she added, half-jokingly, sometimes I wonder if I should combine all 5 years into a single class so I'd only have to teach once a week. Then, the rest of the time, I could go on holiday to other countries. But, alas, your headmaster Dumbledore always refuses. Everyone burst into laughter. Once the room quieted down, Professor Babbling addressed the class. All right, who can tell me what ancient runes are? Cho, seated next to Kanna, raised her hand first. Ancient runes, also known as the study of ancient magical scripts or runic writing, were commonly used in books before the Middle Ages. Also, when different runes are arranged into special symbols, they can produce specific magical effects, so they were widely used in alchemy as well. Precisely. Ravenclaw earns 2 points, Professor Babbling said, nodding. Runes have applications in alchemy, which involves more advanced knowledge. Most of the time, however, they're used to translate ancient documents. But if you're interested. She tapped the desk. Symbols along the walls of the classroom began to glow, and a bright orb of light appeared at the center of the ceiling. I can teach you that, too. Everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. The ability to cast charms without a wand was a skill they'd all dreamed of mastering. Professor, I want to learn this, a Gryffindor student said eagerly. Is that what you all want? Asked Professor Babbling, eyeing the class. Everyone nodded in unison. Very well, I can teach you the basics, but be prepared, Professor Babbling replied, smiling. Just get on with it, I can't wait. Said one student confidently, patting his chest. But half an hour later, he regretted it. It was incredibly difficult. There were so many magical words, each with at least 5 or more meanings, some even had 10. Just memorizing them was enough to make his head spin. And then there was the challenge of arranging them correctly to form those intricate symbols. The same runic script could be written in different ways, depending on the intended meaning. After half the class, he felt as if he hadn't remembered anything, or that whatever he did remember had slipped away minutes later. Now he understood why so few students enrolled in this class. It was just too complex. When the lesson finally ended, he lifted his head from a simple introduction to ancient magic script with an expression that suggested he'd forgotten who he was, where he was, and what he'd just read. Of course, the other students looked much the same. That's about it for alchemical applications, Professor Babbling said cheerfully from the lectern. But don't worry, normally, there's no need to memorize letter order or how to write them for this class. Just focus on understanding the meaning of each rune. That's much simpler for you. The room fell silent. Clearly, the professor's definition of simple was different from the students'. As everyone silently packed up their things, preparing to leave, Professor Babbling seemed to remember something. "Oh, yes, one more thing," she said casually. "If any of you feel this class isn't for you, you can speak with your heads of house to request a class change. I'll allow it until October." Several students perked up, looking thoughtful. After leaving the classroom, Kyle turned to Kana and Cho. "What do you think? Want to switch classes?" "Of course not," Kana replied without hesitation. "Why would I?" Cho said, smiling. "It's challenging, sure, but the runic scripts are fascinating. No wonder Cedric recommended this class to me so strongly. And besides..." She glanced at Kyle and Kana, raising her eyebrows playfully. "I'm a Ravenclaw. I can't let you Hufflepuffs beat me." "Oh, I see how it is, school rivalry." Kyle responded with mock impatience. "Of course not," Cho said, still smiling. "I just meant that Ravenclaws never shy away from knowledge. The more complex it is, the more interested we get." "That's true." Kyle shrugged. "Half the students here are Ravenclaws. But I do think there's something odd about Professor Babbling," Kana said thoughtfully. "In other classes, the first lesson is usually the easiest, but she did the opposite. I read ancient runes made easy, and writing in runes is the last topic covered, it's barely mentioned." "Yes." Cho nodded. "Ordinary ancient runes aren't nearly this difficult, and there was that last comment from Professor Babbling. I keep feeling like she actually wants her students to switch classes. But there are already so few students taking this class." "That's only how it seems to us," Kyle whispered. "Remember what she said before class started, this room rarely has more than 10 students. Maybe we should ask Cedric and Fred if they felt the same way when they first took ancient runes." Chapter 286, Riddle's second request. What was the first ancient runes class about? At the breakfast table in the Great Hall the next morning, Cedric paused, thinking back. "I remember it was really tough. Actually, the hardest class of the whole year was probably that first one." Cho gave him a curious look. "Professor Babbling didn't dive into the application of magic runes in alchemy, did she? Or the different ways of writing that convey different meanings?" To her surprise, Cedric shook his head right away. "No. That's fifth-year material. There's no way they'd cover that in third year." "Then what did you?" "Professor Babbling taught us about the evolution of runic scripts, and what they looked like in their earliest forms." Cedric grimaced. "You wouldn't believe how complicated those runes were before they got simplified. Honestly, that was the first time I ever felt like I couldn't remember anything in a class." Fred and George nodded in agreement. "It was a nightmare. I felt like a stunted troll." Fred muttered. Cho looked at the three of them sympathetically, understanding all too well after her own recent experience. Kyle, listening nearby, suddenly asked, "How many of you were in that class?" "About a dozen, I think," Cedric replied after a moment. "But it didn't really matter, because Professor Babbling said if you didn't want to take ancient runes, you could switch out. By the second week, only 9 of us were left." "Poor 7, Fred said with a chuckle. "We were actually on our way to Professor McGonagall's office to change, then suddenly. We hesitated," George added, grinning. "And decided to stick it out for another lesson, for the sake of Weasley's wizard wheezes. Good thing we did. Because that second class was a bit more normal. Still hard, but at least we could follow it." "You're not doing the same thing now, are you?" Cedric asked. Cho sighed. "Apart from the content, it's pretty much the same, including the option to switch classes. But I don't understand, why would Professor Babbling do that?" Fred thought for a moment. "Some say Professor Babbling wants 3rd through 7th years to take the same classes together, so she deliberately thins out each grade. But that seems impossible." "Yeah, everyone's learning different things," George pointed out. "Percy's working on Advanced Runes translation, and we're still reading ancient runes made easy. Maybe that first class was Professor Babbling's way of testing us, Cedric suggested. Learning magic is a tedious process, and you need patience to keep at it. I think she wants to weed out those who aren't up for the challenge, so they don't waste her time. That's just my guess, of course. Cedric took a sip of pumpkin juice and continued, we don't really know much about Professor Babbling. She only appears for classes and holiday banquets. She hasn't even been to a Quidditch match. For a while, they chatted about how hard it was to learn ancient runes, but how fascinating it became once you got the hang of it. Kyle listened intently, trying his best to blend in, without looking too pleased with himself. This was where having a personal tutor made all the difference. Riddle was patient, knowledgeable, and had a deep grasp of ancient runes. With his guidance, Kyle avoided a lot of the usual pitfalls, making his learning far more efficient. Before, I never really noticed, Kyle thought, but now that I compare, it's different. The problem Cedric and the others struggle with seem so simple to me. Of course, Riddle's diary was essentially Voldemort's study notes from his school days. Lately, though, these notes had been unreliable. Not only did they need careful handling, but the diary had gone silent a few days ago with no sign of when it would return. Thinking about this, Kyle finished his breakfast and, as usual, made his way to the room of requirement. He opened Riddle's diary and greeted him, as he had every day recently. Today, as expected, he wasn't holding out much hope. He wrote his usual message, about to close the diary when, to his surprise, Riddle responded right away. Apologies. My diary's magic seemed to run out suddenly the other day when you showed me that newspaper. Kyle picked up his quill, startled. Are you all right, Tom? I was worried about you. Sort of. Luckily, you've been using dragon blood to write to me lately. So, what are we learning today? I've been waiting too long to continue. Neither Kyle's fabricated story nor the news of Voldemort's death for a baby seemed to faze Riddle. He didn't even ask about anything else. It was as though Voldemort had been an insignificant figure, his death irrelevant. Since Riddle seemed ready to proceed, Kyle didn't want to disappoint him. All right, then, let's continue with ancient runes. I thought that's what you'd choose. You really do enjoy ancient runes. But this time, they didn't study for long. Since Kyle had a class later, he had to leave by 8:50. Time always passes so quickly. Just before Kyle closed the diary, Riddle made an unexpected request. If possible, could you bring some creatures next time? Creatures? Kyle frowned slightly as he wrote back. Do you need to eat? I could just bring some cooked ones from the kitchen. No, I don't need food. I've just always liked magical creatures, back in school, too, and I'd like to see them again. They don't have to be rare. A fairy or a bowtruckle would be fine, they're easy to find near the Forbidden Forest. Kyle hesitated. But Tom, can you actually see them? Of course. You just need to place them in the diary, and I'll be able to see them. Well, all right. I'll go to the Forbidden Forest over the weekend. Kyle agreed casually and quickly left the room of requirement. Riddle's sudden interest in animals didn't seem to have anything to do with nuts, but Kyle didn't have time to wonder about his intentions. There were only 5 minutes left until his first transfiguration class, and if he was late. Ugh, an angry Professor McGonagall was far scarier than Voldemort. Chapter 287, The Professor's Club. Kyle barely made it to the classroom just as the lesson was about to start, and Professor McGonagall only gave him a glance without saying a word. Transfiguration class for third years had already begun, and today's task was to turn a button into a beetle, the exact opposite of the exercise second years were tackling. Although the goal involved the same objects, the level of difficulty was worlds apart. By the end of class, Kyle was the only student who had managed to complete the assignment successfully. Professor McGonagall observed the beetle scurrying around on the table and promptly awarded Hufflepuff 15 points. As for the others, Kana had managed to produce a beetle, but it was stiff and couldn't fly, moving only in an awkward, jerky manner, a half-finished transformation at best. Most students only succeeded in molding their buttons roughly into the shape of a beetle. As the class ended, students began to file out of the room, but Professor McGonagall stopped Kyle before he could leave. Stay behind for a moment, I need to talk to you. Yes, Professor, Kyle replied, nodding as he remained where he was. Once the room had emptied, Professor McGonagall smiled and asked, Are you interested in joining my Transfiguration Club? Transfiguration Club? It's a club I run personally, Professor McGonagall explained. Twice a week, I teach some advanced material beyond what's covered in class. This isn't exam-related, it's more of an enrichment class. What do you say? Are you interested? Of course, Kyle answered without hesitation. I'd be happy to join. Professor McGonagall was one of the foremost masters of transfiguration in the wizarding world. If she held a transfiguration club outside of Hogwarts, people would be lining up with galleons in hand for a chance to attend, no matter the cost. Kyle had no reason to refuse. Very well. Meetings will be every Wednesday and Friday evening at 7 o'clock, said Professor McGonagall. Wednesday? Isn't that today? Kyle quickly asked, where should I go? Is it in the Transfiguration classroom? No, Professor McGonagall chuckled. It's on the 8th floor of the castle, near the right corridor, behind a painting of 2 goats. I'll definitely be there on time, Kyle replied. After saying goodbye to Professor McGonagall, Kyle walked out of the Transfiguration classroom, where Kana was waiting for him by the door. What did Professor McGonagall want with you? She asked. Nothing much, Kyle replied nonchalantly. She just invited me to join her Transfiguration club. As he spoke, he tilted his head slightly, ready to enjoy the look of surprise on her face. Oh, so it's a club, Kana responded casually, not even turning her head. I joined Professor Snape's potions club at the beginning of the semester. Why are you only joining one now? Huh? Kyle asked, a bit taken aback. Professor Snape has a club too. Of course. Every professor can run their own club and invite students from 3rd year onwards to join, Kana explained. By 6th year, members can go straight into the professor's advanced class. Didn't you know? Kyle shook his head. He really hadn't known. That's what Professor Snape told me, Kana said, turning to look at him. I thought you'd been invited to a club at the start of the semester too. I didn't expect yours to be so late. Haha. Maybe the professor was just busy, Kyle replied with a dry chuckle, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, what's our next class? Charms. After Charms class ended, it seemed the professors really had coordinated, as Professor Flitwick also extended an invitation to Kyle to join his club. I'd love to. Kyle said, then hesitated. But I already promised to join Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. Is that okay? Of course, Professor Flitwick said with a smile. In fact, many outstanding students do just that. Take Bill Weasley, for example. I believe you know him. I know, Kyle nodded. The eldest Weasley, working as a cursebreaker for Gringotts. Yes, that's right. When he was at Hogwarts, he joined 3 clubs, Charms, Transfiguration, and Potions. Professor Flitwick gave him a little wink. I think you can manage it too. I'm not so sure. Kyle thought to himself. There was no way Snape would ever invite him to join his club. And even if he did, Kyle would be suspicious about what Snape might have planned. After learning that he could join multiple clubs, Kyle accepted Professor Flitwick's invitation gladly. The Charms Club met in an empty classroom in the West Tower on Mondays and Saturdays. Joining 2 clubs back-to-back would certainly keep him busy, but Kyle knew it was well worth it. Opportunities like these didn't come to everyone. The day flew by, and soon it was 6:50 p.m. Kyle stood in the hallway on the 8th floor, scanning the portraits with some confusion. He'd already walked up and down the corridor once but hadn't seen any painting with 2 goats. There was one painting with a single goat, though. Kyle approached the painting at the end of the corridor, studying the image of a goat grazing next to an old wizard. As he got closer, the old wizard in the painting barked, "Hey, kid, don't stand so close. You're so fluffy, you'll dirty the frame." Sorry. Kyle stepped back, then asked, "Do you happen to have a second goat here? Unless you plan on drawing me one yourself." The old wizard replied with a dismissive glance. "But I do have a donkey, if you're interested." He gestured toward a painting opposite, where a knight held a donkey, shouting provocations. Kyle didn't particularly mind, but the old wizard grimaced and grumbled, "It's so noisy, can't you make him quiet down?" Kyle had an idea. He transformed a multi-flavored bean into a thick velvet curtain and draped it over the knight's portrait, muting the sounds considerably. "Not bad for a transfiguration spell," the old wizard remarked, "but I only have one goat." Actually. Kyle chuckled. "That goat keeps looking around as if it's searching for something. If I'm not mistaken, you must be an animagus, Mr. Dick Angus. You know me." The old wizard raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Just a guess," Kyle replied. "You're mentioned in the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, the renowned 18th century animagus who once turned a dragon into a goat and managed to keep it that way for an entire hour." "Ah, that's ancient history, nothing worth mentioning," the old wizard said, waving it off. Then, he rose and left the frame, muttering, "Minerva always has me running around." When he returned, he had transformed into the likeness of a goat. At the same time, the top and bottom edges of the frame expanded, growing larger and larger. The golden lines around it intertwined, slowly forming something that looked very much like a doorknob. Chapter 288, Transfiguration Club. The frame had transformed completely into a door. Kyle reached for the knob, and with a quiet click, the door swung open. Inside was a room that resembled the usual Transfiguration classroom, though it felt more intimate with only a handful of people seated around. Including Professor McGonagall and Kyle himself, there were exactly 10 people present. On average, it seemed only 2 students per year were admitted to McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, a clear indication of the high standards she upheld for membership. As Kyle stepped in, he was greeted by a round of applause, with one person in particular clapping the loudest from the back of the room. "Cedric," Kyle said in surprise as he recognized the student. "When you left the common room, didn't you say you were going to the kitchen to grab something to eat?" Sorry, Kyle," Cedric replied sheepishly, scratching his head. "Professor McGonagall asked me not to mention anything." "It's true, I asked him to keep it a secret," Professor McGonagall confirmed with a smile. "I wanted to ensure you found the entrance on your own, as that's considered the first test. And it seems you've done well. Take a seat, won't you?" She gestured toward an empty chair near the round table. Everyone sat around this single table, leaving an open spot between Cedric and Percy, clearly intended for Kyle. As he walked over, Kyle noticed something curious. The spot reserved for him had only a small, low square stool, quite unlike the comfortable chairs with wide backs and plush velvet cushions that everyone else was seated in. The other club members were watching him with an amused curiosity, and Kyle instantly understood. This was the second test. If he couldn't perform a simple transfiguration spell, he'd be stuck attending the session perched awkwardly on this low stool. But Kyle wasn't about to let that happen. He took out his wand and gave it a deft wave. The small stool transformed into a brand new velvet armchair, identical to the others. Another round of applause broke out, and some of the older students began introducing themselves to Kyle, signaling his official acceptance into the club. Besides himself and Cedric, there was only one other third year and fourth year in attendance. In fifth year, 2 Slytherins and a Ravenclaw were members, though Kyle wasn't familiar with any of them. Among the sixth years, Percy Weasley was joined by Ravenclaw prefect Penelope Clearwater, who was the first to greet Kyle warmly. The remaining students were all in seventh year. Once Kyle had settled into his seat, Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and a copy of Transfiguration Today appeared in front of each student. "I managed to get an advance copy of the latest issue," Professor McGonagall announced. "Today, we'll be discussing it. Choose an article that interests you most, and share your thoughts with the group." "Yes, Professor McGonagall," the students replied in unison, before the quiet sound of pages turning filled the room. Unlike their structured classroom lessons, the club encouraged open discussions and sharing of interpretations and personal insights. Professor McGonagall's role was more of a facilitator, guiding the discussions, helping when someone hit a roadblock, and gently steering everyone's thinking in the right direction. The room buzzed with an atmosphere of deep focus, and the liveliest debates came from the 5th and 6th years, led by Percy. They had selected an article on interspecies multiple metamorphosis, a cutting-edge topic in transfiguration studies. Percy eagerly shared his own theories and insights, clearly passionate about the subject. It was evident he was preparing to submit an article on the topic before graduation. Transfiguration Today awarded a most promising newcomer prize for young wizards still at Hogwarts, a prestigious accolade that could greatly enhance Percy's prospects at the Ministry of Magic after graduation. By the time the club wrapped up, it was 8 o'clock. After Professor McGonagall gave a closing summary and answered a few lingering questions, the group left the room on the 8th floor, heading back to their respective common rooms. "How did it feel?" Cedric asked as he and Kyle walked down the corridor together. "Really productive and efficient," Kyle replied, glancing at the few sheets of parchment he'd taken notes on. "It would be even better if we could do it every day." "Professor McGonagall probably wouldn't agree," Cedric chuckled. "I don't think she has that much spare time." "Yeah, I know." They continued down the hallway toward the kitchens. Just before entering the Hufflepuff common room, Kyle turned to Cedric with a serious expression. "Mr. Diggory," he began. "Are you still going to the kitchen for a snack? I can wait for you." Cedric looked a bit embarrassed. "Oh, come on. Look, Professor McGonagall asked me to keep it a secret. I really didn't have a choice. Besides, I was confident that painting wouldn't give you any trouble." "I'm flattered by your confidence," Kyle replied with a sidelong glance. "But Professor McGonagall also told us to avoid nighttime excursions. So why'd you forget that when you followed us into the Forbidden Forest last time?" "That was different," Cedric protested. "I was, keeping an eye out. You know, making sure Filch didn't catch you." "Yeah, I don't buy it," Kyle replied flatly. "Fine. I don't believe me either," Cedric sighed. "How about I treat you to a butterbeer to make it up to you?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Are you trying to steal Fred and George's job now?" "What else can I do?" Cedric replied helplessly. Kyle thought for a moment. "I'll tell you what, just say, the Vimborn Wasps are the best Quidditch team, and I'll let it go." "In your dreams." Cedric's face went pale. "Those ruffians are league bottom material. They don't even understand the art of Quidditch." "Actually, the Wasps placed second in this year's league," Kyle said with a grin. It was the cannons who came last. That's just a temporary setback. Cedric insisted, his face resolute. I'm sure they'll catch up and reclaim their former glory. If being at the bottom for 30 years is temporary, maybe they'll turn things around in 50. Or, who knows, 100 years. We'll see, and we'll see who's laughing then. Cedric tapped the entrance barrel with his wand and walked into the common room without looking back. Chapter 289, Dumbledore Divination. The second Saturday of the term was the day for Quidditch team recruitment, though this year was a bit different. Surprisingly, none of the 4 houses needed to recruit new players. Every team was sticking with last year's lineup, except for a single new addition, Draco Malfoy. All the other players were familiar faces. Kyle watched from the stands at the Quidditch pitch, but after just 5 minutes, he found himself bored. This wasn't worth his time. He'd much rather be deep in discussion about runes with Riddle. He'd already fulfilled Riddle's peculiar request, though not exactly as planned. Instead of bringing a fairy or a bowtruckle, Kyle had found something else. Sorry, Tom, Kyle explained, placing a woodlouse on the diary. Hagrid spotted me on the way to the Forbidden Forest. He's the gamekeeper, and he doesn't exactly let students wander there. But I found this, he said, gesturing to the woodlouse. As a snack for a bowtruckle, a woodlouse might be a stretch, but it could still be considered a magical creature in its own small way. Riddle didn't seem to mind the substitution and instead showed unexpected interest in Kyle's encounter. Rubius Hagrid, you say? Yeah, that's his name. Do you know him? As a matter of fact, we were classmates. He was expelled in the end, though, for a rather serious incident, Riddle wrote, his script appearing in neat, flowing lines. Would you like to know what happened? I can show you. No. Kyle wrote back quickly, unbothered by the invitation. I'm just focused on my studies. Let's stick to discussing the runes. What I meant, Riddle persisted, was that Rubius Hagrid was expelled due to a legend connected to Hogwarts itself, the legend of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Chamber of Secrets. Greenhouses. What's that got to do with me? Studying is the only thing that makes me happy, Kyle replied dismissively. Before Riddle's words could fade, Kyle filled the page with more of his questions. Oh, by the way, I still have questions about the symbol for light. Is there an alternative ordering for the runes in its formation? Kyle continued to list his queries, filling up every inch of available space. Riddle paused, slightly thrown off. This was the first time he'd encountered someone completely uninterested in a Hogwarts legend, let alone the notorious Chamber of Secrets. Still, not wanting to risk suspicion, he abandoned his original plan and focused on answering Kyle's rune-related questions instead. Their conversation went on for quite some time, covering numerous details about rune combinations and enchantment theories. When the clock struck 6 p.m., Kyle closed the diary and made his way to the West Tower to attend Professor Flitwick's Charms Club. The Charms Club was far larger than McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, with around 20 students in attendance. Though the faces were new to him, the club's activities turned out to be engaging. The sessions were very hands-on, with a focus on practical spell work and activities that resembled dueling exercises, making it both challenging and enjoyable for Kyle. Kyle had undeniably become busier since joining the professors' clubs, especially after October began. On top of everything, 3 times a week Quidditch practice had also started. To help manage Kyle's packed schedule, Harris adjusted the team's practice days so they wouldn't conflict with his club commitments. As a result, Kyle now had plans every night, whether he was heading to the 8th floor, the West Tower, or the Quidditch pitch, only returning to the common room just before curfew. With his workload piling up, Kyle found himself so overwhelmed that he seriously considered applying for a time-turner again. There was no way around it. While Professor McGonagall had allowed him to skip some classes, he was still required to complete the assignments to demonstrate his learning progress. To squeeze out every possible moment, Kyle set his sights on defense against the dark arts. Although it was a core subject that he couldn't afford to miss, he found he could still work on other things during class. While Lockhart was up at the lectern, reading aloud from one of his books, Kyle sat in the last row, quill in hand, writing on parchment. To anyone glancing his way, it might seem like he was diligently taking notes. But a closer look would reveal that his writing had nothing to do with Lockhart's lecture. The tea leaves form the shape of an eagle, which means he has a nemesis. The stick beneath the eagle's talon suggests he will be attacked. Khan appeared at the parchment and whispered, "You have a nemesis." "Oh, not me," Kyle replied casually. "I asked the house elves in the kitchen to bring a cup of tea to Professor Dumbledore, and he drank it." "Are you telling Professor Dumbledore's fortune?" Kana asked, almost without thinking. Perhaps she had spoken too loudly, as Lockhart's attention shifted their way. "Miss Prince, do you have any questions about this passage?" he inquired. "Sorry, Professor, it's actually me," Kyle said, standing up while still holding a copy of Wanderings with Werewolves in his hand. "I've never quite understood the principles behind the homorphous charm you mentioned. Is it a transfiguration spell?" Or is it more like a special charm, similar to finite incantatum, that can counteract magic? Both, my boy, Lockhart replied with a slight pause before continuing in a lighter tone. Although it's quite simple for me, the homorphous charm is actually very complex and requires extensive knowledge that might be difficult for you to grasp. Kyle looked at him and smiled. If it's you, I'm sure you'd have a way to help us understand. Of course I could, Lockhart replied with a wink. But it would take several lessons, and I doubt your headmaster Dumbledore would allow it. But good to see you're engaged, 5 points to Hufflepuff. Now, let's carry on. Think about that. Kyle sat back down. Handling Lockhart was simple enough if you knew the right approach. Thanks. Kana whispered. But weren't you just reading a book on divination? How did it suddenly become Wanderings with Werewolves? It hasn't changed, it's still the divination book, Kyle said, spreading the book open in his hands. I just swapped the covers. I should have guessed, Kana muttered, before continuing, so you were really doing Professor Dumbledore's fortune-telling. Pretty accurate, don't you think? Kyle grinned. Everyone knows that Professor Dumbledore has a nemesis, so it fits perfectly. But about that attack. Do you think anyone would actually dare to attack Professor Dumbledore? You never know, Kyle mused, running a thoughtful hand along his chin. Maybe it's Fawkes. Haven't you noticed that Professor Dumbledore's beard is getting shorter and shorter? That's Fawkes' doing. In a way, it could count as an attack. Kana frowned, clearly skeptical, yet unable to find a reason to contradict him. Chapter 290, Whispers by the Ear. After class, Kyle hurried to the Great Hall for a quick bite before heading off to the Quidditch pitch. Even Harris, normally calm, was feeling the pressure now that Slytherin had upgraded their lineup with 7 Nimbus 2001 broomsticks. Those things were fast. Fred and George had secretly observed a Slytherin practice, and according to them, the players looked like 7 pale green blurs streaking through the sky. It was troubling news for Hufflepuff. The skill gap between their team and Slytherin's had previously been balanced by technique and teamwork, but now that Slytherin's equipment had advanced, Hufflepuff's skills couldn't be improved fast enough to close the gap. Faced with no other choice, Harris had focused on creating strategies that might outsmart Slytherin's green bigwigs through relentless practice. But this approach was not going smoothly. None of the tactics Harris had devised managed to last beyond a single day. Without fail, each one was scrapped halfway through practice. Today was no different. As dusk settled, Kyle trudged back to the castle, worn out. After nearly a month of intense studying and training, he was starting to feel the effects. His head felt heavy, and he could think of nothing but crawling into bed and sleeping for hours. If only there was a time turner. Kyle thought wistfully. Just as he entered the castle, he encountered Professor McGonagall. I was hoping to find you, she said, handing him a letter. I'm afraid your second application for a time turner has been denied. Again. Kyle took the letter, feeling his headache worsen. Because there aren't any left. Exactly, replied Professor McGonagall, nodding. They've informed us that this year is an exception, all time turners are in use. Kyle glanced at the letter in his hand, which was short and to the point. Dear Albus Dumbledore. Unfortunately, due to exceptional circumstances, all time turners are currently in use, and we must restrict their availability until June of next year. We hope you understand. Yours sincerely. Broderick Bode, Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore. Kyle murmured, puzzled. The headmaster submitted the request himself, Professor McGonagall explained, but it was still turned down. Kyle sighed. So, there's no chance I'll get to use a time turner this year? I'm afraid so, she replied. Professor McGonagall gave him a sympathetic look, well aware of Kyle's packed schedule. Both her Transfiguration class and Professor Flitwick's Charms Club demanded far more than typical coursework. And with Kyle taking 12 subjects in total, it was little wonder he was desperate for a time turner. But there was nothing more she could do, the Department of Mysteries controlled all time turners, and their decision was final. As Kyle stared down at the letter, he suddenly heard a noise, a sound that didn't belong to the wind or the quiet flicker of a nearby candle. It was an ancient, low voice, mechanical and cold, utterly devoid of emotion. Come here, come here. I can give you whatever you desire. Kyle's hand shook, and he nearly tore the letter in his grip. What? Kyle looked up sharply. I'm sorry, Kyle, but you won't be able to use the time turner this year, Professor McGonagall said softly. It's not that, Professor, Kyle replied, shaking his head. After a brief hesitation, he added, I just heard someone talking, like they were calling me over. Professor McGonagall glanced around, her expression turning cautious. She raised her hand, subtly gesturing with her fingers. Kyle felt a gentle breeze brush past him, moving deeper into the castle. A few seconds passed. No one is speaking, Kyle. There's nothing here, Professor McGonagall assured him. Even the closest person is Mrs. Norris, and she's more than 20 feet away, separated by 2 walls. Her voice couldn't possibly reach us. Maybe I just misheard, Kyle said, rubbing his ears. Perhaps you're simply exhausted. I admire your dedication, Kyle, but there are limits. Professor McGonagall paused thoughtfully, then added, while it's too late to drop any of your classes, I'll speak with Professors Burbage and Trelawney about waiving your homework assignments. As for Quidditch, I suggest limiting your practices to just once a week. And remember, you're free to skip Transfiguration Club meetings whenever you need to. Hopefully, this will ease some of your burden. Charity Burbage taught Muggle studies, while Trelawney handled divination, both subjects where exam results weren't of utmost importance. But what Professor McGonagall didn't know was that Kyle also belonged to a runes club. On top of the inherent difficulty of learning ancient runes, he was also contending with traps left behind by Riddle, which left him with barely any time to spare. Training and homework were the least of his worries. Still, since Professor McGonagall had made the offer, he wasn't about to refuse her help. After bidding her goodbye, Kyle walked away alone, lost in thought. Back in the Hufflepuff common room, he saw plenty of students still working on their assignments. Cedric was absent, likely still on the Quidditch pitch. As Seeker, he was practicing tirelessly. Harris had pinned all his hopes on him. Kyle exchanged greetings with a few familiar faces before retreating to his dormitory. Mikkel and Ryan were still out studying, so he had the dorm to himself for now. He dropped onto his bed, his mind circling back to what had happened at the castle entrance. Who was it that had spoken? The basilisk. That didn't seem likely. Although a basilisk could travel unseen through the castle's pipes, it would still need someone to release it. Besides, Riddle's diary was safely locked in Kyle's suitcase, so there was no risk of it causing trouble. The alarms he had set up in the second-floor bathroom hadn't gone off either, which meant the basilisk was probably still asleep in the Chamber of Secrets. And then there was the voice itself. He remembered hearing the basilisk's voice last year. It was cold and emotionless, yes, but it hadn't sounded old. If anything, it was surprisingly youthful. If it wasn't the basilisk, then who could it have been? Kyle rolled over, staring blankly at a pot of flowers on the windowsill. Could he really have been so tired that he'd just imagined it? Chapter 291, Shake Your Head. For a while after that encounter, Kyle kept a close watch on his surroundings, but oddly, the raspy, whispering voice never returned. He even tried to exhaust himself further with increased training and all-nighters, hoping that fatigue might bring it back. Yet, it was all in vain. It seemed he really had misheard something that day. After 2 weeks of this, Kyle finally stopped dwelling on it. A few days before Halloween, on a stormy Saturday evening, Kyle was hurrying down a dim corridor after finishing Charms Club when he nearly collided with someone, or rather, something. He had almost walked straight through nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Nick was staring mournfully out a window, muttering to himself, didn't meet their requirements, only half an inch away. Nick was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice Kyle approaching, at least, not until Kyle decided to greet him. Hello, Sir Poppington. Kyle preferred calling him by his formal name rather than Nick. Ever since his last holiday, Nick had always reminded him of an old man he'd met in Devon. Oh, hello, nearly headless Nick was visibly startled. After looking around for a moment, he finally spotted Kyle. Not many people call me that, he said, sounding slightly cheered. You look tired, which is nice. I mean, I can't quite recall what being tired feels like. As he spoke, he tucked a transparent letter into his shirt. Though the letter was see-through, it resembled real parchment and became almost invisible once folded. I can tell you, it feels awful, Kyle said, rubbing his forehead. You're not missing out. He then changed the subject. You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing, Nick said, waving his hand dismissively. Just a trivial matter. It's not like I truly wanted to join. I thought I could apply, but it seems I don't meet the requirements. His tone was light, but the pain on his face told a different story. Hello. Kyle, and Nick, too, came a voice from down the hall. Harry had approached, looking thoroughly soaked and covered in mud from head to toe, likely having just come from Quidditch practice. Is your badge not working? Kyle asked. It's working fine, said Harry. I just ended up in a mud puddle while chasing the snitch, and it came loose. He held up the waterproof badge, which was still attached to a torn scrap of his robe. Looks like you fell pretty hard. Kyle raised his wand. Reparo. The torn fabric and badge mended themselves back onto Harry's robe. Thanks, Kyle. Hermione's been trying to get me to learn that charm. I think she might be right, Harry said, grinning. Then he turned to Nick. You seem troubled. Being questioned by 2 students in quick succession seemed to make the ghost's frustration bubble over. I'll tell you, he burst out, pulling the letter from his shirt again and launching into a tirade about how the Headless Hunt had rejected his application. Look at this, we can only accept huntsmen whose heads are completely detached from their bodies. He read out furiously. Only a little bit of skin and sinew holds mine on, most people would consider that no different from losing your head. But no, in Sir Patrick's eyes, it's not enough. Harry opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond, and ended up saying rather awkwardly, I think you qualify. Really? Thank you. But unfortunately, they don't agree. Sir Poppington. Kyle said thoughtfully. If you ask me, you don't really need to be fixated on joining the headless hunt. I'm not fixated. Nick retorted defensively. I was just applying for fun. Because, you know, being a ghost can get a bit dull sometimes. Of course, if you say so, Kyle replied, not pressing the matter. But why not start your own almost headless hunt team? Nick looked at him, intrigued. Start my own hunt team? Yes, Sir Poppington, Kyle said. I imagine you're quite well known in the ghost community. Well, I do have quite a few friends, Nick admitted, his expression brightening. In fact, this Halloween marks the 500th anniversary of my death, and over 100 ghosts have already RSVP'd to attend. His pride was evident, so Kyle could guess that this was indeed an impressive number. That's no problem. Kyle laughed. You could announce the formation of your own ghost hunting team during the party. Ask your ghostly friends to help spread the word and boost its popularity. But, what about the activities? Nick hesitated, looking a bit unsure. I hate to admit it, but I really can't do things like horse's head juggling or head-top polo. And I don't look particularly frightening, either. You can come up with your own activities, Kyle suggested. No need to copy theirs. You have your own unique advantages. My advantages? Nick echoed, puzzled. Exactly. Kyle thought for a moment. For instance, you could spin your head like a propeller. They can't do that. Kyle then took out a small stone tied to a string and spun it around his hand a few times. Like this. You could even find a mount that's almost headless and spin together with it. It would be even better if you could make some eerie noises or pull some ghostly expressions while you're at it. Nearly headless Nick's eyes widened in fascination, as if he'd just uncovered a brilliant new idea. He leaned eagerly toward Harry. Do you think it would be truly scary if I did that? Harry glanced at the spinning stone in Kyle's hand, then at Nick's floating head. An image formed in his mind, and his face scrunched up involuntarily. Oh no. The mental picture was vivid, and Harry already knew he'd be haunted by it tonight. Nick, however, was thrilled. Oh, perfect, that's exactly the reaction I'm looking for, he said, clapping his hands in delight. What a marvelous idea. Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore would be astounded if he saw it. Ha. Why didn't I think of this before? He spun around in the air, elated by the prospect of his newfound act. If you'd be so kind, would you come to my... Nick's words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp, shrill noise from the floor near Harry's ankle. Meow. It's Mrs. Norris, Kyle said, eyeing the long trail of mud Harry had left behind. You'd better get out of here. Filch has been cleaning up since this morning. Someone's cauldron exploded in potions class and spilled everywhere. If he sees you leaving muddy footprints. You're right, Harry muttered, quickly glancing at his mud-covered robes and preparing to make a dash for the common room. But it was too late. He'd barely taken a step when Filch appeared from behind a tapestry, his face red and his breath heavy. That's it. Filch snarled, pointing at the mud dripping from Harry's robes. There's mess everywhere, and I've had enough of it. Potter, come with me. Harry sighed, resigned, and followed Filch down the corridor, his muddy footprints trailing along the floor. He's taking him to Filch's office. Likely intending to teach him a lesson, Nick murmured. We need to help Harry. I recall a large cabinet in the utility room. If we drop it on top of Filch's office, it might provide a distraction. A big cabinet? Kyle muttered, intrigued. Where's this utility room? No, you can't go, too much risk of trouble. Nick began sinking into the wall. I'll go find Peeves. He's perfect for this sort of thing. Wait. Kyle started to protest, but Nick had already disappeared. This is all a bit hasty, he thought, staring down the empty corridor. After a moment, Kyle decided on a plan of his own and turned to make his way quickly to the second floor. Chapter 292, A Strange Experience. Filch's office was on the first floor, close to the entrance hall. Located just left of the library and down the corridor, it lay directly beneath an empty classroom. Kyle headed to the second floor, running down the corridor in that direction. But as he passed by the entrance to the library, something strange happened. He felt a sudden sense of distraction, a curious fog clouding his mind. An odd memory floated up, something Voldemort had mentioned in the dungeon last year, the process of creating a Horcrux. Before, Kyle had avoided thinking about it too deeply, worried Voldemort might have twisted the information. But now, out of nowhere, he felt a sense of complete clarity. Concepts that once felt arcane and difficult became simple and obvious, as though he had studied them for years. He could see clearly why each step in the process was done a certain way, understanding every detail with a newfound intuition. This is incredible, Kyle thought. Not even the famed knowledge of Ravenclaw's diadem could compare to this. The information in his mind solidified, as though it were taking form on a piece of parchment covered in intricate diagrams and instructions. The process of creating a Horcrux. The images were vivid, each paragraph of instructions detailed, as if one glance alone could reveal the entire secret. But suddenly, bang! A loud noise echoed through the corridor, startling Kyle out of his trance. The knowledge that had just filled his mind dissipated instantly, vanishing without a trace. No matter how he tried to recall it, it was as if the thoughts had never been there at all. And then, out of nowhere, a water balloon dropped right on his head, bursting with a splash of cold water that drenched him completely. Kyle shivered, the icy water snapping him fully awake. "What are you daydreaming about, Kyle, you rascal?" Peeves cackled, swooping past him. "Better run, Filch the idiot is coming." Then Peeves disappeared around the corner just as Filch came stomping up the corridor. He took one look at Kyle, who stood there soaked with water still dripping from his hair, and spotted the remnants of a burst balloon on the floor. "Peeves did this?" Filch growled. Kyle nodded. "Which way did he go?" Filch demanded. Kyle pointed down the hall. But Filch hardly needed directions. Peeves had left a trail of dripping water stains and splattered portraits in his wake. With a look of furious determination, Filch ignored Kyle and charged down the corridor after the poltergeist. "Peeves. I'll catch you this time, and then you're out of this castle for good." Kyle watched Filch disappear around the corner, then glanced back at the library entrance, confused. What had just happened? Was it some odd coincidence, or something more unusual? And could it happen again? If so, what would trigger it? It couldn't be as simple as just passing by the library. Kyle frowned and took a few steps backward, attempting to recreate his route. A few minutes later, Harry emerged from Filch's office, looking disheartened, only to stop in his tracks at the strange scene before him. There was Kyle, pacing back and forth in front of the library door, sometimes walking slowly, sometimes running or even leaping, as if testing each movement in a bewildering pattern. It was a sight both bizarre and slightly unsettling. "Kyle," Harry called out instinctively, "what are you doing?" "Air." Kyle paused, then turned around smoothly. "Oh, I was waiting for you, and just doing a bit of exercise in the meantime." "Exercising?" "Yes," Kyle replied calmly, "a special training method for chasers." "Not surprising you haven't heard of it, being a seeker and all." Then, changing the subject, he asked, "So, how did it go with Filch? Did he give you a hard time?" Harry brightened. "No, he just sent me on my way. Getting out of Filch's office without a punishment was practically a miracle." "You have Sir Poppington to thank for that," Kyle said with a grin. At that moment, nearly headless Nick floated over, emerging from a nearby classroom, followed closely by a golden and black cabinet that crashed to the floor behind him. "I convinced Peeves to drop it on top of Filch's office," Nick said proudly. "So it was you?" Harry exclaimed, relieved. "Just in time, too, no detention or anything." "Thanks, Nick." Kyle's attention drifted to the cabinet, his gaze sharpening with interest. He stepped into the classroom and examined the intricate golden lines etched into its surface. "What's up with that cabinet, Kyle?" Harry asked, following him. "Is there something unusual about it?" "It's a vanishing cabinet," Kyle murmured, his fingers tracing the golden runes. "Vanishing cabinet?" "Yes, a rare piece of alchemical craftsmanship," Kyle explained. "But it's not vanishing," Harry pointed out, confused. "It's right here." "You misunderstand," Kyle replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. "A vanishing cabinet is linked to another cabinet somewhere else. Anything placed inside it will vanish from here and reappear in the other cabinet, as if by magic." Harry stared at the cabinet, something clicking in his memory. "I feel like I've seen one of these before." "Oh, right. There was a cabinet just like this in that dark magic shop in Nocturne Alley." Harry's voice trailed off, and he glanced warily around, only relaxing when he saw that Nick had drifted to the far side of the room, appearing to inspect the walls with sudden fascination. With a sigh of relief, Harry continued, "Remember how I accidentally ended up in Nocturne Alley using flu powder? I hid in that cabinet at Borgin and Burke's to avoid Malfoy and his father, but I didn't disappear." "So are you sure you're right? Did you close the door completely?" Kyle asked. "Yes," said Harry, thinking back. He'd initially left it cracked open, but he'd shut it all the way when Lucius Malfoy had reached for something nearby. "Then one of the cabinets must be broken," Kyle concluded. "Either this one, or the one at Borgin and Burke's." I've seen vanishing cabinets before, last year in Paris. I wouldn't mistake it. Oh, that explains it, nearly headless Nick said, floating back over. The utility room stores things that are already damaged. This cabinet's been here a long time, at least 50 years. I believe Dumbledore put it here himself, right after he received the Order of Merlin, first class. The whole castle was buzzing with excitement. Chapter 293, there's a story here. Kyle wasn't particularly surprised that Dumbledore had brought the vanishing cabinet to Hogwarts, but the timing was intriguing. Everyone knew that Professor Dumbledore was awarded the Order of Merlin, first class, for defeating Grindelwald in 1945, the same year Grindelwald was imprisoned in Nurmengard's High Tower. That it was during this time that Dumbledore discarded the vanishing cabinet. Well, there had to be a story behind that decision. Of course, Kyle knew better than to speculate about the Headmaster's history, at least not around Harry. After all, Harry's knack for letting things slip rivaled Hagrid's, and one wrong word could lead to all kinds of trouble. So, you're saying this cabinet was broken before? Kyle asked, steering the conversation back. Yes, said Nick. Peeves used to hide in it whenever Filch was after him. If it were working, I suspect Peeves would have already vanished to the other side by now. I see. Kyle nodded, noticing a few old cracks in the cabinet's surface. The damage looked ancient, making it unlikely that any part of it had just recently fallen apart. What's going to happen with the vanishing cabinet now? Oh, just leave it here, Nick replied nonchalantly. No one really comes to this classroom. I imagine Peeves will move it back to the utility room eventually. Kyle nodded thoughtfully, and they left the room together. Harry glanced over at Nick, who was still holding the transparent reply letter in his hand. Maybe Nick felt indebted to Harry for helping him with the whole Peeves ordeal. I wish I could do something to help with the headless hunt, Harry said. No need, Nick said with a shrug, slipping the letter back into his shirt. I've decided to form my own hunting team. One day, they'll regret turning me away. The image of Nick twirling his head popped back into Harry's mind, and he quickly shook his head, forcing himself to banish the unsettling image. Well, good luck with that. Thank you, Harry, said Nick. Actually, I do have one request, if it's not too much to ask. What is it? Harry asked. It would mean a lot if you could come to my Death Day party, Nick said hopefully. It's on Halloween Eve, and I'll be announcing my hunting team in front of all my friends. It would be an honor to have you there. I'll be there, Harry replied eagerly. Mind if I bring a few others? If you mean Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, of course. They're quite popular among the ghosts, Nick said, turning to Kyle with a hopeful look. Sorry, Sir Poppington, Kyle replied, sounding genuinely regretful. I'd love to witness the formation of your hunting team, but I promised Cedric I'd join him at the skeleton dance troupe performance. Oh, naturally. Nick said, forcing a smile. You made a promise, and it's only right to keep it. My invitation was last minute, anyway. But, did Dumbledore really manage to get the skeleton dance troupe this year? Professor McGonagall mentioned it the other day, so I think it's set, Kyle confirmed. Oh, why did it have to be this year? Nearly headless Nick lamented, tugging at his hat in frustration. I've adored their performances for over 2 centuries, and from what I hear, the Bloody Baron says they've recently perfected some new routines that are just spectacular. Why this year of all years? Nearly headless Nick spun in midair a few times, clearly caught up in his daydream. Do you think the skeleton dance troupe might be persuaded to stop by my Death Day party after the Halloween show? I suppose they might, Kyle said, though he sounded uncertain. While skeletons and ghosts had similarities, they were still distinct, and it was hard to say if skeletons would be interested in the ghostly affairs of a Death Day party. Oh, I hope they would, Nick said wistfully, staring out the window. A skeleton dance troupe and Harry Potter, both at my Death Day party. It would be unforgettable. The corridor soon led them to a set of stairs, where their paths diverged. Kyle and Harry headed off toward their respective common rooms, and Nick floated away, likely in search of Peeves. By the time Kyle arrived in the Hufflepuff common room, it was close to curfew, yet many students were still gathered, busily finishing up assignments. This sort of group study session was practically a Hufflepuff tradition. Near the window, Kyle found Cedric and Conna, who looked up as he approached. Death Day party? Cedric said with relief. Glad you turned that invitation down. I doubt it's an event the living would enjoy. Have you ever been to one? Conna asked, intrigued. No, Cedric admitted, shaking his head. But I did see some house elves earlier, carrying food out of the kitchen. Apparently, it's meant for the ghost party and has to be left to rot or get moldy beforehand. Conna's nose wrinkled. I can't imagine the house elves allowing that sort of thing in the kitchen. They keep everything spotless. That's why they took it outside, Cedric replied with a shrug. Imagine if they brought it into the Halloween feast. Not exactly appetizing. That's why I declined, Kyle said. But Harry Potter seemed surprisingly eager to go. Cedric clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disbelief. Harry Potter. No wonder he defeated you-know-who. The guy's not like the rest of us, no normal person would want to attend a ghost party. Should we warn him? No point, Potter's already agreed, Kyle replied. Didn't even hesitate. Well, that settles that. Rain poured down heavily outside, the sky dark and stormy. But inside, the Hufflepuff common room was warm and lively, with students chatting, playing wizard chess, and helping each other with homework. Kyle, meanwhile, shared his unusual experience in front of the library with Cedric and Connor, which quickly distracted them from any talk of ghosts. You're saying that walking past the library made you smarter? Cedric's jaw dropped in disbelief. That can't be possible. I've walked by there dozens of times, and if that were true, I'd have noticed by now. Connor seemed skeptical too. If it were that easy, Professor Snape would have mentioned it by now, and nobody would need to attend class. We'd all just line up in front of the library each day. I know it sounds ridiculous, Kyle admitted quietly, but it felt real. I'm not making this up. Maybe it's just because you've been so tired lately, Cedric suggested, still doubtful. It could have been some kind of hallucination. Or, Connor chimed in, it might be that you had a sudden breakthrough with something you'd been stuck on. That happened to me once. I'd been struggling to perfect the draft of Living Death, but one day while I was lifting my cauldron, it just clicked, and I knew exactly what I'd been doing wrong. She figured Kyle's experience might be similar to her sudden realization with potion brewing. Maybe. Kyle said, feeling a bit less certain now. He decided he would try walking by the library again in the next few days. If nothing happened, well, then he'd have to accept it was just a strange fluke. Chapter 294, The Halloween Feast. Halloween Eve, second floor of the castle. Cedric sat in an empty classroom, covering his face and whispering, Kyle, I don't think this is going to work. Let's just forget about it. They had been coming here for days now, but their efforts had turned up nothing, well, at least nothing useful. Instead, they'd become famous. Nearly half the school knew that the top students from the 3rd and 4th years had been lurking in the library, acting suspiciously. No one knew what they were up to, and rumors had started to fly. Some said they'd discovered a secret study technique, using ancient magic to absorb all the knowledge in the library as their own. It sounded absurd, but surprisingly, plenty of people believed it, and believed it passionately. Lately, more and more students had started gathering in front of the library, meticulously imitating their every move. They were doing a pretty good job, too, now it was practically a group effort. In fact, the library had become a bit of a spectacle, drawing crowds every day. But as a result, Madame Pance's glances in their direction had grown increasingly hostile. The commotion was disrupting the usual quiet of the library, and she had tried multiple times to shoo people away, but to no avail. She couldn't guard the entrance constantly, and as soon as she stepped away, the crowd would return. Needless to say, Kyle and Cedric, being the ringleaders of this unintended fiasco, weren't exactly in Madame Pance's good graces. Cedric figured they'd probably have to avoid the library for a while. Kyle sighed and nodded in agreement. Things had indeed gotten a bit out of hand. Just today, they'd barely managed to get inside the library because of the crowd. It seemed only a matter of time before the professors would step in to break things up. Leaving the classroom, the two made their way down to the first floor, avoiding the main corridors to steer clear of the crowd as they headed for the Halloween party. The Great Hall had been transformed with festive decorations. A dozen massive pumpkins carved into lanterns lined the space, the smallest of which was large enough for 2 people to sit inside, at a thestral, and it could even pass for a pumpkin carriage. At the entrance to the Great Hall, Kyle happened to spot the Gryffindor trio. Promises are promises, Hermione was saying to Harry. You said you'd go to the Death Day party, so you can't back out now. Nearly headless Nick would be so disappointed. But Hermione, I didn't promise anything, Ron complained, looking miserable. And Scabbers is missing. I have to find him. Your rat. Hermione frowned. Don't you usually keep him in your dormitory? Yeah, he was there at noon, but by the afternoon, he'd disappeared, Ron muttered. Neville must have left the door open when he left. I don't even want to think about what could happen if Mrs. Norris finds him. He'd be a goner. Don't worry, Hermione reassured him. Mrs. Norris doesn't eat students' pets, in fact, she only eats what Filch gives her. Are you headed to the dungeon? A familiar voice asked from behind them, startling all 3. They turned to see Kyle and Cedric standing there. Hello, Harry greeted them, and then, with a resigned look, nodded. Yeah, you're right. We're off to the 3rd dungeon. That's where Nick is holding his Death Day party. He was already regretting it, that much was obvious. I suggest bringing some snacks, Cedric advised. There won't be anything there for you. But it's a party, Hermione said, sounding confused. How can there be no food? It's a party for ghosts, Kyle explained. They have different tastes from us. Hearing this, Harry looked even more reluctant. But as Hermione had reminded him earlier, he'd already given his word to Nick, who had once helped him avoid Filch's wrath. Backing out now would be ungrateful, so they had no choice but to go. Worst case, they could slip away early. If they were quick, they might even make it back in time to catch the tail end of the school's party. After exchanging a few more words, Harry, Hermione, and Ron hurried off. They still had to help Ron search for his rat, and time was running out. Kyle and Cedric, meanwhile, strolled into the lively Great Hall. 10 minutes later, the Halloween party officially began. As expected, Dumbledore had indeed invited the skeleton dance troupe to bring some extra excitement to the festivities. True to their name, they were actual skeletons, a different kind of spirit altogether from ghosts. With music filling the hall and flashes of lightning illuminating the enchanted ceiling, they materialized suddenly in front of the head table, prompting gasps from the young wizards. Then, as the tempo changed, they launched into a rhythmic dance. At that moment, Kyle understood why nearly headless Nick had been so dismayed at the troupe's arrival at Hogwarts. Though the sight of animated skeletons was eerie at first, any sense of fear melted away as they moved in perfect harmony with the music. Kyle had never thought skeletons could embody such grace. Every motion was elegant, every step powerful. Their skeletal forms clashed brilliantly with the precision of their movements, and this striking contrast sparked thunderous cheers throughout the Great Hall. From that point on, the applause seemed endless. When they reached their final dance, the troupe chose an even livelier song, Wicked Witchcraft, one of the Weird Sisters' most famous hits. As the music picked up with spirited drum beats, some students couldn't help but start dancing along. Initially, it was just Fred, George, and a few Gryffindors joining in for fun. But as the beat carried on, more and more students rose to join them. Even Professor Lockhart got into the spirit, leaving his seat in the VIP section to dance. His teaching skills might have been questionable, but he was surprisingly graceful on the dance floor. He even attempted to coax other professors into joining him, though Professors McGonagall and Sprout politely declined. However, Professor Charity Burbage, who taught Muggle studies, happily accepted, stepping onto the floor to dance alongside him. Dumbledore looked on, delighted, tapping his foot to the beat. The song ended, but the joyful energy lingered, and the students clamored for more. Dumbledore rose from his seat and motioned for silence. Dancing, he said with a smile, speaks louder than any words. But it's also wise to fill up on food. As he finished speaking, the empty dinner plates before them filled instantly with an array of delicious dishes: roast pumpkin chicken, grilled steak with pumpkin sauce, pumpkin pie, pumpkin soup, pumpkin pudding. Nearly everything was pumpkin-themed, celebrating the season's harvest. Thank goodness we didn't go down to the dungeon with Potter and the others, Cedric said to Kyle, catching his breath after dancing for a while. His excitement hadn't faded. This Halloween party was amazing. Do you think Headmaster Dumbledore will invite them back next year? Chapter 295, Chapter 295, A Hogwarts Tradition, An Unsettled Halloween. After the party ended, everyone filtered out of the Great Hall with mixed feelings. The skeleton dance troupe had vanished while they were still eating, a bit of a letdown. It's really hard to get that dance troupe to perform, said an eager young wizard in the crowd. My dad told me the Ministry of Magic itself has to wait ages to book them. I heard they were at the last Quidditch World Cup, along with the Weird Sisters, someone chimed in. People said it was the best opening show in a century. I never thought we'd get to see them at Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore is amazing, another student marveled. Of course, it's Dumbledore. The students chatted excitedly about the performance as they walked toward their common rooms. But before they reached the doors of the Great Hall, a piercing howl echoed down the stairs, a shrill, eerie sound that sent a shiver down their spines. The chatter slowly faded. What was that? Someone asked, breaking the silence. It was Mrs. Norris, another replied. That screech always makes my scalp tingle. No mistaking it. Did she catch someone breaking the rules again? But, we were all in the Great Hall. Or maybe a dangerous creature from the Forbidden Forest got loose. Mrs. Norris sounded different, like my cat when she's scared. Let's go see what's going on. Curiosity quickly won out, and the crowd surged toward the staircase, eager to discover the cause of the disturbance. After all, the party was over, and the thrill of danger only added to the excitement. Another shriek rang out from the third floor. They hurried down an empty corridor and finally saw Mrs. Norris, perched atop a statue at the end, for standing on end like a hedgehog's quills. She was glaring at something with wild eyes. There, on the wall behind her, words glistened in faint, bloody strokes beneath the flicker of a torch. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Pressed against the wall nearby, looking pale and alarmed, stood Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry appeared on the verge of saying something, but as he turned slightly, Mrs. Norris let out a furious yowl, locking her gaze on him. The crowd now realized what had caused the initial noise. Click. Colin Creevey pushed forward through the throng, clutching his camera. Harry. I've been looking for you. Why didn't you stay for the feast? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but Mrs. Norris cut him off with another menacing growl. Now, any attempt to move even a step brought the cat closer, her claws poised to strike all three of them. Long, fresh scratches marred the skin of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. For some reason, they seemed unable to pull away. Excuse me, excuse me. Kyle pushed his way through the crowd, curious about the commotion. But when he caught sight of the bloody message on the wall, his expression tightened in shock. The Chamber of Secrets. How could that be possible? Riddle's diary was still safely locked away in his suitcase, a suitcase he carried with him at all times. No one else could have accessed it. But then, what was happening here? Kyle's thoughts spun in a chaotic whirl, and he barely registered his friend Connor saying something beside him. He instinctively stepped closer, trying to make sense of it all. But Mrs. Norris, usually friendly toward Kyle, was in no mood for greetings. She turned her sharp gaze on him, baring her claws with a low, hostile growl. Kyle stopped, hesitant to press forward. Only then did he notice that Mrs. Norris wasn't actually perched on a statue. She was standing on top of Filch, who was slumped over, completely still. His head was bowed, which was why they hadn't recognized him at first. Others in the crowd began to notice it too. Beware of those who make enemies of the heir. You'll be next, Mutt, Draco Malfoy sneered, his voice trailing off before he could finish. His icy eyes lit up with cruel delight, and a rare flush crept over his normally pale face as he cast a taunting look at Hermione. In the crowd, Kyle's frown deepened, his mind churning with uncertainty. If Filch's current state wasn't due to the petrification curse, then it could only be the basilisk. No, there must be something wrong, Kyle thought. Just as he decided to head to the second-floor girls' bathroom where Myrtle lingered, the professors arrived. What's going on here? Dumbledore's commanding voice cut through the murmur of students. The crowd parted instantly, allowing Dumbledore to move to the front, with the other professors close behind. In a moment, he reached Filch, and Mrs. Norris, ceasing her restless pacing, leapt down and settled quietly at Dumbledore's feet. Everyone, back to your dormitories, Dumbledore instructed. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, I need your help with something. Come with me. Lockhart bustled forward. Headmaster, my office is nearby, upstairs, and I have a keen interest in this dark magic business. I once resolved a similar case for the Carpathian tribes. They. Thank you, Gilderoy, your office will do nicely, Dumbledore interjected, cutting him off with a nod. Could you also inform Madame Pomfrey? I believe she should come here. Certainly, Headmaster. Lockhart, brimming with self-importance, turned and hurried off toward the hospital wing. The other professors trailed behind Dumbledore, and as they passed, they instructed the prefects to lead students back to their common rooms. As soon as the professors were out of sight, the crowd erupted into a clamor of voices, everyone speculating about what had happened to Filch and what the mysterious Chamber of Secrets could mean. Malfoy, now surrounded by students, wore a smug smile but offered no further explanations. Prefects moved through the crowd, calling for students from their houses. Harris, one of the prefects, spotted Kanna. Kyle, let's go back. She started to say, only to realize Kyle wasn't beside her anymore. Cedric, have you seen Kyle? She asked, turning to him. He was just here. Wait, where'd he go? Outside the noisy crowd, Kyle, cloaked by the disillusionment charm, sprinted toward Myrtle's bathroom. He checked the crack of the door, the quill he had placed there earlier was still in place. Pushing open the door, he found the enchanted books, all still exactly where he had left them. He crouched down, checking under the books, confirming that even the strands of hair he had set up as a precaution were untouched. Oh, Kyle, you've come to comfort me. Myrtle sobbed from atop one of the sinks. That awful Peeves said that I. Sorry, Myrtle, Kyle interrupted, getting straight to the point. Has anyone else been in here recently? Myrtle stopped mid-sob, narrowing her eyes at him suspiciously. Just you, she replied. Besides me, Kyle clarified. Has anyone else come in here? No one would dare come here. Not with poor, crying, sulking Myrtle around. She burst into fresh wails. Kyle wasn't in the mood to console her. He left quickly, heading for an empty classroom where he could search further in private. Once there, he pulled his suitcase from the moleskin pouch he kept on him. Inside the magically enlarged space, he checked his setup, everything appeared exactly as he had left it. But when he lifted the magic box from under his bed, his heart sank, the box felt lighter than it should. No. This can't be. No one could have gotten in here. Taking a shaky breath, Kyle opened the box. It was empty. The diary that had been secured inside was gone. Wait. I must have opened it wrong. Kyle closed the lid and tried again, over and over, until finally, he had to accept the truth. The diary was missing, stolen from right under his nose. Just then, a billywig drifted over, hovering near him. Seeing it, Kyle asked quickly, "Has anyone been here?" The billywig bobbed in midair with an expression of indifference, emitting a tiny chirp. "I'm the only one who's been here." "Are you sure?" The creature fluttered up and down in a nod. Undeterred, Kyle tracked down the Niffler and Norbert, asking them the same question. He received the same answer. The Niffler sniffed the air and glanced around, confirming that no other wizard had entered the room. Chapter 296, The Lost Diary. The next day, Filch still hadn't been seen around the castle. During dinner, Kyle deliberately sought out Harry to find out what had happened in Lockhart's office the day before. "You mustn't tell anyone else," Harry said, glancing around and lowering his voice. "Professor Dumbledore doesn't want too many people to know about this." Filch was turned to stone because of some kind of advanced dark magic. So even Madame Pomfrey couldn't cure him? Kyle asked, frowning. "No." Harry shook his head. Madame Pomfrey poured several bottles of potion over him and even dunked him in a barrel full of magical potions, but nothing worked. Harry hesitated before continuing. But Lockhart said he had an idea. He claimed he encountered something similar in a place called Vega, something. No, I can't remember the name. Anyway, he said he used various amulets to help people solve the problem there. But I think he was bragging, Ron said with conviction from next to him. Remember? He said the same thing when we were on the 3rd floor, but the place names were completely different. That doesn't mean anything, Hermione retorted. What if he encountered it twice? Hermione, do you actually believe all that stuff he says? Ron frowned in disapproval. He can't even handle house elves. Ron. Kyle quickly jumped in, noticing the two of them on the verge of arguing. He changed the subject. Did you find your pet? Oh, you mean Scabbers? Yeah, I found him. Ron pulled the plump rat out of his pocket. Guess what? He never ran outside at all. Turns out he was under the cabinet in the common room the whole time. He probably hadn't eaten in ages, though he looked a bit out of it. It's okay, I have some rat tonic here. Kyle took out a small bottle filled with red liquid and handed it to Ron. Thanks, Kyle. Ron accepted it eagerly. Kyle had given him a bottle of the same rat tonic last year, and it had worked wonders. Every time Scabbers drank it, he seemed to perk right up, though the bottle was small, and Ron had run out long ago, too embarrassed to ask for more. You're welcome. I should be thanking you for satisfying my curiosity. Kyle waved a hand dismissively. It's just a bottle of rat tonic, no big deal. Just come find me when you need more. Then he turned to Harry again. Potter. Just call me Harry. All right, Harry. Kyle lowered his voice. Have you heard any strange noises lately? Strange noises? What do you mean? Kyle clarified, I mean whispers that only you can hear, but no one else does. Harry scratched his head, thinking hard. No. I only heard letters talking when I was helping Lockhart answer his fan mail. But Lockhart heard it too. He said it was a special way of replying that saves reading time, and apparently, loads of his admirers use it. So it wasn't any kind of strange whispering, was it? Kyle nodded, understanding. From this, he gathered that Harry probably hadn't heard the basilisk's voice. However, the issue of petrification, which even Dumbledore couldn't solve, was probably related to the basilisk. And then there was the unexplained disappearance of the diary. As these problems mounted, Kyle felt increasingly overwhelmed. He still hadn't figured out how the diary could have gone missing. Kyle had briefly considered Ron's rat, Scabbers, who was really Peter Pettigrew in disguise, but that seemed unlikely. Peter was hiding as a pet rat, and even Ron had no idea he held a Horcrux in his possession, so it was improbable Peter would know either. Even if Peter did somehow know about it, Kyle was always careful. The moleskin pouch that held the suitcase never left his side, and even at night, Ratton stayed by his pillow. How could a rat sneak in, steal something so significant, and leave no trace? It wasn't that Kyle underestimated Peter's abilities, but if Pettigrew really had that level of skill, he wouldn't have stayed hidden as a pet rat with the Weasleys for over a decade. Kyle also considered the possibility of a time-turner, but his applications had been rejected by the Department of Mysteries twice already. Even Dumbledore hadn't been able to borrow one, let alone him. Besides, why would he, or anyone else, go back in time just to steal his own belongings? And who had released the basilisk that petrified Filch? Was it him, or was it Riddle? Kyle's head was spinning with questions. Meanwhile, Harry and the others noticed Kyle had grown uncharacteristically quiet, sitting still and lost in thought. If not for the occasional change in his expression and the way his hand absently cut his steak, they might have thought he'd been petrified, too. Ron reached out to nudge Kyle's arm, but Hermione stopped him. Ron, Kyle's thinking about something. Don't interrupt him, she whispered. All right, Ron muttered, unbothered. Instead, he stretched across the table to grab 2 more drumsticks. About 10 minutes later, Kyle finally seemed to snap out of it, sighing deeply as he rubbed his forehead, deciding to let it go for now. What were you thinking about? Harry asked curiously. What kind of dark magic could have done that to Filch? Kyle replied casually. Harry's curiosity was piqued. Did you think of anything? Not really, Kyle shrugged. The petrification charm came to mind, but Dumbledore would have easily been able to counter that. Oh. I see. Harry looked a little disappointed. So, why were you on the 3rd floor? Kyle asked suddenly, just as he took another bite of steak. Were you heading straight back to Gryffindor Tower? I thought you'd have gone to the Great Hall to grab something to eat first. We only ended up there after chasing Moaning Myrtle, Harry explained with a sigh. We accidentally said something in the dungeon that upset her, and she started following us, so we tried to catch up and explain. And that's when we ran into Petrified Filch and that bloody cat, Ron added, gingerly touching a small cut on his face. That cat's been tailing us ever since we left the dungeon. When we got to the 3rd floor, she must have thought we were responsible for Filch's petrification and scratched me good. If you ask me, I should have just used my wand right then. Ron, we can't do that, Harry said seriously. Running into a petrified Filch was bad enough. If we'd hurt Mrs. Norris, we'd never be able to explain it. I know. Ron muttered under his breath. But why do we have to put up with all this? That cat really hurt when it scratched me. You're right, Harry agreed, glancing at his own arm, where there were faint, light scratches. He and Hermione had been a bit luckier, managing to escape with only minor scrapes. Madame Pomfrey had applied a healing ointment on them in Lockhart's office, which stopped the bleeding immediately. By the time they'd woken up that morning, the scratches were almost healed, and by tomorrow, they would probably be completely gone. Chapter 297, The Legend of the Chamber. For several days in a row, the topic of conversation around the castle was surprisingly consistent. The students couldn't seem to talk about anything else and spent the entire day discussing the attack on Filch. Filch had been taken to the hospital wing, with Mrs. Norris by his side, keeping a vigilant watch over him. Some students had hoped that life might be easier without this annoying duo around. For instance, they imagined being able to talk loudly in the corridors and pull pranks without fearing someone would pop out of nowhere, yelling for them to be sent to the dungeons. However, they soon realized they'd been too optimistic. The professors took over Filch's duties, patrolling the castle and catching rule breakers at every turn, handing out detentions and deducting points. They were even tougher to deal with than Filch had been. The little tricks that worked against him were completely useless on the professors. Within days, the point totals for all 4 houses had dropped significantly. Even worse, the cleaning of the castle now fell to those who broke the rules, and they weren't allowed to use magic. Just the other day, Kyle had spotted Fred and George lugging around a large pile of cleaning supplies, scrubbing the words off the walls on the 3rd floor. From the way they were muttering, it sounded like they actually missed Filch. The Chamber of Secrets had also become a hot topic. Every copy of Hogwarts, a history had been checked out of the library. They're just wasting their time, said Cedric, glancing around the Great Hall at the younger students flipping through pages. I remember clearly that the Chamber of Secrets isn't mentioned in that book at all. Did you memorize the whole thing? Mikkel asked in disbelief. Of course not, that would be impossible, Cedric replied, shaking his head. But I've read enough to know. There's nothing about the Chamber of Secrets, not a single mention. Oh, I was hoping to borrow it from Millicent after she finished reading it, Mikkel sighed, looking disappointed. It seemed he was also quite intrigued by the Chamber of Secrets. After breakfast, they left the castle and headed to Greenhouse 3. Professor Sprout was a kind witch, always smiling, and her herbology class was one of the most popular at Hogwarts. Today, they were learning how to extract beans from the puffapod. It was trickier than it looked. If they didn't apply the right amount of pressure, the beans would burst instantly. Controlling the force required careful precision. Don't rush it, you have to apply pressure gradually, Professor Sprout instructed. It's a process. And don't touch the leaves or the young shoots, or they'll get angry. Just as she was explaining, a Hufflepuff girl raised her hand. Do you have a question, Miss Bode? Professor Sprout asked kindly. Professor, could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? And who this heir is? Everyone looked up with interest. Mikkel was so eager that he nearly pulled his puffapod out of its pot, causing it to spray a cloud of pink beans right into his face. He yelped in surprise. Professor Sprout blinked. Miss Bode, you're not the first to ask me that, she said with a soft smile. Every student has asked me the same question in every class recently. After a moment's thought, she said, if you finish early, I'll tell you what I know, just some rumors. At this, the students lowered their heads, quickly refocusing on their work. The chatter died down, and even the student handling the dragon dung fertilizer set it aside to carefully work on the puffapod. 10 minutes before the end of class, the last student finally finished. "Well then," Professor Sprout said, her mouth curling into a small smile as she surveyed the greenhouse, now filled with puffapod flowers. Although the student success rate was a bit low, each of them had managed to complete the task at least once, and there were no instances of intentional failure. So, she decided to keep her promise. "Of course, it's just a legend, a bit ridiculous, even," she began. "Let me see, the Chamber of Secrets. It all began 1,000 years ago, with the founding of Hogwarts." For the next 10 minutes, Professor Sprout recounted how Hogwarts was founded and the growing conflicts among the four founders, particularly their differing views on which students should be admitted. After a heated argument, Salazar Slytherin left the school. She paused at this point. "That's all that's recorded. Hogwarts, a history mentions it as well, if you're interested. As for the Chamber of Secrets," she went on, "it belongs to the realm of peculiar legends. It's said that Slytherin built a hidden chamber in the castle, one unknown to the other founders. Supposedly, if his true heir were to open it, a monster inside would be unleashed to purify the school by eliminating those deemed unworthy of learning magic." The bell rang to signal the end of class, but the greenhouse remained completely silent. No one moved, they all stared at Professor Sprout, clearly hoping she would continue. "Well, back to the castle with you, that's all I know," said Professor Sprout, holding the greenhouse door open. "In my opinion, though, it's all nonsense. Salazar Slytherin may have been able to hide the chamber from the other two founders, but he could never have fooled Rowena Ravenclaw. And most importantly, even in his angriest moments, Slytherin only wanted to expel certain students, not harm them." At her urging, the students slowly filed out of the greenhouse. "I knew it. Slytherin has to be connected to the Chamber of Secrets," Ryan said to Kyle and Kanna. "That second-year Malfoy was strutting around like he knew something, and Flint too. I bet they're both aware of the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to tell us anything," Mikkel added with a sigh. "If only we could sneak into the Slytherin common room, maybe we'd overhear something useful." "If you're serious about it," Kyle said with a sly grin, "I actually have some Slytherin scarves and decorations. If you disguise yourselves a bit, you might just blend in. We could try." Mikkel considered the idea, then frowned. "But I don't know their password." "That's easy," Kyle replied casually. "It's usually something like pure blood, glory, eternity, or power. You just have to try a few combinations. Or, you could slip in with a group. Go after breakfast on the weekend, when there are the most people around. No one will notice." "That's brilliant. I wouldn't even need the password." Michael's face lit up with excitement. He touched his red and swollen cheek, still sore from where the puffapod had burst on him. He'd originally thought about getting some ointment for it, but now it seemed unnecessary. With the way he looked now, even a few Hufflepuffs might not recognize him, let alone the Slytherins. This was a rare opportunity. Chapter 298, The Sneaky Trio. Back at the castle, Kyle and his friends navigated the crowded corridors, heading to their next Transfiguration class. Over the past 2 days, students had been constantly asking about the Chamber of Secrets in nearly every class. But unlike Professor Sprout, the other professors weren't as tolerant. In Transfiguration, a Gryffindor girl raised her hand during Professor McGonagall's lecture, only to be cut off before she could even utter the words, "Chamber of Secrets." 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall said, lips pursed tightly. "Miss Bell, I would suggest you focus more on your studies and less on such idle legends. If I recall correctly, you still haven't managed to turn a button into a beetle. That was the assignment from our first lesson, and now Halloween has already passed. At this rate, you might not even earn an acceptable on your exam." Katie Bell flushed deeply and slouched back in her seat, her head bowed. With her as an example, no one else dared to broach the subject. But while the Gryffindors bit their tongues, Hufflepuff students felt no need to ask, they'd already heard the whole story from Professor Sprout. Watching their Gryffindor classmates remain clueless, the Hufflepuffs couldn't help but feel a small, smug sense of superiority. So much for being a Gryffindor. When class ended, Kyle intended to head straight to the Great Hall for lunch. But as he reached the first floor, he was startled by a rapid series of crackling sounds from above. He recognized those sounds all too well, the signature blasts of props being triggered in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Without hesitation, Kyle turned and sprinted up the stairs, drawing his wand and readying his suitcase as he went. Could it be the diary's owner? Or the basilisk? His heart pounded as he ran. If it was a person, fine, but if it was the basilisk, he wasn't sure if it would still obey him. And if it didn't, could Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback, handle it? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Kyle hurried down the corridor leading to Myrtle's bathroom. But as he arrived, he froze, surprised to see 3 familiar faces standing at the bathroom door. "Harry, Hermione, Ron?" Kyle asked, blinking in confusion. "What are you doing here?" The trio looked startled, clearly spooked by the string of explosions, and only fully registered Kyle's presence when he spoke. Harry turned around, flustered. We were just passing by, yeah, just passing by. As he spoke, Kyle noticed Hermione holding a large, ancient-looking book, which she quickly hid behind her back when she caught Kyle's gaze. Despite her attempt to conceal it, he caught a glimpse of the word potions on the cover. Judging by the look of it, he guessed it was Most Potenti Potions, a rare, advanced potions book. Kyle happened to own a handwritten copy of it himself, tucked away in his suitcase. He didn't press her on it, though. Instead, seeing their soot-streaked faces, he felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness it's not the basilisk. Whether you were just passing by or not, I think you should run, Kyle said, glancing over his shoulder. We just finished Transfiguration, and Professor McGonagall hasn't gone far yet. Professor McGonagall. The trio's eyes went wide, looking as if they'd been caught red-handed. If she finds out we blew up the bathroom. Ron muttered, trailing off. Ron, we didn't blow up the bathroom. Hermione corrected him. We just opened the door, we didn't even go inside. I know, but Professor McGonagall doesn't know that. Shut up and run. Apparently, they'd learned from their Halloween experience. Without a moment's hesitation, the three of them bolted. As they dashed past Kyle, Harry, Ron, and Hermione didn't forget to thank him. Thanks for the tip, Kyle. We're off. The three reached the stairs in record time and hurried towards Gryffindor Tower. Just as they rounded a corner, a tabby cat leapt lightly onto the nearby handrail. Its amber eyes scanned the hallway before spotting Kyle and the smoky mess around the bathroom. The tabby cat then jumped off the rail, transforming midair into Professor McGonagall. So this is where the noise came from. She muttered. She stepped into the bathroom and gasped. My goodness, what on earth happened here? Was someone practicing the exploding charm? Kyle leaned forward to take a look. In truth, Professor McGonagall was exaggerating a bit. Other than the walls, ceiling, and the corridor outside the bathroom door being blackened by smoke, there wasn't any real damage. Zonko's exploding textbooks might have caused a loud ruckus, but they were practically harmless, otherwise, Kyle would never have risked setting them up in the school. Professor McGonagall seemed to realize this too, though her irritation didn't fade. Professor McGonagall, I came because I heard a noise, Kyle quickly said. She nodded, giving him an assessing look. Was anyone else here when you arrived? There were three of them, Kyle said, gesturing toward the stairs. They ran down the stairs as I was arriving. Who were they? Professor McGonagall asked, her lips tight. Kyle pointed to the darkened wall and replied, their faces were as black as this wall, so I couldn't see them clearly. Professor McGonagall glanced from the bathroom wall to the corridor outside, where three distinct human silhouettes had been outlined in the smoke. She seemed to piece something together, and a faint smile softened her usually stern expression. One of Zonko's items, no doubt. She decided not to pursue the culprits further. With a quick flick of her wand, she restored the bathroom to its pristine state, then dispersed the growing crowd of students drawn by the noise, many of whom feared another attack like the one on Filch. Myrtle remained silent and inconspicuous throughout the process, and it wasn't until Professor McGonagall left that she cautiously poked her head out from her stall. So, three annoying people driven off. I didn't think those things you put in here would actually work, she said to Kyle with a hint of admiration. What did you think they were for? Kyle whispered as he walked back toward the Great Hall, glancing at Myrtle. Just old books you didn't want. Myrtle replied. Will you put more in? Of course, he assured her. Kyle had picked up quite a haul of Zonko's tricks on his last Hogsmeade trip, including the exploding textbooks. There had only been 2 copies, but judging by the earlier commotion, they were more than enough. By the time Kyle returned to the Great Hall, lunch was already underway. Professor McGonagall was at the head table, speaking with Professor Flitwick. Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived even later, slipping in with their heads down midway through lunch. They'd clearly changed clothes, and as they walked, they tried to smooth out their still rumpled hair. Professor McGonagall glanced at them from the head table, a faintly knowing look in her eye. The Quidditch match is tomorrow, Harris was saying to Cedric nearby. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. We'll finally get to see how those new broomsticks perform, and that new Seeker. He was referring, of course, to Draco Malfoy, the only recent addition to the Slytherin team. Cedric nodded. I'll keep an eye on it. I just hope he's on the team because of those brooms, and not because he's some kind of Seeker prodigy like Potter, Harris said, a note of unease in his voice. 7 brand new Nimbus 2001s were one thing, but if they were combined with a skilled Seeker, the other 3 teams would be in serious trouble. Chapter 299, Chapter 299, Magic Defeats Magic. Kyle got up early on Saturday morning, eager to watch the upcoming Quidditch match. This season's schedule wasn't favorable to Gryffindor, they had to face the fully equipped Slytherin team right from the start. A lineup with all Nimbus 2001s, they might as well be up against a professional team. Given this, it was no wonder the Gryffindors were feeling low. Even Fred and George didn't seem in the mood for jokes. When Kyle arrived in the Great Hall, he found the Gryffindor players clustered together around their long, empty table, looking tense and unusually quiet. Unsure what to say, he simply hurried over and gave both Fred and George a supportive pat on the shoulder as they were getting ready to head to the Quidditch pitch. "Come on, if you win, you won't have to do that tap-dancing flight around the castle again," he said. Fred and George had been looking for an excuse to get out of that bet all year, especially with the shiny Order of Merlin medallions to his name, yet they still hadn't followed through. The main issue was the absurdity of the moves they had planned. Balancing 3 trophies on their heads while tap-dancing on a broomstick wasn't just tricky, it bordered on impossible. Even managing one of those feats would have been a stretch, let alone both. Fred's eyes brightened. "Really?" "Of course, it's a deal," Kyle laughed. "Honestly, your pep talks work way better than Wood's," George said, leaning over. "All he ever does is repeat the same stuff." George cleared his throat and mimicked Oliver Wood's voice with a grand gesture. "Slytherin's broomsticks may be better than ours, but the players on our broomsticks are better than theirs." As if that isn't the most obvious thing, and he's our captain. "But he is the captain," Fred shrugged. "We've got to go along with it." With that, they began joking about Oliver from both sides, and their earlier dejected expressions disappeared entirely. Kyle even suspected they might have put on that sad act just to set him up for his comment. "Hey, Kyle, your face says exactly what you're thinking," George said, raising an eyebrow. "But we weren't faking. We really were nervous. Worried about losing the match. Until we put these on." Fred patted the scarlet and gold of his team jersey. "And then we decided that if we win this time, we'll celebrate the same way. Not because of a bet, just to celebrate." With that, Fred and George laughed as they headed toward the changing rooms, and Kyle made his way to the stands. Cedric had already saved him a seat. "What's the verdict?" Cedric asked. "They seem pretty confident," Kyle replied with a grin. "Good." Cedric nodded. Down by the players' tunnel, Oliver Wood was leading out the rest of the team. "Actually, I spoke with Hannah and Susan from the second year yesterday," Cedric said, glancing toward the Slytherin lineup across the field, "and they both told me Draco Malfoy did poorly in flying lessons compared to Potter." "Not surprising," Kyle said. "If he could actually fly, there'd be no need to buy brooms for the whole team. Nimbus 2001s are outrageously expensive, and buying 7 at once isn't exactly within reach for most people, even the Malfoys." "Exactly," Mikkel chimed in, pushing his way into the conversation. "Apparently, Malfoy's allowance was cut in half because of those broomsticks." "If that's the case, then Malfoy definitely bought his way onto the team," Cedric said, giving Mikkel a skeptical look. "But how do you even know that?" "Oh, I overheard him say it himself." Mikkel patted his pocket absent-mindedly, which was bulging with something. As the boys chatted, the match was about to begin. "On my whistle," called Madame Hooch. 3, 2, 1. The crowd erupted in cheers as the 14 players soared into the gray sky. Harry quickly rose to the highest point, his gaze scanning for the golden snitch. But Malfoy was behaving differently. Instead of searching for the snitch, he seemed focused solely on Harry, flying beside him as if he were showing off. His behavior was oddly reminiscent of a fopper in a courtship display. And this continued for the first 5 minutes. "What on earth is Malfoy doing?" Cedric muttered, frowning. "He's a seeker. Does he think Potter's hiding the golden snitch in his top pocket?" Cedric grimaced, unable to keep watching as the bludgers whizzed dangerously close to both players. Harry quickly swerved to avoid them, but as the bludgers missed him, they zoomed directly toward Malfoy. As the bludger barreled closer, Malfoy seemed rooted to the spot, his face pale with disbelief. Seekers were supposed to watch out for bludgers only when they were trying to catch the snitch, weren't they? But the match had barely started, and there wasn't a snitch in sight. The bludger loomed larger and larger until it was nearly upon him, and Malfoy instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself for impact. Yet, just as it was an inch from his face, the bludger veered off course and hurtled straight back toward Harry. Harry dodged again, but the bludger honed in on him once more, as though it had a mind of its own, refusing to pursue anyone else. Fred and George, noticing this, quickly flew to Harry's side, doing their best to shield him from the rogue bludger. Then, the rain started to fall. "Someone's tampered with the bludger," Fred shouted as he knocked it away again. The spectators in the stands began to realize something was amiss. "Marcus Flint scores. Slytherin leads, 50-0, announced Lee Jordan from the commentary stand. "But what's going on with that bludger? How many galleons does Harry Potter owe it?" Wood signaled to Madame Hooch. Finally, Oliver Wood has called a timeout, Lee announced. Frankly, he should have done that ages ago, ideally before Harry Potter's skull became the bludger's personal target. The Gryffindor team huddled together to discuss a solution, while in the stands, Kyle, donning his waterproof and moisture-proof badge, searched the rain-swept field intently for something. Eventually, he spotted a faint, short figure lurking in the Slytherin player's tunnel. "Excuse me," Kyle muttered as he pushed through the crowd. But instead of heading toward the Slytherin tunnel, he sprinted in the direction of the castle. A few minutes later, Kyle returned, accompanied by a house elf from the kitchen. The game had resumed, with the bludger still relentlessly chasing Harry around the pitch. "Kaka, do you recognize that house elf?" Kyle pointed to the tunnel. "It looks like it's controlling the bludger somehow." "Kaka doesn't know it, sir," the house elf shrieked. "It's not from the kitchen staff. Bad elf, a very bad elf. Kaka will handle it." As Kaka glanced up at the crazed bludger still streaking across the sky, its large ears turned red, whether from fury or something else, Kyle couldn't tell. With a sharp pop, Kaka vanished from sight. A moment later, a small stool came tumbling out of the tunnel. Simultaneously, the bludger that had been trailing Harry abruptly changed course, hurtling straight toward Marcus Flint instead. Having watched the bludger doggedly pursue Harry up until now, the Slytherin captain assumed it would continue to do so and didn't even attempt to dodge. Bang! The bludger smashed into Flint's face with a sickening thud. His eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, slipping from his broom. In the stands, Professor McGonagall reacted swiftly, raising her wand to keep Flint from hitting the ground directly. Chapter 300, Harry's Narrow Escape. Since he couldn't be sure if the bludger's odd behavior would start up again, and with Slytherin's lead growing larger, Harry knew he needed to catch the golden snitch as soon as possible to end the game. "Practicing ballet, Potter." Malfoy jeered, flying right beside him. "I didn't know you had that in you. Maybe you should join the skeletons." Harry was momentarily distracted by Malfoy's taunting and glanced back. But at that exact moment, he saw it, the golden snitch darted right between them. Without missing a beat, Harry took off in pursuit. Malfoy, a bit slower to react, scrambled to catch up. Thanks to his superior broom, the distance between them started to shrink. "It's the snitch. Both Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy have seen it, they're speeding up." Lee Jordan's voice boomed from the commentary booth. "The snitch just changed direction. Harry's closing in, less than 2 feet away, and Malfoy's dropping behind. Seems a fancy broom doesn't always cut it." Harry was inching closer to the snitch, his fingertips nearly brushing its wings, but then a bludger abruptly changed direction and hurtled toward him. This time, Harry didn't dodge. He let go of his broom and lunged forward, catching the snitch firmly in his hand. But at that same instant, the bludger smashed into his arm, breaking it. With a loud splash, Harry tumbled off his broom and landed in the muddy ground, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Cheers erupted from the stands, and Kyle grinned. It was the first time in 3 years he'd seen a whole season opener, and it had been worth it. As the crowd chanted Harry's name, Kyle spotted Dobby the house elf dashing away from the pitch, with Kaka in hot pursuit, wielding a cleaning broom and whacking Dobby repeatedly on the head. Apparently, this was the house elf's way of handling conflicts, straightforward and, well, brutish. Kyle raised an eyebrow, wondering if that final bludger's strange targeting had been Dobby's doing. If so, it was relentless. Poor Harry, though, Kyle had hoped he might escape without a broken arm. After the match, Madam Hooch moved Harry and Marcus Flint, who was also injured, to the edge of the pitch to be taken to the hospital wing. A crowd quickly gathered. Groggy, Harry blinked and saw a blurry row of what looked like gleaming teeth. "Oh no, not you," he muttered under his breath. "What do you say?" "Shall I fix that arm for you?" announced Lockhart loudly to the crowd. "Not to worry, I'm on it." He pulled out his wand. "So, who shall we treat first?" Harry, still half-dazed, managed to lift his uninjured hand and point shakily at Marcus Flint. Him, he's hurt worse." "What a thoughtful lad," Lockhart said, dabbing at his eyes as though moved. "Don't fret, I can heal you both in no time at all. Let's start with the closest one." He eyed Harry's injured arm. "No." Harry exclaimed hastily. "Really, just leave it, it doesn't hurt at all, honestly." He struggled to sit up. "Nonsense, you're talking gibberish from the pain." Lockhart replied with a grin, raising his wand. "Just lie down. It's a simple spell, I've done it countless times." "Professor Lockhart." Kyle pushed through the crowd and leaned in close to Lockhart. "We all know you could handle it," he whispered, "but let's leave this to Madame Pomfrey. Otherwise, she might run out of patience. Plus, everyone would love to hear your thoughts on the match." "Oh, you're right. I wouldn't want to steal Poppy's thunder," Lockhart said, patting his head sheepishly. "Apologies, I've tended to the injured so often on my travels, it's become second nature. I hope Poppy forgives me. But when it comes to Quidditch, you've come to the right expert," Lockhart added with a chuckle. "The Appleby Arrows asked me twice to join them, but I had to turn them down. I was saving villagers from Wagga Wagga werewolves at the time. Actually, they invited me again just this July, the day after Dumbledore visited me. If that letter had arrived 2 days sooner, I'd be on the Quidditch pitch right now. Lockhart's story drew murmurs and admiring glances from his fans, who still seemed plentiful despite everything. Lying on the ground, Harry felt immense relief. Thanks. He whispered gratefully to Kyle. Fred and George pushed through the crowd as well, and as Lockhart recounted his impressive Quidditch credentials, they swiftly lifted Harry and hurried him off toward the hospital wing. Everything went smoothly, and it took Madame Pomfrey only a moment to reattach Harry's arm. She seemed a bit disgruntled, though. Every year someone gets hurt. This sport is too dangerous, I can't understand why Dumbledore hasn't banned it yet, she muttered, thrusting a potion bottle into Harry's hands. Drink this, it'll help with your recovery. Harry accepted the potion without a word and took a cautious sip. Although he'd braced himself, the taste nearly overwhelmed him, it was like the Dursley's pot scrubbing liquid. He choked slightly but managed to keep it down. I thought they said there were 2 injured, Madame Pomfrey remarked, looking around. Why is it only you? No sooner had she spoken than a group of Slytherins arrived, carrying Marcus Flint into the hospital wing. The animosity between the teams was clear, the Slytherins glared daggers at the Gryffindor players. However, with Madame Pomfrey present, they kept silent, settling Marcus on the hospital bed farthest from Harry. A broken nose, and several teeth missing. Madame Pomfrey examined Marcus with a frown. Dumbledore really should ban this reckless sport. Madame Pomfrey, Quidditch isn't actually that dangerous, Malfoy started to protest, but one look from Madame Pomfrey shut him up. After his recent stay in the hospital wing, Malfoy had developed a bit of a phobia of Madame Pomfrey. Her potions were worse than slug juice, and just the thought made him feel queasy. He glanced at the door, his pale face turning even paler. Any urge to mock Harry quickly vanished, he wanted nothing more than to leave before Madame Pomfrey noticed him. Chapter 301, Professor attacked. Despite Harry's insistence that his arm was fine and he could leave, Madame Pomfrey insisted he stay overnight in the hospital wing. Your arm is all bent out of shape, she exclaimed. If you want to be able to use your wand again, you need to make sure it's fully healed before you go. So Harry stayed. The Gryffindor team came by in the evening, bringing cakes, sweets, and several bottles of pumpkin juice, as though they were about to throw a lively party. Unsurprisingly, they were promptly thrown out for seriously disturbing the other patients. I told you 10 minutes ago that you'd be kicked out, Kyle said, laughing as Fred and George returned to the Great Hall empty-handed. Even Professor Dumbledore would have been booted out of the hospital wing if he tried to celebrate there, let alone you two. We had to give it a shot. The twins sat down at the long Hufflepuff table, taking the condiment dish Cedric handed them without protest. Honestly. Fred muttered as he peeled a potato, if a few laughs would wake up Flint or Filch, it'd be worth it. Especially Filch, he might even have to thank us, George added with a wink. Filch was also in the hospital wing, concealed completely behind the heavy curtains drawn around his bed. Early on Sunday morning, Kyle set off to visit Hagrid. He'd only been to the cabin once so far this year, at the start of term, and hadn't gone back since, mostly because he'd been too busy catching up on his work and studying runes. But Hagrid had sent him a letter on Friday, saying he'd prepared some new cured ham and wanted Kyle to come and taste it. Kyle had agreed to visit. Not that the cured ham was a big draw, it was hard to forget his taste test last year. The ham had been so salty it was like chewing on a block of salt. At one point, he'd even wondered if Hagrid had somehow turned salt itself into ham. After leaving the Great Hall, Kyle crossed paths with Hermione and Ron, who were hurrying down the hall. Are you two going to see Harry? He asked. Yes, we are. Ron, clutching a bulging bag, looked nervous. This is a present for him. A pungent smell wafted from the bag, reminiscent of fluxweed. Goodness, he thought, herbal medicine as a gift. Harry's really taken to potions lately. Kyle kept his thoughts to himself, though, and after a bit of casual conversation, he parted ways with them. Hermione and Ron hurried upstairs while Kyle left the castle, making his way to Hagrid's hut. You've been busier than a professor lately, Kyle, Hagrid said, pulling off his dragon skin gloves with a mock frown. If I didn't write to you, would you ever stop by? Of course, I would, Hagrid, Kyle assured him. I've just got 12 classes to keep up with, assignments to write, and a couple of clubs I've joined. He trailed off as Hagrid broke into a smile. I'm just teasing, Hagrid chuckled, lifting a brass pot to pour steaming pine nut tea into Kyle's cup. I know you're busy. Professor Kettleburn mentioned you're juggling 12 classes and have a mountain of writing every day. I honestly didn't think you'd make it today. I need to take a little break, Kyle said, blowing on his tea. Glad you think so, Hagrid replied with a grin. And Kyle, you're already doing a fantastic job. Since Bill graduated, I've not heard of anyone joining multiple clubs at once, you're the first. With that, he brought out a ham sandwich he'd prepared in advance. Kyle shook his head, declining politely, saying he'd just had breakfast. Hagrid shrugged and didn't mind, he just took a piece from the plate himself and dug in. "Where are your friends, the Weasley brothers, Cedric and Conna?" Hagrid asked. "They've gone off to train," Kyle replied. "Conna and Cho are in the library, working on their runes." "Ah, that's good, being in a group," Hagrid said, finishing his sandwich and taking a big gulp of tea. "You'd better stick with them, Kyle, whether it's class or anything else, keep with others whenever you can." "Are you talking about Filch?" Kyle put down his cup. "I'll be careful." "Just being careful isn't enough," Hagrid said seriously. "Even yesterday, a professor—" "Ah, never mind, I shouldn't be talking about it." "A professor?" Kyle frowned, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Did something happen last night?" "Well, you'll find out soon enough." Hagrid glanced toward the castle and lowered his voice. It was Charity Burbage. Last night, Dumbledore found her in an empty classroom. By then, she'd already ended up like Filch. Hagrid poured Kyle another cup of tea. Charity had been studying Muggle life at a Muggle school, so her magic wasn't quite up to the level of the other professors, but still, she was an adult witch. Kyle's hand, holding the teacup, paused midair. He hadn't expected a second attack to happen so soon, and this time, it was a professor. Charity Burbage was a full professor at Hogwarts, and that was a far more serious matter than Filch being attacked. If a professor had been targeted, what did that mean for the students? It was hard to say, but Hogwarts might very well close if this continued. Dumbledore would have to find a way to resolve the situation. Kyle stayed in Hagrid's hut until noon, eventually returning to the castle with a large chunk of pickled warthog leg. Hagrid insisted on giving it to him, and Kyle didn't want to be rude. Norbert had been eating only beef shanks and pork chops from the kitchens lately, so this would make a nice change. As it happened, Kyle bumped into Hermione and Ron again as soon as he stepped into the foyer, this time with Harry in tow. They'd just come down from the common room, probably heading to the Great Hall for lunch. "I can't believe there's such a magical place in Hogwarts," Ron exclaimed, looking excited. "It's amazing," Hermione chimed in, just as thrilled. "There's more in there than in the potions classroom, even a self-stirring cauldron, which will save us so much time. Too bad they don't have potion ingredients. If they had bicorn horns and boomslang skins, we wouldn't even need to go to Snape." "Harry," Hermione interrupted, raising her voice. "Dinner's about to start, we can talk about the potions homework later." Harry froze for a second. They'd been discussing the polyjuice potion, since when had they been talking about potions homework? But, catching on to Hermione's hint, he soon noticed Kyle nearby. "Oh, right, Hermione," Harry said, raising his voice as well. "Those potions homework assignments are really tough. I'm starving." The three then quickened their pace down the stairs, pretending they'd just noticed Kyle, and greeted him with enthusiastic waves. "Kyle. I didn't even realize you were here." Kyle couldn't help but smirk at their poor acting. Honestly, even his Niffler had better poker skills when it tried to hide its stash of stolen coins. "I just came back from Hagrid's," Kyle replied, flashing a polite smile. "He gave me a piece of cured ham. Want some?" "No, no," they all chorused, shaking their heads at once. Never eat anything Hagrid offered unless it was absolutely necessary. That was a lesson they'd learned the hard way last year. Chapter 302, A Small Prophet. By Monday morning, news that Professor Charity Burbage had been attacked and taken to the hospital wing had spread throughout the castle. The school had suspended all Muggle studies classes until a replacement professor could be found. Marcus Flint, recently discharged from the hospital wing, claimed he'd seen the professor being brought there on Saturday night. Everyone who heard was shocked. It was a professor, after all. Rumors spread like wildfire, and suspicions ran high. Nearly everyone began moving in groups, fearful of being attacked if left alone. "He's lying," Harry said indignantly at the Gryffindor table. "He didn't wake up at all on Saturday night, he was out cold." "But people want to believe him," Ron muttered, not looking up. "Forget about it." He dropped a knapsack onto the table, rummaged through a pile of books and notebooks, and finally pulled out a piece of parchment, measuring it with a ruler. Ugh, still 3 inches short. "Harry, did you finish the History of Magic homework?" "What? We have homework in History of Magic?" Harry asked, stunned. "Of course we do. It's on the 1289 International Warlocks Convention." Ron looked at him in disbelief. "Did you let that bludger hit you on the head again?" "No, but maybe it's from that fall I took," Harry admitted. "I don't remember any of that." "You're in trouble, then, because our first period is History of Magic," Ron said sympathetically. He then turned to Hermione. "And you're—" "No way." Hermione shot him a sharp look. "Do your own homework." "I know," Ron said. "But I was in that room on the 8th floor all day yesterday. I didn't have time to go to the library. Oh, right, Hermione huffed, rolling her eyes. You were too busy playing with your broomstick. With 2 people attacked in succession, one of them a professor, everyone at the castle was on edge, the air had grown grim, like a deathly air had descended over Hogwarts. Fred and George could no longer bear the tension, so one morning, they made a spectacular entrance into the Great Hall, each carrying 3 golden trophies balanced on their heads like fashionable, gleaming helmets. In addition, the broomsticks they wielded were unusual, each had an extra plank fastened to the middle with spello tape. Once a sizable crowd had gathered, Fred and George strutted out of the castle amidst the curious stares of onlookers. Outside, they mounted their modified brooms and began to fly leisurely around the castle, performing an energetic tap dance atop their broomsticks as they hovered in the air. Instantly, the crowd's spirits lifted, and the hall filled with laughter and applause. Professor McGonagall was among the crowd, but instead of stopping Fred and George or dispersing the students, she waited silently until they had completed their circuit around the castle and touched back down. Then, she stepped forward, her face set in a stern expression. Professor McGonagall. Why are you here? Fred and George's mischievous grins vanished, and they looked at her sheepishly. 1 point from Gryffindor, said Professor McGonagall firmly. This is not how broomsticks are meant to be used. Don't attempt anything so dangerous again. She glanced at the trophies atop their heads. And make sure those trophies are spotless before you return them to the trophy room, or you'll both be in detention. We promise, Professor. We'll polish them until they shine, said Fred quickly. Good as new, added George. Relieved to have only lost a single point and narrowly avoided detention, Fred and George stifled laughter. They had been prepared for much worse. Professor McGonagall simply turned and walked away without further comment, and the crowd buzzed with renewed energy. Fred and George, basking in their success, walked back to the castle like 2 victorious warriors, surrounded by cheering students. Once inside, they found Kyle and, with a grin, asked, "What did you think?" "A brilliant performance," Kyle replied sincerely. Cedric gave them a thumbs up but added with curiosity, "But how did you manage to keep the trophies balanced?" "Spello tape," said Fred, pulling one of the trophies free to demonstrate. "We thought of using a levitation charm, but decided this was simpler." "Definitely safer," said George, chuckling. "We once asked Ron to help us, but he couldn't quite control the levitation charm and ended up losing the test feather. We still haven't found it. After that, we gave up on asking for help." With class approaching, Fred and George decided to return the trophies promptly. "Is this enough?" Kanna eyed the trophies they were holding, noting the remnants of tape still clinging to them. "More than enough for us," Fred replied with a grin. George added with a wink, "Don't worry, none of these belong to Kyle, we made sure. These trophies are all from Slytherin." Laughing, they dashed up the stairs. Thanks to their antics, the castle felt alive again, breaking the gloom that had settled over Hogwarts. Later, during Defense Against the Dark Arts, Professor Lockhart even announced he might feature Fred and George's performance in his upcoming book. Kyle couldn't help but think that they wouldn't be thrilled by this particular honor. After class, Kyle ran into Neville in the corridor. It seemed Neville had been waiting there, and as soon as he spotted Kyle, he hurried over. "I'm sorry. I think I've ruined it," Neville murmured, his voice shaky and on the verge of tears. He held a flower pot behind his back, revealing a fragile, slender plant with green stems and dry, yellowed leaves that looked as if they might wither at any moment. "They've looked like this since yesterday, and I'm not sure why," Neville said, biting his lip. "I'm sorry." "Why apologize?" Kyle asked, gently touching the leaves with a reassuring smile. "Lady's mantle naturally goes through cycles like this. When the old shoots wither, it'll soon grow new ones, and the leaves will become even fuller. This is completely normal, you're doing a fine job caring for it." "Really?" Neville asked, unable to hide his relief. "So I didn't mess it up this time?" "Of course not," Kyle replied. "If you want to be sure, check 1000 magical herbs and fungi. Chapter 12 covers Lady's Mantle in detail." "Thank goodness. I kept thinking it was my fault that it looked like this," Neville sighed, his mood brightening. "Oh, by the way, Kyle, do they sell amulets where you're from?" "Amulets?" Kyle asked, slightly confused. "Isn't it still half a year until exams? Why do you need one so early?" "No, it's not for the exams." Neville shook his head quickly. "I mean the kind that repels dark creatures and keeps you safe, like, well, this one." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a shriveled, pungent onion. Kyle immediately stepped back, covering his nose. The smell rivaled that of canned herring, and lingered. Neville actually kept this in his pocket. True Gryffindor bravery indeed. Kyle had to admit, it would certainly keep dark creatures at bay, or really, anything with a sense of smell. Except for Fluffy, maybe. That 3-headed beast would probably enjoy it. "Do you have any?" Neville asked, his expression perfectly calm as he even took a deep breath, as if the scent made him feel safer. No, Kyle said, shaking his head. True, amulets and charms had grown popular around school lately, and Fred and George had even approached him about it. But Kyle had never taken the idea seriously. The market was already oversaturated, especially with demand dwindling among Slytherins. For all that effort, they'd barely make a few galleons, which didn't seem worth it. Ah, I see. Neville's face fell a little. He clearly wanted to buy something. After all, everyone knew Kyle's products were more reliable than anything else on campus. Seeing Neville's disappointment, Kyle thought for a moment before saying, "Actually, wait a second, I might have something." He reached into his moleskin pouch and pulled out a pointed amethyst. It was a decorative piece he'd received as a gift from the owner of Dervish and Banges last time he'd been in Hogsmeade. It wasn't valuable, you could get a fist-sized chunk of it for a galleon. Neville accepted the amethyst with a spark of excitement. Can it protect me from harm? No, Kyle admitted. But if you shine it at a corner before turning, it might just save you. Neville examined the amethyst, his reflection mirrored in its smooth surface. Ah, it must work like a sneakoscope, something to detect hidden dangers, he muttered, sounding pleased with his deduction. How much is it? He asked. Well, normally 10 sickles, Kyle said. But this one's a... Before he could finish, Neville pulled out 5 galleons. Great. I'll take 10. Chapter 303, Lockhart's Dueling Club. Even Kyle hadn't expected the little gift he gave Neville to become such a hit. Thanks to Neville's enthusiastic word-of-mouth promotion, more and more students started showing up, eager to buy what they were calling anti-demon crystals. It was a name they had invented themselves, but the mystique around it only fueled demand. Fred and George were astonished. The next day at lunch, they tracked Kyle down at the Hufflepuff table and flanked him. Kyle, didn't you say you weren't interested in selling amulets? Fred demanded. Then why did half of Hogwarts turn up at breakfast wanting to buy these things? And what is this anti-demon crystal nonsense? George asked suspiciously. You're not cooking up something valuable on the side and keeping it from us, are you? Kyle sighed. It's just a decorative amethyst, literally a Christmas ornament. I gave Neville one yesterday, and somehow, by this morning, the entire school is clamoring for them. Kyle rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Neville had wanted to buy one, but Kyle hadn't been selling them and had just given him the amethyst as a gift. Neville had promised to spread the word, but Kyle hadn't anticipated just how effectively he'd do so. After listening to Kyle's explanation, Fred and George grasped what had happened. Neville Longbottom. They muttered in unison. If only he'd come to us sooner. The twins exchanged a look, both thinking of all the galleons they could have raked in if they'd been ahead of the trend. As soon as they finished their meal, they rushed through one of Hogwarts' secret passages to Hogsmeade and bought every large amethyst they could find. Back at the castle, Kyle used a spell to cut each one into the pointed crystal shapes he remembered from his childhood. For an extra touch, he decided to add a homemade pepper bomb to the base of each crystal. This would create a smoke screen of pepper-infused fog if the crystal was broken, allowing for a quick escape in a pinch. It was a hit. Fred and George ended up making 3 trips to Hogsmeade for restocks, and on their final trip, they even cleared out Dervish and Banges' entire supply of amethysts. Kyle had to admit he'd underestimated the market. The anxiety over the Chamber of Secrets had made students willing to spend 10 sickles for a little peace of mind. Even without high-end Slytherin customers, they'd made a small fortune. The only downside was that Hogwarts soon had a lingering scent of pepper. Every day, some young wizard would accidentally drop their crystal, setting off the pepper bomb, and Neville seemed to be the unluckiest of all. He was going through crystals at an alarming rate, nearly one every 2 days. Eventually, Fred and George felt so bad for him that they started giving him discounts, even refunding what he'd previously spent, to the point where they lost money on him. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, who shared a dorm with Neville, weren't thrilled with the craze. They grumbled more than once that every meal now tasted faintly of pepper. I think you two should get one too, this isn't like those useless onions and salamander tails, Hermione told them. The crystal itself lets you check around corners, the smoke blocks visibility, and the pepper can mess with a creature's sense of smell. Kyle really thought this through. Whatever the monster is, this crystal would come in handy. Maybe you're right. Ron said with a shrug, but if you had a roommate like Neville, you wouldn't be saying that. And with that, the days sped by, bringing December and its cold weather. One morning, a new rumor circulated. Lockhart had discovered that professors could start clubs, so he petitioned Dumbledore for permission to create one himself. As Kyle, Connor, and Cedric arrived for breakfast, they noticed a fresh piece of parchment pinned to the notice board in the foyer. What's that? Cedric asked, leaning closer to read it. The school is starting a dueling club, an eager Gryffindor ahead of them exclaimed. First meeting is tonight, at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall. Finally, someone said. About time they started teaching us dueling. It could be really useful. Ha, As if any of those Slytherin goons would ever duel us fair and square, came a skeptical voice. Kyle turned to see Ron, though it was obvious he was interested too. "Hello, Kyle," Hermione greeted him. "Are you going to this dueling club?" "Yeah," Kyle nodded. "I've got some free time tonight, and it sounds interesting." "We're going too," she said, glancing at Harry and Ron. "You never know, it could be useful." "Of course we're going," Ron muttered. "I just hope there's no pepper there." Harry nodded beside him, as both boys had been cautious around their meals lately, each dish carrying a faint peppery scent from Neville's frequent crystal mishaps. By 8 o'clock that evening, the Great Hall had transformed completely. The long tables had been removed, replaced by a gilded stage against one wall, glowing under the light of hundreds of floating candles. When Kyle and his friends arrived, the hall was packed with students, nearly the entire school, each holding their wand and buzzing with anticipation. "Who do you think is going to teach us?" Cho wondered aloud. "Could it be Professor Dumbledore? Or Professor Flitwick?" Cedric suggested. "He was a dueling champion back in the day. He'd be perfect for it." "Maybe neither," Fred muttered, eyeing the golden stage. "This showy setup looks like the work of someone I know." Moments later, Lockhart strode onto the stage, beaming in a long, plum-colored robe. Snape trailed behind him, his expression as sour as ever. "Knew it," Fred groaned. "No one else would put on such a garish show except that peacock." "And Snape." George sighed. "This couldn't get worse. Is it too late to sneak out?" Kana glanced back at the Great Hall doors, which had already closed behind the throng of students. "Looks like it is." On stage, Lockhart waved his arms grandly for silence. "Gather round, come closer," he called. "In light of recent events, Professor Dumbledore has kindly agreed to let me start this little dueling club to teach you all a thing or two about defending yourselves in times of danger." He gestured to Snape. "I'd also like to thank Professor Snape, who has graciously agreed to assist me. A truly generous man." Snape's face twisted slightly at that remark. If he didn't need Dumbledore's approval on his potions requisition forms, he would never have agreed to assist Lockhart with this absurd club. Lockhart, oblivious to Snape's darkening expression, continued with a grin, "Now, don't worry, it's just a demonstration, and I'll be careful with my spell work. I promise to return your potions, Professor, to you in one piece." Snape's eyes narrowed as he stared daggers at Lockhart, his expression growing icier by the second, as though he was picturing Harry standing before him. Chapter 304, Kyle's most feared opponent. A hush fell over the Great Hall as everyone watched the stage, where Lockhart and Snape stood facing each other, wands at the ready. "First, we must observe proper dueling etiquette. It's essential," Lockhart announced grandly. The two bowed, or rather, Lockhart did. He embellished his movements with extravagant hand flourishes, looking more like he was performing for an audience than preparing for a duel. Kyle, who had seen Professor Flitwick demonstrate proper dueling etiquette at the Charms Club, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lockhart's so-called form bore no resemblance to standard dueling at all. In fact, 99% of his hand movements seemed invented, with no practical use. In a real duel, anyone pulling off such moves would be a laughingstock. But here, at Hogwarts, it was just more theater, and some students actually cheered for Lockhart's showy display. And then, 3 seconds later, Expelliarmus. A red flash shot from Snape's wand, and Lockhart was blasted backward off the stage, slamming into the wall before collapsing to the floor, clutching his stomach. His wand went flying, landing somewhere in the crowd behind Snape, who didn't even bother to catch it or glance in its direction. The Slytherins burst into applause and cheers, clearly delighted. Lockhart scrambled to his feet and immediately began muttering excuses. The floor was too soft, the stage lighting had thrown him off, the atmosphere was simply too gloomy. In short, he blamed the venue, not his own lack of skill. Given a different setting, he assured everyone, the outcome would have been different. "I have to say, Lockhart's pretty quick on his feet," Cho giggled, covering her mouth. "He's able to come up with so many excuses in just a few seconds." "That's a real talent," Cedric chuckled, barely able to keep a straight face. By now, everyone had figured out that Lockhart was a fraud. Even though no one knew exactly how he'd fabricated the grand tales in his books, his pathetic performance at Hogwarts was proof enough. In comparison, even last year's defense professor, Quirrell, had been more competent. Lockhart finally wrapped up his excuses and, with a tight smile hiding his frustration, ended the demonstration. He glanced at Snape, whose expression was murderous. "Thank you, Miss Brown," Lockhart said with forced cheer as he retrieved his wand from the crowd. "Now, let's move on to pairing everyone up for practice duels. Professor Snape, would you kindly assist?" Snape, silent and scowling, stalked off the stage to start pairing students, a gesture that served as his reluctant agreement. He and Lockhart moved through the crowd, organizing students into pairs. Before long, Lockhart reached Kyle's group. Ah, let's have the two young ladies here, Miss Chong and Miss Kana, pair up, he announced. Next, he paired Fred and George, much to their amusement. Cedric, eager to partner with Kyle, stepped forward, but Lockhart shook his head. Now, Mr. Diggory, you're a year older, so that wouldn't be fair. You'll partner with Mikkel instead. Kyle suppressed a groan. Professor, I'd prefer. Before he could finish, a silky voice interrupted. I think it would be unfair for someone who has defeated a werewolf and received the Order of Merlin, second class, to duel against someone in his own year, Snape drawled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Surely, the youngest Order of Merlin recipient should not trouble himself with an ordinary sixth-year student. Lockhart hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. But, Professor Snape, pairing him with someone 3 years above his level, that hardly seems appropriate. Kyle tried to look uncertain, though inwardly, he was thrilled. If there was one person at Hogwarts he dreaded dueling with, it was Mikkel, even more than Dumbledore or Snape. At least with a professor, he'd survive. But Mikkel was another story entirely. His control over magic was alarmingly unpredictable, and Kyle still remembered the disastrous lighting charm incident back in first year. Professor Sprout might have helped Mikkel improve his spellcasting, but Kyle wasn't about to risk it. What if, in the heat of the duel, Mikkel forgot everything he'd learned? The thought of facing Michael's forbidden charm version of Expelliarmus was too horrifying to consider. But now, thanks to Snape, he was off the hook. For the first time, Kyle found himself silently thanking Professor Snape. He truly was a man who looked out for his students. Fearing Snape might change his mind, Kyle didn't waste a second. If that's what you want, Professor, I can give it a try, he replied smoothly. Very well, Snape replied icily. Flint, step forward and show us all just how talented a recipient of the Order of Merlin can be. A murmur rippled through the Slytherins as Marcus Flint, their Quidditch captain, swaggered up to the front with a smug grin. He had nursed a grudge against Kyle since last year's Quidditch match, and now he finally had the chance to teach him a lesson. Oh, I'll take real good care of you, Flint sneered, his eyes glinting cruelly. The Slytherin Quidditch players behind him erupted in laughter. Kyle gave a mild smile, looking completely unbothered. Oh. Fred whispered to Ginny beside him, better not get too close, Ginny, or you might get splattered with blood. Looks like Flint's got a soft spot for the hospital wing, George remarked, shaking his head. He just got out and already wants to go back. Ginny looked a bit alarmed. But Kyle's got good grades in charms, sure, but Flint's a sixth year. Ginny, you're new to Hogwarts. There's a lot you haven't seen yet, George said reassuringly, patting her shoulder. Trust me, you'll see soon enough. Once all the students had their partners, Lockhart climbed back onto the stage. Face your partners, he called out. Bow. On the count of 3, cast your spells. Remember, only the disarming charm. The students complied with Lockhart's instructions, but the moment the duels began, it was utter chaos. Spells flew in every direction, filling the Great Hall with bursts of colorful light like fireworks. Some of the younger students quickly abandoned their wands altogether, opting to throw fists instead, turning their duels into a free-for-all wrestling match. Marcus Flint wasted no time in casting a jinx directly at Kyle. Furnunculus. Protego. Kyle's shield charm flared up instantly, and the jinx rebounded, flying back toward Flint. Engorgo skew. Kyle murmured, watching Flint with a calm expression. Focused on preparing his next curse, Flint didn't even see the rebounded jinx until it slammed into his stomach. He staggered back, clutching his middle, as large scorch marks began to appear on his robes, causing him to collapse in pain. Disarming charm only. Lockhart's horrified voice echoed through the hall as he watched the mayhem unfold. Snape, observing from the stage, merely shook his head. Kyle had demonstrated the shield charm last year for several students on the train. Flint, the fool, hadn't bothered to prepare. It was as if he had Longbottom's potions cauldron for a brain. Seeing Kyle about to raise his wand again, Snape swiftly stepped forward and barked, enough. Finite. A green mist unfurled across the Great Hall, washing over the students and dissolving the effects of every spell. Flint scrambled to his feet, his face flushed with humiliation. He gripped his wand, ready to cast another spell at Kyle, but one of his teammates held him back. Calm down, Professor Snape's watching you, they warned. Feeling the weight of Snape's cold gaze, Flint reluctantly lowered his wand, snorting with frustration as he stomped away. Is that it? Fred sighed, looking disappointed. Well, that was anticlimactic. Nearby, Lockhart was weaving through the crowd, frantically assessing the damage. Stand up, Macmillan. Oh dear, broken leg. Miss Fawcett, press down hard on that cut, the bleeding will stop. Boot. Lockhart, looking completely rattled, gathered himself in the middle of the hall. I don't think any of you understand what a duel is supposed to be, he said in a trembling voice. This was definitely not how he'd envisioned things going. Perhaps another demonstration would help. Lockhart scanned the room, his eyes reluctantly flicking towards Snape before darting away. Who would like to join me for another example? Snape's fingers twitched slightly as if restraining himself. We'll do it. Flint shouted, springing forward and looking directly at Kyle with a menacing grin. Kyle didn't hesitate, he met Flint's gaze calmly and stepped up onto the stage. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, An Angry Snape. As Kyle stepped onto the stage, cheers erupted from the crowd. Fred and George were the loudest, waving a Quidditch-style banner they'd whipped up in record time. Cedric and Cho added to the chaos, appearing with a confetti gun and sending colorful bits of paper showering over the stage. Kyle, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment, wished he could pretend he didn't know them. "All right, Kyle, no need to panic," said Lockhart with a forced air of confidence. "Here, I'll show you a little trick. When Flint points his wand at you, just do this." Lockhart attempted to demonstrate a complex maneuver with his wand, only to fumble and drop it to the floor. Laughter rippled through the crowd as he hastily retrieved it. "Ah, just a bit overexcited," he said, brushing it off with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Snape strode over to Marcus, leaned in, and whispered something. A nasty smirk spread across Marcus's face as he gave a low, mocking chuckle. "Don't worry, Kyle," Lockhart said cheerily, patting him on the shoulder. "Flint may be in 6th year, but if you follow my example, you've got nothing to worry about." "What, by dropping my wand on the floor?" Kyle muttered. Lockhart ignored the remark, straightening up and calling out, "Ready. 3, 2, 1, go." Marcus whipped his wand up, prepared to strike. "Protego," Kyle called, summoning a shield in front of him. "Serpensortia," Marcus shouted, sending a thick, black snake spiraling through the air. Clearly, he'd either taken Snape's advice to heart or learned from his earlier mistake, as he cast his own shield charm and summoned the snake instead of using a direct jinx. Kyle quickly assessed the situation. Protego wouldn't stop a conjured snake, but he hadn't planned to rely solely on defense. As the snake raised its head to strike, he completed his next spell. Glissio. Kyle's wand flashed, and suddenly the solid floor beneath Marcus's feet turned into a mucky, sinking bog. The sliding charm, which Professor Flitwick had taught him, was perfect for trapping opponents in duels. Caught by surprise, Marcus stumbled, his legs sinking into the ground as he struggled to free himself. The fire-making charm he'd been preparing fizzled out, and in that moment, Kyle sidestepped the snake's strike. With a quick flick of his wand, he cast Incarcerus on the creature. The snake morphed into a rope, coiling back toward Marcus and binding his arms tightly. Marcus snarled, furious and struggling against the binds. Kyle tilted his head and asked with a smirk, "Do you give up?" Marcus didn't answer, only glared at Kyle with pure malice, trying to lift his wand in defiance. Kyle sighed, deciding to end the duel with something more dramatic. Concentrating, he cast a complex transfiguration spell. Behind Marcus, the floor heaved as a massive stone statue emerged, towering over 2 meters tall. It wielded a heavy, double-edged axe. A collective gasp spread through the onlookers as the statue raised its axe high, gathering force before swinging it down toward Marcus with terrifying speed. A chorus of screams erupted as students recoiled, some covering their eyes in horror, unable to watch the outcome. "I give up. I give up." Marcus shrieked, his voice laced with panic. "Enough." Snape's voice rang out, and he pointed his wand at the statue. Petrificus totalis. The stone statue froze mid-swing, the massive axe blade also halting. "Do you want to kill Flint?" Snape roared, his face twisted with anger. Hufflepuff loses 100 points. "Professor, I think you've misunderstood," Kyle interjected calmly. "If you look closely, you'll see that I didn't intend any harm." Lockhart bustled over, examining the statue with exaggerated care. "Kyle's absolutely right, Professor Snape," he said cheerfully. "The axe missed by a whole foot, so even if it had fallen, it would have only hit the stage nearby. Flint would have been completely unharmed. When I was traveling, I used a similar tactic to scare off dangerous creatures. They soon saw the error of their ways and never bothered anyone again." Snape ignored Lockhart entirely, focusing on Kyle with a cold glare. "Why the dramatics?" he said icily. "A simple disarming charm would have sufficed to end the duel." "Apologies, Professor Snape," Kyle said, a hint of an innocent smile on his face. "I only learned the disarming charm today and am not very confident with it." This spell was simpler. Snape's scowl deepened. Simpler. Kyle had just performed partial transfiguration, a high-level technique reserved for advanced 7th-year students, yet he had the audacity to claim it was simpler than a disarming charm. Snape's chest rose and fell as he contained his irritation, unwilling to continue arguing with Kyle. Instead, he simply pointed to the doors of the Great Hall. "Hufflepuff loses 50 points, he snapped. "Now get out." Without further argument, Kyle put away his wand and strode out of the hall. He'd originally hoped to use the dueling club as an opportunity to observe any strange behavior, possibly tied to the Chamber of Secrets, but it was clear now he'd need another approach. So far, though, everyone he'd been keeping an eye on, Harry, Ron, and even Lockhart, seemed completely ordinary, without any signs of being controlled by a cursed diary. As he walked out, Kyle sighed. Should have known better than to come here, losing 50 points for nothing. As he left, he was quickly joined by Connor, Cedric, Fred, George, and a few others. Thanks to you, Kyle, Fred said, grinning. I'd been wanting to leave for ages but couldn't find an excuse. Yeah, there's not much to learn from Lockhart and Snape, George said with a mock shudder. Pretty sure any monster from the Chamber of Secrets would just laugh if I tried to bow and pose before fighting it. He waved his wand with exaggerated flourishes, mimicking Lockhart's moves. Oh, these gestures are so foolish. Cedric clapped Kyle on the back. That statue was incredible, Kyle. I can't believe you mastered partial transfiguration so soon after Professor McGonagall's lesson last week. It was spot on, Connor added, pointing to a statue at the entrance to the Great Hall. It looked exactly like this one. The group laughed and chatted, and Kyle barely got a chance to respond. But Cedric cut him off with another slap on the shoulder. Don't worry about losing points. It's just 50. Besides, Hufflepuffs don't take that too seriously. Exactly. Fred added, grinning. Gryffindor always finishes last, so we're used to it. I'd gladly lose 100 points to put Marcus Flint in his place, George muttered with satisfaction. Kyle chuckled. It doesn't bother me. Last year, Snape took 50 points from me in just 2 lessons. See? George said, nudging Fred. Told you we didn't need to comfort him. If I'd known he didn't care, I wouldn't have bothered with all that, Fred muttered. Actually, we do care about our points. As it was getting late, the group split off at the staircase. Back in the empty Hufflepuff common room, Cedric was still discussing Kyle's transfiguration spell, clearly impressed. It's a shame Professor McGonagall wasn't there to see it, Cedric said. She wouldn't have let Snape take points off for such a brilliant display. Kyle laughed, shrugging. Honestly, I was just trying it out. Maybe the stage wasn't completely solid, which made it easier to work with. Still impressive, Cedric insisted, sinking into a sofa. A statue that size. I'd struggle to get the shape right, let alone make it move. There's no need for it to move too much, Kyle replied. The trick is to focus on key parts. I just used the weight of the axe to drive the arm's movement. You mean, maintaining the physical continuity of the object after transforming it? Cedric asked, intrigued. Usually, a statue's arm wouldn't be able to move. Doesn't that take extra magic? Not with stone, but it works well with armor, Kyle explained. Armor. Cedric's eyes lit up with realization. I see. You adjusted the structure from the beginning. Professor McGonagall did mention that. Connor, standing nearby, blinked in confusion, glancing between the two of them. What just happened? They'd gone from laughing about the duel to a technical transfiguration discussion, and she couldn't understand a word of it. Chapter 306, Hagrid's Request, the Beast Banishing Charm. Because of what happened at the dueling club, Kyle found himself the center of attention for the next several days. Wherever he went, students whispered and stared. The sight of the stone statue wielding a massive axe had left a deep impression on everyone. When people brought up the dueling club, their first thoughts weren't of Lockhart, who had floundered embarrassingly, nor of the array of charms on display. Instead, they pictured the stone axe raised high in the air. It was the first time they had truly witnessed Kyle's strength in such an obvious way. And, well, there was no denying it, his power was impressive. It was hardly surprising that he'd been awarded the Order of Merlin in only his second year. Compared to Kyle, the other Order of Merlin recipient seemed almost laughable. Lockhart's bumbling series of performances had become a running joke among the students. Word of the dueling club's events eventually reached Professor McGonagall. During Transfiguration, she surprised everyone by directing most questions to Kyle, awarding Hufflepuff 10 points for every correct answer he gave. By the end of class, Kyle had racked up a total of 60 points for Hufflepuff, offsetting the 50 that Snape had deducted and leaving the house with a net gain of 10. Ultimately, the dueling club incident didn't disrupt Kyle's life too much, in fact, it even brought him a bit of newfound fame. But for someone else, the effects were far more significant. Harry Potter. According to Mikkel and Ryan, after Kyle and the others had left, Snape had called Harry and Malfoy back to the stage. It wasn't clear if Snape had taken the time to give Malfoy a personal lesson, but somehow Malfoy managed to cast Serpensortia and summon a black snake. When faced with the same snake, however, Harry's response wasn't nearly as smooth as Kyle's had been. Instead, he unintentionally revealed his ability to speak Parseltongue. Normally, this wouldn't have been a big deal, but in the current climate, it was. Everyone knew that Salazar Slytherin had left the Chamber of Secrets behind, and that Parseltongue was his signature skill. Now, almost everyone viewed Harry as the heir of Slytherin, suspecting him of being the one behind the attacks on Filch and Professor Charity Burbage. But some didn't buy it. Harry Potter, using monsters to purge the school. Give me a break, Fred laughed, out on the grounds near the castle. Just because he can speak Parseltongue doesn't make him a Slytherin. Remember, he's in Gryffindor. And his best friend, that Granger, is Muggle-born, George added. He'd never try to hurt her. We know Harry, he'd never do something like that. We believe it, too, Kyle agreed. But unfortunately, most people aren't convinced. It's odd, though. Why would Harry know Parseltongue? Cedric asked, puzzled. Both his parents were Gryffindors, weren't they? Who knows? The group made their way across the grounds, eventually arriving at Hagrid's hut by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Oh, Kyle, you're here. Hagrid greeted them at the door with his usual enthusiasm, though his grin faded a bit when he spotted Fred and George. I must remind you. He started, eyeing the twins. The Forbidden Forest is dangerous, and we'd better not try sneaking in, Fred finished for him with a grin. You've said it 100 times, Hagrid. And we haven't been inside for ages, George added. The most we've done is hunt for Neasels around the edges, and that's well within school boundaries. I'm relieved to hear it, Hagrid sighed. We've got enough trouble around the school as it is, so please, don't think about wandering in there. But I'm glad you all could come to help. Come on in. Hagrid led everyone into the hut. With 6 of them and Hagrid, the room felt cramped. He brought out a large plate of rock cakes, and while everyone politely took one, no one dared take a bite. They all knew the rock cake's legendary toughness and had no intention of risking their teeth. As Hagrid brought over another plate of oddly colored sandwiches, Kyle quickly asked, Hagrid, what did you want to see us about? I need your help to cast some spells around the chicken coop and the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Setting the sandwiches aside, Hagrid picked up a limp rooster from a nearby shelf. This is the second one to die this term. There are bite marks on its neck. Might be a fox, or even a blood-sucking bugbear. Kyle stepped closer to examine the rooster's neck. The wounds looked strange, like something had torn at it, leaving bite marks that defied easy explanation. The headmaster's already given his permission, Hagrid said. I thought I'd get a professor to help, but they're all busy, so I figured I'd ask you. Decades ago, when Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, his wand had been broken. Though Dumbledore eventually repaired it and hid it in Hagrid's red umbrella, Hagrid was still unable to use charms effectively on his own. That was why he had come to Kyle. Spells cast around the chicken coop would need to be reasonably subtle, and there was more ground to cover than Hagrid could manage himself. It's just the beast-repelling charm, Fred said with a shrug, tucking a rock cake into his pocket. Piece of cake, I used it at home plenty. You mentioned the chicken coop, where else? Oh, also around the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Plop. Fred stumbled, nearly losing his balance as he fell down the stone steps at the door. Hagrid. He said, standing up, eyes wide. Do you realize how big the Forbidden Forest is? Of course, I know, Hagrid replied, scratching his head, a little embarrassed. But you don't need to do the whole forest, just the side facing the castle. Fred sighed, slumping his shoulders in exasperation. Even just this stretch of the Forbidden Forest bordering the school grounds covered a vast area. Now he understood why the professors hadn't been able to make time for it. If he were a professor, he'd be just as short on time with a job like this. As a thank you, I'll help you find that Neasel you were looking for, Hagrid added. Deal. Fred and George agreed at once. And for the rest of you? Hagrid said, glancing at the others. If there's anything you're looking for, just let me know. I'm all right with helping, Kyle replied. But Hagrid, why are you suddenly keen to cast a repelling charm around the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid's gaze drifted slightly. Oh, nothing much. I'm just worried some of the forest creatures might wander up to the castle. Seeing his expression, Kyle had a hunch about what was really going on. It must be the rumors about the Chamber of Secrets that had stirred Hagrid's memories of the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had been expelled years ago over accusations involving the creature. Putting a repelling charm on the forest was likely his way of keeping them at bay, just in case. But, truthfully, this was unlike Hagrid. Kyle knew him well and couldn't imagine him taking on such a detailed, time-consuming task, not when he was usually convinced that Aragog and his kin would never pose a problem. If not for the fact that Hagrid's familiar manner hadn't changed and his rock cakes were the same rock-hard recipe as always, Kyle might have thought someone was using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate him. Hagrid, you know, Kyle said, as they all made their way outside the hut, the beast-repelling charm is actually just a household charm. It only works on small creatures like caterpillars, field mice, and foxes. It doesn't even affect gnomes. I know, Hagrid nodded. But it's better than nothing. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, The Third Attack. Hagrid rarely asked them for help, so the group didn't hesitate to agree. Thankfully, the beast-repelling charm was a straightforward spell. Though the work was extensive, with the 6 of them pitching in, they managed to complete it by evening. They even received heartfelt thanks from Hagrid. Cedric and Kyle were gifted a handful of large flipper feathers, perfect for quills. Conna and Cho each received a small pouch for hair accessories or coins, though a bit rough in craftsmanship, the unicorn hair woven into them made up for it. Fred and George were the only ones to leave empty-handed. Measles weren't easy to find, and Hagrid assured them that if they returned after Christmas, they would be able to meet a pair. Whether the Measles trusted them enough to come home would depend on the twins' own charm and skill, as these clever creatures had a knack for escaping when they didn't take to someone. "I wish Christmas were tomorrow," Fred said wistfully as they walked back to the castle. "What if the Measles don't like us?" George said, casting a nervous glance at Cho and Conna. "Maybe we should have asked for a little pouch, too. Ginny would have loved it." "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" Fred retorted, raising an eyebrow. "It just crossed my mind." Laughing and chatting, the group continued back to the castle. With some time left before dinner, they decided to visit the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Since Kyle had told them about this magical room, it had become their favorite spot to relax. But as they reached the 3rd floor, a piercing voice echoed from a nearby corridor. "Do it, do it, do it. It's happening again. No one is safe, human or ghost. Run for your lives." The shrill voice cut through the air, stopping them in their tracks. Exchanging looks, they immediately ran toward the commotion. In a shadowed corridor, they saw Peeves, cackling and shouting, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Beside him were 2 ghosts in a strange, grim state. Nearly headless Nick and the Bloody Baron floated horizontally, only inches above the ground. They looked blackened and smoky, as if covered in soot. Nearly headless Nick's head hung at an odd angle, his expression frozen in horror. In the center of it all stood Harry, looking panic-stricken. More students gathered, but none dared approach the ghosts, or Harry. Instead, they crowded on either side of the corridor, watching him with mixed expressions. "I didn't." Harry's voice was barely a whisper, his face pale. He wanted to explain, but his words faltered, leaving him helpless. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. "Harry, did you see who did this to them?" Harry, clinging to the chance to explain, stammered, "No, I didn't. They were like this when I got here." Then Peeves came, and he. "Don't lie, you did it." Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff, forced his way through the crowd. "Kyle, don't let him fool you. He's a Parseltongue. At the dueling club, he controlled a snake that tried to attack Justin Finch-Fletchley. And Justin just told me he was headed here to pick up a book he left in the Transfiguration classroom." Ernie's eyes narrowed at Harry. "You must have overheard us talking, didn't you? Too bad I lent him my own book, so you'll have no excuse." Behind Ernie, a boy with curly hair, clearly frightened, clung to Kyle's side as if it offered some protection. "I'm not lying," Harry protested. "I was in the library all afternoon. I didn't hear you, how could I have known?" "Caught red-handed." Ernie started, but he was cut off. "That's enough, Macmillan." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out as she stepped through the crowd. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra were right behind her, and the 3 teachers approached the ghosts to inspect their unusual condition. Peeves, meanwhile, continued to hover above, looking delighted by the scene. Ever since he had spotted the Bloody Baron in his current state, he hadn't stopped grinning, and he was even humming a little song he'd made up about the incident. "Oh, Potter, you nuisance, look what you've done. You've made a ghost, and you think it's fun. Stop it, Peeves." Professor McGonagall shouted, her voice sharp. Peeves stuck out his tongue at Harry, then floated over to Kyle with a mischievous grin. "Oh, Kyle, you little rascal, better watch your back, or you might just join them. But, oh, wouldn't you make a lovely ghost? Peeves." McGonagall snapped again, and with a laugh, Peeves zipped away down the corridor. The professors began dispersing the crowd, and Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan, handing it to Kyle. "Help me get nearly headless Nick and the Bloody Baron to the hospital wing," she instructed. Kyle nodded, using the fan to guide the 2 floating ghosts down the stairs like balloons. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall beckoned to Harry. "Follow me, Potter," she ordered. "Professor." Harry began, desperation in his voice, "I swear I didn't. I have no time for this, Potter." "Dumbledore wants to see you," McGonagall cut him off briskly. Her voice and footsteps soon faded down the hall. Kyle continued fanning the 2 ghosts through the foyer and toward the hospital wing. They drew a fair bit of attention. Students they passed along the way stared in fascination and horror at the floating figures. "Kyle, what are you doing?" "Oh, if it isn't the Gryffindor ghost," came a familiar voice in the courtyard. Lockhart had spotted them and was eyeing nearly headless Nick curiously. What's this, then? Have they taken to wearing new attire? It's another attack, Professor, Kyle replied, not breaking stride. Like the last two. Of course, I recognized it immediately, Lockhart said, grinning widely. No doubt some sort of curse is at play. I've seen such things before in an ancient vampire's castle, ghosts cursed to float like balloons if they offended the vampire. But with my masterful persuasion, the vampire lifted the curse, and I happened to remember the incantation. That's wonderful, Kyle replied politely, continuing toward the hospital wing. You're welcome to come along. Professor McGonagall asked me to bring them there. Oh, I'd love to assist, of course, but first, I must dash off a reply to my adoring fan, Lockhart said with a dazzling smile. Just let Madame Pomfrey know I'll be along shortly to handle this matter. When Kyle reached the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey took one look at the two cursed ghosts and sighed. She instructed Kyle to fan them into a corner and secure them behind a curtain. As long as there's no draft, they should stay put, she said wearily. Just as Kyle was about to leave, he mentioned, Professor Lockhart might be stopping by soon. What does he want? Madame Pomfrey asked, frowning. He says he can help solve the ghost problem. Help? Madame Pomfrey let out a short, exasperated laugh. He couldn't tell a dandelion from a clover, that storyteller, that. She trailed off, suddenly remembering Kyle was still there and composed herself. Oh, never mind. Thank you, Kyle, you can go now. Chapter 308, Snape's Discovery, 2 Kyles. 8th floor, Headmaster's office. After seeing Harry out, Dumbledore reached over to gently stroke Fawkes, who had just risen from the ashes, his feathers sparse and wrinkled. He's not telling the truth, Snape said, stepping forward. I can tell he's hiding something, and he's known he was a Parseltongue for years, yet he's kept silent about it. Snape had been present in the headmaster's office when Harry arrived, and he was clearly unsatisfied. Severus, the boy knew nothing of the wizarding world until recently. Dumbledore set the newly reborn Fawkes on his perch, then turned back to Snape. Perhaps Harry didn't think it unusual that he could talk to a snake, many wizards can. And if he were trying to conceal it, he wouldn't have shown it so openly in the dueling club. Dumbledore held Snape's gaze. As for the rest, everyone has secrets, Severus. You, me, even Harry. Snape's eyes flickered away from Dumbledore's piercing look. Tell me what you do know, Dumbledore continued, moving aside and taking a sip of his black tea. About the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know, Snape said, his voice firm. The Dark Lord never spoke of it. You should remember, he never discussed his past. As he spoke, Snape bent down and, with practiced ease, gathered the ashes beneath Fawkes's perch into a small glass bottle, as though tidying an old shelf. His movements were unhurried and precise. Dumbledore's eye twitched slightly. Phoenix ashes from Fawkes's rebirth were incredibly rare and valuable, prized in both alchemy and potions. Dumbledore had planned to use the ashes to enhance the enchantments on the Mirror of Erist but had been caught off guard by Snape's quick hands. If Fawkes hadn't given Snape a sharp peck, he might not have kept even half. Severus, you. Dumbledore began, but Snape had already pocketed the bottle and was now brushing off his robes, looking up as if nothing had happened. What was it you were saying, Headmaster? Nothing. Dumbledore sighed. Would you care for some tea? It's quite good. Madame Maxime from Beauxbatons sent it. Snape gave a curt nod. I'll take a cup, then. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, a new teacup and a small saucer of sugar appeared on the table. Snape took a sip, his expression impassive. You might find a bit of sugar enhances the flavor, Dumbledore suggested. No, I don't use that, Snape replied, setting the cup down. There is something else, though. Yes. I'd like to use the pensieve, Snape said. I saw someone in that corridor on the day Charity Burbage was attacked. Dumbledore's eyebrows lifted. Who was it? The glimpse was too brief, Snape admitted. I couldn't get a good look. Very well. Dumbledore gestured toward a cabinet in the corner. You know where it is. Snape nodded, got up, and crossed the room. Opening the cabinet door, he revealed a shallow stone basin, its rim etched with strange letters and symbols. Lifting his wand, he held it above his temple and drew out a fine silver strand, a shimmering substance that seemed to be light turned to liquid or wind made solid. I didn't think I'd be doing this again, Snape muttered, a mix of emotions crossing his face as he added his memory to the pensieve. You should take a look as well. I know you're able to. With that, Snape leaned forward and dipped his head into the swirling surface of the pensieve. In an instant, he found himself standing in a corridor, with Dumbledore appearing beside him. They seemed to glide forward, observing the memory as if walking. When they reached the end of the corridor, the view shifted, catching a fleeting figure disappearing around a corner. The glimpse was brief, too brief to discern anything beyond a hazy outline. Dumbledore's expression tightened as he turned toward a door nearby. That's where Charity was attacked. The house elves discovered her while cleaning. Snape nodded, and in the next moment, they returned to the present, back in the headmaster's office. What are you suggesting? Dumbledore asked. Retrieving his memory, Snape looked pointedly at Dumbledore. Don't you think that silhouette looked like someone? I believe I understand your implication, Severus, Dumbledore said, pausing. But it's impossible. The incident in your memory occurred in the morning, and there are witnesses confirming that Kyle was at the Quidditch pitch, watching the match, and never left. He couldn't have been here. Is there any possibility, a time-turner? Snape asked, his voice low. No. Dumbledore shook his head. Those who know enough to use a time-turner also understand the dire consequences of manipulating time. She would never allow Kyle to use one, not even under minimal conditions. Though Dumbledore hadn't spoken a name, Snape knew exactly who he meant. So those last two requests? Snape began. Yes, Diana refused, Dumbledore said with a faint smile. 2 refusals in a row. I half expected to be finding a new defense against the dark arts professor by now. Dumbledore thought his remark amusing, but Snape's expression remained serious, unamused. That's precisely what I don't understand, Snape said, his brow furrowing. If it wasn't a time-turner, then how was he in 2 places at once? Could it be Polyjuice potion? Snape's frown deepened. Someone had broken into his private storeroom not long ago, taking ingredients like boomslang skin and bicorn horn, key components of Polyjuice potion. But there was a timing issue. The theft had happened only days ago, whereas Charity Burbage's attack had been a month prior. Let's not jump to conclusions, Severus, Dumbledore said, pouring himself a fresh cup of tea. All we saw was a silhouette. It could have been anyone, and there's no need to overthink it. So that's your stance, Dumbledore? Snape asked, looking at him sharply. That we both just got it wrong. Don't forget, I never said who I thought the silhouette resembled. I trust Kyle, Dumbledore replied, looking thoughtfully out the window. Just as I trust Harry. And you? Ah, I'm honored, Snape sneered. To be mentioned in the same breath as the boy who lived and the youngest Order of Merlin recipient. Being the boy who lived is a burden, not an honor. But the Order of Merlin, well, that's another matter. He tilted his head. You don't need one, Severus. Snape's face darkened as he processed Dumbledore's words. Do you think I care about things like that? If you did, you'd have earned a first-class medal long ago, Dumbledore replied mildly. But others don't always see it that way, and when it comes to public accolades, people may always consider you less than Kyle. Snape's expression soured. All because of a gilded plaque. Second class is actually solid gold. Is that what I meant? Snape snapped, his irritation flaring. A strange anger surged within him, something he rarely felt. He usually shrugged off any talk of fame or recognition. It didn't bother him that others might consider Lockhart, or even Harry Potter, as more celebrated than himself. Those things never mattered to him. But, for some reason, hearing that he was thought of as inferior to Kyle stung, as though all the effort he'd poured into his work had been dismissed. Severus, if you'd consider publishing your potion brewing methods, I could nominate you, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I dare say you'd win a medal at the next opportunity. First class? Snape asked, unable to hide a flicker of interest. No, third class. Or perhaps second, depending on the specific contributions, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. A third-class medal, what a waste of time. Snape scoffed. I'm not interested. I'd rather not waste my time on it, he replied curtly. A pity, Dumbledore said, winking. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, A Quiet Christmas. Christmas was approaching, but the mood in the castle was far from festive. The attacks on nearly headless Nick and the Bloody Baron had turned the already tense atmosphere into one of genuine fear. Even the ghosts couldn't escape the dread. What kind of terrible force could harm someone who was already dead? Students were desperate to leave, and even those who had previously planned to stay for the holidays were now begging their professors to let them go. There was a rush to secure seats on the Hogwarts Express, everyone hoping to escape to the safety of home for Christmas. In the days leading up to the departure, Harry found himself completely isolated. Everywhere he went, people stared at him from afar, keeping their distance yet never letting him out of sight. It was as if they feared he would release the monster from the Chamber of Secrets again at any moment. Don't pay any attention to them, Harry, Ron said one evening during dinner, as he slipped a few chicken legs into his bag. They don't know anything. You've got the invisibility cloak. If you really wanted to sneak off and do something, they'd just stand there gawking, none the wiser. Yeah, maybe I could give them a real shock with the invisibility cloak, Harry replied with a forced smile. That's the spirit, said Ron. Especially with Macmillan. If you just popped up behind him, he'd probably never try to follow you again. Don't be ridiculous, Ron. Harry's in enough trouble as it is, Hermione said, setting a plate of pudding in front of Harry. Just wait a few more days. The polyjuice potion will be ready soon, and we can get Malfoy to talk. Then we'll know the truth. I hope so, Harry said, taking a spoonful of pudding. The sweet and tart orange flavor did make him feel a little better. Beside him, Ron was stowing another piece of toast into his bag. What are you doing with all that food? Harry asked, puzzled. If you're low on snacks, I've got some sweets here. It's not for me, it's for Scabbers, Ron sighed. He's lost so much weight lately, and I'm trying to fatten him up. Don't you have rat tonic? We ran out yesterday, Ron said, pulling out an empty bottle. But that was supposed to last a year. Hermione said with a frown. Are you sure you're using it all up that quickly? Not only is it all gone, but it's not even helping, Ron replied. Maybe Scabbers is just getting old, the tonic definitely isn't working like it did last year. He glanced at Hermione and asked, by the way, is there a recipe for rat tonic in most Patenti potions? No. Hermione's face went a bit pale. She couldn't believe Ron's train of thought. Who in their right mind would think that most Patenti potions, locked away in the restricted section, would include a recipe for rat tonic? But Ron didn't notice her expression. He lowered his voice and muttered, maybe we could check out that room on the 8th floor. It's got everything. Good luck with that. Hermione replied absent-mindedly. Finally, the term ended, and the castle fell into a sudden hush. On Christmas morning, Kyle woke up early and began unwrapping the pile of presents at the foot of his bed. This year, he received a surprising number of books, nearly as many as the sweets and snacks. From Fleur Delacour came a crystal music box all the way from France, containing the complete works of the band Unicorn, a famous wizarding group from her country. Dumbledore and Kana both gifted him gloves. The headmaster, following his style from last year, had adorned the gloves with a few feathers from Fawkes, his phoenix, which made them a perfect set with the socks he had given before. Kyle only glanced at them, then set them aside with the socks he'd never dared to wear. They were far too conspicuous. Kana's gloves, on the other hand, were skillfully made and incredibly comfortable to wear, showing how much her craftsmanship had improved. After opening his presents, Kyle left the dormitory. The entire common room was deserted, not a soul in sight. This year, Snape had taken Kana home, leaving Kyle as the only student in Hufflepuff House who stayed behind. Cedric had wanted to keep him company, but after Mr. Diggory sent 5 letters in a single day urging him home, Cedric finally relented. In truth, the quiet suited Kyle. He had stayed at Hogwarts to investigate the diary, and fewer people around made it easier to focus. Things were far livelier in Gryffindor, where all the Weasleys had chosen to stay for the holidays, including Ginny and Percy. The Weasleys had decided not to make the long journey to visit Bill this year. Of note was that Mr. Weasley had recently received a promotion in recognition of his excellent work during a surprise inspection. A week before Christmas, he was officially appointed as head of the Office for the Prohibition of Muggle Artifacts. Though his duties hadn't changed, his salary was now 10 galleons higher each month. Kyle had a quick sandwich in the common room before heading up to the 8th floor to find the room of requirement. But oddly, the door seemed welded shut today, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it to open. After about 10 minutes of fruitless attempts, the door finally swung open, and Hermione stepped out. When she spotted Kyle, she looked startled and immediately tense. Kyle, what are you doing here? I was getting ready to use the room of requirement, of course, replied Kyle with a shrug. And you? So it's called the room of requirement. Hermione sighed in relief, clearly reassured it wasn't related to the polyjuice potion. A fitting name, really. Kyle chuckled. Yes, it's called that because it transforms into whatever kind of room you need at the time. We stumbled upon it by accident, Hermione explained, relaxing a bit. We were searching for a place to, practice potions, and suddenly a door appeared with all sorts of cauldrons and potion books inside. None of the books or maps of the castle mentioned it, though it took us a while to figure out how to make it show up again. It's one of Hogwarts' hidden rooms, Kyle said with a nod. It's protected by special magic, so it's untraceable on any map. You won't find it documented anywhere. That makes sense. Hermione nodded, but then seemed to remember something that made her tense again. But, why were you waiting outside? Did you also want to practice potions? And because I was inside, you couldn't get in. The question clearly worried her. Since the polyjuice potion was still unfinished, if Kyle needed the potion room as well, he'd see everything as soon as he entered. Oh, no, it's not about potion brewing. I'm not planning to make polyjuice potion here either, Kyle assured her with a shake of his head. But since the room only has one door, it can only transform into one space at a time. If someone's using it, then naturally, no one else can. Chapter 310, A Day Trip with Gryffindor. The most important thing about transfiguration is that your belief must be strong, and you must have a clear understanding of your target, Kyle said. In the room of requirement, he transformed a table into a small, half-meter-tall stone statue, then controlled it to slice the apple in front of him cleanly in half. A short distance away, Hermione diligently took down his words, adding even more detailed notes. In truth, Kyle had originally planned to check on the venomous tentacula in the greenhouse, but he couldn't very well admit that in front of Hermione. Instead, he had come up with the excuse of practicing transfiguration. What he hadn't anticipated was that Hermione was nothing like Harry or Ron. As a bookworm with a boundless curiosity, she wasn't content with a passing remark. She had already witnessed Kyle's transfiguration abilities at the dueling club, which had given her a first-hand impression of just how advanced he was. Whether driven by curiosity or by her desire to keep the Polyjuice Potion project under wraps, Hermione insisted on tagging along to observe his practice. Her determination was impossible to dismiss. Resigned to keep up appearances, Kyle had no choice but to spend over half an hour performing transfiguration in an empty room. "It's not as difficult as you think," Kyle said, picking up half of the apple from the floor. He took a bite and handed the other half to Hermione. "I suggest you try to perceive the structure of objects around you on a deeper level. Not just with your eyes, but with magic." Hermione took a bite of the apple, pondering his advice. "Like the stone statues you conjured. Start with something simpler, like an apple, a table, or a pair of slippers," Kyle said, shaking his head. "Those statues are complex magical constructs and even include elements of ancient alchemy. It's difficult to understand their structure with magic alone, at least, I can't do it yet. Actually, I didn't transform a stone statue, but rather enchanted armor that resembles one." After his explanation, Hermione took a closer look and noticed that the stone statue did indeed have subtle gaps, much like armor, though they were well disguised and easily missed without careful inspection. "Did you learn all this in the Transfiguration Club?" Hermione asked, intrigued. "I heard from Fred and George that you joined Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. What's it like? Is it similar to the dueling club?" "It's much smaller and only for students in their third year and up," Kyle explained. "Professor McGonagall teaches us advanced techniques that aren't on the regular exam syllabus, so it's more like an advanced transfiguration class. But I can't give away too much, it would spoil the surprise, and Professor McGonagall insists on secrecy." Hermione looked a little disappointed but nodded in understanding. "I'm heading back now," Kyle said as he began packing up his things. "Are you staying here?" "No," Hermione replied, shaking her head. "Harry, Ron, and I agreed to meet in the library to work on our homework today." They left the room of requirement together. Kyle had intended to wait until Hermione was safely out of sight before making a return trip, but before he even reached the stairs, he ran into Fred and George, who were each carrying armfuls of food. It was clear they'd just come from the kitchen. "Kyle. What are you doing here?" Fred exclaimed, surprised. "We went looking for you outside the Hufflepuff common room. And ended up getting splashed with vinegar." George grimaced, wrinkling his nose. "It reeks. Not exactly my idea of a Christmas gift." The faint sour smell clung to them, though their clothes and hair were dry, meaning they'd likely cleaned themselves with a charm. "Good thing we found you here, come with us. Christmas is way more fun when everyone's together," they insisted, moving to Kyle's sides and ushering him forward without further ado. The Gryffindor common room wasn't far from where they stood, and they quickly arrived at a large portrait. The painting showed a plump woman with a kindly face. "Password?" she asked. "Heavenly voice," George replied, and the fat lady swung open with a pleased smile. "What did she say?" Kyle asked, confused. "The fat lady loves singing," Fred explained. "Unfortunately, she's hopeless at it." "So she made, heavenly voice, the password," George chuckled. "We're basically complimenting her singing every time we come in." "Forget about that, Kyle," Fred said, striding inside with a grin. Holding his arms wide, he announced, "Welcome to the Gryffindor common room." Ordinarily, students weren't allowed into other houses, but during the holidays, nobody seemed to care. George gave Kyle a gentle nudge, pushing him into the room. It was a bright, circular space draped in red, with high ceilings and soft armchairs gathered around the fireplace. "Well, what do you think?" Fred asked with a grin. "It's nice," Kyle replied, "but a bit smaller than I expected." "Is the Hufflepuff common room big?" Hermione asked, coming in last. Kyle nodded. "A lot bigger than this one, though the ceiling is lower." "That makes sense," George said, settling into an armchair. The Gryffindors knew that the Hufflepuff common room was close to the kitchens and was one of the few rooms in that area, so it had more space to itself. Hermione surveyed the room, then asked, "Where are Harry and Ron?" "No idea. Probably still asleep," Fred said with a shrug. "I bet they're planning to sleep until noon." "Oh, that won't do at all. We've got plenty of homework to finish," Hermione said, frowning as she marched off toward the boys' dormitory. I doubt Ron wants to do homework on the first day of break, George chuckled, handing Kyle a sandwich. By the way, Kyle, we've been looking into that idea you mentioned. Oh. Kyle said, surprised as he accepted the sandwich. What idea? You remember saying that the heir of Slytherin would probably be acting differently than usual? George asked, taking a bite of his own sandwich. Kyle nodded. He vaguely remembered making that remark during a casual conversation, not expecting Fred and George to actually follow up on it. Did you find out who it is? Kyle asked, intrigued. No, or rather, it's impossible to find out, Fred sighed. There've been 3 attacks now, and everyone's so spooked that almost everybody is acting weird, but it's not like they're all the heir of Slytherin. Take Ron, for example. George gestured toward the dormitory. Normally, he never goes to the library unless it's for homework, but now he's been heading there right after every class and stays until just before curfew. I'm half convinced he's under the Imperious curse. Shut up, George. Ron's voice suddenly cut through the room. He had just entered the common room, rubbing his eyes as he flopped down in an armchair. He looked disgruntled. If everyone around you treated you like you were the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets, you'd be in the library too, at least there. No one's staring at me like I'm dangerous. Chapter 311, Fawkes's Gift. In that case, it's kind of a good thing. George blinked at Ron's words. Maybe you'll even get a nice report card at the end of the school year. Don't gloat, Ron yawned. What are you two talking about? Just then, Harry had come out of the dormitory, and Fred and George quickly changed the subject. Teasing Ron was all well and good, but they'd never do it in front of Harry. Harry walked over, greeting everyone with a grin. Merry Christmas, Fred, George. Kyle. Wait, Kyle. What are you doing here? He seemed a bit surprised to see Kyle lounging in the Gryffindor common room. Just arrived a few minutes ago, Kyle chuckled. Ron finally noticed the extra presence in the room. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Thanks for the wizard chess set, by the way. I really like it. And the model Quidditch ball you gave me, Harry added. It's fantastic. I'm glad you both like them, Kyle replied with a smile. After Fred and George had shown him to the Gryffindor common room, Kyle decided not to head to the room of requirement and instead spent the morning playing wizard chess and exploding Snap with them. Ginny and Percy had joined as well, and everyone was warm and welcoming. Well, except Percy, who was a bit too formal, shaking Kyle's hand like he was greeting a visiting Hufflepuff delegation. Kyle felt slightly self-conscious about his casual attire. If he'd known, he would have worn his socks with the phoenix design. In the afternoon, after Hermione dragged Harry and Ron off to the library to finish their homework, Kyle joined Fred and George on a secret trip to Hogsmeade. The village shops were beautifully decorated, and each one had Christmas gifts set out for visitors. Zonko's had magical fireworks that bloomed when they touched water, and Honeydukes had candy canes. The gifts were hung on the Christmas trees by the doorways, well within reach, and if you forgot, the shopkeepers would gladly remind you. The only downside. None of them offered a service to protect Hogwarts students from getting caught. Kyle had barely taken a few sips of butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks when the door beside him swung open. To his shock, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, even Professor Sinistra from astronomy, 7 or 8 professors in total, walked in, one after another. They spotted Kyle and the twins right away. Professor McGonagall paused, then walked by as if she hadn't seen anything. Madame Rosmerta, 3 pints of mead, a cherry syrup soda. Kyle and the twins instinctively quickened their sips, hoping to finish their drinks and escape unnoticed. But just as they reached for their coins to pay, Madame Rosmerta, the bar owner, shook her head. No need, Minerva's already covered your drinks. Anything else you'd like? No, that's fine, they replied in unison, keeping their heads low as they hurried out of the Three Broomsticks. Not only had they been caught sneaking out of school, but they'd also been treated by the professor. Talk about embarrassing. The three lost their appetite for further adventures and headed back to the castle. Oh, right. It's Christmas, Fred muttered, scratching his head as they exited the secret passage. Obviously the professors aren't going to stay cooped up in their offices grading papers. We should have avoided the Three Broomsticks. Good thing Professor McGonagall didn't say anything. Kyle couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret. If he'd known the professors were treating, he would have ordered something pricier, like the Three Broomsticks signature drink, Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey, which ran 10 galleons a glass. He'd always wondered what that tasted like. Everyone at the Christmas dinner at Hogwarts seemed to be enjoying themselves. With so few people staying at school this year, the hall would have felt empty if they sat separately, so only one large table was set up in the Great Hall, where students and professors dined together. Dumbledore led the group in a few of his favorite Christmas carols, and Hagrid's voice grew louder and louder with each glass of eggnog he downed, until by the end, his voice was the only one echoing in the Great Hall. Fred, sitting next to Kyle, was pointing at Percy's prefect badge and laughing. Somehow, the badge's inscription had changed to read idiot, though Percy hadn't noticed and kept asking everyone around him why they were laughing. Malfoy, who hadn't gone home this year either, was sitting across from Harry, sneering and making crude comments about Harry's new sweater. Surprisingly, Harry didn't respond. The meal was fantastic, especially the Christmas pudding, which the house elves had prepared with a twist this year. Each bite had a different flavor, like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. After the pudding, Professor McGonagall was the first to leave the table, followed by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Kyle also wanted to leave, but Dumbledore stopped him. "If you have a moment, would you come with me to my office?" "Of course, Professor," Kyle nodded, though he was a bit puzzled. They left the Great Hall together, chatting as they made their way toward the Headmaster's office. Kyle hadn't been able to get Dumbledore the latest edition of 500 Ways to Knit Woolen Socks this year, so he had given him a large bundle of high-quality wool instead. Dumbledore had been delighted and even asked Kyle where he had found such fine wool. "It's from a flock of sheep, Professor," Kyle explained. "Mr. Scamander has a small flock in his suitcase. I collected some when I visited in August." "Newt has some?" Dumbledore asked, surprised. "Is there much of it?" "About 30 sheep or so," Kyle replied. Dumbledore seemed even more pleased to hear that. When they reached the 8th floor, the stone gargoyle moved aside as they approached, and Dumbledore led Kyle into his office. The room looked mostly the same as before, except for a large ball of wool on the desk. In one corner, near the mirror of Ariste, there were several wool sweaters and a half-knitted scarf. It appeared that the headmaster's knitting interests had expanded well beyond socks and gloves. Kyle guessed that the sweater Dumbledore wore under his robes was likely his own handiwork. "What can I do for you, Professor?" Kyle asked. "It's not me, Fawkes is the one who has something for you." Dumbledore sighed. "He's really taken a liking to the lady's mantle and nightshade you sent him." "Fawkes." Kyle looked over to the perch by the door. A scraggly little bird stood on it, with light red bristles just beginning to grow back. It looked rather pitiful. "Did you undergo rebirth?" Kyle asked, walking over. Fawkes gave a small nod and picked up a small bottle, placing it in Kyle's hand. "What is this?" Kyle asked, inspecting the bottle to find it contained a small pile of dark powder. "The ashes of a phoenix post-rebirth," Dumbledore explained. "And Fawkes' Christmas gift to you." His voice held a touch of bitterness. He hadn't realized that Fawkes could hold such a grudge. All because he'd left Fawkes' favorite herbs locked away over the holidays, and it seemed the phoenix had remembered it. Not a single pinch of these valuable ashes for him. It would have been one thing if Snape had received the ashes, but Kyle was only 13, how could he even appreciate this high-end gift? What a waste. Dumbledore sighed again. Chapter 312, Catwoman Hermione. After emerging from the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, Kyle was in a buoyant mood, greeting every portrait he passed. Hogwarts was truly full of surprises. Who would have thought that on an otherwise ordinary Christmas, he would encounter the legendary ashes of Nirvana, and even receive a small vial of them? It felt like a dream. Kyle didn't know exactly how long it took Fawkes to undergo rebirth, but he was sure it wasn't a short period. Dumbledore's eyes had reddened at the time, and it was the first time Kyle had seen him lose his composure like that. In Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander hadn't specified the frequency of a phoenix's rebirth. This suggested that Fawkes hadn't undergone it in all the years since Newt had written the book. If that were true, Fawkes' rebirth cycle might be at least 60 years, assuming no external forces like the killing curse accelerated it. Kyle pulled out the small bottle again, examining it in the dim light. At least 60 years, reduced to a handful of ashes. It was possibly the rarest material in the wizarding world, one that few could even dream of possessing. Legend had it that phoenix ashes, left after rebirth, contained both the essence of death and the spark of new life, a substance revered by alchemists and master potion makers alike. Kyle even suspected that phoenix ashes might have been used in crafting the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. If he got the chance, he'd love to study it. He glanced back at the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office, feeling the urge to quicken his pace as he jogged down the stairs. When he reached the 1st floor, he came across two familiar faces in the foyer. "Harry, Ron." Kyle greeted them, raising an eyebrow. "What are you doing here so late?" The two of them jumped, spinning around to see who had caught them. Couldn't sleep," Ron stammered. "Just out for a stroll." You're here," Harry added, shifting uncomfortably. The two of them huddled together, looking as if they'd been caught sneaking around. "Oh, I just came from the headmaster's office," Kyle said casually, studying their appearances. "But aren't you two a bit overdressed? And, wait, is that a tail?" "What tail?" "No tail, you're mistaken," Harry stammered. Ron nodded vigorously. Yeah, you're seeing things." Despite the freezing temperature, both of them were sweating nervously. Something's off, Kyle thought. They look like they're hiding something. Suddenly, he looked over their shoulders and gasped, "Professor McGonagall. What are you doing here?" "Professor McGonagall." Harry and Ron yelped, spinning around in alarm. But as they did, they quickly realized there was no one there. In that instant, Kyle caught sight of what was lurking behind them, a large, earth-colored, furry head that looked oddly like a cat. When Kyle had called out Professor McGonagall's name, the figure behind Harry and Ron flinched, reflexively looking up. It was indeed a cat's head, but with a human body clad in loose, ill-fitting robes. Kyle squinted, processing what he was seeing. "Hermione." The figure gasped, then hurriedly covered her face. Kyle turned to Harry and Ron, eyebrows raised. They both sighed in resignation, confirming his suspicions. The oversized robes, the cat-like face. "She didn't drink polyjuice potion with cat hair in it, did she?" Kyle asked, putting the pieces together. Neither Harry nor Ron responded. After a moment, Ron whispered, "Do you have any ideas?" Kyle thought for a second. "The homorphous charm should work. Lockhart mentioned it in Wanderings with Werewolves, but I don't actually know it." "You could ask Lockhart if he remembers the incantation." "Lockhart." Harry's face contorted, and he shook his head immediately. "Any other way?" "Other options?" Kyle frowned. "I'm not sure if they'll work. Let's just get her to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will definitely know what to do." "All right." Harry and Ron nodded, draping Hermione's oversized robes over her again as they hurried toward the hospital wing. Fortunately, given the late hour and the holiday break, they didn't encounter anyone else along the way, except Kyle. "It's quite a problem," Madame Pomfrey muttered, studying Hermione with a grave expression after a thorough examination in the hospital wing. "Didn't Professor Snape ever teach you that polyjuice potion cannot be used for animal transformations?" she asked, frowning. We didn't know. It was animal hair." Ron stammered, clearly anxious. Both he and Harry were prepared to confess everything, from stealing ingredients from Snape's private storeroom to brewing polyjuice potion in secret. Right now, all they wanted was for Hermione to return to normal. Any punishment could wait. "How reckless, how careless." Madame Pomfrey scolded, shaking her head. "You're lucky to be alive, drinking something without understanding what's in it." Although she rebuked them sharply, she didn't ask how or why they'd brewed polyjuice potion. She simply took out her wand, tapped Hermione a few times, causing large patches of hair to fall from her body, though some stubborn fur remained. "She'll need at least 5 weeks of treatment to fully recover," Madame Pomfrey sighed, then waved them off. "Now, off you go. Go back to your dorms. Can we stay and watch?" "No," she interrupted, firmly denying Harry's request before he could finish. For reasons of her own, she refused to let them linger. With no choice, the two reluctantly said their goodbyes to Hermione, glancing back with every step as they left. "What about you? Still here?" Madame Pomfrey looked over at Kyle, who had no intention of leaving. "Madame Pomfrey," Kyle asked thoughtfully, "I'm curious, could mandrake leaves be useful in reversing this kind of incorrect transformation caused by magic potions?" "Mandrake leaves," she repeated, raising an eyebrow. "I read about it in a book," Kyle explained. "Someone used mandrake leaves to reverse a transformation from being turned into an octopus." "Don't tell me it was one of Lockhart's books," Madame Pomfrey sighed. Kyle nodded. In truth, he'd read it in Holidays with Hags. "Mandrake, when used with lovage, can indeed reverse physical changes caused by curses and transformations," she explained. "But for the mandrake restorative draft, you don't need the leaves, you need the sap of a mature mandrake." "The mandrake restorative draft?" "Yes," she said, glancing briefly at 2 empty beds in the corner. "It's the same draft used to revive those who've been petrified." Kyle nodded, realizing Lockhart must have misheard the information and invented a new recipe for dramatic effect. If that was the case, there wasn't much they could do. The last batch of seeds the ministry had provided included mandrake root and lovage, but they were still on the 8th floor, safely stored in the room of requirement, far from maturity. Mandrakes take about a year to grow into seedlings with facial features. It would be another full year before they'd be mature enough to harvest. Lovage grows even slower, like venomous tentacula, it needs at least 3 years to reach maturity. Chapter 313, Discovery in the Chamber. Although Harry and Ron hadn't told anyone about Hermione's hospitalization, her absence soon drew the attention of several Gryffindors. Everyone had grown accustomed to her constant presence in the common room, always nudging Ron and Harry to stay on top of their homework. The sudden silence felt odd. At first, Ron tried to deny knowing anything, but his siblings knew him too well and quickly managed to get the truth out of him. "So, Hermione's in the hospital wing?" Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. "Oh no." Ron groaned, burying his face in his hands. He should have kept his mouth shut. Was it another attack? Percy sprang up from the sofa, eyes wide with alarm. You two stay here. I'll go inform the professors. He started to bolt toward the door. Ron and Harry jumped up, frantically blocking him. It's not an attack, and it's got nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets. Harry blurted out, desperately trying to reassure him. Not an attack. Percy paused, eyeing them suspiciously as they blocked his path. You're certain? Absolutely. Ron insisted, nodding emphatically. I promise, added Harry, raising his hand as if swearing an oath. After a bit more persuasion, Percy reluctantly sat back down, though he continued to watch them closely. Meanwhile, Fred and George exchanged a quick, amused glance, saying nothing but clearly entertained by Ron's anxious behavior. They didn't need words to communicate, they'd already worked out that this was something far less sinister than Percy had feared. On the third morning of the holidays, Kyle was just leaving after visiting Hermione when he spotted Fred and George hovering suspiciously near the hospital wing's entrance. What are you two doing in the hospital wing? He asked. We have a cold. Fred blurted out. Yeah, came to get some pepper-up potion, George added, throwing in a couple of exaggerated coughs. Kyle raised an eyebrow. They looked perfectly healthy, without so much as a sniffle. It was obvious they'd come to snoop on Hermione's condition. And you, Kyle? Fred asked. Here to visit someone. Oh, I'm here for pepper-up potion too, Kyle replied loudly, pulling out a small bottle filled with red liquid. Hermione clearly didn't want anyone knowing about her transformation into a cat. Pretending to know nothing seemed the best way to keep Fred and George from prying. What a coincidence. George grinned. It's been chilly, after all, gotta look after yourself. Yes, you too, Kyle replied. They made some awkward small talk, then went their separate ways. When Fred and George entered the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey had already drawn a curtain around Hermione's bed, so they left none the wiser. Kyle, meanwhile, headed back toward the castle, intending to visit the library. Near the entrance hall, he caught sight of Peeves gleefully chasing moaning Myrtle around the castle with a large bouquet of balloons. Since the attack on the Bloody Baron, Peeves had become even more reckless, constantly harassing both ghosts and students alike, though he usually behaved himself when professors were nearby. Myrtle, unfortunately, was one of his favorite targets. Kyle found it odd that Myrtle was so afraid of Peeves' balloons, which couldn't actually harm her. But Peeves' distraction provided a perfect opportunity. Once they were out of sight, Kyle changed course and headed for the empty girls' bathroom. Peeves and Myrtle's chase would likely keep them busy for an hour or so, just enough time for him to visit the Chamber of Secrets. Kyle whispered in Parseltongue to open the drainpipe, jumped in, and made his way down to the passage. At the end, the chamber's door opened slowly, and he stepped carefully onto the black stone floor, wand in hand. The stone he'd used to wedge the entrance shut on his last visit was missing, a clear sign someone had been there since. Kyle scanned the chamber carefully. The good news was that he was alone, with no signs of anyone lurking in the shadows ready to attack. However, scattered snake scales and a large drag mark beneath the Slytherin statue hinted that the basilisk had recently been here. The drag mark glistened with fresh slime, much like the trail left by a flobberworm, only far larger. Seeing the scales and the trail, Kyle knew the basilisk had been released. But by whom? He stood up and retraced his recent memories, piecing together anything unusual that might point to the culprit. The chamber was silent, save for his own footsteps. The carved snake eyes on the pillars and the Slytherin statue seemed to follow his every move, as if watching him. But Kyle barely noticed, pacing back and forth, deep in thought. He'd asked Myrtle multiple times if she'd seen anyone enter the bathroom, but she'd claimed she hadn't. Then again, Myrtle wasn't always reliable, she lived in the bathroom, but wasn't always in her cubicle. The strange part was that none of the traps or charms he'd set up had been triggered. Could there be another entrance? Or perhaps the person releasing the basilisk hadn't entered through the main door at all. Click. A sound, completely unlike footsteps, echoed through the Chamber of Secrets. Kyle snapped out of his thoughts, instinctively pointing his wand toward the door, only to realize that the noise had come from directly beneath his feet. Looking down, Kyle saw he'd accidentally stepped on a piece of shed snake skin while pacing. That gave me a scare, he muttered, letting out a breath of relief. He reached down to pick up the snake skin, but as he did, something glinting caught his eye beneath it, a golden chain. Kyle quickly picked it up. The chain was short, less than 2 inches long, and crafted from small gold snakes linked together. It looked like it had been torn off of something, as part of it was frayed. Could this have belonged to the person with the diary? The snakes immediately made Kyle think of Slytherin House. They adored snake motifs, adorning their clothes and accessories with them at every opportunity. At Hogwarts, if you found something decorated with a snake, odds were it belonged to a Slytherin. But, this chain seemed different. The tiny snakes connecting each link were remarkably detailed, with scales so finely crafted they almost looked alive. This wasn't some cheap trinket, it was clearly valuable. Slytherin, with this level of wealth. Kyle thought. His mind flickered to Draco Malfoy, Harry's frequent nemesis. But he dismissed the idea just as quickly. On Halloween, when Filch had been attacked, Malfoy had been at the feast in the Great Hall. He wouldn't have had the opportunity to release the basilisk then. And besides, Lucius Malfoy wouldn't risk allowing Draco to meddle in something so dangerous. But if not Malfoy, then who? Kyle turned the chain over in his hands, considering other possibilities. Millicent Bulstrode, Daphne Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, or perhaps Crabbe and Goyle. Chapter 314, Agent Mikkel. The Christmas holidays flew by, and soon students were returning to Hogwarts by train, filling the castle once more with lively noise and laughter. After the break, the fear of the recent attack seemed to have faded slightly. Most students were laughing and joking, seemingly less haunted by worry than before. Perhaps they believed the professors had taken care of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets over the holidays. At least, that's what Lockhart had claimed. Lockhart was, surprisingly, the first professor to return after the break, so early, in fact, that he hadn't even attended the end-of-term feast. He had hurried off after his last defense against the dark arts class, returning later with triumphant flair. Whatever he had heard or experienced during the holidays seemed to have filled him with confidence, as he wasted no time in boasting that he'd solved the Chamber of Secrets mystery. Kyle happened to be waiting near the foyer and overheard Lockhart speaking with Professor McGonagall. "There won't be any more trouble, Minerva," Lockhart said in his usual loud voice. "I can assure you the Chamber of Secrets won't open again. I've found the true heir but decided to grant him a chance. If he has any sense, he won't cause further disruptions." Students nearby overheard him, and while some took comfort in his words, others were skeptical. Still, Lockhart's confident pronouncement seemed to ease the general tension around the castle. Oddly enough, just 5 minutes earlier, Lockhart had given the exact same speech to Professor Flitwick, and 10 minutes before that, he'd said the same words to Professor Sprout. Kyle, who had been nearby the entire time, couldn't help noticing that Lockhart was delivering these lines as if he'd rehearsed them. Soon after, Professor McGonagall walked away, leaving Lockhart standing there, glancing around as if searching for his next target. It was likely he'd try Snape next, but Kyle wasn't sure how well that would go. Snape would either completely ignore Lockhart, endure him with dark patience, or, in a darker fantasy, might even cast a quick Langlock to silence him, or, for that matter, Sectum Semper to shut him up for good. Kyle was tempted to stay and see how things unfolded, but just then, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. Cedric walked up the stone steps into the castle, spotted Kyle, and headed directly toward him. "I asked around for you," Cedric said, handing Kyle the gold chain. "I checked every shop I know of, including Diagon Alley, but no one sold anything with this kind of design. Nothing even remotely similar." Kyle frowned. Cedric shook his head. "Nothing. Though I didn't try Nocturne Alley, my dad won't let me go there." "That's all right, you've done plenty," Kyle reassured him. "Not many people in Nocturne Alley would be honest anyway. Going there probably wouldn't help." "You're right." Cedric agreed, falling into step with Kyle as they walked toward the Great Hall. "I've been meaning to ask, what exactly is this chain?" "I'm not sure myself," Kyle admitted. "I just found it, but I have a hunch it might be connected to the recent attacks. That's why I asked you to help me track it down." Cedric's face turned serious. "You mean, the Chamber of Secrets?" he asked, lowering his voice as he realized he'd spoken a little too loudly. "Are you certain?" "It's just a theory," Kyle replied. "Could be it's just some fancy decoration on someone's clothing." "Can I take another look?" Cedric asked, intrigued. "Of course," Kyle said, handing it over. "Just be careful not to hold it too close to the fireplace, or it might change back." Cedric looked at him in surprise. "This is Transfiguration?" Kyle nodded. Cedric hadn't noticed before, but the chain's intricate design had a shimmer to it, like something that was barely holding its shape. Soon after they sat down at the long dining table, the start-of-term feast began. Dumbledore was chatting with Professor Trelawney, who was wearing her usual gauzy shawls and layered beads. Seeing her reminded Kyle that he hadn't attended a single divination class since the start of term. He'd heard from classmates that he'd somehow become a teaching aide for Trelawney, who hadn't taken his absence lightly. Before the holidays, she'd even predicted ominously, "If he continues to miss my class, he may be leaving us forever next term." Kyle's friends, Mikkel and Ryan, had suggested he show up just to keep her from focusing on him as some sort of harbinger of doom. He would have gone, but unfortunately, divination clashed with his ancient runes class, and runes was not something he could afford to drop. With his private tutor, Tom Riddle, gone, Kyle now had to rely on Professor Babbling, who was only available once a week, and difficult to find at any other time. Next to Dumbledore sat Professor McGonagall, looking as stern as ever, and beside her was a particularly jubilant Lockhart. He seemed so pleased with himself that he'd even taken out a bottle of fire whiskey and offered it to the other professors. Each declined, and while Professor McGonagall pursed her lips in disapproval, she held back her objections since Dumbledore didn't mind. When the banquet ended, a tipsy Lockhart stood up, beaming and repeating to the students what he'd boasted to the professors earlier, that he'd solved the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets, and that Hogwarts was safe once more. There was a burst of cheers from the younger students, and Lockhart went on to announce his plans to publish a new book about Hogwarts and the Chamber of Secrets, with all the students as main characters. The cheering grew even louder. Yet a small number of students sat silent, clearly skeptical of Lockhart's claims and suspecting he was just drunk. Later, in the Hufflepuff common room, some students started their holiday tradition of catching up on homework while sprawled on the sofas. Kyle handed his potions assignment to Mikkel. "Thanks," Mikkel said, relieved. "I was 5 inches short on my potions essay and couldn't finish it to save my life." As Mikkel copied down the last few inches, Kyle lowered his voice. "Have you noticed any unusual behavior in Slytherin recently?" Mikkel gave a knowing grin. Not only had he claimed he'd tried to sneak into the Slytherin common room, he'd actually done it. He'd managed to blend in with a group of Slytherins after their Care of Magical Creatures class, saying he'd swollen up from a sting by a billywig, and had discreetly memorized the password. Unfortunately, he'd somehow been discovered. Snape had caught him and, with a furious expression, docked 50 points from Hufflepuff. Mikkel shrugged. "Well, no big breakthrough. But they've all been acting more secretive. And I haven't seen Malfoy or his friends chatting about the attacks as much lately. Almost like they know something but are trying not to draw attention." Kyle nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 315, Valentine's Day Surprise. "Seriously?" Mikkel said, setting down his finished potions homework. He thought for a moment before continuing, "I feel like they're all a bit crazy." Kyle blinked, surprised. "What do you mean? Do you know what they're always going on about?" Mikkel sighed, putting his quill aside. "Every time I'm in their common room, I hear someone loudly talking about who the heir of Slytherin might be, and a lot of them say they want to help purify the school alongside him." Kyle scoffed. "Help the monster in the Chamber of Secrets purify the school? Seriously?" Michael's frustration only grew as he spoke. "Yeah, from the way they talk, it's like they see the rest of us as pests. It's no wonder so many people have issues with Slytherin." He paused, glancing at Kyle. "One day, I couldn't hold back. I waited until someone was heading out the door and gave this arrogant guy a solid punch in the face. That's how I ended up getting caught." Kyle chuckled, a mix of amusement and concern. "Sounds like you made a quick escape, though." "Oh, I did. They were so slow, I only had to dash up 3 flights of stairs to lose them. But, unfortunately, I didn't realize I'd dropped my scarf while I was running. A third-year Slytherin recognized it, and Snape docked me 50 points, just like that." Mikkel thumped the table in frustration, and Kyle shook his head with a smirk. It was lucky that Michael's reflexes had helped him escape quickly, otherwise, he'd have lost more than just 50 points. But Michael's story gave Kyle some useful insights. He could likely rule out suspects like Pansy, Millicent, and Crabbe. With their personalities, if any of them had truly been responsible for releasing the basilisk, they'd probably have bragged about it by now. The real heir would likely be more cautious. Kyle considered this for a moment, then asked, "Do you know if any of them missed the Halloween feast?" Mikkel thought about it briefly. "The Halloween feast? I think they all went. Filch's attack is the main thing they keep bringing up. If anyone wasn't in the Great Hall that night, I'm sure they'd have been interrogated right away. When I was there, though, no one seemed to be questioning anyone." Kyle frowned thoughtfully. Maybe they'd finished questioning everyone before you arrived." "Possibly," Mikkel agreed. Kyle returned to the dormitory, still mulling over the clues in his mind. There were fewer suspects now, but he'd have to keep a close eye on the remaining ones. In the weeks that followed, Kyle kept a close watch on the Slytherin students, looking for anything out of the ordinary. But after a month of careful observation, he hadn't noticed anything suspicious. Everything in the castle seemed calm, even normal. As February arrived, the snow gradually began to melt, and pale sunlight once again touched the grounds of Hogwarts. There hadn't been any new attacks, and optimism was spreading through the school. Many students were starting to believe Lockhart's claims that he'd put an end to the Chamber of Secrets monster. Adding to the sense of relief, Professor Sprout shared some promising news during herbology. The mandrakes were growing more temperamental and withdrawn, a sign they were nearing maturity. With a bit more time, perhaps another month or two, those who had been petrified could be fully revived. Amid all this good news, Lockhart seemed especially pleased with himself. His start-of-term feast proclamation had won over new admirers, and students who had previously doubted him were now among his loyal fans. To raise morale and help everyone move past last term's unfortunate events, I have a surprise in store for you, Lockhart announced cheerfully in one of his defense against the dark arts classes. I can't say too much just yet, it's a secret, after all, but I think you'll all enjoy it. His mysterious words sent whispers rippling through the classroom as students speculated about what he might be planning. The mystery didn't last long. The very next day, Valentine's Day, Lockhart's surprise was revealed. When Kyle entered the Great Hall that morning, he paused, almost convinced he'd stepped into the wrong room. The four walls were draped with enormous pink flowers, and heart-shaped confetti drifted down from the enchanted ceiling. Behind the staff table, a massive heart made of colorful flowers hung proudly. The scene resembled a wedding venue more than a school dining hall. I guess this must be Lockhart's surprise, Fred muttered, brushing confetti from his head. Thinking the same thing, Cedric replied, glancing toward the professor's table. Up front, Lockhart, clad in a blindingly pink robe, stood waving to quiet the hall. Beside him, the professor sat with various levels of discomfort, none more severe than Snape. Positioned on the left side of the massive heart backdrop with Lockhart on the right, Snape's scowl darkened the whole scene, making him look as if someone had shoved a handful of cockroach clusters at him. His grip on his wand was tense, and Kyle had no doubt that if anyone pushed him the wrong way, Snape would unleash a sectum sempra, quite literally. The only one amused was Dumbledore, who had donned a pearly white robe to better blend with the decorations, grinning broadly as he surveyed the students. "Happy Valentine's Day, everyone," Lockhart said, practically beaming. "So far, 65 people have sent me cards, and I'd like to thank them. And yes, I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise, but there's more to come." With a flourish, he clapped his hands, and 12 dwarves entered, each with drooping expressions, wearing golden wings and carrying harps slung over their shoulders. Lockhart announced that these dwarves would roam the castle all day, delivering Valentine's Day cards. "I know you're excited, but stay tuned, there's still more to come," he said, clapping his hands again. "Everyone, look up." At his cue, hundreds of owls swooped into the Great Hall, dropping letters and packages onto students in a chaotic shower of notes. Amid the flurry, Cedric caught sight of one of the letters falling by his seat, and out of curiosity, picked it up. He took one look at it, and his face changed. His golden hair is like freshly cooked polenta, and his red lips are as inviting as ripe tomatoes. "What in Merlin's name is this?" Cedric recoiled, feeling a surge of nausea, and quickly tossed the note away, rubbing his hands against the stool as if to scrub away the memory. "I understand that some of you may lack experience writing greeting cards," Lockhart continued, smiling wider than ever. "So, I've taken the liberty of sharing a few examples from my own collection. Feel free to copy them, word for word." He flashed a brilliant smile. "But, of course, if you have other ideas, that's perfectly fine too. Professor Snape is a master of love potions, never failing to concoct a delightful batch. And Professor Flitwick here is a true master in entrancing enchantments, a cunning old man, he is." Professor Flitwick buried his face in his hands, clearly wishing he could disappear under the table, while a twitch appeared in Snape's forehead as he raised his wand several times, seeming to wrestle with the impulse to hex Lockhart. "I'd say Professor Snape's reaching his limit," Cedric whispered, then his gaze shifted to the dwarves. A thought struck him, and he turned to Kyle with a hint of desperation. "Kyle, you know the disillusionment charm, don't you?" Kyle nodded. "Could I borrow the invisibility cloak today?" Cedric asked, barely concealing his urgency. "I'd pay you anything, just name your price." Kyle laughed. "No need for money. It's in my dormitory, I'll bring it to you after breakfast." "Thanks." Cedric exhaled in relief. Though he wasn't certain anyone would send him a Valentine's card, he wanted to be prepared. If he were ambushed by singing dwarves in a crowded hallway, the humiliation would be unbearable. For now, staying at Hogwarts seemed preferable to transferring to another wizarding school. Chapter 316, Diverting Disaster. Although Cedric had acted quickly, he'd gravely underestimated the situation, or perhaps he hadn't realized just how popular he truly was. As the first Hufflepuff seeker in ages, known for his looks, gentleness, and patience, Cedric was practically a celebrity at Hogwarts. He had barely made it 100 meters from the Great Hall when 5 dwarves came sprinting toward him, their golden wings flapping with each hurried step, which added a comical touch that only deepened his horror. "Hey, you!" Cedric Diggory, the lead dwarf shouted, pushing through the crowd with arms outstretched. Cedric's instincts screamed at him to run, but he barely managed 2 steps before the dwarves surrounded him, kicking a few unfortunate students in the shins to clear the path. 3 dwarves blocked his way in front, and 2 closed in from behind. "I have a singing message to deliver personally to Cedric Diggory," announced the first dwarf, strumming his harp with such fervor that Cedric flinched. More students gathered around, intrigued by the spectacle. Cedric tried to slip away once more, but the dwarf held him fast, tugging at his robes. "Not here, please, I'll be late for class," Cedric pleaded, hoping for mercy. But the dwarf ignored him, and with a booming voice, began the song. His gray eyes are as captivating as a freshly squeezed shrivelfig. His hair shines like a well-seasoned crucible, used for 30 years. I want him for myself, he's truly a sight. He's the perfect Mr. Hufflepuff, my shining knight. Cedric's face drained of color, he looked paler than any ghost in the castle. He tried to muster a laugh along with the crowd, but only a strangled groan escaped. He thought the dwarves' delivery style might be a bit embarrassing, but experiencing it firsthand was a nightmare. And to make matters worse, there were still 4 more dwarves waiting with messages for him. Kyle, standing off to the side, was enjoying the scene until he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Turning, he saw Kanna, her eyes wide with alarm. "Run," she urged quietly. "What?" Kyle asked, confused. But then he looked up and saw 7 more dwarves making a beeline for him. They weren't looking for Cedric this time. Oh, no. Avis. Kyle's wand flashed, and with a loud bang, a flock of small birds erupted from its tip, fluttering around the dwarves and obscuring their vision. Without wasting a second, Kyle grabbed Kanna's arm, and they bolted through the crowd, heading straight for the Hufflepuff common room. Once the barrel-shaped door closed behind them, Kyle collapsed onto a sofa, panting, not from physical exertion but from sheer relief. Kanna was doubled over with laughter. "I've never seen you so panicked," she teased, shoulders shaking. "You didn't even look this scared when Orin tricked you into the Forbidden Forest. You don't understand." Kyle wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. "If it would make those dwarves disappear, I'd gladly take another trip into the Forbidden Forest with Orin." Kanna burst into laughter again, unable to contain herself. "Don't push it too far," Kyle said with a smirk. "I helped you, those dwarves could easily have been coming for you too." Kanna wrinkled her nose, suddenly imagining the dwarves singing, "Your hair shines like freshly fried potatoes," and a shiver ran through her. Her amusement vanished instantly, and she shot Kyle a glare. "Just so you know," she huffed, "they were definitely looking for you, not me, not for half a canute." "Who's to say?" Kyle replied. "You can't see all the dwarves' eyes at once." "Yes, I can." Kanna insisted, her irritation plain, just as the door opened and Cedric entered, looking weary but relieved. "Thanks for the distraction, Kyle." He slumped onto the sofa beside them. "The birds bought me enough time to escape." It was horrifying. "Do you think Madame Pomfrey would buy it if I pretended to be sick and hid in the hospital wing?" "Pretending won't work," Kyle replied with a chuckle. "But if you're serious, I have some belladonna. Want to take a bite?" Cedric chuckled nervously, shaking his head. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'd like to avoid nearly poisoning myself just to escape Valentine's Day." When the door to the Hufflepuff common room creaked open again, Cedric stepped out alone, his nerves visibly frayed. After some consideration, and a pang of guilt, he decided to let Kanna have the invisibility cloak for the day. Glancing over his shoulder, he whispered, "Kyle, are you sure this plan is going to work?" "Just give it a shot," Kyle's voice echoed from somewhere near the wall, making it shake slightly. "There are only 12 dwarves. If we keep them busy, they won't have time to embarrass anyone else." Kyle's plan was straightforward: if you couldn't avoid the dwarves, keep them occupied. They would flood the dwarves with Valentine's cards. If others could send cards, so could they, and as long as they didn't sign their names, no one would know who was responsible. "But, who exactly are we going to send these to?" Cedric still hesitated. The strategy was effective, but it felt a bit mean-spirited. "Fred and George, for one," Kyle suggested casually. "They'd love this kind of chaos and would probably find it hilarious to receive a few extra Valentines. And definitely Lockhart, he gets 100 cards," Kyle added with a mischievous grin. "Professor Snape could use a few, too," he continued. "He's probably not going to get any Valentine's cards, so let's send him 50 to lift his spirits." At that moment, an invisible arm emerged out of nowhere and gave Kyle a light slap. All right, 10 for Snape," Kyle relented, laughing. "The rest can go to Lockhart." He then handed Cedric and the others a stack of cards filled with pre-written messages. The cards all bore a similar, overly sentimental message they'd quickly penned together back in the common room. "Just add names and hand them over to the dwarves for delivery." Cedric looked down at the stack, still feeling a bit uneasy. "Are you sure sending out identical cards won't seem suspicious? Should we change them up a bit?" "No need," Kyle assured him, shaking his head. "Dwarves are used to repetitive tasks, they're usually goblins' assistants in weapon forging. Even if each card says the same thing, they'll deliver them without question." Kyle paused, then added, "But you're right about one thing. Let's make sure the names are staggered so they have to make multiple trips. That'll keep them busy." Chapter 317, Useless Understanding. Kyle's strategy proved highly effective. After handing over a thick stack of greeting cards to the dwarves, they finally managed to enjoy a somewhat normal morning. Although a few dwarves still managed to slip out from hidden corners, Kyle was able to dodge them in time using his disillusionment charm. Regarding the lessons, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had agreed to Kyle's suggestion and cast charms to seal the classroom doors, keeping the dwarves out. Reports from other year groups mentioned that 2 petrified dwarves were stationed in Snape's potions classroom, placed on either side of the door to the dungeon like 2 tasteless statues. Initially, this sight caused a bit of panic as students thought there had been another attack. But soon, they realized it was Snape's handiwork, his way of warning the remaining dwarves to steer clear of him. As the morning wore on and classes continued, the dwarves began reappearing with greater frequency, evidently having completed their previous tasks. By the end of the last charms class, 3 dwarves were already waiting for Kyle in the corridor. Cedric faced a similar situation, forcing both of them to retreat to the common room for lunch. Someone is definitely stirring up trouble, Cedric grumbled, biting into a piece of toast. There are loads of students at Hogwarts, why do they keep targeting us? Something's off. Do you even need to ask? Kyle raised an eyebrow and pointed toward the ceiling. Cedric immediately caught on, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Fred, George. No wonder the greeting cards felt strangely familiar. It all clicked, it was undeniably the twins' signature style. Cedric had initially felt guilty about the chaos but never imagined the twins would start mischief this early. He suspected they were responsible for the 5 dwarves he'd encountered by the foyer that morning. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that a greeting card popped up every time he left his dorm? It seems we're all thinking the same thing, Kyle shrugged. So, should we keep at it this afternoon? Cedric asked. Kyle shook his head. Though they outnumbered the twins 3-2, Fred and George thrived on pranks, whether they were the instigators or simply involved, which gave them an almost invincible advantage. Plus, the Hufflepuffs had defense against the dark arts in the afternoon, and Lockhart would never agree to barricading the door. After all, neither the disillusionment charm nor an invisibility cloak would be practical in class. Forget it, let's let them off the hook this time, Kyle thought, deciding to skip the petty rivalry with the twins. Instead, he chose to redirect his efforts toward Lockhart. In fact, they even funded a small incentive to recruit more admirers for Lockhart. Anyone who wrote Lockhart a greeting card would earn a canute. 1 canute. 29 nuts. It wasn't much, but the task was simple, and by the time the afternoon class began, all 50 slots had been filled. Lockhart was ecstatic, absolutely over the moon. He never imagined that after everything that had happened, his number of admirers at Hogwarts would only increase, over 1,000 cards as proof. Who cared if he didn't have time for his classes anymore? If he could, he'd do this every single day. That evening, Lockhart strolled happily toward the Great Hall. On his way, he noticed a group of professors gathered near the entrance to the dungeon, all focused on something. What's all this fuss about? He asked smugly. Comparing how many cards you've received. Why wasn't I invited? Ah, I suppose you all heard already, I received over 1,000 cards. All the professors turned to glare at him. Startled, Lockhart muttered defensively, all right, if you think it's unfair to compete with me, I won't participate. Wait, why is there a dwarf here? He noticed a motionless dwarf among the professors. But the issue was, the dwarves should have completed their tasks and left the school half an hour ago. Ah, the problem solver has arrived, Snape said in a low voice. As you can see, there has been another attack. Now, your moment to shine has finally come. Lockhart's breath caught as he looked down at the petrified dwarf on the floor. The dwarf lay rigid in front of a suit of armor, identical to the pose of the last petrified victim. No, how could this be? Lockhart stammered. Don't joke around. Professor Snape, I can tell at a glance that he's been petrified, exactly like the ones you set up at the entrance to the dungeon. As a matter of fact, Snape said coldly, I lifted that petrification charm 3 hours ago. Or you could try it yourself. I wouldn't think it too difficult for you to lift a charm. Of course. I can lift the charm, Lockhart replied through gritted teeth. He stepped forward, waved his wand, and muttered an odd assortment of sounds. A muscle in Professor McGonagall's cheek twitched. In all her years, she had never heard such a peculiar incantation, it sounded like Lockhart was making it up on the spot. She doubted he could even repeat it exactly if asked. Lockhart continued his spell for nearly a full minute, but unsurprisingly, the petrified dwarf remained entirely unmoved. Oh dear, it seems even the secret magic of the Wagga Wagga tribe isn't working, Lockhart said, putting away his wand. I learned it from an old wizard during my travels, it can lift almost any curse. Oh. Snape raised an eyebrow. I know what you're going to say, Professor Snape, Lockhart sighed. Clearly, I was deceived. That fellow probably hadn't set foot outside his village. Never mind, the mandrake roots are nearly mature, said Professor Sprout. Soon they'll be ready, and those petrified will recover. But, Gilderoy, didn't you claim on the first day of term that you knew the identity of the heir? Well then, go find him, that's what's most important. Yes, yes. I know. Lockhart stammered, growing increasingly flustered. If he truly knew who the heir was, he would have made a grand show of it long ago, not waited until now. But wasn't Dumbledore supposed to be the most powerful wizard around? He had been back from holiday for quite some time, yet the Chamber of Secrets remained unsolved. This was certainly not the outcome Lockhart had expected. Lockhart stuttered, unable to form a coherent response, and the other professors ignored him entirely. Professor Flitwick arranged for the petrified dwarf to be taken to the hospital wing, and the rest of the professors filed out, leaving Lockhart standing there as if he were invisible. Things are getting serious, Professor McGonagall said, glancing toward the Great Hall, which was bustling with students. We need to take action before any students get hurt. But the question is, who? Snape replied. We've searched every corner of the castle and found nothing. Just a little longer. It won't be much longer now, whispered Professor Sprout. A month at most, no, even less. The mandrake roots are already showing signs they're ready to be repotted. Those who were petrified must have seen something. Once they wake, we'll finally know if the monster is a person or something else. You're right, Pomona, Professor McGonagall agreed, her expression grave. But a month is still too long. None of us can guarantee what could happen in that time. In any case, I need to go speak to the students. Chapter 318, Tense Atmosphere. All students must return to their house common rooms by 6 p.m., and no student is to leave after that time. You will be escorted by a professor to each of your classes, and wandering the castle alone before your professor arrives is strictly forbidden. Quidditch training and matches are postponed, and there will be no evening activities. The students sat at the long tables in the Great Hall, listening in solemn silence to Professor McGonagall's announcement. Professor McGonagall was genuinely afraid. Before the holidays, the Ministry of Magic had grown increasingly concerned about the situation at Hogwarts. After the attack on Professor Charity Burbage, who taught Muggle studies, there had even been talk of temporarily closing Hogwarts to focus all efforts on finding the Chamber of Secrets. Though this proposal was initially rejected by a majority, the mounting attacks had brought it back onto the table just before Christmas. This time, it had far fewer opponents. One of the few reasons the Ministry had remained silent was Dumbledore's continued presence at Hogwarts. That, and the fact that no students had been seriously harmed so far. But Professor McGonagall knew this luck wouldn't last forever. The peace was fragile, like a stack of dynamite barrels waiting for the slightest spark. Some people in the shadows were already waiting for an opportunity to act, and McGonagall was certain that if even one student were seriously harmed, or if attacks increased further, those forces would seize the chance to set everything ablaze. No one could predict what might happen then. And Professor McGonagall couldn't bear the thought of students getting hurt. These were the most crucial days. The mandrake roots were nearly mature, and once the petrified students and ghosts were revived, they would be able to tell what they had seen, perhaps even revealing secrets about the Chamber of Secrets and the creature within it. McGonagall was sure the heir of Slytherin was aware of this, too. He would either lie low or become more reckless to protect his secrets. And the petrified dwarves were proof that he had chosen the latter. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, her expression graver than ever. Though all the victims so far had only been petrified, she couldn't forget that 50 years ago, during the Chamber's last opening, students had died for reasons no one understood. This couldn't happen again. She looked out over the students, her voice tense. I hope each of you will follow these rules, for the safety of your own lives. Anyone who breaks them will lose all their house points, and their house will be disqualified from the Quidditch match. In addition, I urge anyone who thinks they know something to come forward. Every clue, no matter how small, could help us find the culprit behind these attacks. When Professor McGonagall finished, she left the hall abruptly, her robes sweeping behind her. As soon as she was gone, a murmur of whispers filled the Great Hall. Never before had there been such a severe punishment as deducting all house points and cancelling Quidditch matches. Well, at least Professor McGonagall only postponed the Quidditch match. Harry said with a hint of relief. You lot. Ron glanced at Fred and George, who looked like they were about to say something but held back. They seemed to guess what he was thinking. We'll find a way around it, even if it's just for Quidditch, Fred said confidently. It's you we're worried about, George laughed. Don't start thinking about playing hero and catching the villain like last year, that's not what you're here for. We're not trying to be heroes. Ron said, his face turning red. Beside him, Harry and Hermione ate quietly, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. At the Hufflepuff table, Kyle was also silent. He watched as everyone around him discussed the identity of the heir, observing the expressions of each student as names were suggested. Everyone looked relatively normal. The only one acting out of character was Lockhart. He wasn't boasting about the 1,000 cards he'd received or his various exploits, he hadn't even bothered to fix his hair, which was an unruly mess of blonde curls. Instead, he sat there, downing drink after drink, a far cry from his usual lively self at lunchtime. Half an hour later, dinner came to an end. Professor McGonagall re-entered the Great Hall, accompanied by the other 3 heads of house. Professor Sprout approached the Hufflepuff table to escort her students back to their common room. "Unless you're on your way to class, you must remain here at all times," she reminded them firmly. She did a quick head count to ensure everyone was present, and only left once the last student had passed through the wooden door. "Doesn't Professor Lockhart already know who the heir is?" someone blurted out as soon as Professor Sprout was gone. "Why don't the professors just arrest the person?" "Don't you get it?" someone else replied, sneering. "He's just full of hot air. He doesn't know anything, as he made painfully clear at the dueling club." "Nonsense," another student argued. "You've all read his books, just think of all the incredible things he's done." "He only said he did them himself," someone muttered skeptically. The common room quickly split into 2 camps, each heatedly debating Lockhart's credibility. Kyle, Conna, and Cedric stayed out of the pointless argument, instead weaving through the crowd to settle on a few sofas in the corner. "Kyle, did you find anything?" Cedric asked quietly. "No," Kyle replied, shaking his head. "The person behind this is hiding really well," Conna sighed. "Every time there's an attack, no one sees anything, it's like it all happens out of thin air. Could the monster in the Chamber of Secrets be some sort of ghost that roams the castle freely?" "Ghosts can't cause petrification. They only look scary," Cedric countered, glancing back at Kyle. "By the way, where did you find the golden chain last time?" "A very hidden place," Kyle replied after a pause, still reluctant to mention the Chamber of Secrets by name. He hadn't entirely ruled out the idea of telling Professor Dumbledore about the chamber's location and what he knew of Tom Riddle. In fact, the thought had crossed his mind more than once, especially after the diary mysteriously vanished and the attacks became more frequent. Yet, he could never quite bring himself to do it. Every time he considered telling someone, the thought would inexplicably fade away. It was like being a muggle caught within a muggle-repelling charm's range. Each time he tried to focus, something else seemed to tug his mind elsewhere. Kyle wasn't fully conscious of this strange mental interference, only feeling an undefined unease he couldn't quite explain. In the end, he chalked it up to his reluctance to part with the basilisk. After all, a creature that rare was worth a fortune in galleons, enough to build a small mountain. It was only natural to feel hesitant. Kyle rubbed his forehead, a strange, lingering irritation creeping over him. "Speaking of clues," Cedric said, breaking the silence, "do you remember the gift you gave me for Christmas?" Without waiting for a reply, he got up and dashed to the dormitory. "Wait here a moment." After about a minute, he returned, holding a stack of parchment. Chapter 319, Visitors from the Ministry, Hagrid taken away. The stack of parchment was nearly an inch thick. After Cedric sat down, he handed it to Kyle. "What are these?" Kyle asked, intrigued. "Photos of magical items," Cedric explained. "I got them from the library at the start of term. I'm not sure if they'll help, but I thought you might want to take a look." Kyle opened the stack and began flipping through the pages. Each sheet held photographs and lengthy descriptions, which looked like they had been carefully copied from a book. The first picture showed a sneakoscope, shaped like a spinning top. Farther down were magical glasses, which could see through invisibility cloaks, a pocket-sized cauldron that could be worn around the neck, a time-turner, a winged slingshot, an exploding pocket watch. Though each magical object was different, they all had one thing in common: they were attached to chains. Some chains were purely decorative, while others were designed for convenience, allowing the items to be carried easily. "Do you remember that Christmas gift you gave me?" Cedric asked. "I've always thought it seemed distinctive. It's like those maps we ordered with the house crests for Slytherin." He pointed to the chain on the exploding pocket watch in the photo. "With enough galleons, I could get one of these watches and have it customized with a little snake, badger, or lion." Kyle nodded thoughtfully. Listening to Cedric, he realized he had been slightly fixated on the chain's appearance before. But perhaps that detail wasn't as crucial as he'd thought. The chain itself was just a functional addition, used to carry items conveniently. Its appearance didn't change the object's essence. But if that were the case, this clue didn't seem particularly valuable. There were countless magical objects attached to chains, and even these photos, just a fraction of them, formed a stack almost an inch thick. Who knew what the chain had originally belonged to? The lights in the Hufflepuff common room stayed on late into the night as everyone lingered, chatting and speculating until sleep finally overtook them. With heavy eyelids and yawns all around, the students eventually returned to their dormitories. But no one could have imagined that, early the next morning, they'd be hit with startling news: the heir had been caught. "I knew it was him, the keeper of keys," Lockhart announced, his hair once again perfectly styled as he preened to anyone who would listen. "Ha! I gave him a chance. If he'd just surrendered, he wouldn't have been taken away by the Ministry of Magic. But no matter, the crisis is over." "Hagrid. How is that possible? Kyle and the others overheard, and Cedric's eyes widened in shock as he hurried up to Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, are you saying Hagrid was taken by the Ministry? Yes, the Minister and Oris were here, Lockhart replied, flashing his gleaming teeth. Last night, while you were all tucked away, fast asleep. I don't believe it. Hagrid couldn't possibly be the heir of Slytherin, there must be some mistake, Connor muttered. I'm sure I know a bit more about Hagrid's situation than you do, Miss Prince, Lockhart said smugly. He may have tried to hide it, but I discovered the truth. His only mistake was waiting to open the chamber until after I arrived at Hogwarts. And, dear boy, he added, turning to Cedric, the Minister wouldn't have taken Hagrid if he weren't absolutely certain. What will happen to him? Cedric asked, concerned. Will they send him to Azkaban? Oh, definitely. Lockhart said grandly, clearly enjoying the attention. He'll be there with the Dementors for company. Professor Lockhart, came a stern voice. Professor McGonagall approached, her expression severe. I don't think you should be telling students about this matter before the facts are confirmed. Ah, apologies, Professor McGonagall, Lockhart replied casually. I was simply eager to share the good news. Professor McGonagall gave him a look of profound distaste, as if he were a badly transfigured creature that still had a tail. Please show some discretion, Professor. We don't need more rumors spreading among the students. She turned to Kyle, Conna, and Cedric. You three, come with me. I have a few questions. Without waiting, she walked briskly out of the castle, and they hurried to follow. Professor McGonagall led them across the grounds to Hagrid's hut. It felt strangely still without him there. Now, I need the truth from you, she said, pointing toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Did you cast the beast-repelling charm? Yes, Professor, Kyle nodded. It was quite a while ago. Fred, George, Cho, and the three of us spent the whole morning on it. Hagrid didn't even help. Professor McGonagall's face softened a little, the tension in her expression easing. Thankfully, this charm hadn't been Hagrid's doing, otherwise, not even Dumbledore could have protected him. Professor, Conna ventured, did they really take Hagrid away? Professor McGonagall nodded. I know you're close to him, Conna, and I'm afraid it's true. But. Her face brightened slightly. Because of these beast-repelling charms, Hagrid was only taken in for questioning. Because of the charm? Cedric asked, puzzled. It has to do with trace magic and the unique properties of the repelling charm, Professor McGonagall explained. Simply put, the repelling charm creates a kind of invisible wall. If a large, unauthorized creature tries to enter, it would disturb this barrier and leave magical traces. You're saying, these beast-repelling charms are all still intact? Kyle asked. That's correct, Professor McGonagall said with a faint smile. The Ministry had suspected Hagrid of harboring creatures in the Forbidden Forest, but these charms proved them wrong. Headmaster Dumbledore anticipated this issue. I can't share all the details, but I assure you, Hagrid won't be sent to Azkaban unless new evidence emerges. The three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief, though Cedric still looked troubled. He didn't understand why the Ministry had arrested Hagrid at all. Hagrid rarely even ventured into the castle, let alone orchestrated monster attacks. Professor McGonagall didn't answer his question, only cautioning them to keep quiet about what they'd discussed. As they prepared to head back to the castle, Kyle lingered near Hagrid's hut, pushing open the door. Fong bounded over to him excitedly. The dog, as always, seemed blissfully unaware of what had happened to his owner, which, Kyle thought, was probably for the best. He took some dried meat from the shelf and put it in Fong's bowl. The dog wagged his tail with delight, chomping away happily. Come along, we'll be late for class, Professor McGonagall called from outside. Kyle gave Fong a quick pat, then shut the door and followed her back to the castle. Chapter 320, Anomaly. Hagrid had been taken away by the Ministry of Magic, but a deep unease lingered throughout Hogwarts. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets remained at large, able to strike again at any moment. The professors maintained an air of calm, diligently escorting students from one class to the next during the day and patrolling the castle halls at night. Despite Lockhart's repeated assurances that the danger had passed and that escorting students was a needless precaution, no one paid him any mind. These days, the Hufflepuff common room was always packed. With a strict curfew at 6 p.m., students had nowhere else to go, and every evening was filled with conversation, rumors, and speculation. After dinner, Kyle settled into a game of wizard chess with Cedric, but his focus was off. Game after game, Kyle lost without much of a fight, and after an hour, he hadn't managed a single win. I get the feeling you're not paying attention, Cedric said as he began putting the chessboard away. Still thinking about the Chamber of Secrets? No. Kyle replied, shaking his head. I just feel a bit unwell. For the past few days, he'd been plagued by dizziness and an inability to concentrate, and today it had worsened. While they'd been playing chess, he'd even heard a faint buzzing, like dozens of voices whispering inside his head. "You're not catching a cold, are you?" Kana asked, looking at him with concern. The weather had been unpredictable lately. Though summer was close, it had been raining frequently, with sudden shifts between warm and chilly days. Quite a few students had come down with colds. "Could be," Cedric said, stowing away the chess pieces. "Should we let Professor Sprout know and ask her to take you to the hospital wing?" "No need. I've got a pepper-up potion with me." Kyle patted his forehead, pulling a small bottle of red potion from his pocket. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Instantly, steam billowed from his ears, and the drowsiness lifted somewhat. Still feeling fatigued, Kyle decided to return to the dormitory shortly afterward. He fell into bed, drifting into a strange, vivid dream. In it, he found himself back in the Chamber of Secrets. The snakes carved into the towering pillars seemed to come alive, encircling him in eerie silence. They didn't attack, nor did they allow him to leave, they simply gathered around him, unblinking. The next morning, Kyle was woken by Ryan. Professor Sprout was already at the door, ready to escort the Hufflepuffs to class. "You slept for almost 12 hours, Mikkel noted, placing a few wrapped sandwiches on the table. "Cedric mentioned you weren't feeling well. Maybe you should ask Professor Sprout for the day off. If anyone can afford to miss a day, it's you." "No, thanks," Kyle replied, shaking his head. "I took my medicine, so I should be okay." "All right then." Mikkel and Ryan exchanged a glance but didn't press the matter further. The pepper-up potion didn't seem to help Kyle at all. For 3 days straight, he took it, but he remained groggy, plagued by fatigue and the same unsettling dream every night. By the third evening, he was so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as he returned to the common room. "No, you're definitely going to the hospital wing," Cedric insisted, waking him up. He was determined to write a note to Professor Sprout, and this time, Kyle didn't refuse. He knew something was truly wrong. Ratton delivered the message, and while they waited for Professor Sprout, Cedric and Kana put on their robes, preparing to accompany him to the hospital wing. They waited over half an hour before Professor Sprout finally entered the common room, looking pale and red-eyed, as if she'd recently been crying. "Thank goodness," she said, managing a strained smile at Kyle. "I'm sorry, dear, for keeping you waiting. I was delayed. I'll take you to the hospital wing now." Cedric and Kana started to follow, but Professor Sprout gently but firmly told them to stay behind. As she led Kyle down the empty corridors, her nervousness was apparent. She clutched her wand tightly, glancing around every few steps. Kyle soon understood why. Nearly every professor was gathered in the hospital wing. But they weren't there because of him, they were standing around Ron Weasley's hospital bed. Ron lay stiff and unmoving, like a statue. Professor McGonagall was furiously berating Lockhart. "A student was attacked because you wanted to fix your hair." I don't know." Lockhart stammered, trembling and clutching his wand, which was inexplicably tangled in his hair. There was only one corridor left. They said they didn't need to be escorted. "So you just left?" Professor McGonagall roared, her expression thunderous. "You knew Dumbledore wasn't at school today, and yet you let the students walk alone." "But Hagrid was caught, so I thought." Lockhart stuttered. "Clearly, there's another heir," Snape said icily. "Pity the monster didn't come for you instead." Lockhart fell silent, his face ashen. "Poppy, could you take a look at this child?" Professor Sprout's voice cut through the tension as she entered with Kyle. At her words, the hospital wing fell silent. The professors stopped berating Lockhart and turned almost in unison to look at Kyle. "Don't worry, Minerva, it wasn't an attack," Professor Sprout quickly assured. The other professors noticed that Kyle had walked in on his own and collectively exhaled in relief. Only Snape's expression remained conflicted, a strange blend of regret and mild relief. Madame Pomfrey hurried over to take Kyle's temperature, performing a thorough examination. As she did so, the professors pulled the curtain around Ron's bed, obscuring him from view. 10 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey straightened up. "It's not a cold, perhaps it's just stress that's causing these recurring dreams," she said gently. She led Kyle to a bed. "You'll stay here tonight." Kyle nodded and sat quietly. "Is there any chance," Snape drawled, "that he's not truly unwell?" "I can assure you, Professor Snape," Madame Pomfrey replied sternly, "I'd know if someone were faking. I fully expect that if these attacks continue unresolved, we'll see more and more cases of students affected by fear." She brought over a large bottle labeled Dreamless Sleep Potion and poured a steaming mugful for Kyle. "Drink this, it should help you get some proper rest." The potion was unpleasant, as all hospital brews seemed to be, but Kyle drank it down. As he finished, Madame Pomfrey left, drawing the curtain around him for privacy. Soon after, the professors filed out, returning to patrol the castle in case of further attacks. The hospital wing fell into silence, and the potion indeed helped Kyle drift into a peaceful sleep, but only briefly. Just 2 hours later, Kyle's eyes snapped open, and he found himself unable to return to sleep. The scene with Ron weighed heavily on him. If the basilisk remained unchecked, it was inevitable that more students would be harmed, perhaps even fatally. Today it was Ron. Tomorrow it could be Cedric, Conna, George or Fred. Was it really worth endangering everyone, including his friends, just to preserve the basilisk? Deep down, he knew the answer was no. But why, then, had he hesitated all this time? Kyle's face grew pale as he considered it. He had already thought of going to Dumbledore, yet after each night's sleep, the idea seemed to vanish as if it had never crossed his mind. Was he really that forgetful? Or was it the Confundus charm? If he was under a Confundus charm, then who? Riddle's diary. When had Riddle managed to place such a charm on him? And why couldn't he remember anything about it? Kyle didn't dare let himself fall asleep again. Sitting upright, he clenched his fists, resisting the persistent buzzing in his mind. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, The Imposter Heir. The quiet in the bed next to him felt almost oppressive. Even Madame Pomfrey had fallen asleep, so Kyle quietly slipped on his shoes and clothes, and crept out of the hospital wing. The castle was eerily silent. As soon as he entered the main hall, he remembered that Professor McGonagall had mentioned Dumbledore wouldn't be at school today. But that didn't matter, because he soon ran into Professor McGonagall herself on the 3rd floor. "Kyle," she snapped, clearly startled and furious. "You're supposed to be resting in the hospital wing, not wandering the halls." "Professor McGonagall, I know where the Chamber of Secrets is." Kyle blurted out. "The entrance is in Myrtle's bathroom, under the tap that doesn't produce any water." "What?" Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly regained her composure. "You stay here. Do not move," she ordered firmly. With a swift flick of her wand, she summoned her Patronus, a transparent tabby cat. She murmured instructions to it, and it sprang up the stairs, disappearing with a few graceful leaps. But Kyle had no intention of staying put. As Professor McGonagall conjured her Patronus, he took a quick step backward, slipping into a hidden passageway nearby. He knew the professors wouldn't let him go with them to the Chamber of Secrets, but he felt an overwhelming urge, perhaps even from the strange dreams he'd been having, that he had to go himself. Emerging on the other side of the passage, Kyle took a moment to orient himself and then hurried towards Myrtle's bathroom. The exploding textbooks that had once littered the area were gone, though Kyle barely noticed as he made his way to the tap. Speaking Parseltongue, he opened the entrance and turned to Myrtle, who was staring at him in surprise. "The professors will be here soon," he told her quickly. "Make sure to tell them that this is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." Myrtle began, looking as if she had more to say, but Kyle didn't catch it. He'd already jumped into the pipe, sliding rapidly down. A slimy feeling coated his back, and he regretted not bringing his broomstick for a more graceful entrance. But in moments, he'd reached the bottom, landing with a thud in the damp, shadowy tunnel. He quickly navigated the path to the final doorway of the chamber, feeling the intense buzzing in his head suddenly lift. For the first time in days, his mind felt clear. Standing before the massive door, he hissed the Parseltongue phrase again, and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets began to open. Open. The stone wall split down the middle, sliding open to reveal the Chamber of Secrets. The vast, dimly lit hall appeared unchanged, but Kyle's eyes were drawn to a black diary lying at the foot of the giant Slytherin statue. "I didn't think it would be you," a soft voice said from the shadows. Kyle turned, unsurprised, toward the voice. A tall boy, leaning casually against a stone pillar, stared back at him. He looked around 15 or 16, with dark hair, thin lips, and a striking, handsome face, not unlike Cedric. "Tom Riddle." "It is I," Riddle replied with a nod, his tone mockingly friendly. "It's been a long time, my good friend." He stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "I've always wondered who would find the Chamber of Secrets first. Dumbledore? Harry Potter? I never expected it to be you." "Surprised?" Kyle asked coolly. "Not entirely," Riddle admitted, studying Kyle with interest. "You're just as clever and methodical as I was, it makes sense you'd find it." "Don't flatter yourself," Kyle shot back, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I'm only in 3rd year, and I've already won the special award for services to the school twice, plus the Order of Merlin, 2nd class. You only managed one school award by 5th year. TSK. Riddle's expression tightened, a flicker of irritation breaking through his calm mask. "I've told you before, those titles are meaningless. Only power matters," he said, stepping closer. At some point, he had produced a wand, Ron's wand, which he now held at his side. "We're alike, Kyle," Riddle continued smoothly. "Those filthy mudbloods don't deserve to share a classroom with you. Join me, and I promise, before Salazar Slytherin himself, that we'll transform the wizarding world into something glorious." Kyle narrowed his eyes at the wand aimed in his direction. "I have just one question. How did you get out?" Riddle's smile twisted into something darker. Honestly, I don't know. I was working to gain your trust when, one day, I suddenly found myself free, outside that cursed diary. I met someone else, a naive, weak little fool who opened up to me almost immediately, far more easily than you ever would. He let out a low laugh. Thanks to him, I've grown, much stronger. Who? Kyle asked. Think of him as my future servant, Riddle said dismissively. Now, it's your turn to answer. Despite your past deceptions, I'm willing to forgive you if you'll follow me. Together, we can achieve greatness. Kyle tilted his head thoughtfully. I might need a moment to think about it. Take all the time you need, Riddle replied smoothly. I've closed the entrance you left in the bathroom, so we won't be disturbed. Really? That's convenient, Kyle said, then, without warning, raised his wand. A row of sharp stone spikes erupted from the floor around Riddle, piercing his form. But Riddle barely flinched, glancing down with mild annoyance. What a shame. I thought you might accept. Kyle shrugged, his smile mischievous. Would you believe me if I said I just slipped? Riddle's expression darkened. What do you think? Crucio. Sectum Sempra. The spells collided midair in a flash of red and white light, each ricocheting in a different direction. Riddle's curse scorched the stone floor, while Kyle's spell sliced into a nearby pillar, leaving a deep gash. Riddle's gaze shifted to the damage, his eyes widening briefly in surprise. Dark magic of this level, and a nonverbal spell, too. Among wizards your age, you're the most talented I've seen. I almost regret having to kill you. His words dripped with mockery as he raised his wand again, sneering. But the game is over. Now I'll show you the true power of Salazar Slytherin. Turning his back on Kyle, Riddle faced the towering statue of Slytherin, opening his mouth to hiss, "Speak to me. Speak to me." The words echoed through the chamber. Riddle froze, glancing back, bewildered. In that instant, Kyle had already completed the incantation in Parseltongue, his voice low and sure. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. You know. This is impossible." For the first time, fear flickered across Riddle's face. He turned fully, fury and shock contorting his features. "How do you know the command to summon the basilisk?" "Because I am the true heir of Slytherin," Kyle said, grinning with a confidence that mirrored Lockhart's own theatrical style. "You're just a cheap imitation." Chapter 322, Not even Dumbledore can save you. Riddle was on the brink of erupting, his furious red eyes locked onto Kyle. Even when he'd been called a monster back at the orphanage, he hadn't hated anyone this much. But now, this boy had shown up. He was convinced beyond a doubt, he was the true heir to Slytherin. And yet, Kyle had the audacity to call him an imposter. In a reckless surge of rage, Riddle cast his spell. Avada Kedavra. A bolt of green light shot forward at breakneck speed, but Kyle had already anticipated the attack, ducking behind a pillar just in time. Sectum Sempra. It was a spell Kyle had picked up from the advanced potion-making book, a relic of Snape's youth, scrawled with his handwritten spells. The technique wasn't difficult to master, and Kyle launched it at Riddle. But Riddle didn't even try to dodge. In fact, a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. The Sectum Sempra passed right through him like a breeze, cutting through the air but leaving no mark. Only a faint black line appeared in its wake, vanishing just as quickly. "It's useless," Riddle laughed coldly. "Your spells can't hurt me." Avada Kedavra. Another flash of green light. Kyle quickly ducked behind another pillar. "Do you really think you can escape?" Riddle taunted, approaching him slowly. "You're going to die here, and not even Dumbledore can save you." Kyle felt a twinge of helplessness. Sectum Sempra was useless. If he couldn't beat Riddle with magic, maybe it was time for a different approach. He glanced over at the diary lying at the base of the Slytherin statue. Unfortunately, it was several seconds sprint away, and with the killing curse already in play, getting to it would be a gamble he might not win. Just then, the basilisk emerged, slithering from the mouth of the statue. Kyle briefly considered ordering it to bite the diary, but he dismissed the idea. With the basilisk's limited intelligence, understanding what a diary was would be far too complicated. "Kill the imposter," he shouted, as Riddle echoed, "Kill him." Riddle had held onto some faint hope, thinking that his previous commands to the basilisk might sway it in his favor. But as the creature turned its head toward him without a moment's hesitation, his hope was utterly shattered. Bang! Riddle's form exploded in a burst of black mist, and his wand fell to the ground. The mist, however, quickly reformed, pulling his body back together. The basilisk's gaze could indeed affect souls, but Riddle was now merely a Horcrux. As long as the diary remained intact, he couldn't be destroyed. "You fool!" Riddle screamed furiously. "I am your master, the true heir of Slytherin. I'm the one who commands you." But the basilisk ignored him entirely. Seeing its intended prey still moving, it struck, sinking its fangs directly into Riddle's head. Riddle exploded again. Bang. 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 For a while, the Chamber of Secrets resounded with the rhythmic explosions as if a string of firecrackers were going off. Riddle, smug in his supposed immortality, made no effort to dodge, continually hissing commands in Parseltongue to wrest back control over the basilisk. Until he saw Kyle lift the diary from the base of the statue. Riddle's pupils narrowed in horror as a terrifying thought formed in his mind. He knows I'm a Horcrux. Once the idea took root, it was impossible to shake. Kyle's triumphant smile only deepened his dread, and panic crept over him. Abandoning the basilisk, Riddle snatched up his fallen wand and aimed it at Kyle. Avada Kedavra, he screamed, followed by a frenzied, Crucio. Confringo. In his haste, Riddle's spells missed their mark entirely, and Kyle easily dodged them. Each spell crashed into the massive Slytherin statue behind them, blowing open a gaping hole in it. From inside the shattered statue, fragments of bones and snake scales tumbled out. TSK, look what you've done, Kyle taunted, smirking. You don't even respect Mr. Slytherin's statue, some air you are. Riddle ignored Kyle's mockery, his focus fixed entirely on retrieving the diary and killing him. Fortunately for Riddle, Horcruxes were incredibly resilient. Even in Kyle's possession, the diary was unlikely to be destroyed immediately. There's still time, he reassured himself. Avada. Just as he prepared to cast another spell, a pair of bright golden eyes flashed in front of him. Bang. Pat. Riddle's form exploded once more into a swirl of black mist. Accio wand. Kyle commanded. Ron's wand, lying discarded on the ground, bounced up and shot into Kyle's hand. At that moment, muffled footsteps and voices began echoing from the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Here. Potter, come, open. The voice was faint but unmistakably Professor McGonagall's, and Kyle also caught the mention of Harry's name. It seemed the professors had realized that the entrance required Parseltongue to open, so they had brought Harry along. Perfect timing, Kyle thought. He glanced at the shifting, coiling mist of Riddle's form and then signaled for the basilisk to prepare to end it once and for all. His plan was to have the basilisk sink its fangs into the diary before the professors arrived. He'd broken a fair number of school rules during this ordeal, so he hoped he'd at least earn some points back for vanquishing Riddle, though he doubted he'd get to keep the basilisk afterward. Just as Kyle was about to press the diary between the basilisk's lethal fangs, something golden caught his eye, slipping from the hole in the statue. It looked like a small, round, golden pocket watch, except it had 5 hands. Tock. The pocket watch hit the ground, its 5 hands whirling in unison. Suddenly, everything began to rewind. The basilisk, its mouth still open, snapped backward at an impossible speed, disappearing from sight. Ron's wand flew from Kyle's hand, landing back in Riddle's grip. Bone fragments, rubble, and shattered scales returned to the statue, seamlessly sealing the gaping hole. The 3 spells Riddle had fired raced in reverse toward his wand, vanishing into its tip. Time was reversing. Everything around Kyle, except for him, rewound at an incredible pace. When Kyle's senses caught up, he found himself standing alone in the massive Chamber of Secrets, the diary still clutched in his hand. The basilisk, Riddle, and even the distant sounds of Professor McGonagall and the others were gone. What's going on? What just happened? He stared, dazed, at the empty chamber, his mind whirling. Did Riddle have a time-turner? But no, if time had rewound, he should have been affected as well. Was this a dream? To check, Kyle pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. Which meant, this was real. Or at least, it seemed to be. Chapter 323, The Four Founders, a Dialogue Across Millennia. Kyle wandered around the Chamber of Secrets. Not only had Riddle vanished, but even the Sectum Semper mark on the pillar to his left was gone. Everything that had happened felt like a strangely vivid dream. Yet, the sting on his thigh and the weight of the diary in his hands reminded him it was all real. He finally turned his gaze to the Slytherin statue towering above him. Unsure of what had occurred, he decided to deal with the diary first, and hoped the basilisk might still be under his control. Speak to me. Kyle commanded in Parseltongue. But unlike before, the statue's mouth remained sealed. Instead, the snake-shaped carvings on the nearby pillars started to move. They slithered down, winding around each other and closing in on him like real serpents. The scene gave Kyle an unsettling sense of déjà vu. Surely, this had to be a dream. Maybe I just didn't pinch myself hard enough to wake up last time, he thought, gritting his teeth and preparing to try again. But then a deep, resonant voice echoed from above the chamber. Yes. What do you wish to say? Who's there? Kyle looked up sharply. As the voice resounded, the animated snake statues began intertwining, forming a massive circular archway above him. A shimmering, soap bubble-like curtain appeared within the arch, rippling gently. And through it, a figure emerged, a middle-aged wizard in a green robe, looking down at Kyle with a neutral expression. "Weren't you just about to speak to me?" he asked. "You, me." Kyle stammered, too stunned to form a coherent response. A name hovered in his mind, but it seemed too absurd to be real. "Salazar, I think you should offer a bit more guidance." "The poor child looks thoroughly lost," came another voice. A second figure appeared in the arch, a plump witch, looking exactly like the portrait of Helga Hufflepuff in the Hufflepuff common room. "This has to be a dream," Kyle muttered to himself. "You're not dreaming, I assure you," chimed in a smiling wizard in a red cloak, the third person to step through the arch. Behind him was a stern-faced witch, cold and composed. The four figures were unmistakably complete. It took Kyle a moment to gather his thoughts. Ruffling his hair in disbelief, he managed to say, This is impossible." "I suppose you know who we are," the wizard in the red cloak said, his smile widening as he adjusted his pointed hat, as if to give Kyle a hint. "Yes. I'm just struggling to believe it." Kyle stared up at them, dumbfounded. "From what I know, you all lived over 1,000 years ago. How could I possibly be seeing you?" "Because of time," Salazar Slytherin said, his tone calm. "You awakened the basilisk but failed to put it back to sleep properly. Without the full incantation, the basilisk's instinctual behavior led it to damage a particular time-turner hidden within the statue." He pulled out a golden pocket watch from his robe pocket. "There are two of these, one in the future, one in the past. If the one in the future is destroyed, it creates a link between the two, bridging the gap across centuries." Kyle nodded, though only partially understanding. So when he first summoned the basilisk, Salazar Slytherin, across thousands of years, had already sensed it happening. This was beyond any magic Kyle had encountered before, almost a form of foresight. "But why didn't you reveal yourself earlier?" Kyle asked, bewildered. "Because he couldn't," Gryffindor chuckled heartily. "Salazar's little setup here was originally meant to keep an eye on me, just in case I decided to mess with his precious basilisk. But poor old Salazar never expected you to turn up 1,000 years later. The gap in time is simply too vast, and the link between the time-turners too weak for him to reach you directly, unless, of course, something has altered the stability of your timeline." Gryffindor's eyes twinkled. "I suspect you've meddled quite persistently with the time-turner at some point." Kyle felt a pang of understanding. No wonder things had always felt slightly off. It all made sense now. He disregarded the usual course requirements, signing up for 12 classes at once, bending rules to get a time-turner, not just once but twice. "It was you," Kyle blurted, realization dawning on him. "All those strange voices I heard. Think of them as a small side effect," Gryffindor grinned. "Salazar here didn't exactly approve of your little side project with the basilisk, so he kept a close eye. But most of it was Rowena's doing. She was curious to see how far you'd go, so she cast a rather clever charm, let's call it the Confundus charm. Using the castle statues as conduits, she subtly encouraged you to keep your basilisk activities hidden from the others." Rowena Ravenclaw watched him with an unflinching expression, neither confirming nor denying Gryffindor's words. In that moment, everything clicked into place for Kyle, and all his previous doubts melted away. It suddenly made sense why he'd felt so uneasy every time he tried to tell Dumbledore about the basilisk. He would never have guessed that the founders themselves had been behind it. A flood of questions surged through Kyle's mind, but just then, the figures before him began to flicker, their images fading and growing more distorted. "We're almost out of time," said Helga Hufflepuff, nudging Gryffindor aside. "Listen carefully, dear. I know you have questions, but there's no time for them now. What you need to do is restore the timeline, otherwise, you risk being trapped in this loop forever. Take my advice, lad," Gryffindor added. "Never touch the time-turner again, it's already weakened your protections. As a courtesy," Slytherin spoke coolly, "I'll assist in resetting the timeline this once. And you may take the basilisk along. The password to send it back to sleep is, sleep in peace, awaiting glory on the morrow." "You're neglecting your occlumency," Rowena Ravenclaw spoke up at last, her voice serene. "Mastery of the mind isn't as simple as you think. When you face an impasse, wear my diadem." The archway turned into a shimmering blur, dissolving into static, and then vanished entirely. The snakes composing the arch climbed back up the pillar, and an eerie silence settled once more over the Chamber of Secrets. Kyle let out a long breath. He had just met the founders of Hogwarts, speaking to them face to face, 1,000 years after their time. It defied logic, but in its own way, it was profoundly magical. He tried to absorb the surreal experience, but Hufflepuff's words echoed urgently in his mind. If he didn't act, he might be stranded in this altered time forever. Without hesitation, he sprinted out of the Chamber of Secrets. Emerging from the passage, he was met with an unusual stillness, no sign of Professor McGonagall, no Harry. Kyle climbed back up through the pipe leading to the castle, the sounds of chatter and laughter filling the hallways. It struck him how long it had been since he'd heard such vibrant, ordinary noises. He followed the corridor until he spotted two students walking together. "Hello," Kyle greeted them, approaching. "Oh, I know you." "Kyle, from Hufflepuff," one of them said with a friendly smile. "I'm Terry Boot, Ravenclaw." "Sally Ann Perks," said the other, smiling shyly. "We're both second years in Ravenclaw." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Kyle responded politely. "Mind if I ask where you're headed?" "To the Halloween feast, of course," Terry Boot exclaimed. "I hear Headmaster Dumbledore has arranged a skeleton dance troupe. This year's Halloween is going to be amazing." Chapter 324, A New Halloween. Halloween feast, a skeleton dance troupe. Kyle blinked, processing the strange realization. Had he somehow been thrown back a few months? After all he'd just experienced, it wasn't particularly shocking. Meeting people from 1,000 years in the past was far more unbelievable. What were a few months by comparison? After bidding farewell to the two Ravenclaws, Kyle walked down a nearby corridor, which he knew was the location of the first attack. The students were all gathered in the Great Hall, leaving the hallways empty. Kyle slipped into an abandoned classroom and sat alone, gazing pensively at the diary in his hands. So that's why the diary had mysteriously vanished before, he thought. He'd spent ages investigating its disappearance, only to end up with it right here in his possession. Gryffindor's words echoed in his mind. Time was an unpredictable force, too volatile to meddle with casually. Kyle sighed. The founders were right, time travel was both a nuisance and a temptation. Yet he was still curious, now that he had the diary, how would the first attack unfold? As he sat in silence, he realized he hadn't heard any noise from the Great Hall in some time, which likely meant the skeleton dance troupe had already finished, and the students were settling into the meal. If this keeps up, he mused, the feast will end soon. A nervous energy crept over him. What if he himself was responsible for the first attack? After all, he was the one currently holding the diary, which meant that if anyone controlled the basilisk at this moment, it was him. No, he thought, uneasy, I can't be the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, can I? Just as he considered whether he should return to the chamber, the sound of Filch's voice echoed down the corridor. I've had it. Throwing water balloons everywhere and doodling turtles on portraits, as if I didn't already have enough to deal with. Here it comes. Kyle quickly slipped out of the room and cast a disillusionment charm, hiding behind a staircase railing. From his vantage point, he watched as Filch came trudging down the corridor, muttering furiously as he mopped up water stains on the floor. Bloody Peeves. I'll go straight to Dumbledore, I will. Filch drew closer, grumbling and seething, as he moved to clean up the third floor. This was it, the first attack had happened right around this time. But if Kyle was now unwittingly positioned as the heir, he had no idea how to proceed. Summoning the basilisk would mean he'd need to go all the way down to the Chamber of Secrets, but with Filch already here, he didn't have time for that, especially if Filch decided to leave for another floor at any moment. Bang. Just as Filch drew within 2 meters of Kyle, the bathroom door next to them slammed open. A massive head emerged, followed by the long, scaled body of the basilisk. No fireworks in the castle. Filch began to scold, but upon hearing the noise, he instinctively looked up. This time, I'll definitely put an end to your... Close your eyes. Kyle shouted urgently. The basilisk obeyed, shutting its eyes immediately. But it was already too late. The moment the creature emerged, it had dragged along a flood of bathroom water that now covered the floor. Filch, glancing down, unwittingly saw the basilisk's yellow eyes reflected in the puddle. Pat. Pat. Thud. The mop and a small bucket slipped from his grasp, spilling red paint across the floor. Filch, now bent forward, stood frozen in place, just as Kyle remembered seeing him after the attack. Filch's petrification seemed to flip an invisible switch, setting everything into motion. Crybaby, acne-faced. Peeves' gleeful voice echoed down the hall. Without missing a beat, Kyle ordered the basilisk back to the Chamber of Secrets, then grabbed the paint-covered mop and scrawled a message on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. He tossed the mop aside and turned to run. Just then, Peeves appeared, gleefully chasing Myrtle up to the third floor. In a flash, the two ghosts collided. Myrtle, covering her face and oblivious to Kyle, flew right past him, but Peeves stopped, eyes gleaming as he took in the scene before him. Peeves looked from the petrified Filch to the ominous message on the wall and let out a mischievous laugh. Oh ho. You did this, didn't you, Kyle? What wicked scheme are you up to? Well, it's a grand plan, Kyle replied, forcing a grin. But can you keep a secret, Peeves? I'm not keeping any of Kyle's dirty little secrets. Peeves grinned wider. I'm off to tell Professor Snape everything so I can see you get a nice, long detention. 5 bags of water balloons, Kyle bargained, feeling his nerves steady. Plus a crate of dung bombs and a set of fanged frisbees. Oh ho. Now you're talking. Peeves cackled, delighted. All right, all right. I didn't see a thing. So, do we have a deal? Kyle asked, smiling. Deal. Peeves' eyes sparkled as he hovered around Kyle. But I'm still missing a weapon. I'll take this one for now. In an instant, the diary vanished from Kyle's hand as Peeves snatched it gleefully and darted off before Kyle could protest. To make matters worse, Kyle spotted Harry, Hermione, and Ron rushing after Myrtle, and Mrs. Norris creeping along the stairs, her sharp eyes scanning the corridor. Kyle cursed under his breath. Being trapped in this strange time loop meant he absolutely couldn't afford to be caught by Mrs. Norris, like Harry had been that fateful night. With no other choice, he abandoned the idea of chasing Peeves and quickly ducked into the bathroom nearby. Inside, Myrtle had already returned and was wailing miserably atop the sink. Kyle ignored her, moving to the closed Chamber of Secrets entrance. He carefully arranged the scattered, exploding textbooks on the floor, placing each one exactly where he remembered finding them. In a short while, his past self would be here to investigate, so Kyle needed to reset the scene to match how he'd originally found it. As he worked, Kyle couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of absurdity. What is this? After months of investigating, I find out the culprit was me all along. For a wizard, this was the kind of twisted experience that almost defied belief, and here he was, living through it firsthand. Outside, the faint voices of curious students began to drift through the corridor. Kyle finished arranging the exploding textbooks until he was certain everything looked right. Finally, he exited the bathroom, slipping a feather quill back into the crack of the door to complete the scene. Chapter 325, The Lost Diary. With Mrs. Norris's piercing scream, the crowd of young wizards swarmed the scene. Hidden under his disillusionment charm, Kyle watched silently from the back as events unfolded just as he remembered. Filch and Harry were found near the scene and suspected of being tied to the attacks. Professors soon arrived, escorting Filch and Harry away while prefects began herding the rest of the students back to their common rooms. When the corridors finally emptied, Kyle realized an awkward truth: he had nowhere to go. He couldn't just waltz back to his dormitory, he was months behind his time. Living incognito in the castle for that long seemed impossible. With no other options, Kyle wandered down to the 8th floor. Myrtle was still in the bathroom, and a return to the Chamber of Secrets was out of the question for now. Perhaps the Room of Requirement. It seemed the only safe place he could possibly stay. I need a place to rest, he murmured as he walked along the blank wall. A door appeared, and Kyle stepped inside, his worries melting away as he took in the room. It was magnificent. A massive 4-poster bed, triple the size of his dormitory bed, sat at the center, soft and plush. In front of it was an expansive desk, stocked with parchment, quills, and ink. Beyond, he found additional rooms, a dining room, a bathroom, a study, each thoughtfully equipped with everything he could need. In another room, he discovered an assortment of magical pastimes, a crystal wizard chess set, exploding snap cards, even a selection of broomsticks. Though the models were a bit dated, with the Clean Sweep 5 as the best option, it didn't matter. Who needed a broom indoors anyway? The ceiling was enchanted like that of the Great Hall, but here he could control it. He could fill the room with endless sunlight, gaze at stars from his bed, or listen to the gentle patter of rain while reading. It was perfect. Meals, he discovered, were easily arranged, the house elves could deliver food directly here. With everything so ideally arranged, Kyle began to think a few months might pass too quickly. If possible, he would have loved to stay in this room until graduation, perhaps even return as a professor and live here indefinitely. Though that, he admitted, was a far-fetched fantasy. Feeling reassured with his new setup, Kyle decided to search for the diary. He eventually found Peeves on the 6th floor, gleefully painting turtles on a suit of armor. The diary. Peeves tilted his head, pretending to ponder. Oh, I tossed it away. Real handy, that thing, made the brat scream loud enough to wake the castle. Kyle's eye twitched. Where exactly did you throw it? Peeves shrugged. Can't say I remember. Kyle sighed. A box of dung bombs. Peeves shook his head. Still don't remember. I don't keep track of things I throw away. Try looking around yourself. Might be on the 3rd floor, or the 5th, or maybe the 7th. Kyle spent the rest of the night searching floor after floor, dodging professors as he went, but as dawn approached, he had to admit defeat. He returned to the Room of Requirement, exhausted and empty-handed. As he sat at the desk, he mulled over Peeves' last words. The little red-haired brat fell over in fright, Potter threatened to fetch the Bloody Baron, and I ran. Nasty little villains. Red hair and Potter. That had to be Ron, and if Peeves' story was accurate, either Harry or Ron must have picked up the diary. Kyle lay down on the soft bed, piecing together the events. He'd suspected he might be the heir, but it seemed that wasn't the case. The basilisk's sudden appearance in the bathroom earlier was likely a result of his earlier summoning in the Chamber of Secrets. The entrance had probably been left open after the founders appeared and distracted him. And then there were Riddle's cryptic words, mocking a cowardly, weak, servant of the future. Only one person seemed to fit those descriptions perfectly, Ron's rat, Peter Pettigrew. Could it really be him? During the weeks that followed, Kyle settled into the room of requirement, keeping a low profile. Life in the castle remained quiet and peaceful, just as he remembered. The days passed quickly, and soon it was November. When the first Quidditch match arrived, the same day Professor Charity Burbage would be attacked, Kyle left the room of requirement early and went to the Chamber of Secrets. He expected to wait until nightfall, but only a couple of hours later, a rustling noise reached his ears from outside. Kyle swiftly concealed himself in the shadows by the door. The door creaked open, and Riddle's ghostly form floated in, followed by a rat scurrying at his heels. "Peter, you really ought to get yourself a wand," Riddle murmured in a low, silky voice. "I can't understand how someone who managed to master Animagus transformation can't change back without a wand." The rat froze, twitching, and began to repeatedly bump its head against the floor in a frantic gesture. "Calm yourself, Peter. I don't know what the future holds for me, but for now, you have nothing to fear." Riddle's voice softened. "You've done well. You've been a faithful follower." He gestured toward the diary, and the rat scrambled up onto it. As its fur brushed against the diary, its color darkened slightly, and Riddle's figure grew more distinct, almost solid. As a reward. Riddle spread his arms wide, his face alight with anticipation. "Close your eyes, Peter." The rat obediently ducked its head, trembling. Riddle let out a sharp, hissing command, summoning the basilisk. "Go, cleanse this school of its filth. Hunt down the mudbloods." Under the cover of his disillusionment charm, Kyle had already slipped out of the Chamber of Secrets, undetected by either Riddle or the rat. The noise of the basilisk slithering into motion masked his exit completely. So it was the rat, Peter Pettigrew, who had come into possession of the diary after all. Without pausing, Kyle hurried back into the castle, heading straight for the site of the second attack on the third floor. Meanwhile, Professor Charity Burbage, who hadn't attended the Quidditch match, was walking toward her office, carrying a bundle of papers and muttering about her latest lesson plans. She was halfway there when she heard an unusual scraping sound, like something massive slithering across the floor. The sound was coming from a corridor just ahead. Curious, and unaware of the danger, Professor Burbage quickened her pace, eager to investigate the source of the noise. Chapter 326, Return. The basilisk's eyes were reflected in the armor at the end of the corridor, and within moments, Professor Burbage was petrified, frozen mid-step before she could even react. "Sleep well," Kyle whispered, invoking the shutdown password Slytherin had shared with him. The basilisk obeyed, slithering back to the Chamber of Secrets as commanded. Now, however, Kyle faced a new problem. Charity Burbage wasn't supposed to be found until later that night, but it was still broad daylight, and this corridor was a main passage to the fourth floor. If he left her here, someone would discover her too soon. With no other option, Kyle carefully moved her to an empty classroom nearby, hiding her safely before hastily leaving the area. That evening, he returned to the kitchen under the pretense of practicing magic and requested the house elves to tidy up the corridors as a favor. The house elves were all too happy to oblige. As time moved forward, December brought the usual ghostly festivities, and Valentine's Day came with its dwarven serenades, all without any major incidents. Kyle found himself adapting to his strange routine, spending his days reading, practicing nonverbal spells, and refining his control over wandless magic. He found wandless magic both fascinating and challenging. Without the aid of a wand, his spells were weak and imprecise, as if he were trying to split wood with his bare hands instead of an axe. Still, after nearly 2 months of practice, he finally managed to transform a beetle into a button. Though the result was rather lopsided and resembled Ron's attempts at best. However, one unexpected inconvenience was the frequent visits from the Gryffindor trio to the room of requirement. Fortunately, Hogwarts Castle was large enough for Kyle to slip away unnoticed and read somewhere else. But when Hagrid was taken away by the Ministry, a new tension settled over Kyle. He found it difficult to focus, knowing that the fifth attack was approaching. This time, the stakes felt higher. Ron's impending petrification marked the beginning of the end of this strange time loop, and the weight of it pressed on him. One evening, just 5 days after Hagrid's departure, Kyle, lost in thought, carelessly opened the room of requirement without casting his disillusionment charm. To his shock, he nearly bumped into Hermione, who had just come up the stairs. "Kyle," she said in surprise, her eyes wide with confusion. "I just saw you eating in the Great Hall. How are you up here already?" "Oh, I just remembered I left my intermediate transfiguration book in the room of requirement," Kyle replied as smoothly as he could manage. "I came up through a secret passage. That's probably why you didn't see me." "Hogwarts has secret passages?" Hermione's eyes widened with even greater surprise. "Of course," Kyle nodded, keeping his tone casual. "There's one on the second floor, behind the Sphinx tapestry. It leads straight to the 8th floor, a lot faster than taking the stairs. Oh, I see. I've never heard of that one before, Hermione said, intrigued but not suspicious. After nearly being discovered by Hermione, Kyle exercised extreme caution. Each time he left the room of requirement, he double-checked that his disillusionment charm was perfectly in place. Finally, the day of Ron's attack arrived. Kyle decided to take a calculated risk and approached Fred and George, asking to borrow the Marauders map. If you're hoping to catch the heir in action, don't get your hopes up, Fred cautioned. We've been watching the Marauders map every night, and nothing's come up. I bet the coward's just hiding, George added with a shrug. Kyle accepted the map, replying, no worries, I just need something to pass the time. With the Marauders map in hand, Kyle returned to the Chamber of Secrets. He knew Riddle had grown strong enough to focus on Ron, likely targeting his wand as a conduit. To prevent any unwanted outcomes, Kyle planned to take control of the basilisk and ensure it petrified Ron without harming him, maintaining the illusion of Riddle's control. He tracked the timing on the Marauders map. From his past memory, Professor McGonagall had said Ron was attacked after parting ways with Lockhart. Kyle located Lockhart's name in the Great Hall and waited. 10 minutes later, the meal ended, and Lockhart led a group out, including Ron. Kyle watched tensely as Lockhart's group reached the 3rd floor, then stopped near the Gryffindor common room before turning back. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron began descending rapidly, parting ways on the 3rd floor, Harry moving toward Filch's last known location and Ron heading in the direction of the second attack site. This is it, Kyle thought, summoning the basilisk and preparing to set the plan in motion. But then something unexpected happened on the map. Ron suddenly halted after rounding a corner, and moments later, the name Peter Pettigrew appeared, casually entering a nearby classroom. What? Kyle watched, bewildered. A few minutes later, Harry's name appeared, pausing next to Ron's location briefly before hurrying back toward the 3rd floor. Shortly after, several professors arrived, moving Ron's name toward the hospital wing. Kyle stared at the map in shock, his mind racing. Could it be that Ron wasn't simply petrified? He hadn't considered the possibility that Riddle had used another method. Reflecting on Ron's oblivious nature, Kyle realized a basilisk attack wasn't even necessary. Peter could easily have stolen Ron's wand multiple times over without him ever noticing. As the professors gathered in the hospital wing and Peter Pettigrew slipped out unnoticed, Kyle snapped back to the present, deciding to return the basilisk to the statue. But suddenly, he was overcome by a familiar dizzying sensation, as if the world were speeding up around him. Colors and shapes blurred past in a whirlwind. In the haze, he heard faint sounds, Professor McGonagall's voice, the strain of distant music. Stupefy. A flash of blue light blinded him momentarily, and when his vision cleared, he saw the basilisk's head swinging dazedly after colliding with a nearby pillar. A large crimson bird swooped down and landed on Kyle's shoulder, covering his eyes with its wings. Professor McGonagall. Fawkes. Kyle murmured in astonishment. He had returned to his original time. A realization struck him, and he shouted, "Close your eyes." The basilisk, still slightly stunned from McGonagall's stunning spell, closed its eyes obediently at Kyle's command. Professor McGonagall froze, staring at Kyle in disbelief. Kyle, you. No, Minerva, that's not Kyle, Dumbledore said, stepping forward with a grave expression. He gestured toward a shadowy black mist coiling in the chamber. That is Tom Riddle. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. Riddle began, turning with a sinister smile, but his words dissolved into a piercing scream. His body contorted, his limbs flailing as he writhed in agony. Moments later, he exploded, vanishing in a puff of black smoke like a cheap firework. Apologies, Professor Dumbledore, Kyle said calmly, pulling the diary free from the basilisk's fangs, now dripping with black ink. I didn't think you'd want to exchange words with him, so I took the liberty of silencing him. I must say, thank you, Dumbledore replied softly, though a complicated look crossed his face. Would someone please explain what on earth is going on? Professor McGonagall demanded, glancing nervously at the enormous basilisk and clutching her chest as she caught her breath. Harry peeked out from behind the crowd, looking equally baffled. He was, perhaps, the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever seen, Dumbledore began. Very few know that Voldemort was once called Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, he attended Hogwarts, and I taught him myself. After graduation, he vanished, descending further into dark magic until he re-emerged as Voldemort. But Professor McGonagall's voice wavered. Why is he here, now? It's because of a Horcrux, Professor, Kyle explained, holding up the ink-soaked diary. Voldemort left this diary behind during his school years. It contains a piece of his soul from when he was 16. Chapter 327, Dumbledore's Lapse. The mention of Voldemort's youth in a diary containing a fragment of his 16-year-old soul was nearly overwhelming. Professor McGonagall took a moment to absorb it all, her gaze flickering between the destroyed diary and the massive basilisk next to Kyle. But I'm more interested in the events that occurred between then and now, Dumbledore said, his eyes settling on the basilisk with wary curiosity. Sensing a threat, the basilisk bared its fangs and instinctively tried to open its eyes, ready to strike. Kyle swiftly raised his hand and gave it a firm slap across the head. Pop. The slap echoed throughout the chamber. Every professor's eyes widened in shock, Flitwick even let out a small scream, and Professor Sprout clapped a hand over her mouth in horror. Each of them raised their wands, fearing Kyle would be devoured the very next second. Even Dumbledore had drawn his peculiar, ancient-looking wand. Yet, the basilisk merely recoiled slightly, then quietly slithered back, mouth closed. Don't worry, Professor, Kyle said with a smile. It's sort of my pet now. It won't harm anyone. The professors exchanged incredulous looks. The image was nothing short of surreal, like watching a niffler casually slap a dragon. The astonishment in the room was as thick as the silence that followed. At last, Snape broke it. Am I to understand that you wish to claim school property as your own, Mr. Kyle? He said, his voice as silky as ever as he tucked his wand back into his robes. This is the Chamber of Secrets, after all, and as a legacy of Salazar Slytherin, this basilisk belongs to the school. No, it's mine, Kyle replied confidently. Salazar Slytherin himself gave it to me. Snape's expression tightened. Headmaster, he said, voice dripping with sarcasm, perhaps Potter should escort him to the hospital wing. A restorative draft might be in order. But Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. It seems, Kyle, that you've had quite the extraordinary experience. Unforgettable, indeed, Professor, Kyle replied with a grin. Wait, you can't possibly believe this drivel, Headmaster. Snape said, eyebrows furrowed. In fact, Severus, I believe it entirely. Dumbledore stepped forward, eyes fixed on something lying near the Slytherin statue. He bent down, picking up the remnants of an object, an ancient time-turner, its surface dull, lifeless, and covered in delicate fractures. This may well be the true legacy of Slytherin, Dumbledore murmured, voice trembling with wonder. It's one of the earliest time-turners, known as a time reversal device. It defies the usual laws of time, allowing its user to communicate across eras, as if old friends. As he spoke, his voice grew softer, and his hands tightened around the fragile device. Crack! Like a brittle chip snapping, the time-turner broke in two, and shards began falling through Dumbledore's fingers. Without hesitation, he cast a spell akin to a bubblehead charm around his hands, carefully gathering every fragment. He even stooped to collect the dust from the floor. If you don't need to visit the hospital wing. Dumbledore looked up. Kyle, would you join me for a cup of tea? Of course, Professor, I'd be delighted, Kyle replied. Though, could I have 2 pork schnitzels? I haven't eaten in nearly a day. Even 3, if you'd like, Dumbledore chuckled. By the time they exited the Chamber of Secrets, dawn had broken, and the morning sun cast a warm glow through the castle's corridors. When they reached the headmaster's office, Fawkes was already waiting there, perched precariously on the basilisk's head, his feathers heaving with effort. Transporting such a large creature through apparition had taken its toll on the phoenix, but Dumbledore hadn't been comfortable letting the basilisk roam freely through the castle or leaving it unguarded in the chamber. Inside the office, Kyle placed the ink-stained remains of Riddle's diary on Dumbledore's desk. I first got hold of this diary over the holidays. He began recounting everything, omitting only the part about stumbling upon the chamber due to the strange noises he'd heard at the start of the school year. He described the strange time loop he'd fallen into, his encounter with the founders of Hogwarts, and his efforts to control the basilisk. The professors listened with rapt attention, particularly when he spoke about meeting the founders. Incredible, whispered Professor McGonagall, her hand over her mouth. So you actually met Godric Gryffindor? Yes, Kyle replied. He was reliable and friendly, but a bit of a loose cannon. The others seemed a little exasperated with him at times. Professor McGonagall paled slightly, but said nothing further. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured, looking around at the assembled professors. I suspect the school will already be waking up. Would you mind sharing the good news, and perhaps arranging a celebratory feast with the house elves in the kitchen? Gladly, the professors responded, briskly heading out. Only Snape lingered, his gaze locked on the basilisk resting in the corner with a look that bordered on longing. Headmaster, I insist the basilisk remains school property, Snape said, voice cool but firm. Even if he did meet Salazar Slytherin himself, such a dangerous creature cannot be entrusted to a third-year student, certainly not after the attacks that have taken place. I'll provide you with a satisfactory solution, Severus, Dumbledore assured him. I hope so. With a final glare, Snape departed. Once the door closed, Dumbledore looked thoughtfully at the enormous basilisk. I suddenly find my office a bit cramped. Allow me, Professor. Kyle, setting down his pork schnitzel, took out his magical suitcase and carefully guided the basilisk inside. Dumbledore laughed. That's much roomier. Just remember to leave the suitcase behind when you depart. Kyle nodded with a sigh. I know Professor Snape is right, I can't keep a basilisk wandering the castle. But Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, I plan to send it to Newt Scamander after term ends. He'll know how to look after it. That's very thoughtful of you, Professor. Kyle placed the suitcase on the table. I'm sure Mr. Scamander will take excellent care of it. Dumbledore pushed an egg custard tart toward him. Try this. I think it's quite good. Kyle took a bite but immediately decided it was too sweet, wondering if the kitchens had gone overboard with the sugar. After finishing a glass of pumpkin juice, he looked up to find Dumbledore watching him silently, as if waiting for something. There's one more thing, Professor, Kyle said, clearing his throat. It was left to me by Salazar Slytherin. Yes, of course. I nearly forgot. Dumbledore moved the plates aside and placed the damaged time turner on the table. I have a request, Kyle, he said softly. Might I keep this? But it's broken, Professor, Kyle said. The magic was used up, and it shattered completely. It's beyond repair. It can be fixed, Dumbledore murmured. I know several master alchemists, and Nicholas. Together, they could find a way. Professor Dumbledore. Kyle hesitated. We can't change what's already happened. And Godric Gryffindor warned me never to meddle with time. Dumbledore's gaze softened. I only wish to restore it. For the first time, Kyle saw something unguarded in Dumbledore's eyes. In that moment, it felt as if their roles had reversed. Chapter 328, what are you looking at? The headmaster's office was silent. Dumbledore sat at his desk, his gaze fixed on the time turner in front of him, deep in thought. Kyle glanced up and, without intending to, noticed something on the shelf behind Dumbledore, an unfinished pair of woolen socks. They were white, each adorned with a beautifully embroidered blue A. Headmaster, do you like blue? Kyle asked suddenly. I tend to prefer purple, Dumbledore replied, his mind still elsewhere. But why do you ask? No reason, just curious, Kyle said with a shrug. Professor Dumbledore, I'll leave the time turner in your hands. I hope you'll be able to repair it soon. Thank you for your trust, Kyle, Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling as he seemed to regain some energy. I think. Knock. Just then, a loud knock, more of a banging, really, sounded from outside. Kyle glanced at Dumbledore and moved to answer, but before he could, Lucius Malfoy strode into the room, trailed by a house elf covered in bandages, shrinking in fear. It was unprecedented, no one had ever barged into the headmaster's office like this before. Yet Dumbledore showed no hint of annoyance. He adjusted his glasses and greeted Lucius with cheerful composure. Good evening, Lucius. My apologies, Headmaster, I didn't realize how flimsy your door was, Lucius said, his tone laced with undisguised satisfaction. He unfurled a long roll of parchment. You'll recall, I'm sure, what we discussed. If the attacks persisted, your position would be at stake. So, here is your suspension order, temporarily relieving you of your duties. Signed by all 12 board members. We've decided that your talents aren't being put to the best use, and poor Weasley, well, he likely trusted you to keep him safe. Yes, I recall, Dumbledore replied calmly, though it's odd, you see, I've received letters from the other 11 directors just today. They've changed their minds and wish to retract their signatures from the order after learning Arthur Weasley's son was the most recent victim. Dumbledore placed the 11 letters on the desk. Lucius's face grew even paler, though he wasn't ready to back down. But you agreed to resign if you couldn't stop the attacks, he said smoothly. Surely the esteemed Mr. Dumbledore doesn't plan to go back on his word. Of course, if you do, there might be some unfavorable headlines in the Daily Prophet tomorrow, though I assume you wouldn't mind. Dumbledore regarded him with a strange expression. He hadn't offered his resignation during the meeting, why was Lucius acting as if he had? Still, Dumbledore remained unbothered. So, did you catch the culprit? Lucius asked, his voice sharp. I did, Dumbledore replied with a faint smile. Oh. And who might that be? It's the same person as before, Lucius, Dumbledore said, nodding toward the diary on his desk. Only this time, Voldemort employed a different approach. Lucius remained silent, his face rigid and mask-like. Fortunately, Dumbledore continued, his gaze meeting Lucius's with calm determination, only 10 minutes ago, Kyle, this young man right here, managed to resolve the situation entirely on his own. I was just about to present him with a special award for services to the school. He patted Kyle's shoulder, adding, with this award, Kyle, you've now earned 3 special awards for services to the school. Quite a feat. 1 per year. You may be the most exceptional student Hogwarts has ever known. Thank you for the praise, Professor, Kyle replied modestly. Though I've still got a long way to go to match your accomplishments. When I was a student, I didn't receive nearly as many awards for services to the school, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. The two men exchanged smiles, ignoring everyone else as they began a light-hearted exchange of compliments, each praising the other in turn. The atmosphere was harmonious. But there was always someone eager to disrupt the mood. Malfoy's gaze shifted toward them, malicious and piercing. Kyle, irritated by the look, frowned and rested his hand on his suitcase. "What are you looking at?" "Huh." Lucius Malfoy let out a strange, throaty laugh. "I've known many so-called geniuses, but in the end, they all faded away, leaving nothing behind. Let's hope you don't end up like them." Kyle raised an eyebrow. So, that's the game he wants to play, he thought. Fine, he wouldn't hold back. "Mr. Malfoy, do you know what this is?" Kyle held out the diary. "It's just a cheap Muggle notebook," Malfoy sneered, refusing to touch it. "I wouldn't lay a finger on something so filthy." Though his words were dismissive, a flicker of anger crossed his face as he eyed the damaged diary. "My mistake," Kyle said coolly. He grabbed a glove from a nearby shelf, slipped it over the diary, and, without further ado, thrust it toward Malfoy. "I found this in Ginny's old textbook. If I'm not mistaken, you must have slipped it in when we were at Flourish and Blots." Malfoy's pale hands clenched into fists before he forced them to relax. "Do you have any proof?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "No, but that's beside the point," Kyle said with a dismissive wave. "The point is, this diary held Tom Riddle's soul, something he treasured more than life itself. Of course, that soul is gone now. It's vanished completely, leaving nothing behind." For a moment, the diary seemed like a burning ember in Malfoy's eyes, and he instinctively recoiled, tossing it away. The house elf behind him moved quickly, deftly catching it before it hit the ground. "Mr. Malfoy, it appears you know who Tom Riddle is," Kyle remarked with a laugh. "In any case, we owe a debt of gratitude to whoever disposed of this diary. They've done us a great service." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed with a pleasant smile. "They've also revealed one of Voldemort's greatest secrets. We really should thank them." Malfoy's face was drained of color. His right hand twitched, as if he wanted to reach for his wand, but he restrained himself. Instead, he turned on his heel, opened the door, and exited in a daze, not saying a single word as he left. "It seems someone will be losing sleep for a while," Dumbledore remarked, rising from his seat. Then he looked at Kyle with interest. "But, Kyle, would you mind telling me how you know about Horcruxes? This ancient, dark magic isn't even known by most professors." His tone was light, as if he were asking about Kyle's lunch that day. "Oh, I read about it once during the holidays in an article by Nicholas Flamel," Kyle replied casually. It was about his work disproving the theory that Horcruxes were related to alchemy. "The article from 1689. Dumbledore asked thoughtfully, recalling that Flamel had indeed written such a piece. "Yes, along with the supplement from 1691, Kyle confirmed. "It's a curious coincidence, this diary matches all the known traits of a Horcrux perfectly." "I see," Dumbledore said. "I thought perhaps the four founders had shared the information with you in the Chamber of Secrets. Would you care for some tea? Or perhaps lemonade?" "Lemonade," Kyle replied, glancing out the window as if captivated by the dreary sky, all the while thinking to himself, if I hadn't read that article. Well, that's what they'll believe. Dumbledore let the conversation lapse, walking over to Fawkes and gently stroking the phoenix's feathers. "You were a bit impulsive just now." "Impulsive?" Kyle echoed. "Do you mean I shouldn't have told Lucius about the Horcrux?" "No, it's not that," Dumbledore sighed suddenly. "It took me 2 days to knit those gloves. I was planning to gift them to someone. Kyle was momentarily at a loss for words. Should I go after him and ask for them back? Dumbledore considered this, then shook his head with a soft smile. "It's all right. I'll just knit another pair. I imagine I'll have plenty of free time after today." Chapter 329, Ron's Train of Thought. Kyle finished his glass of lemonade in the headmaster's office, ready to head out. It wasn't the weekend, and he had classes to teach later. Besides, Dumbledore seemed to have other pressing matters. Kyle opened the door, stepping out just as Fawkes vanished from the office, leaving behind the suitcase that held the basilisk, untouched, exactly where it had been. Kyle had no intention of taking it with him. He closed the door and left. Overnight, the entire castle seemed transformed. Even from the 8th floor, Kyle could hear the distant, steady sounds of cheering as students celebrated the end of the Chamber of Secrets ordeal. On the staircase, he crossed paths with Harry, who had previously tried to sneak into the headmaster's office with the professors but had been caught by Professor McGonagall. "Kyle, you're finally here," Harry called, waving him over. Kyle approached. "Class is about to start, and here you are. Professors aren't exactly planning a holiday celebration." "I know, but something happened. I ran into Mr. Malfoy," Harry grinned. "And Dobby wants to thank you, too." From behind him, a house elf peeked out, looking excited. Sir, you freed Dobby. Dobby exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Dobby is a free elf. What happened? I don't recall doing anything, Kyle replied with a smile. All I remember is that you caught a diary with gloves. Dobby's face broke into a huge smile. Exactly. Master gave Dobby clothing, a glove. Dobby is free. Congratulations. Kyle reached into his moleskin pouch and pulled out a piece of licorice from a corner. I didn't bring anything special, so here's a little gift. It's all thanks to you, sir. Dobby cried, taking the licorice with trembling hands, looking as if he might burst into tears. You not only saved Dobby, you also gave Dobby a present. You are just as great as Harry Potter. Don't say that. I really didn't do much, Kyle protested, shaking his head. If anything, it was Mr. Malfoy's doing. If he hadn't let the diary slip, there'd have been no gloves. No, sir. They had reached the staircase on the 8th floor by now. Dobby kept showering Kyle with gratitude, while Kyle continued denying any real credit. Harry, watching from the side, felt growing admiration for Kyle. Good grades, strong skills, and humility, no wonder people liked him so much. Kyle, unaware of Harry's thoughts, was simply feeling that Dobby's gratitude was a bit too enthusiastic. He changed the subject. Dobby, what are you planning to do next? Dobby paused, then replied eagerly, Sir, Dobby wants to find a job that pays. Not a bad idea, Kyle agreed, giving him a thoughtful look. If you need help, you can find me in St. Catchpole Village during the holidays. Dobby's eyes lit up. Sir, are you offering Dobby a job? If you need one. Dobby would love to work for you, sir. Not directly for me, Kyle explained, shaking his head. Since he was mostly at school and his parents, Chris and Diana, were rarely home, they didn't really need a house elf. But Newt Scamander, nearly 100 years old now, could use some help caring for his magical creatures. Dobby's assistance would make things much easier for him. Alternatively, the Weasley family might be a good fit, they could likely afford Dobby's modest needs. Dobby listened carefully, nodding, and happily agreed to work for anyone Kyle recommended. Your friends must be good people, sir, Dobby would love to work for them. All right, then. A few minutes later, Kyle handed Dobby a letter, and Dobby promptly departed, unable to contain his excitement. I think he's rushing to apply for the job, Kyle remarked, watching Dobby disappear. Harry looked on with curiosity. Did you write the address for the borough? Yes, Kyle nodded, and the two headed down the stairs toward class. On the way, Harry seemed hesitant, as if something was on his mind. He kept glancing at Kyle, as though he wanted to say something. In truth, Harry wasn't sure Dobby would fit in at the borough. While Ron had once mentioned that his mum had always wanted a house elf, Harry knew Mrs. Weasley genuinely enjoyed caring for a family herself. Dobby's help might unintentionally take away some of that joy for her. But before Harry could decide whether or not to share his thoughts, he saw Ron running up to him. You're all right. Harry greeted, surprised. Yeah. Professor McGonagall said I was hit with a petrification charm, not attacked by the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. She just helped me reverse it. Ron looked a bit disappointed. It's a shame, though. I mean, if I'd stayed in bed a few more days, I could have skipped exams. Kyle paused, thinking he'd misheard. Good grief, he'd rather be petrified than take exams. Ron truly had a unique perspective. When night fell, Hagrid returned, and Hogwarts threw a grand celebration. Fred and George had stocked up on Zonko's fireworks, and the festivities went on late into the night. This is brilliant. It doesn't get better than this, Ron said, his words muffled by a mouthful of chicken drumstick. And soon we'll have a house elf in the family. I bet they're even better cooks than Mum. Harry opened his mouth, intending to say that Mrs. Weasley's cooking was better than the school's, but his words were drowned out by the crackling of fireworks. He glanced at Ron's eager expression, and the thought from earlier that morning returned to him, would Mrs. Weasley really want Dobby to stay? As it turned out, Harry was right. A month before the holidays, Kyle received a letter from Mrs. Weasley. She explained that since Dobby's arrival, she'd had so little to do she felt she might go moldy from inactivity. She wrote that she couldn't even water the potatoes in the garden in peace. All I can manage is watering the potatoes, she wrote. I can't even pull up the spoiled ones and plant new seeds, because by the time I decide to do it, the house elf has already finished the job. Regretting her decision, Mrs. Weasley asked Kyle if there was any way to gently dismiss Dobby without hurting his feelings. In his reply, Kyle apologized and reassured Mrs. Weasley that she only needed to manage for another month, he would bring Dobby to Newt's once school let out. Mrs. Weasley agreed. Chapter 330, Professor, do you know the Half-Blood Prince? After the attack was resolved, Quidditch matches, which had been suspended for ages, resumed with a vengeance. With less than a month left until the end of term, the remaining games were packed into an intense schedule, with back-to-back matches and at least 3 games every weekend. The spectators loved it, but the players were worn out, especially Kyle. As the final exams loomed closer, he started to regret taking on 12 courses. Though he hadn't exactly planned on such a grueling load, neither Professor McGonagall nor Headmaster Dumbledore seemed sympathetic to his predicament. He still had to prepare for exams, memorizing dense material, complex arithmancy formulas, the meanings of various ancient runes, and, to his dismay, an abundance of trivia on Muggle culture. And that last subject proved surprisingly challenging. The deeper he delved into Muggle studies, the more Kyle realized that Wizards' interpretations of Muggle life diverged oddly from what he knew. Take the Yard, for example. When asked about its purpose, Kyle thought of leisure activities like playing games, having afternoon tea, or just relaxing. But according to the study materials, the correct answer was mowing the lawn. Mowing the lawn. Kyle couldn't fathom it. A whole yard built just to trim grass. Wizards really had an odd view of Muggle life. Even more puzzling, the most popular Muggle group activity, according to his textbook, was watching TV. Kyle and his friend Mikkel, who'd spent 11 years as a Muggle, both started questioning their grasp on Muggle culture. For the first time, Kyle found himself wishing that the mandrakes, the key to curing the petrified victims, would mature after the exams. But his hopes were dashed when Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies professor, was released from the hospital wing just a few days later. Though she had missed months of classes, there was no plan to cancel her exam. Instead, Professor Burbage was given 2 weeks to prepare it. Mikkel, who'd taken Muggle Studies as an easy A, was now panicking. He'd hoped for a high mark, but now he feared he might be the first to get an F, fail, at Hogwarts. Despite the academic chaos, the rest of the summer term was enjoyable. The grounds were lush, the weather mild, and spirits high. Then, exam week arrived under clear, sunny skies. For 3 days straight, Kyle dashed from one exam room to another, barely catching his breath. In the Transfiguration exam, Kyle entered to find Professor McGonagall waiting beside a teapot on her desk. Students were tasked with transforming the teapot into a turtle. She looked at Kyle thoughtfully. "This is too easy for you," she declared. "Let's change the exam." Her eyes glinted with challenge. "I want you to write an essay of no less than 5 feet on the subject of multiple transformations." Kyle blinked, taken aback. He'd expected she'd ask him to perform a more advanced transformation. An essay, though. He struggled to understand how that could be part of a practical exam. Wasn't this supposed to be a practical exam? They'd already done their written test the day before. "It's for Transfiguration today," Professor McGonagall explained briskly. "I've been friends with the editor-in-chief of that magazine for years, and we correspond regularly. She was very intrigued by the ideas you shared at the Transfiguration Club meeting. I'd like you to enter the Transfiguration Today Most Promising Newcomer Award. Most contemporary Transfiguration masters subscribe to it, and having your name in the magazine would be highly beneficial for your future." Kyle's eyes lit up. "When do I need to write it, now?" "Of course not," McGonagall replied with a smile. "This essay needs to be outstanding, and you don't have enough time to do it justice now. But 2 months should be plenty." She smiled encouragingly. "I'll help you submit it when the new term begins. As for today's exam." She marked his scorecard decisively. Full marks. Kyle's success didn't end there. He also earned top marks in charms, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, and defense against the dark arts. But Muggle studies and potions proved more challenging. In Muggle studies, Kyle barely put his quill down by the end of the test, as it required both creativity and an excellent memory. The potions exam, however, was a different story. Before he could even enter the classroom, Snape intercepted him, blocking his path. "Professor, the exam is about to start," Kyle said, half suspecting that Snape might be trying to keep him from taking the test to mark him as absent. But Snape ignored the comment, his eyes cold as he demanded, "Explain that spell to me." "What spell?" "Don't play dumb," Snape replied, his voice tight. "The nearly sliced column in the Chamber of Secrets, that wasn't Riddle's work, was it?" "Oh, you mean Sectum Sempra?" Kyle asked, feigning innocence. "An older student taught me that. Tell me the truth." Snape's face darkened as he held up a small vial in his hand. "Is that Veritaserum?" Kyle asked, pretending to look wary. "Yes, Veritaserum," Snape sneered. "A few drops, and you'll tell me every last one of your secrets." "But Professor, it's illegal to use Veritaserum without authorization," Kyle protested, sounding alarmed. "You wouldn't want to break the law just to satisfy your curiosity, would you?" "The Dementors." "Enough." Snape snapped, his eyes narrowing as he opened the bottle. "All right, I'll tell you." Kyle sighed theatrically. "A senior did teach me the spell. Just listen, I found this book called Advanced Potion Making that belonged to someone who went by the Half-Blood Prince." Snape's face froze. "I don't know his real name, though," Kyle continued, but I've got a hunch he was probably pretty good-looking. Of course, he might have been ugly too, but I like to think Half-Blood Prince has a bit of flair, don't you? Snape's face turned an alarming shade of purple, and the muscles in his jaw twitched. Shut up. But Kyle went on, pretending not to notice Snape's irritation. If you're curious, Professor, I can ask around. I know loads of older students, one of them might know this Half-Blood Prince. I said, shut up. Snape barked, his voice a growl. Inside the classroom, students looked up at the commotion, but Snape barked, turn your heads. Anyone who stares will receive a 0 on the exam. The students quickly turned away as Snape faced Kyle again, his voice low and deadly. That book, where is it? Probably in my dormitory, or somewhere else, Kyle replied, as if trying to recall. I can't quite remember. Then find it and bring it to me. But, Professor, the exam. Snape's expression faltered, and after a tense moment, he gritted his teeth and asked, fine. Tell me the ingredients for a broad-spectrum antidote. Bezoar, mistletoe berries, and unicorn horn, Kyle answered instantly. Good. Full marks, Snape bit out, visibly frustrated. Now go fetch that book. All right. Kyle trotted out of the dungeon, made a quick circuit around the hallway, then re-entered, pulling advanced potion-making from his bag. It had been with him all along. Professor, guess what, I found it. Snape snatched the book from Kyle's hands faster than Peeves could snatch a sweet, like a starving monkey grabbing food. He looked down at the familiar volume, his expression clouded. You may go, he muttered, not looking up. Kyle hesitated, feigning an innocent curiosity. Professor, you know the Half-Blood Prince. Out. Chapter 331, The Prophecy. Kyle was naturally thrilled to have earned full marks in potions without even taking the exam. Though it was a bit disappointing to part with advanced potion making, he'd already memorized its contents, copied his notes into a fresh book, and read it cover to cover 3 times. So it didn't bother him much to hand it over to Snape. By the 3rd day of exam week, only 2 exams remained. Early that morning, Kyle made his way to the top of the North Tower for his divination exam. Divination had a particular trick to it. Even if you hadn't read the textbook or attended class, you could still score well if you gave Professor Trelawney a prediction that piqued her interest. Kyle leaned over the crystal ball, feigning intense concentration. What do you see? Professor Trelawney asked, eyeing him with some disapproval, clearly annoyed that he hadn't shown up for class all semester. Perhaps a low grade will help him realize the importance of divination, she mused. Kyle pressed his nose to the crystal ball, squinting. I see a figure. What does it look like? Professor Trelawney encouraged softly. Think carefully. It's tall, and has a beard. Kyle murmured thoughtfully. It's Professor Dumbledore, he announced with certainty. The headmaster? Professor Trelawney murmured, taken aback. Yes, it was Professor Dumbledore, Kyle whispered. He looked worn, almost defeated, walking down a lonely street lined with houses, but no one welcomed him. People just shut their doors. Are you certain, dear? Professor Trelawney eagerly scribbled on her parchment. You truly saw Headmaster Dumbledore? I'm sure, Professor, Kyle replied, nodding. He looked like an unwelcome, poisonous spider. Well, my dear, that's more than enough, remarkable. You have a true gift for prophecy, she gushed. But remember, my dear, divination is a profound subject. Talent alone won't suffice. I expect you in class next term. Kyle smiled and stood to leave, but suddenly, a loud, shrill voice filled the room. He turned to see Professor Trelawney sitting rigidly in her armchair, her eyes blank and unfocused. She appeared to be in a trance, her eyes rolling and her body twitching slightly. The crystal ball on the table glowed faintly, casting an eerie light over her face. Then she spoke again in that same harsh, otherworldly tone. The Dark Lord lies there alone, his deepest secrets revealed. Tonight, the Dark Lord begins his journey towards death, but he will rise again, with his most powerful weapon. Professor Trelawney's head drooped to her chest with a faint "oh," then jerked up as if nothing had happened. Oh, my dear boy, forgive me, she said in a dreamy voice, blinking at him. It's so terribly hot up here, I must have dozed off. Yes, Professor, you're quite tired, Kyle said with a smile. He glanced at the crystal ball on the table, an idea forming. Professor, I suddenly see the wisdom of your teachings. To practice divination over the break, would you mind if I borrowed this crystal ball for the holidays? Professor Trelawney seemed confused but eventually nodded. If it's only a loan, well, yes, but do return it. Crystal balls are rather costly. No problem at all, Professor, Kyle assured her. I'll bring it back next term, good as new. As Kyle descended the tower, he kept glancing at the crystal ball in his hands, contemplating the prophecy he'd just witnessed. Professor Trelawney had clearly delivered a genuine prophecy, and the crystal ball had recorded every word. But what exactly did it mean? The Dark Lord's greatest secret was likely the Horcruxes, which made sense. Destroying the diary had marked the beginning of his downfall. But what could his most powerful weapon be? Kyle considered many possibilities but ultimately put the crystal ball away after a few minutes. Prophecies are meant to be heard, but not taken too seriously, he reminded himself. Voldemort's downfall had started because he believed in one too strongly. And that was a lesson worth remembering. In the afternoon, Kyle completed his final exam in History of Magic on the 3rd floor. Around him, students were chatting and laughing, relishing their newfound freedom as they headed off to celebrate. Kyle, too, was on his way to visit Hagrid when he was suddenly stopped. "Kyle, do you have a moment?" It was Professor Lockhart, lingering in the doorway to his office. "Yes, Professor." Kyle asked. "Oh, nothing much, just something I'm curious about," Lockhart replied, gesturing for Kyle to enter. "Come on in. It won't take long." "All right," Kyle agreed with a nod. The office was lined with framed photos, all bearing Lockhart's face, with some even featuring his signature. A stack of photographs lay on the table, scattered alongside various quills and ink bottles. "Sit down," Lockhart said, indicating a plush chair across from him. "Would you care for a drink? Tea? Or perhaps fire whiskey? Not that I endorse it, but a little fire whiskey never hurt anyone, provided, of course, no one finds out." "No need, Professor. I'm fine." Kyle tapped the table 3 times with his fingers and called out, "Lemonade." He'd picked up this trick from Dumbledore as a way to communicate with the kitchen, and soon a large glass of lemonade appeared before him. "Oh." Lockhart's eyes widened in surprise. "That's quite impressive," he remarked. "I dare say, no young wizard of your age could top that." "It's just a small spell to summon refreshments from the kitchen," Kyle replied. "You could teach it in class, Professor." Lockhart laughed, flashing his gleaming teeth. "Of course, I knew that right away when I first came here," he said, though there was a hint of forced confidence. "The fire whiskey here is a touch weak, but a change every so often doesn't hurt." Kyle chose not to point out that the kitchen didn't serve fire whiskey at all. "So, Professor, what did you want to discuss?" "Ah, yes. The important matter," Lockhart said, settling into the chair opposite Kyle. "I wanted to hear all about your experience in the Chamber of Secrets. I plan to feature it in my upcoming book." Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Imagine it." Lockhart went on, eyes alight with excitement. "You, finding the Chamber of Secrets, encountering the founders themselves, figures from 1,000 years ago, right here at Hogwarts. This could be my finest work, Kyle. Our names will be celebrated throughout the wizarding world." "Wait, you mean I'll actually be in the book?" Kyle asked, surprised. "Absolutely. You're the central character," Lockhart whispered, as if sharing a great secret. Kyle frowned. "But I already told you everything in the Headmaster's office." "You were there." Yes, but I want details," Lockhart insisted. "These are essential elements. Now, let's do this. I'll ask questions, and you give me the most vivid answers you can." "All right." Kyle agreed cautiously. Lockhart beamed. "Perfect. First question, what did you feel when you first discovered the Chamber of Secrets?" Disbelief. "I was shocked," Kyle answered after a moment's thought. Good. Lockhart scribbled in his notebook. "And your reaction upon seeing the basilisk?" Kyle stifled a sigh. "Unbelievable. I was shocked." "And when you encountered the founders?" "Unbelievable." Let's try a different word." "Fine." "I was surprised." Chapter 332, Mr. Smiley hits a wall. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Kyle and Lockhart continued their back-and-forth exchange, with Lockhart jotting down every detail Kyle shared. If anyone had walked in, they might have mistaken him for a part-time journalist, meticulously documenting Kyle's story. After half an hour, a thick pile of parchment lay on the table. "Amazing," Lockhart said with admiration. "I've never met a young wizard quite like you. Such remarkable experiences at your age, you must have endless stories to tell." Before Kyle's arrival at Hogwarts, Lockhart had only known him as the young wizard who had fended off a werewolf at St. Mungo's, earning an Order of Merlin, 2nd class. At the time, Lockhart had been rather resentful, feeling that the Order of Merlin was unfair. He had put so much effort into collecting stories, ridding villages of werewolves, and dispatching vampires, only to receive a 3rd-class medal. Why had Kyle, for a single werewolf, received a 2nd-class one? Was it simply because he had connections? Lockhart's initial impression of Kyle had been that of a lucky child who happened to know important people. If he'd had similar connections, surely he too would have received the same honor. But since becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Lockhart had learned more about Kyle's reputation. He discovered from older students that the magical creatures incident, which had shaken the British wizarding community 2 years prior, had also involved Kyle. As a first year, Kyle had been captured by the infamous dark wizard Orin in the Forbidden Forest, and somehow managed to escape. Lockhart was itching to dig deeper into that story, but for now, he turned his attention back to the Chamber of Secrets. The story's nothing special, Kyle said, brushing it off. Just a bit more troublesome than usual. Another admirable quality, modesty, Lockhart noted, a pleased smile playing on his lips. Now, let's return to the Chamber of Secrets. He flipped through his notes. Where were we? Ah, yes, the founders. I'm sure they must have taught you some powerful charms or ways to make yourself stronger. He looked at Kyle with feigned casualness. I know it's probably a lot to ask, but if you could share just one, it would satisfy my curiosity. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Professor, Kyle replied, shaking his head. Forget about powerful charms. They didn't teach me a single lighting charm. Really? I see, Lockhart sighed, pretending to accept this. I understand if you don't want to share. I truly don't have anything to share, Professor, Kyle said, looking him directly in the eyes. Learning magic requires consistent, step-by-step progress. Only ignorant charlatans claim you can pull out a secret manual and become invincible. Lockhart's gaze drifted to the window before he turned back to Kyle with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, I believe I've asked everything I needed, he said smoothly. But there's one last, small matter. Lockhart's tone grew darker as he drew his wand, pointing it at Kyle. I'm truly sorry, my boy, but I'm going to have to cast a memory charm on you. My book doesn't allow for anyone else to steal the spotlight. Kyle, unfazed, took out his own wand, keeping his grip steady. So, Professor, he said calmly, is this how you gathered all those stories in the first place? You don't seem surprised, Lockhart replied, sounding almost disappointed. Not really, Kyle shrugged. The way you acted in class, well, it didn't exactly scream, werewolf hunter. Yes, that's right, I'm the liar, the fraud, the fool, or whatever else you all call me behind my back. I know. Lockhart's voice was laced with bitterness, but he didn't deny it. But my work is extensive. I find these people, ask them how they did it, and then, well, as I'm about to do with you, I erase their memories completely. Lockhart's face twisted into a self-satisfied smile. If there's one thing I'm truly proud of, it's my memory charms. He pulled out a small, ornate notebook and tossed it toward Kyle. Consider this a little compensation. It contains my notes on memory charms, and some of my experiences. Kyle caught the notebook, his wand still trained on Lockhart. Okay. Professor, Kyle said suddenly, I have one last question. Lockhart looked at him impatiently. Make it quick. What I just told you, every professor here knows, including Dumbledore. You can't erase their memories. I have my own ways, Lockhart replied dismissively, lifting his wand with a steady hand. Now, say goodbye to your memories. Once forgotten. But before he could finish, Kyle's wand made a small motion, and the floor under Lockhart's feet suddenly buckled. Lockhart stumbled, his memory charm shooting harmlessly at the ceiling. Professor, that was... Kyle started to say, but Lockhart fired another memory charm straight at him. Protego. Kyle cast quickly. The shield charm rebounded the spell, sending it hurtling back toward Lockhart. With a dull thud, Lockhart hit the floor, clutching his stomach and groaning. Nonverbal spells, and maybe even wandless spells. Kyle muttered, shaking his head as he bent to pick up the notebook. You're full of surprises, Professor Lockhart. Sneak attacks can be risky, though. Not that I ever intended to let you pull it off. Bang. Just as Kyle retrieved the notebook, the door to the office flew open. Professor McGonagall burst in, followed by a group of hit wizards. At the front was Had, the captain of the hit wizard team who had been in charge during the Orin incident, and now head of the hit wizard office. Gilderoy Lockhart had announced, we have evidence of you tampering with the memories of others and passing off their achievements as your own. We are here to take you into custody for questioning by the ministry. Had raised his wand, but he quickly noted the unusual scene before him. The room looked as if it had been through a skirmish. Kyle stood with his wand in hand, while Lockhart lay on the ground, looking around with a dazed, vacant expression. Who are you? Who's Lockhart, and why am I on the floor? Lockhart asked, blinking up at the crowd. Had was momentarily taken aback. What happened here? He tried to use a memory charm on me, Kyle explained. But it rebounded. That despicable trick. Professor McGonagall said, clearly shaken and furious. She checked that Kyle was unharmed, then glared down at Lockhart. Attempting that on a student. He got exactly what he deserved. Got what I deserved. Lockhart repeated, blinking in confusion, his expression now almost endearing. It looks like we've had an accident here, Had said, signaling to one of the hit wizards, who moved over to inspect Lockhart. After a few minutes, the hit wizard looked up from his examination and reported to Had. Memory impairment. A serious one, it's consistent with a failed memory charm. They then turned to inspect Kyle's wand. Sorry, kid, just a quick formality, Had assured Kyle. It's a simple spell, won't affect your wand. No problem, Kyle replied, holding his wand out. Had cast Prior Incantato, and between the two wands, a faint, misty shield appeared in the air. It is indeed the shield charm, Had confirmed. The results from Lockhart's wand inspection came next. Another hit wizard handed it to Had. Memory charm, he said simply. Well, Had scoffed, looks like our friend Mr. Smiley picked the wrong target this time. He wasn't surprised that Kyle had managed to defend himself. One was the youngest ever recipient of the Order of Merlin, the other, a fraud who knew little besides the memory charm. The result was almost predictable. Should we still take him back to the ministry, one of the hit wizards asked. He's almost completely lost his memory. Even if we brought him in, it'd be impossible to conduct a trial. A nuisance, that's what it is. Why did it have to be a memory charm? Had muttered, thinking it over. Let's send him to St. Mungo's first. We'll wait until his memory recovers enough for questioning. Chapter 333, Percy's Little Secret. The hit wizard searched the office and took almost everything, including the portrait and the signed photograph. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall, we'll leave you to it, said Had, almost whispering. Sorry, Professor, but there's nothing I can do about it, Had added with a slight smile. Soon enough, I'll be an Auror, and I don't think I'll be coming back here then. Unless, of course, the school hires another Death Eater as defense against the dark arts professor. He was joking, but Professor McGonagall couldn't even muster a smile. Death Eaters. Yes, there were last year, and even the master of the Death Eaters had come. After a few brief words of farewell, Had turned and left the office, followed by two hit wizards carrying Lockhart. Hey, where are you taking me? Slow down, don't walk so fast. Oh, this is beautiful. Lockhart's voice echoed down the corridor. Kyle watched them leave, feeling an inexplicable sense of having been tricked. Could it be that Lockhart had received news in advance and had actually been waiting for the ministry? The more Kyle thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. No one would typically use a memory charm when the target was prepared, it was usually deployed in ambushes, surely Lockhart knew this. Whether it was cleverness or just plain desperation, wiping his own memory to avoid punishment was a drastic measure. After all, it was a steep price to pay, hardly worth it for petty issues, and likely useless in serious ones. After Lockhart was taken away, word of his deceit quickly spread throughout the school. Lockhart wasn't a legendary adventurer at all, he'd merely stolen the stories of others and claimed them as his own. He was a complete fraud. Some of his admirers refused to believe it, but many others accepted the truth without much resistance. It was unexpected, perhaps, but not unreasonable. His questionable class performances had always been a hint. I told you he was a fraud, Ron said smugly to Hermione at the end of your feast. You wouldn't believe me, but now I've been proven right. Hermione ignored him, turning her head away. But Ron couldn't resist rubbing it in. For the first time, he'd been right about something that Hermione hadn't seen through, and he was thrilled. So thrilled, in fact, that he didn't notice Hermione's face growing darker and darker. Harry tried several times to signal Ron to stop, but Ron was oblivious. Ron. At last, Hermione spun back around in exasperation and snapped, "You'll never see my homework again." She then angrily swapped seats with Parvati Patil. Ron sat there, mouth open, turning to Harry and mumbling, "Do you think it's too late for me to apologize?" Harry gave a dry laugh, saying nothing. He had seen this outcome coming from a mile away. Soon, Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. Due to the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, Kyle was once again awarded the special award for services to the school and earned 200 points for Hufflepuff. This hefty score pushed Hufflepuff past Ravenclaw, winning them the House Cup. The cheers of the young Hufflepuffs nearly shook the ceiling. They had never imagined that one day, their house would achieve the treble. Professor Sprout's face was flushed with excitement as she shook hands with the other professors, proudly adjusting her new robe. She'd gone all the way to Hogsmeade to buy the finest fabric and craftsmanship, wanting to look her best for this momentous occasion. Today, with Hufflepuff winning the Triple Crown, Professor Sprout didn't mind spending a bit to look her finest. After the feast, everyone enjoyed the most carefree time of the year. It felt like in the blink of an eye, exam results were out. Kyle hadn't managed a perfect score this time due to a few slip-ups in his Muggle Studies exam, but he still placed first in his year by a substantial margin. Fred and George also received commendable results, with nearly half a dozen O-levels between them, which would keep Mrs. Weasley content over the holidays. The next day, it was time to board the Hogwarts Express and head home. As Kyle was about to board, Professor McGonagall approached and handed him a note. "This is from Professor Dumbledore," she said. The note contained just a single, brief sentence: "Your things have been sent off," but Professor Snape doesn't seem very happy about it. Kyle was a bit surprised. He had half expected Dumbledore to be so absorbed in his research on the Time Turner that he might forget about such details. "The headmaster also asked me to tell you that the matter of the Chamber of Secrets is now closed," said Professor McGonagall. "He said you know what that means." "I understand, Professor," Kyle replied, nodding. Dumbledore's message was clear: he didn't want the basilisk to resurface at the school in any form. "That's good," Professor McGonagall said, studying Kyle. Though somewhat puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions. Dumbledore was always enigmatic, and she was used to it by now. "Don't forget your essay, and make sure it's thorough," she added before heading back toward the castle. By the time Kyle boarded, Conna, Cedric, and the others had already secured a compartment. Ginny was there too, with Fred and George pestering her about something. "What did Percy just tell you?" Fred was saying. "What's he hiding from us, and why aren't you allowed to tell anyone?" George added. "It's nothing." Ginny hesitated. "You must have heard wrong. 2 tins of tooth-splintering strong mints." Fred held up 2 fingers. "But I promised Percy I'd keep his secret." "And a bag of pepper imps." George threw in. The new ones that breathe blue fire were the only ones with them. Ginny gave in quickly. Fine, it's just that Percy has a girlfriend." Fred dropped his exploding snap cards on George's head. "What?" "It's the Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater," Ginny said. "Percy's been writing to her all holiday, and yesterday I caught them meeting in an empty classroom." "No wonder he wouldn't lend us his owl," Fred said, grinning. "You won't tell anyone, will you?" Ginny asked, looking nervous. "Absolutely not." George replied, though he and Fred exchanged secretive laughs. Once Ginny left, the twins huddled together, whispering for over half an hour before joining the others to play exploding snap and wizard chess. The Hogwarts Express gradually slowed, rolling through fields of wheat and past small villages, until it finally came to a stop at King's Cross Station. Chapter 334, Fooling Dobby. In St. Catchpole Village, an old, dark green car pulled up to the door of the burrow. The doors opened, and Kyle and the Weasleys got out, one after another. "Home, boys, home. Don't forget your bags in the car," Mr. Weasley called from the driver's seat, though he didn't seem inclined to get out himself. The old Ford, which had vanished into the Forbidden Forest after Ron drove it to Hogwarts, was a temporary loan from the Ministry of Magic, which Mr. Weasley would have to return soon. Every time he thought about it, he felt a pang of heartache. He had put a lot of work into transforming the ordinary Ford, adding an undetectable extension charm, as well as charms for flying, invisibility, and self-navigation, and now it was lost. "Maybe we could find an excuse to give Ron a good scolding," Mr. Weasley mused as they walked back to the Ministry. His report card could do nicely. On the other side, as soon as the group got out of the car, Mrs. Weasley rushed out of the house. "Thank goodness, you're finally on holiday," she exclaimed, her face lighting up. She wore a water bottle at her waist and clutched a brand new, oversized brush, heading straight toward Kyle. "Kyle, she began, but Ron's startled voice cut her off as he spotted the house elf trailing behind her. "Oh, you must be Dobby." "Oh no, it is Dobby." "Yes, Mr. Weasley," Dobby said respectfully. "He called me, sir." Ron looked thrilled. "If you'd like," Fred grinned, "we can call you that too." "Dear Mr. Ron Weasley," George sniggered, "would you be so kind as to take your luggage up to your room?" Ron flushed, but before he could lift a finger, Dobby had already stacked the suitcases and was carrying them into the burrow. "Well, that's convenient," Ginny exclaimed. "Yes." Ron muttered, quickly forgetting Fred and George's teasing as he looked forward to a holiday filled with nothing but eating and sleeping. "Convenient? I don't think so," Mrs. Weasley muttered under her breath, unheard by the others. She pulled Kyle aside and, after glancing around to ensure Dobby wasn't nearby, asked hopefully, "My dear, this is terrible to say, but is there any way you might help us be rid of Dobby?" "Of course, Mrs. Weasley," Kyle replied with a nod. "But it's getting late today, so let's do it tomorrow. I'll take him away then." "Oh, that's wonderful," Mrs. Weasley sighed with relief. "If possible, please be gentle about it. Dobby truly means well, but..." She sighed again. "Arthur's appetite just isn't the same these days. I know he misses my cooking. I've tried talking to Dobby about it, but every time he just gets so flustered, thinking he's failed somehow, and starts banging his head against the table." "I understand, Mrs. Weasley," Kyle said gently. "Leave it to me." While they spoke, the others had already gone inside. Dobby had set up a large spread of biscuits and sweets, saying it would be a nice snack to tide everyone over until dinner. In reality, it looked enough to serve as dinner on its own. If things continued like this, the Weasleys' food expenses were bound to soar. Kyle found Dobby in the kitchen, busy preparing ingredients for dinner and for desserts like pudding. "Sir." Dobby immediately stopped what he was doing when he saw Kyle. "Thank you for helping Dobby find a new job. Dobby really loves it here." "I'm glad to hear that," Kyle replied. "By the way, I wanted to ask, would you like to come to my house as my guest?" "Guest? You said invite." Dobby gasped, clutching his ears in excitement, his entire face flushing brownish red. Dobby would love to. So Kyle took Dobby back to his house. "Good news," Kyle announced once they'd arrived. Dobby was practically buzzing with excitement, already itching to start cleaning. "You've passed the trial period." "Trial period?" Dobby's face filled with confusion, clearly not understanding. "To put it simply, the family you were just with wasn't your real workplace," Kyle explained, carefully delivering the words he'd been rehearsing and quickly adding more before Dobby could attempt any self-punishment. "You're actually going to work for a different family. But the owners there are very picky, only the best house elves earn their approval." The mention of best house elf seemed to activate something in Dobby. Dobby can. Dobby is the best house elf. Fortunately, the floor escaped unscathed. "Yes, of course. Mrs. Weasley has already told me," Kyle said, nodding. "You passed her test and are ready to work there." Under Kyle's persuasion, Dobby quickly believed his words. However, he insisted on preparing that night's dinner for the Weasleys before leaving, otherwise, he declared, he wouldn't deserve to be called an outstanding house elf. Kyle saw no reason to refuse since they wouldn't be leaving until the next day, so he agreed. Mrs. Weasley was also more than happy to let Dobby finish his work. With Dobby settled, Mr. Weasley returned with Chris and Diana. However, the family reunion didn't turn out as warmly as Kyle had expected. The moment Diana saw Kyle, her face turned stern, and she launched into a lecture, scolding him for tampering with time. She emphasized that, upon discovering he'd traveled to the past, he should have immediately informed his family. "Even if I didn't receive the letter, you could have told your father," she said, narrowing her eyes. "He can always reach me. If it weren't for Dumbledore, I wouldn't even know about all the excitement you've been having at school." She gave him a pointed look. "What's the matter? Have all the teachers at Hogwarts died that you had to take on the Chamber of Secrets yourself?" Chris, meanwhile, kept his head down and, in an effort to avoid being dragged into the crossfire, discreetly slipped out the door and took refuge inside the burrow. The lecture went on for more than half an hour, only ending when Kyle repeatedly assured his mother that Salazar Slytherin himself had promised to help smooth over the effects of the time travel. As a Slytherin graduate, Diana had a certain admiration and trust for the founder, similar to Lockhart's admirers at the start of the school year, so she accepted Kyle's assurances without further questions. That evening, Kyle's family joined the Weasleys for dinner at Mr. Weasley's invitation. Dobby, true to his word, used every ingredient available to prepare a magnificent feast. Mr. Weasley had to conjure an extra-large table at the last minute just to fit all the dishes. The meal stretched out for nearly 2 hours. Ron was so stuffed he could barely move by the end, thinking to himself that this dinner was nearly as splendid as a Hogwarts feast. Having a grand meal like this at home was something he'd never imagined, and he could see why people wanted a house elf so much. "This is really amazing," Ron thought, happily drowsy from the meal. Fred and George were equally thrilled. With a house elf around, Mrs. Weasley wouldn't have to clean their room anymore, and she'd be less likely to discover the things they hid under their beds. As for Percy, he seemed pleased as well. House elves were famously quiet while working, so they wouldn't disturb him while he studied. Chapter 335, The Unsociable Newt. Dorset County, a lush forest. It is rarely visited by humans, save for the beautiful wooden house nestled in the heart of the woods, where Newt Scamander, the renowned expert on magical creatures, resides. In the early morning, a loud noise shatters the peaceful silence of the forest. In the trees nearby, a footper pokes its head out, while a few strange-looking beetles crawl from one tree hole to another in a neat line. Dobby nervously surveys his surroundings. Since arriving, he's had a strange sense of danger, an eerie shiver that made him want to bolt far from this place. Fortunately, the feeling faded as quickly as it came, like it had never been there at all. Kyle led Dobby along a cobbled path, knocked on the door, and stepped into the cozy cottage. Newt and Tina had been informed in advance and were waiting in the room. "My dear, is this the house elf you mentioned in your letter?" Tina asked, glancing at the pair with a smile. "Hello, my dear lady. My name is Dobby, a free house elf," Dobby said, bowing low. "Hello, Dobby, lovely to meet you," Tina replied warmly. Dobby's face lit up with excitement, and he bowed again, nearly brushing his long nose against the floor. Tina was open to the idea of Kyle bringing a house elf along. As he had written in his letter, Newt was getting on in years, and an extra set of hands would be helpful. Newt, however, didn't quite agree. He firmly believed he was still fully capable of caring for his creatures on his own and didn't need any help. But, to his dismay, his opinion hadn't been sought out, and sulking in the corner now wasn't getting him anywhere. The first meeting was cheerful enough. Tina walked over to Dobby and said, "I'm happy to hire you. Your job will be to look after some particularly challenging magical creatures." "No problem. Dobby has taken care of Krups and peacocks before," Dobby replied eagerly. "Krups? Peacocks?" Tina raised an eyebrow and shot a look at Kyle. "You didn't explain anything to him beforehand." "I did," Kyle replied, hands raised in defense, but he was too excited to really listen. "Never mind." Tina waved her hand dismissively, and Newt instinctively opened his suitcase and placed it on the ground. "Come with me, I'll show you around first," she said to Dobby. "This job might not be what you're expecting. Once you've seen everything, you can decide whether to stay." Tina stepped into the suitcase. Dobby hesitated, feeling slightly insulted. After all, it was just taking care of magical creatures. He was experienced enough to handle anything this tiny suitcase could hold, maybe a kitten or a puppy at most. He had managed to feed, bathe, and brush the Krupp at his previous master's home, even though it tried to bite him every single time. Dobby couldn't imagine an animal more aggressive than a Krupp. Besides, these people were so kind and respectful toward him, so their creatures must be gentle too. Oh. Just as he was mulling over his thoughts, Dobby followed Tina into the suitcase. In an instant, he jumped back in fright, stumbling to the ground. His short legs flailed as he rolled over several times, finally scrambling into a corner. That dreadful feeling he'd sensed at the door was back, only now, it was even stronger. Gazing at the countless magical creatures around him, Dobby's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. Especially unsettling was the six-legged creature perched on a cliff nearby. It looked like a cat, but much, much larger. Whatever it was, those deep blue eyes were fixed on him, as if seeing straight through him, leaving him feeling like a helpless turkey ready for the oven. Suddenly, his ambition to be an outstanding house elf seemed less appealing. "As you can see," said Tina, "your job would be to assist Newt in caring for the magical creatures, and this is just a small part of it." "What do you say?" Dobby's ears perked up. Had he heard right? Not a servant, but an assistant to a wizard. He picked himself up, his legs steadying. "My lady, Dobby would like to be an assistant," he said resolutely. "Think carefully," Tina cautioned, giving him a serious look. "This is only a small part of it. Further on, there are dragons, Nundus, and kelpies." Dobby shivered at the mention of dragons, but held his ground. "Dobby can do it. Dobby is not afraid of dragons." Tina laughed. Truthfully, with Newt around, there was no real danger, most of the work would be routine. After all, Jacob Kowalski, an ordinary muggle, had been able to manage just fine. House elves were certainly capable too, as long as they didn't faint at the sight of a dragon. Now, onto the matter of salary, Tina continued. Dobby's eyes lit up. "How about 20 galleons a week?" Tina pondered, then settled on a number. Dobby nearly fainted on the spot, sinking to the floor, astonished. 20 galleons seemed more daunting than the dragons. No, that's too much," Dobby stammered, shaking his head furiously. He insisted on 1 sickle a week. Now it was Tina's turn to frown. Scamander's assistant earning a single sickle a week? If word got around, people would think the Scamanders were too poor to pay their help. 1 sickle is absolutely out of the question. The minimum is 10 galleons. Tina declared. Dobby, who had just managed to get back on his feet, promptly collapsed again. He tried to argue, but Tina's resolute expression silenced him. And so, the matter was settled, with Dobby accepting the 10 galleon weekly wage without further protest. From the side, Kyle shot him an approving thumbs up. The once famous Auror who had imprisoned the disaster of the wizarding world for over 70 years needed only a firm glance to make poor Dobby concede to 10 galleons a week. Yet, it felt a bit surreal, as if the sickle were the wizarding world's highest currency. Next, Tina laid down a few other conditions. For example, Dobby was only permitted to work within the confines of the suitcase, never outside of it. Most critically, he was strictly forbidden from approaching the kitchen machines that made cookies and bread, not even by a single step. Dobby agreed, naturally. He didn't really have a choice. Newt had been standing by the whole time, saying nothing, his eyes fixed on Kyle with a peculiar expression. "Ahem. I'm only looking out for your best interests," Kyle mumbled, feeling uncomfortable under Newt's gaze. After all, Nicholas Flamel has a house elf butler named Tata, and Professor Dumbledore has over 100 house elves making tea for him. You're friends with them, you've got to fit in. Chapter 336, the same action, different outcomes. Newt looked at Kyle, saying nothing. He wasn't exactly opposed to having an assistant, he simply didn't want to admit he was getting older. After all, it was just an assistant, and he'd had others before, so there was nothing to object to. In fact, if he thought about it, house elves might be easier to work with, they were diligent, meticulous, and rarely made mistakes. Newt had quietly accepted this fact when Tina and Dobby discussed wages. Yet, his gaze lingered on Kyle for another reason. Dumbledore delivered your suitcase a week ago, Newt finally said, his expression conflicted. To be honest, I'm starting to regret giving it to you. Kyle's first year at Hogwarts had been peaceful enough, despite a brief scare involving the Dark Wizard Orin, a problem that had ended almost as quickly as it had begun. But things had changed dramatically in his second year, after Newt had given him the suitcase. By the end of that year, Kyle's suitcase held a troll, a three-headed dog, and even a Norwegian ridgeback. Newt had even helped care for the troll and dragon for a while. That year marked the first time Newt truly grasped the range of magical species in the Forbidden Forest. The forest's inhabitants were astonishingly diverse, even including a rare three-headed dog, of which Newt had only ever encountered two in his entire life, not even in Greece where they were originally from. Newt thought that surely must be the limit. Norwegian ridgebacks and three-headed dogs were both classified as 5X level creatures, among the most dangerous in existence, and he couldn't imagine Hogwarts housing anything more perilous. Then Kyle's third year came, and with it, news of a basilisk from Hogwarts' Chamber of Secrets. Kyle had not only found the mythical chamber but had also managed to bring back a basilisk over 1,000 years old. When Newt read Dumbledore's letter and saw the enormous, dark green serpent in Kyle's suitcase, he'd been dumbfounded. 1,000-year-old basilisk, the very idea was absurd. Under Newt's bewildered gaze, Kyle scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. It was purely by chance. Mr. Salazar Slytherin insisted I take it, so I didn't have much choice. Slytherin gave it to you. Newt blinked, thoroughly confused. Dumbledore's letter hadn't mentioned this part. But isn't the Chamber of Secrets meant for the heir of Slytherin? Maybe I am. Kyle said, thinking for a moment. After all, my mother was a Slytherin. Newt stared at Kyle in stunned silence, as if seeing him for the first time. Well, he certainly knows how to work his connections, Newt thought with a touch of incredulity. Feeling awkward, Newt shook his head, then, while Tina and Dobby were busy unpacking the suitcases, led Kyle to a small hill nearby. Dumbledore asked me to help the basilisk find a new home, Newt said, waving his wand. The plants at the base of the hill parted to reveal a large cave where the basilisk lay in peaceful slumber. Kyle nodded, running a hand along the basilisk's scales. I know. He doesn't want it anywhere near the castle. It'll probably be staying with you for a while, at least until I graduate. Or even after you graduate, Newt said with a faint smile. I've never handled a live basilisk before, this is a rare opportunity. Are you sure it won't wake up? Kyle shook his head. No, as long as no one summons it in Parseltongue, it'll stay asleep indefinitely. Newt took out his wand and tapped it lightly on the basilisk, sending an orange pulse over its body that quickly faded. Remarkable, he said, his interest piqued. For such a massive creature, it conserves energy even better in sleep than a bowtruckle. Do you think this ability comes from the basilisk itself, or is it Salazar Slytherin's magic at work? It's probably Slytherin's doing, Kyle replied, though uncertainly. He's the one who showed me how to put it to sleep. My thoughts are just the opposite. Newt mused, studying the basilisk scales closely. About 30 years ago, I stumbled upon a dead basilisk in a pyramid. Its scales had 8 fine lines at the time. But this one, he gestured to the creature Kyle had brought, has 10. Newt began pacing, lost in thought. These lines might mark its age, 1 line per century. If that's the case, the basilisk would be at least 1,000 years old. And that one in the pyramid, it had survived 8 centuries without Slytherin's aid. After a moment, Newt pulled out a bottle of unknown potion, pouring it over the basilisk scales. The gray liquid solidified quickly into a thin, snake-like layer. Peeling it off, he revealed a perfect imprint of the basilisk's fine scale lines. Satisfied, they exited the cave, and the plants wove back together to conceal the entrance once more. I'd planned to release a new edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them next year, Newt murmured thoughtfully, but it seems I'll need to bring that forward. Oh, by the way, I have something for you. Newt reached into his own suitcase and pulled out another one, handing it to Kyle. It was Kyle's suitcase, the one Dumbledore had sent to Newt after removing the basilisk from it. Though it had brought him no shortage of shocks, Newt figured it was finally safe to give it back. After all, Hogwarts couldn't possibly have a second Chamber of Secrets hidden somewhere, one specifically for Gryffindor. There simply weren't that many magical creatures capable of living for centuries or even millennia, certainly none that resembled lions, eagles, or badgers. And, after his experience with the basilisk, Newt's tolerance for surprises had grown. Even if Kyle somehow brought back a 5X level creature like a quintaped or acromantula, Newt doubted he'd be fazed. An obscurus, though. Well, better not to think about that. I've already fed Norbert for you, Newt said, referring to the young Norwegian ridgeback that Kyle had taken in. Kyle chuckled. I'd bet Dumbledore hasn't even looked inside the suitcase. Newt nodded in agreement. Dumbledore had been far too preoccupied lately to worry about any stowaway creatures. Over the past month, he'd only appeared briefly at the end-of-term feast and had otherwise been scarce at Hogwarts. As Kyle took the suitcase, Newt looked at him with a mixture of bemusement and nostalgia. Back in his own school days, he and his friends had been expelled for something as minor as harboring a Jarvey in the castle. And now, here was Kyle, raising trolls, dragons, and even a basilisk, just to name a few. Each of them vastly more dangerous than any Jarvey could ever be. Yet Kyle hadn't been expelled, on the contrary, he'd earned Hogwarts' Special Award for services to the school 3 years in a row. The contrast was almost absurd. Chapter 337, Invitation from Romania. When Kyle and Newt climbed out of the suitcase and returned to the room, they were greeted by the sight of a transformed Dobby. Gone was the oversized pillowcase he used to wear. Instead, Dobby sported a freshly modified outfit, courtesy of Tina, who had repurposed one of Newt's old jackets for him. He looked far more professional, exuding the air of a proper assistant. However, there was still a hint of unease about him, as if he hadn't fully adjusted to wearing real clothes, now that he was a free house elf. But Tina was quick to reassure him, holding up a sleeve and demonstrating its fit. Newt's jacket had been so large that Tina had managed to make several different pieces from it, turning it into a kind of employee benefit. Although the outfit wasn't quite perfect yet, Dobby looked infinitely more polished. Kyle stepped forward and noticed 2 long silver pins peeking from Dobby's cuffs and collar. He carefully pulled them out, placing them in a box on the table alongside scissors, measuring tape, spools of thread, and other tailoring supplies. "Oh, I was just looking for those," Tina said with a smile, surprised. "Why not just use magic?" Kyle asked curiously. "Wouldn't that be a lot easier?" "I used to rely on magic for everything when I was younger," Tina said with a chuckle. "But now, I find it more satisfying to do things by hand. It's like baking bread and cookies, it feels different than doing it with magic. And, besides, it's a nice way to pass the time." Kyle nodded, understanding. He wondered if this preference for crafts was something older wizards all shared. After all, Dumbledore had similar habits. He hadn't used any magic when knitting socks and scarves either, preferring to make them by hand, purely for the pleasure of it. Kyle didn't stay at Newt's house for long, only 2 days before he was ready to return. He really had to. Ever since Newt had discovered Kyle's special gift last year, he hadn't let Kyle rest. Although Kyle hadn't had to assist with any magical creature births this year, Newt had sent all the restless and troubled animals his way. In those 2 days, Kyle had become Newt's unofficial assistant, calming and comforting a dozen magical creatures. Among his patients were a Graphorn, sulking after a recent fight, an Erumpent, depressed from a failed courtship, and a Demiguise, who'd had the unfortunate luck of being stepped on by the same Erumpent and had spent half the day trying to free itself from the dirt. And just yesterday afternoon, Kyle had spent 4 hours chatting with an Occamy that had recently laid eggs. The encounter was supposed to last only an hour, but the Occamy had suddenly become talkative, keeping him engaged until Newt finally came to call him for dinner. So, early the next morning, after breakfast, Kyle made an excuse about needing to work on his Transfiguration Today essay and prepared to leave. As for the role of magical creature therapist, he figured it was best left to Newt, who could surely handle it himself. But just as Kyle was about to depart, Newt stopped him. "There's something I think you might be interested in." "Oh?" Kyle asked, eyeing him warily. "It's not another Demiguise in distress, is it?" "That was just an accident," Newt chuckled. "Usually, Demiguises are very alert." "No, this is something else. 3 months ago, I received a letter from the Romanian Dragon Reserve. They've invited me to attend a special event in August. If you're interested, I can take you along." "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Tina asked, looking up from her scissors with a frown. "Kyle's only in 3rd year. He'll be in 4th year soon," Newt said with a smile. "And once he turns 14, he'll meet the minimum age requirement set by the reserve." Kyle's curiosity was piqued. "An event? And there's an age requirement?" Newt didn't leave him hanging. "My friend Joey wrote to say that the Ukrainian Ironbelly, the most powerful dragon at the reserve, is getting old. As its strength fades, the other dragons are becoming more aggressive, especially the Hungarian Horntails, who've been seen crossing into other territories." With Newt's explanation, Kyle quickly understood. Essentially, the boss of the Romanian Dragon Reserve was about to retire, and the dragons would soon be vying for dominance. Dragons were naturally territorial and quick to fight, and in a place like the reserve, crowded with dozens of dragons, they regularly battled to claim the best territories with ample food and comfort. The reserve staff couldn't, and wouldn't, interfere in this natural hierarchy. They simply let the dragons sort it out themselves. Newt explained that such events were rare. Since the reserve's founding, it had only happened once before, when the Ukrainian Ironbelly claimed the highest cliff face, which it had defended ever since. Now, it seemed, the time had come for another election. Kyle's eyes lit up with excitement. This was truly a rare event, and he knew it might be a long time before he'd have another chance to see it. I'm in. Kyle replied eagerly. But will the reserve actually allow me to go? You can come as my assistant, Newt said, smiling. Though that means Dobby might have to sit this one out. At the mention of staying behind, Dobby, who was tidying the table, let out a huge sigh of relief, his ears flopping as he gaped with relief. Not going. That sounded perfect. He remembered overhearing conversations at the Malfoy house about the Dragon Reserve. The family had always grumbled about the reserve, complaining that it hurt their financial interests. He knew the reserve was a place teeming with dragons, and the thought of going there made his legs wobble. If he went, he'd likely just get in Mr. Scamander's way and prove himself an incompetent assistant. Thankfully, that nightmare was off the table. Dobby cast a grateful look at Kyle, who he now saw as an even greater hero than Harry Potter. If only he could work for Kyle's family. He'd gladly mop their floors a dozen times a day. But Tina hesitated, still concerned. It'll be fine, Newt reassured her. Most likely, we'll be treating injured dragons. As long as we stay clear of the reserve center, we won't be in any danger. And I'll make sure to write to Chris and Diana for permission before I take Kyle there. Chapter 338, Grand Prize Galleon Draw. Oh. Mr. Scamander is planning to take you to the Romanian Dragon Reserve. Chris mused, looking thoughtfully at the letter the owl had just delivered. He turned to Kyle, who was watching him with anticipation, and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Do you think I can go? Kyle asked hopefully. If you're eager to, I see no reason why not. Chris smiled, pulling a letter from the living room cabinet. Actually, I've also received an invitation. I thought so. Kyle murmured. On the way back, he'd suspected Chris might be invited. As one of Newt Scamander's students and deputy director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Chris was well regarded in the field. After the incident 2 years ago, where he and Newt had safely returned smuggled magical creatures to their original habitats, Chris's reputation had only grown. It was no surprise that he'd be invited. So, am I going with you, then? No, you'll still be with Mr. Scamander. I'll probably be arriving a bit later, Chris said, shaking his head. Fudge seems to be taking this very seriously and wants me to represent the Ministry of Magic in Romania. That means I have to leave from the ministry, and I'll have a long series of handovers with the Romanian Ministry of Magic before I can make it to the reserve. That sounds exactly like Fudge, Diana said as she joined them, sitting down beside Chris. He probably thinks it'll boost his standing. Perhaps, Chris said, taking a sip of the hot chocolate she offered. Though, if I'm honest, he might not appreciate me saying this, but Barty Crouch's name would probably carry more weight with other ministries. Diana poured Kyle a cup of hot chocolate as well. I don't mind you going to Romania to expand your knowledge, she said, but you'll need to take some precautions. How many times can you use your ring? Twice, Kyle replied, holding up his hand. He had already used the apparition charm once to get away from a particularly overexcited Norbert last holiday. Hand it over, Diana said, holding out her hand. Just in case. All right, Kyle agreed, handing the ring over to her. Will apparition work in a secure area? He asked, curious. Yes, Chris explained. The Romanian Dragon Reserve is massive, and it would be nearly impossible to cast a complete anti-apparition charm over the entire area. Besides, he added, the Dragon Keepers had specialized methods for detecting magical activity within the reserve. They mainly focused on protecting the dragon eggs and young dragons, as no one would be foolish enough to meddle with the adult dragons, much less steal them. Kyle thought about it, realizing the truth in this. In all its years of operation, the Romanian Dragon Reserve had never lost a dragon, and even the Antipodean Opali incident from 2 years ago had involved a dragon acquired from elsewhere by Oren's group. He'd also heard that Dragon Keepers went through a selection process nearly as rigorous as that of Aurors, even if they didn't have a formal certification. He wasn't sure if this was true, but it wouldn't surprise him. Finishing his hot chocolate, Kyle went upstairs to his room. He wasn't sure how long he'd be in Romania and knew he'd need to complete his assignments and his article for Transfiguration today within the month. The school assignments were straightforward enough, he finished those in a few days. But the article was an entirely different matter. Professor McGonagall had given him a full 2 months for it, and now he understood why. Writing a professional academic paper required rigorous logic. Each point had to be supported by a wealth of theoretical evidence, and he'd need to verify the feasibility of his arguments from multiple perspectives. After that, there'd be a series of experiments, each documented in detail, followed by careful analysis of the results. Although the most promising newcomer award was meant for current Hogwarts students, meaning the expectations were somewhat relaxed, Kyle still bought over 10 books on Transfiguration. He spent nearly 2 weeks working tirelessly before finally completing his paper. By the time he stepped outside again, July was nearly over, and something big had happened next door at the Weasleys. Kyle, you've got to see this. Haha. I bet you won't believe it. Fred and George came rushing over, shoving a copy of the Daily Prophet in Kyle's face. Congratulations to Arthur Weasley, winner of the annual Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon Draw. Read the headline, accompanied by a photo of Mr. Weasley standing proudly next to Barnabas Guffey, the editor-in-chief, both of them beaming. How many galleons? Kyle asked. 700. Fred said, practically bouncing. It used to be only 500, but they raised it this year. We entered before, George added, but the most we ever won was from the quiz contest. 12 sickles in total. Fred sighed dramatically. Which we lost again when we tried betting on who'd be the next Minister of Magic. It was clear Fred and George were thrilled, and it was the happiest they'd been since Kyle had taken Dobby the house elf home with him. In fact, the entire Weasley family seemed to be in high spirits. When Kyle followed the twins over to the burrow, he was surprised to see Percy, who usually kept to himself at this hour, chatting animatedly with Ginny. Oh, I almost forgot the main point. Fred exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Kyle, Mum's using the prize money for a trip to visit Bill, and you're coming with us. Yes, dear, Mrs. Weasley chimed in, joining them with a smile. 700 galleons. This is going to be a wonderful trip. I can't wait. Ginny said, clasping her hands excitedly. Do you think Bill will take us to see the pyramids? Of course he will. They all began chattering enthusiastically. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley, Kyle sighed. I'm actually going to Romania in August with Mr. Scamander to visit the Dragon Reserve, so I won't be able to join you. Romania. Ginny looked surprised. Are you going to see Charlie? Their brother Charlie Weasley had been working with dragons in Romania since graduating. You could say that, Kyle laughed. I was actually hoping he'd be my guide. Mum, why don't we go to Romania instead? George suggested suddenly. I've never seen a dragon before. The idea sparked immediate interest among the others. Both the pyramids and the chance to see dragons were enticing. If you all want to see dragons, we can plan a trip next year, but this year we're sticking to the plan to see Bill, Mr. Weasley said, coming downstairs. There's been a lot happening in Romania lately, and the Dragon Reserve isn't open to the public right now, so even if we went, we wouldn't be able to visit Charlie. But why can Kyle? Oh. Mr. Weasley asked with a knowing smile. Are you going with your father or Mr. Scamander? Mr. Scamander, Kyle replied. I figured as much. The reserve would definitely extend an invitation to him. Fred looked between Mr. Weasley and Kyle, thoroughly puzzled. Please, will someone explain why Kyle can go see Charlie, but we can't? And what's happening in Romania that's so important we can't just change our plans? Chapter 339, Apparition. Fred was right, they couldn't change their plans. Early the next morning, the Weasley family set off as planned to visit Bill. The burrow, always lively, felt strangely quiet, and Kyle found himself at a bit of a loss. With a week left before August, and with Fred and George gone, Kyle decided to look for something to do. He went to find Chris. You want to learn apparition? Chris asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Kyle nodded. Is that okay? Chris looked puzzled. Can you tell me why? You don't really need it right now. Apparition is forbidden at Hogwarts, and you won't need it at home, either. And according to ministry regulations, only wizards over the age of 17 are allowed to learn apparition. If you get caught, it could cause trouble. Apparition could be risky. A mistake could result in part of a wizard's body, an arm, leg, or even head, left behind. Such mishaps were both painful and shocking, a psychological strain few young wizards could endure. There was even a case of a young wizard who had a breakdown after witnessing a headless body appear at his destination, leaving him traumatized for life. To prevent incidents like these, the ministry had a strict rule forbidding underage wizards from learning apparition. Hogwarts only allowed students to learn it in 6th year, primarily for those turning 17. The ministry usually turned a blind eye, figuring that students at 16 or 17 were mature enough, especially under the watch of a professor. But Kyle was only 14, technically, he hadn't even turned 14 yet, so he certainly didn't meet the criteria. It's all right, I have this. Kyle showed the ring on his hand with a grin. If anyone asks, I can just say it's a magical tool. Diana had returned the ring to him 2 weeks earlier, with its apparition limit reset to 3 uses. Chris hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Kyle had always demonstrated responsibility and skill well beyond his years, so Chris rarely objected to his requests, even if they were a bit bold. Of course, if Kyle ever asked for something dangerous, like learning the killing curse, Chris would never allow it. But apparition mostly tested mental focus, and Chris had confidence in Kyle's stability. Once decided, Chris quickly arranged things. That afternoon, he applied for a week's paid leave from the ministry, under the pretense of needing time to prepare for the upcoming trip to Romania. Then, he took Kyle to a secluded open space on the northern hills, an area rarely visited and well out of sight from the village below, making it ideal for practicing apparition. A few owls followed them, perching in the surrounding trees. Before we begin, there are two things you must remember, Chris said, his tone serious. First, when using apparition, you need a crystal-clear memory of your destination, specific and detailed. This will help prevent you from appearing midair or, worse, stuck in something solid, like a tree. Second, unless you've mastered apparition to the point where it's as effortless as breathing, never use it in battle. Your enemies won't be able to reattach your head if it doesn't arrive with you. If you're ever in a tight spot, rely on the ring, it's much safer and removes any risk of splinching. Kyle nodded, committing each word to memory. Now, Chris continued, let's go over the basics: goal, determination, and composure. Setting a goal, your destination, is the first step, which I already mentioned. But the most crucial part is determination. You have to let the desire to reach that location flood your mind and every inch of your body. Any hesitation or doubt, and the spell will break, which could leave part of you behind. Finally, remain calm and composed. If you're feeling tense, you might try spinning in place a few times, it can help relax you. Chris went over each point in detail and demonstrated 3 times before finally letting Kyle attempt it himself. He casually tossed a stone a short distance away. There's your target. Remember what I just said. Kyle took out his wand, took a deep breath, and focused intently on the stone. Soon, it became the only thing he could see. Having used apparition before with his ring, he easily slipped into that familiar sensation, almost like being tossed into a spinning washing machine. Pop. With a swirl and a pop, Kyle appeared 5 meters away, the world settling around him as he quickly checked his limbs. All there. Head still attached. Success. Not bad at all, Chris said, smiling as he walked over to Kyle's original spot, picking up a few stray hairs left behind. Though you've got a minor flaw. I think you might have been distracted just as the squeezing sensation kicked in, that's the toughest part to master. He tossed another stone a few meters away. Try again. To learn apparition, you'll need to get used to that feeling and learn to ignore the sensation of spatial compression. Kyle nodded, looking more focused. Now, in addition to wanting to master apparition, he had another motivation, preserving his hair. When it came to normal splinching, apparition kept a connection at the site of separation, meaning body parts could be reattached with minimal issue. But hair was a different story. Once separated, it would be nearly impossible to track down each lost strand. A few more mishaps, and he'd start noticing thinning patches. On his second attempt, Kyle found himself distracted once again, and this time it was worse, he left half a finger behind. There was no pain, but the unsettling feeling made his skin crawl. Chris quickly reattached it, applying essence of dittany to the joint to promote faster healing. I'd swear you're even more tense than before, Chris remarked, noting Kyle's nervous expression. It's nothing, Kyle replied with a forced chuckle, careful not to admit his fear of losing hair. Instead, he redirected the conversation. Let's go again. And so, the entire afternoon was spent in relentless practice. By the 7th or 8th attempt, Kyle managed to apparate without leaving anything behind. He'd finally gotten used to the sensation. Chris was amazed. Back in his school days, he and Diana had taken 5 or 6 classes and failed dozens of times before they even began to feel comfortable with apparition. He'd expected Kyle would have a similar experience. But for Kyle, it felt natural. After all, anyone who'd endured the jarring, disorienting travel by Phoenix apparition would have an easier time adjusting to normal apparition in comparison. Chapter 340, A Deal Between Adults. Chris had taken a full week off work, but by the second day, he realized he didn't have much left to do. The basics of apparition were fairly straightforward, and Kyle's unexpectedly fast progress meant that Chris had already taught him everything essential in just one afternoon. Kyle adapted to the process so quickly that after a day or two, he hadn't even splinched himself once, not even so much as a misplaced finger, leaving Chris with no chance to use the essence of dittany he'd prepared. By the 3rd day, Chris's patience for idling around had worn thin. To keep things interesting, he decided to add a bit of a challenge, setting the target locations farther away and shortening the time between each apparition attempt. Sometimes Kyle barely had time to catch his breath before Chris urged him to apparate again. This kind of constant repetition will make you twice as efficient at mastering apparition, Chris claimed with a serious tone, which sounded logical enough to Kyle, despite the suspicion that he might just be trying to make up for lost time. And so, Kyle had no choice but to endure the new firecracker-like routine, disappearing and reappearing at a faster and faster pace. The hillside of St. Catchpole village began to sound like a series of celebratory pops each time he apparat. By the 5th day, on a small northern hill, Luna Lovegood was outside, tending to the hydrangeas and occasionally leaning close to peer among the blossoms. "What are you looking for?" her father, Mr. Lovegood, asked curiously. "Blibbering humdingers," Luna replied. I just saw them, crawling on the petals. Well, then you'll need to look more carefully. Pop. Mr. Lovegood's words were interrupted by a loud crack, shattering the peaceful scene. Suddenly, Kyle appeared in front of them, looking as if he'd been in a skirmish. His clothes were tattered, his face was flushed with exhaustion, and most unsettling of all, he was missing half an arm. Mr. Lovegood's eyes went wide, his mind jumping to an alarming conclusion. Someone's after this child. In broad daylight, no less, and in the quiet of St. Catchpole village. Chasing down a student who hadn't even graduated yet, such nerve. This isn't 12 years ago. But before Mr. Lovegood could even pull out his wand. Pop. There was another loud crack, and Chris appeared beside Kyle, quickly pressing Kyle's half-detached arm back into place. With practiced ease, he smeared a layer of essence of dittany over the wound, sealing it back up. Chris, what on earth? Mr. Lovegood asked, thoroughly bewildered. Oh, Xenophilius. You're home. Chris stammered, clearly caught off guard. I thought, didn't you take Luna to Northumberland? The crumple-horned snorkax are gone, Luna said simply, tilting her head. Yes, we got back about an hour ago, Mr. Lovegood nodded. Then, catching on, he raised an eyebrow. Are you teaching Kyle apparition? I thought he was only 14. Mr. Lovegood, recovering from his initial shock, was now observing Kyle with a curious look. The popping sound in the half-reattached arm told the whole story, splinching. Only apparition could explain it. Well, yes, we were just. Chris hesitated before sighing. All right, it's true. But, can you keep this quiet, Xenophilius, he muttered, lowering his voice. I suddenly remembered that I need a gift for the Romanian Ministry of Magic. What do you think of an unconventional magazine? Like the Daily Prophet? Mr. Lovegood asked. No, that's too formal, Chris said, shaking his head. I was thinking the Quibbler might be more appropriate. Ahem. Mr. Lovegood cleared his throat, glancing away. Luna, I think we may have a colony of fairies in our garden, they're making me hallucinate. Luna blinked thoughtfully. Dad, fairies don't make people hallucinate. Maybe one of them has evolved, Mr. Lovegood mused. While they were talking, Chris quickly took the opportunity to whisk Kyle away from the hill. They'd already been practicing for 5 hours, and now that they'd been caught, Chris decided to call it a day. It was getting late, anyway. On their way home, Kyle, now with his arm properly reattached, asked, Are you sure giving the Quibbler as a gift to the Romanian Ministry of Magic is appropriate? The magazine, while beloved by a niche crowd, was known for its, unconventional content. Most wizards found it confusing at best and dismissed it as a collection of outlandish theories and bizarre stories, read mostly by those in the spell damage and mental illness wards at St. Mungo's. Giving something like the Quibbler as a diplomatic gift might come across as unusual, to say the least. It'll be fine, Chris said, waving off Kyle's concern. Most of them won't be able to read it anyway, and I imagine some of those ideas will be amusing, at the very least. By the 6th day, Kyle's arm was completely healed, but his apparition training came to an abrupt halt. The reason? Diana had returned home unexpectedly and happened to witness the entire scene of their training. After watching Chris's apparition lesson for a moment, she calmly excused herself to run an errand in Diagon Alley. But before leaving, she took Chris's arm with a tight smile and didn't let go. When she returned later, alone, she informed Kyle that Chris had decided to spend a few extra days at the ministry and wouldn't be home for dinner anytime soon. Kyle wisely chose not to ask why Chris had taken leave only to return to work so suddenly, especially after catching a glimpse of Diana's expression. July passed quickly. On his birthday, Kyle received an array of gifts, including a glassy topaz-colored object from Fred and George. Attached were 2 notes. Happy birthday, Kyle. This is a pocket sneakoscope. If there's anyone suspicious around, it'll spin and glow. We tested it ourselves, and it works brilliantly. The only downside is that it's not exactly selective. Yesterday, a beetle crawled into Bill's soup, and it kept glowing, even though the beetle clearly got in there on its own. Oh, and Percy's now head boy of the Boy Scouts, so we're all thrilled enough to get him a brand new badge. Kyle rolled his eyes. He doubted every word the Weasley twins wrote. What kind of beetle crawls into soup all on its own? They probably had a hand in it 98% of the way. And Percy's head boy badge was sure to have a tarnished reputation soon enough. Kyle set the pocket sneakoscope aside and picked up Hagrid's gift again. As expected, it was a book. The Monster Book of Monsters. As soon as Kyle took it out, the book sprang upright with a thud and, like some sort of odd crab, began scuttling across the floor on its side. The book's charm lay in its magical quirk, enchanted to appear as if it were alive. But the trick to handling it was simple, a gentle stroke along its spine, or relatio. Kyle shouted, casting the charm. The monster book instantly stopped moving and flopped limply onto the floor, resembling a bizarrely tasteless cushion. Kyle walked over, looped a piece of string around its spine, and then picked up Hagrid's card. Dear Kyle, happy birthday. You'll need this book next term, so I'll leave it at that for now. We'll talk when we meet. You'll never guess what happened, still feels like a dream. All the best, Hagrid. Kyle raised an eyebrow, surprised by Hagrid's unusual reticence. Sending him a book with a note that he'd need it next term strongly suggested that Hagrid was stepping in as the new Care of Magical Creatures professor, filling the position left by Professor Kettleburn's retirement. Last semester's events had cleared Hagrid's name, finally allowing him to do more than his gamekeeping duties. The joy was evident in his note, and Kyle couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for him, too. After a moment's thought, Kyle grabbed a piece of parchment and penned a reply. Dear Hagrid. Thanks for the gift, I really like it, and I can't wait for school to start, though there's still a month to go. I'll be heading to Romania with Mr. Scamander soon to visit the Dragon Reserve. Something big's about to happen there, where the dragons will battle each other until the strongest one becomes their new leader. Kyle. P.S. I hear there are dozens of dragons there. Chapter 341, Chapter 341, Departure to the Dragon Reserve. The next morning, Kyle went downstairs for breakfast and found Newt already there, sitting at the table chatting with Diana. House elf Dobby was bustling about in the kitchen, constantly delivering eggs, sausages, and toast. Good morning, dear, Diana greeted Kyle, helping him adjust his collar. Come and eat breakfast. You'll be leaving soon. Good morning. Kyle replied, greeting the two of them. He grabbed a piece of bread and asked, Are we leaving so early? No, we're leaving in 10 minutes, Newt said with a smile. They sent me another letter last night. Apparently, Pino, the Ukrainian ironbelly with the broken wing, needs to be moved by the dragon keepers. The whole reserve is in turmoil, and even the gentler dragons are getting swept up in it. Kyle quickly finished eating while Newt and Diana continued their conversation. It's surprising. How did that man, Black, manage to escape? Diana asked. I think he discovered a weakness in the Dementors, Newt replied. They perceive everything around them through emotions. There aren't many ways to hide from them, but it's not impossible. Diana poured him a cup of tea. And the Ministry relies on the Dementors far too much. There are only 2 hit wizards guarding that entire island. Yes, Newt agreed, taking a sip of tea, but it's still quite an achievement. No one has ever escaped before. Maybe, Diana said, glancing out the window. Who knows? Kyle ate his breakfast in silence, listening without commenting. A week ago, in an attempt to draw more people into their sweepstakes, the Daily Prophet had once again reported on the Weasley family. In the accompanying photo, they all stood together in front of a massive pyramid, including Ron's half-dead rat. By the time Kyle finished eating, it was about time to leave. Newt took out a glass bottle. The port key. I assume you know how to use it. Kyle nodded and placed his hand on the bottle as Newt glanced at the clock. A few seconds later, they were swept away by a whirlwind, disappearing from the room together. To be honest, after getting used to apparition, this method of travel was relatively gentle. When they arrived, Kyle landed solidly on the ground and took a moment to tidy his shirt and smooth his wind-blown hair. Welcome, Mr. Newt Scamander. Oh, Kyle, I almost didn't recognize you. A voice sounded beside him. Kyle looked up and found himself standing in an open valley, facing a stocky man who was staring at him in surprise. Charlie. Kyle exclaimed, equally surprised. In front of him stood Charlie Weasley, looking even more robust than he had 2 years ago. His exposed arm bore a large scar, evidence of a past burn. The two embraced, and Kyle blurted out, Why are you here? But as soon as he asked, he regretted it. It was obvious, given that Charlie worked at the Dragon Reserve. It was like asking Professor McGonagall why she was at Hogwarts. Charlie chuckled, understanding Kyle's intent. I'm here to greet Mr. Scamander. So, are you his assistant now? He glanced at Newt, who, lost in thought, was gazing up at the massive shapes moving through the sky. Unfazed, Charlie simply smiled. He was used to this sort of thing. He had welcomed Newt to the reserve twice before and had come to expect his fascination with magical creatures. Fortunately, he had Kyle to talk to this time. Yes, I'm Mr. Scamander's assistant, Kyle said, extending his hand with a smile. Can't see why there'd be a problem with that. Of course not, Mr. Assistant, Charlie replied, grinning as he shook Kyle's hand. After all, you're 14 now, aren't you? Did you get the gift I sent you? Yes, it's amazing. Kyle said enthusiastically. I've never seen a dragon tooth that big before. Old Pino's been losing teeth faster these last few years, so I picked the largest one for you, Charlie said, leading Kyle toward a nearby field where a few people were gathered. Kyle spotted Professor Kettleburn, who had retired and moved to Hogsmeade, invited here for the occasion. Next to him stood a tall wizard with a bushy beard. Professor Kettleburn, though tall himself, barely reached the other man's shoulder. This newcomer appeared to be well over 2 meters. Eduardus Lima, Charlie whispered, a famous Peruvian master of magical creatures. He lived alongside a Peruvian viper tooth for 10 years. Kyle's eyes widened at the name. He recognized it, the author of the Monster Book of Monsters, which he'd recently read. Apparently, this man, like Hagrid, had an affinity for magical creatures that most found too dangerous. Newt, there you are. Professor Kettleburn called, beaming from a distance as he approached them. I figured you'd bring the boy along. Long time no see, Kyle. Long time no see, Professor. Oh, don't call me that, I'm not a professor anymore, Kettleburn said with a wave of his hand. Just an ordinary retired old man now. Ordinary retired old men don't travel all the way out here to see a dragon, Kyle teased with a laugh. Hello, came a deep, gentle voice. The tall Eduardus Lima had walked over to join them, greeting Kyle with a warm smile. I've heard of you, the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. I didn't realize you had an interest in dragons as well. His accent was perfectly clear, with no trace of anything foreign. It was impressive, this master of magical creatures, having traveled the world, had mastered more than just creature handling. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lima, Kyle said. I've read your books. Oh. Eduardus Lima looked a bit surprised. You've read that obscure book? In Britain, his book was indeed considered niche, with most witches and wizards preferring fantastic beasts and where to find them by Newt Scamander. Actually, the Monster Book of Monsters is this year's textbook at Hogwarts, Kyle explained. Really? Lima glanced at Newt with a playful look and said smugly, it seems Hogwarts has a new professor with exceptional taste. That's not exactly what I'd call a good choice, Newt responded with a smile. The two men embraced, and it was obvious they'd been friends for many years. Newt grew more animated with an old friend nearby, and they launched into a lively conversation. Meanwhile, Charlie took Kyle on a tour of the reserve, introducing him to the various dragons' habitats. The closest area to us is the Swedish Shortsnout Reserve, Charlie said, pointing in its direction. There are 7 of them here, and it's generally the least active part of the reserve, for now, at least. He gestured toward a plume of fire rising in the distance. Last night was much busier than it is now, the flames went on all night. He turned to Kyle with a grin. I only have one request for you, don't flinch. It'd be embarrassing if you ended up sitting down in shock. That's not going to happen, Kyle assured him confidently. I hope not. Charlie chuckled, giving Kyle's shoulder a friendly pat. Though, honestly, I'd quite like to see it. Imagine, a second-class Order of Merlin recipient, losing his nerve at the sight of a dragon. It's incredible, really. When I got the letter from my mum last year telling me, I thought she must be joking. An Order of Merlin. Here I am, freshly graduated, and you've already achieved so much. Chapter 342, you've come at the right time. Before coming to the Dragon Reserve, Kyle had imagined the atmosphere here would be tense. But when he arrived, he found it was surprisingly calm. There were no roaring flames, no deafening dragon roars, and although dragons could be spotted flying in the sky, there were only 1 or 2 at a time. Around him, people were gathered in small groups, chatting as if they were at a casual get-together with old friends. Charlie didn't explain much, simply giving Kyle a meaningful pat on the shoulder and saying, if you had come a day earlier, you wouldn't have thought this way. Let's just say you caught a good moment. Charlie showed Kyle around a bit longer, and when he thought the timing was right, they returned to the main area. The crowd had grown, with some people bearing a strong resemblance to Charlie, dark-skinned, around 30, dressed in rugged clothing and heavy boots. These were the Dragon Keepers. Others in the crowd stood out, wearing various unusual outfits and appearing somewhat older. These are all magical creatures experts from around the world, Charlie whispered. See that lady by the tree with the house elves? That's Mrs. Rotzino from North America, the only person in North America allowed to privately raise a dragon. And the bearded man across from her, that's Mr. Coat. He's the one who sent us 3 dragons. The man talking to Mr. Scamander is Professor Lockneil from Beauxbatons. His Abraxan steeds are famous throughout the wizarding world. Charlie introduced each person in detail, while Kyle listened carefully, jotting down their names. There weren't many, only 12, including Newt himself. As for their assistants, Charlie didn't bother mentioning them, likely because he felt it wasn't necessary. In short, assistants didn't warrant names, just familiarity. I always thought you had only muscles in your head, Kyle teased. Never imagined you'd know so many people, even ones from as far as North America. Turns out, dragon keepers have to be cultured, too. What do you mean, only muscles in my head? Charlie retorted, clearly offended. I have 6 NEWTs. I could have become an Auror if I wanted to. All right, I take it back, Kyle replied with a shrug. Let me rephrase. While you were busy raising dragons, did you find time to read up on all these magical creatures experts? Of course not, Charlie replied. Just managing dozens of dragons each day is exhausting, not to mention dealing with crafty poachers. If I had any spare time, I'd rather get an extra hour of sleep. We actually decided on the guest list a month ago, so all we had to do was check their photos before they arrived. Right. Kyle recalled that Charlie's weakest subject was history of magic, where the examiner expected everyone to memorize endless names. By midday, the Dragon Reserve had prepared lunch for everyone. Fancy fare was out of the question here, everything was rustic and straightforward. The stewed meat on the bone was larger than a fist, seasoned simply to preserve the natural flavor of the warthog, though this flavor might be a bit challenging for most people to enjoy. There was also an endless supply of rock-hard flatbread that was incredibly filling, enough to keep you going all day. Kyle felt nearly stuffed after only a small portion. Honestly, if this bread were any tougher, it could be considered rock cake 2.0, and Hagrid would probably love it. While eating, Kyle spotted Chris but chose not to go over and say hello. Several well-dressed wizards from the Romanian Ministry of Magic were also nearby, enjoying the meal with gusto. They seemed perfectly satisfied, and when they finished, the one who appeared to be the leader even asked for another serving. "Hey, Charlie." At that moment, a brawny, middle-aged wizard came rushing over. "Someone told me you brought a kid with you. Is he your brother? But he's not red-haired either. Anyway, whoever he is, it's dangerous around here right now, so you'd better get him out of here." "Holman, you've got it all wrong," Charlie said, waving off the concern. "He's not my brother. He's Mr. Scamander's assistant." "Assistant?" Holman repeated, stunned. "Yes, I saw them come in together," Charlie confirmed. "And he's already 14, which is the minimum age for entering the reserve." "Oh." Holman gave Kyle a skeptical once-over. It was hard to believe, but since Charlie had vouched for him, he figured it must be fine. Still, he smacked his lips thoughtfully. The other experts' assistants were either house elves or adult wizards in their 30s. Only Mr. Scamander would bring along a 14-year-old. That was truly unusual. However, Holman glanced at Kyle, looking a bit uncertain, and hesitated about whether he should assign someone to keep an eye on him. The problem was, they were already short-staffed, pulling anyone else away could leave a gap in their defenses. But he couldn't just ignore the situation, either. Mr. Scamander was notorious for getting too absorbed in his work around magical creatures. What if he lost track of the boy, even for a moment? Maybe it would be best to find an excuse to keep the kid toward the back. "You don't need to worry about him, Holman," Charlie said reassuringly, as if reading his thoughts. With a grin, he began recounting some of Kyle's accomplishments. Escaping from the Dark Wizard Orin and rescuing a classmate in the process, facing down a werewolf at St. Mungo's, and even receiving the Order of Merlin, second class for his bravery. Holman was left speechless. He'd suspected that anyone accompanying Mr. Scamander wouldn't be an ordinary kid, but he hadn't expected someone quite this remarkable. Holman frowned, far less relaxed than Charlie. A 14-year-old Order of Merlin recipient. You wouldn't find another one like that in the entire wizarding world. Someone like that couldn't be allowed to get hurt. I really should keep him out of harm's way. But before Holman could voice his concerns, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoed all around them. Everyone instinctively looked up. In the distance, over the valley, a massive dark shape rose into the sky, unleashing a fireball nearly 40 feet across. It was like flipping a switch. In the next instant, dragon roars erupted from all directions, filling the air in a wild, continuous chorus. Chapter 343, The Dragon Brawl. Kyle finally grasped what Charlie had been talking about earlier. A Hungarian horntail let out a thunderous roar, spewing dragon fire that shattered the peaceful atmosphere. One by one, various fire dragons soared into the sky like kites, roaring and exhaling streams of intense fire. The dragon keepers quickly took out their broomsticks and took off, hastily retreating from the chaos. "Damn it, they've just laid their eggs." Holman rushed out, looking alarmed. "Why so early this time? Don't they ever take a break?" "Be careful, Kyle." Charlie stuffed the pancakes he was holding into his pocket and hopped onto his broomstick, racing after Holman. In seconds, the crowd around them had thinned by more than half, and the remaining onlookers wore sober expressions as they hurriedly departed. "Let's go," Newt said, stepping up beside Kyle. "Do you have a broomstick? If not, there should be some spares here." "Yes," Kyle replied, pulling out his Nimbus 2000. "But where are we headed? Are we joining the others to calm the dragons down?" Eduardus Lima, passing by, overheard and stopped, glancing at Kyle with raised eyebrows. The young man had suggested trying to calm down a dragon. This kid must be a Gryffindor. "Of course not," Newt replied with a slight chuckle and a shake of his head. "We can't, and shouldn't, stop the dragons from fighting. Dragons are proud creatures. If a wizard interferes, the battle will never end. It's a necessary part of the reserve's ecosystem." Kyle followed Newt as they flew deeper into the reserve, eventually stopping on a hillside overlooking the unfolding skirmish. "So, what's our role here?" Kyle asked. "Quite simple. We tend to the dragons that surrender and are too injured to continue, ensuring they survive," Newt explained, taking out 3 large bottles and handing them to Kyle. "These are the potions you'll need. The instructions are on each bottle, so read them carefully to avoid mistakes." Kyle quickly examined the bottles. The largest was labeled, "Burns. Apply directly." Another bottle contained essence of dittany, which Kyle recognized as a treatment for scratches and bites. The final bottle was labeled Sleeping Draught, an especially potent version for beasts, though not as strong as the Draught of Living Death. While Kyle reviewed the potions, Newt kept his gaze fixed on the intense battle raging above. Hours passed, and the sky darkened. By nightfall, the fight still showed no sign of letting up. During that time, Kyle had managed to collect 2 bottles of dragon's blood, a small pouch of dragon scales, 7 broken teeth, and half of a claw, remnants that had fallen from the sky. There were other scattered remains further out, but they were too far for Kyle to reach. And he wasn't the only one collecting. On another distant hill, a small black dot moved swiftly, gathering dragon scales, teeth, and other valuable debris. It was a house elf, though Kyle couldn't tell who it belonged to. From such a distance, he could barely see its form, and even if he could, house elves tended to look alike to him. The skirmish stretched on from afternoon into late night. Though there were no searchlights at the dragon reserve, the flames from the dragons lit up the surroundings, casting an eerie glow. About half an hour later, a light blue Swedish shortsnout suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing with a loud thud into the nearby forest. "Does that mean it's lost?" Kyle asked, taking a few steps forward to check on the fallen dragon. Before he could go far, Newt's hand stopped him. Newt shook his head. "Not yet. Wait a bit longer." Just as he said that, the dragon struggled back into the air. "We have to wait until the dragons admit defeat voluntarily or are so close to death that they lose consciousness before we can start treating them," Newt explained. "Stay calm, this will probably be a long, tedious process. But what if we come across one of those stubborn types that won't give up?" Kyle asked, glancing at the Swedish shortsnout, still struggling to stay aloft. It was battling an Antipodean opali over a lake in a deep valley, its wings barely holding it up. The opali wasn't faring much better, nearly half of the dragon blood Kyle had collected so far had come from the 2 of them. "If it doesn't surrender, then we'll have to wait for another opportunity," Newt replied. "For a dragon, losing consciousness in battle is essentially admitting defeat. But that does make things trickier for us." Another 10 minutes crawled by. The Swedish shortsnout finally plummeted from the sky. Its left wing hung broken, limp at its side, and a section of its tail was missing. The Antipodean opali swooped down after it, pressing a claw to its own head as if attempting to tear at its own neck. The Swedish shortsnout let out a short, high-pitched hiss. "It's giving up," Kyle started to say, but Newt was already off, moving with an agility that belied his years. The opali released its grip, exhaling a burst of flame into the sky in triumph before spreading its wings and flying off. By the time Kyle caught up, Newt was already examining the fallen dragon. As it turned out, the task was trickier than expected. The defeated dragon, irritable and nursing its wounds, was in no mood to discern whether they had come to help or harm. With a sneering huff, it sneezed a fireball that singed Newt's hair, igniting a tree behind him. Unfazed, Newt quickly drew his wand. Stupefy. The Swedish shortsnout's head wobbled slightly, and though it hadn't completely passed out, it seemed to calm down a bit. "I'll leave the rest to you," Newt said, not looking back as he applied essence of dittany to the dragon's neck. Kyle sighed. So, he was just the translator here, was he? But, really, what was there to complain about? He'd been through enough similar situations that he was used to it by now. This wasn't so different from the time he'd been tasked with handling a demiguise or soothing an alchemy. Now, here he was, talking to a dragon. Kyle walked over to the Swedish shortsnout's head and spoke a few soft words. The dragon, realizing that the human wizard understood its language, lifted its head slightly in mild surprise. But soon enough, it felt a soothing sensation from its injuries and closed its eyes with a quiet rumbling in its throat. Hearing this sound, Newt smiled. "It's certainly handy to have you here. Otherwise, I'd have to use calming potions to get it to settle down." "Did it just thank us?" "No." Kyle's mouth twisted into a grimace. "Actually, it's cursing us for meddling, and in rather colorful language." Newt's hand holding the bottle paused briefly. "I say let it be," Kyle muttered, irritated. "Essence of dittany is expensive. Seems a bit of a waste to use it on him." Chapter 344, A Bountiful Harvest. The melee in the sky raged on into the next day, showing no sign of winding down. Under normal circumstances, a dragon can end a fight with other magical creatures with just a single blast of dragon fire, its primary form of attack. But when facing other fire dragons, this ability is far less effective. Dragons are naturally resistant to dragon fire, a trait inherent to their kind. Unless the difference in power between opponents is extreme, a single blast of dragon fire will only leave a small mark on the other dragon's scales. With their thick blood, durable scales, and lost primary attack ability, the dragons in the sky were now relying on endurance and raw fighting instincts, locked in a grueling struggle. For some, like the Swedish shortsnout from before, this battle style was a disadvantage. Lacking the stamina and skill for such prolonged combat, it was among the first group of dragons to fall. Of course, though the dragons appeared unharmed despite scratching and biting each other, the brutal nature of their fight was unmistakable. Anyone foolish enough to join the fray would likely be shredded in seconds. Even the toughest troll wouldn't last more than a few moments against them, let alone witches and wizards. As dawn approached, Newt was visibly struggling. He swayed where he stood, his fatigue evident. In his youth, Newt had circled the globe with his suitcase, often going without sleep for days on end. But that had been 50 or 60 years ago. Staying up this long was an ordeal for him now, near a century old. He'd already downed 2 bottles of awakening potion to keep going, but even that was barely enough. As he reached for a 3rd bottle, Kyle swiftly snatched it from his hand. Awakening potion was effective, but it wasn't something to drink like water. And each dose only forced alertness. The more one consumed, the worse the crash afterward. Who knows when this will end? Why don't you rest for a bit? Kyle suggested, pocketing the potion bottle. Leave the rest to me. Newt glanced up at the ongoing battle in the sky, hesitating. But after a moment, he nodded, accepting Kyle's suggestion. He could barely stay on his feet any longer. Even though our spot here is relatively safe, be careful, Newt advised. If things get dangerous, get out of here right away. I remember you have a ring that allows you to apparate. Satisfied that he'd conveyed his concerns, Newt opened his suitcase. Inside was a small, cozy bed, perfect for a quick rest. After he disappeared into the case, Kyle closed it, lifted it gently, and continued observing the intense fight unfolding above. It was destined to be a long, uneventful process. Newt finally woke up midway through the next day, allowing Kyle to take his turn to rest. The cycle continued, from night to day and back again, until the early morning of the 3rd day, when the fierce melee in the sky began to die down. The dragons, exhausted and battered, could barely stay airborne, drifting unsteadily as if they'd been drinking bad wine. Their once fierce flames had dwindled to faint embers, signaling a temporary truce. Once the last Hungarian horntail quieted, Newt led Kyle back to the field. Before long, the other dragon keepers returned as well, most of them too drained to say a word before collapsing into sleep. The dragon reserve had set up tents nearby for temporary accommodations, conveniently located next to the dining area. Kyle, curious, stepped into the tent labeled Newt's Commander. Inside, he found a surprisingly spacious, 3-bedroom setup with a bathroom and a small kitchen. The furnishings were a bit old-fashioned but clean, with no trace of mustiness. Since he and Newt had taken turns resting, Kyle wasn't tired just yet. He settled at the table, ready to sort through their harvest from the past few days. Newt had mentioned earlier that the reserve wouldn't question what they collected, an unspoken understanding of sorts. Kyle opened his moleskin pouch, unloading his haul onto the table piece by piece. First, he pulled out 2 large bags of dragon teeth and scales. The quality varied, with some pieces intact and others badly damaged, but he hadn't had time to be picky during the collection, so he simply piled them in the corner. Then, he lifted a large, dark red bottle onto the table with a heavy thud. It contained nearly a pint of dragon's blood. In Diagon Alley, a tiny vial of dragon's blood went for about 12 galleons. Kyle's bottle, by comparison, held enough to fill 30 of those vials. After 3 days of work, or technically 2, he estimated they had gathered items worth about 360 galleons, an impressive haul, even split between 2 people. Just this bottle alone held more value than Mr. Weasley's monthly salary. Oh, is that all dragon blood? Newt, just entering the tent, immediately noticed the bottle on the table. That's right, Kyle replied, then added with a slight frown, but there are at least 3 types of dragon blood in here. Will that be an issue? As long as there's no Peruvian viper tooth in the mix, it should be fine, Newt assured him. Viper tooth blood has toxins. Good, Kyle sighed in relief. He'd been careful to avoid the Peruvian vipertooth's green-tinted blood, which had a sharp, distinct odor that made it easy to identify. Oh, by the way, Newt said, gesturing toward the tent entrance, I noticed that Lockneil seemed to be buying materials like these, and his prices are fairly reasonable. If you're interested in selling, you could check with him. Lockneil, the professor from Beauxbatons. Kyle considered it but decided against it. He didn't need galleons at the moment, and he knew he could use these materials himself for alchemy items and potions. The most important part was that they were pure and unadulterated. Kyle took out another bottle, pouring half of the dragon's blood for Newt. Newt accepted it with a grateful smile. Dragon blood, when diluted, could be used to enhance tonics for magical creatures, immediately upgrading a tonic's quality from ordinary to premium. For Newt, with his suitcase of creatures, dragon blood was a prized ingredient. Newt, however, had no use for the other collected items and left them all to Kyle. Kyle spent over half an hour sorting through the damaged materials, and by evening, he'd packed up a large bag to sell to Professor Lockneil of Beauxbatons. The sale brought him 30 galleons, not a huge sum, but better than nothing. Kyle had originally thought that Lockneil might turn down the damaged goods, but the professor seemed to have no hesitation about accepting anything dragon-related. "You're at Hogwarts, so you might not know." Lockneil handed Kyle the 30 galleons with a smile. "We teach alchemy at Beauxbatons, and for beginners, we don't use high-quality materials. These will do nicely." He also mentioned that if Kyle ever came across more substandard items, he'd buy them by weight at the same price, no questions asked. Kyle nodded in agreement, though the conversation left him with a lingering thought, wondering if Professor Snape might be sourcing his potions' ingredients at a discount somewhere, too. Chapter 345, Rescue and the Tree Net. Later that evening, Charlie came over, looking even more exhausted than the others. His face had the pale, wilted look of overcooked cabbage. "I've been flying for over 30 hours, he grumbled over dinner. "And I've had to keep an eye on the dragons constantly so they don't bite me in half or knock me out of the sky. Honestly, I think the Quidditch players should come here for some special training. Flying a broomstick between 7 or 8 dragons would be a lot more useful than any training they'd get on the pitch." "They just want to play Quidditch, not get killed," Kyle laughed. "And I don't think the Dragon Reserve would agree to that kind of training." "Yeah, you're probably right. Shame though, they're missing out on a great opportunity." Seeing how worn out Charlie was, Kyle offered him a mint-flavored exploding bonbon. "Want some? It's not as strong as Awakening Potion, but it should perk you up a bit." "Thanks, I'll take anything at this point," Charlie said, popping the candy into his mouth. A moment later, there was a loud pop, and his face swelled up comically, resembling a giant toad. Charlie shivered and rubbed his cheeks as the mint's chill spread through him. "That's better," he said, taking a few sharp breaths. "Funny thing, I never used to like mints." "Tastes change," Kyle said with a shrug. Charlie raised an eyebrow, smirking. "So, you're telling me you'll be liking licorice next?" "Absolutely not," Kyle replied instantly. "What a shame, you're missing out on a real treat." The Weasley siblings were all big fans of licorice, as was Harry. A licorice wand was a must-have snack for Harry and Ron on the Hogwarts Express. Kyle usually set aside any licorice he received to give to them on special occasions, like Christmas or their birthdays, as an extra treat. Before long, Charlie excused himself, as he still had to patrol the reserve that night. Kyle handed him a large bag of sweets. Though there were some shops and gathering spots for wizards near the Romanian Dragon Reserve, they mainly stocked things like rare wines, minerals, potions, and magical equipment. The sweets that filled the shelves at school were a rare commodity here. Not that sweets were impossible to find, but they were troublesome to get hold of. Ordering from far away often meant limited flavors, and the selection couldn't compare to Honeydukes back home. After Charlie left, Kyle returned to the tent. Inside, he found quite a few people, including Newt, who all looked refreshed. Just like on their first day, everyone was gathered around, happily chatting. The conversation revolved around magical creatures, covering everything from dragon treatment techniques to postpartum care for T-bow warthogs. Kyle took a seat beside Newt, listening silently but intently, absorbing a wealth of useful knowledge. Professor Lockneil even mentioned that he'd discovered a new magical creature in the Barisan Mountains, something massive with 4 arms. He'd already compiled his findings and illustrations, which would be published soon. Everyone showed great interest, and Kyle could tell Newt was intrigued too. It was clear he wanted to see this creature for himself, though he'd have to wait until Lockneil's publication was available. This time, the dragons took a longer break. Everyone remained in the field for 3 days before activity resumed. When things began to stir again, Kyle and Newt returned to their usual hilltop. Their area of responsibility had been prearranged and was set farther from the highest cliffs, likely to accommodate Newt's age and ensure a safer position. However, it was a bit uneventful compared to other locations. Once again, the dragons launched into several days of relentless combat, but now, more dragons were dropping out of the skirmishes. Kyle heard the familiar hissing sounds of surrender almost daily. But there were exceptions. On the second day, a Romanian longhorn, worn out and disoriented, took a direct hit from a Ukrainian ironbelly's tail swipe, rendering it unconscious. With its eyes rolling back, it plummeted from the sky, landing near the hill where Kyle and Newt were stationed. For a moment, it looked like the fight was over. But then, the Ukrainian ironbelly, perhaps not realizing the longhorn was out cold, or maybe just too fired up to notice, hovered for a moment before diving down to finish the job. Newt's brow furrowed, and he immediately used apparition to appear beside the fallen longhorn, pressing his wand to its throat and emitting a series of short sounds, signaling surrender. However, Newt's attempt didn't work, his accent was thick, and the dragon sounds he made didn't quite resemble those of a native dragon. Under normal circumstances, the Ukrainian Iron Belly might have understood, but at that moment, it seemed too agitated to heed Newt or Kyle at all. This is a problem. Newt's face grew tense. If the Iron Belly continued its descent, its nearly 6-ton weight would crush the Romanian Longhorn beneath it. Yet using any direct spells to intervene would harm the Iron Belly, disrupting its battle and violating the rules of non-interference with dragon combat. Nebulous. Newt quickly conjured a thick fog around the area, attempting to obscure the Iron Belly's view. Then, with a flick of his wand, he managed to nudge the fallen Longhorn a short distance. Meanwhile, Kyle cast both the softening charm and the sliding charm on the ground, hoping they'd cushion the Longhorn if it needed to be moved further. Almost simultaneously, the trees around them began to stretch and twist, as if transforming into massive, sturdy ropes. They reached into the fog, intertwining to create a gigantic net beneath the Iron Belly's descent. Crack, crack. The sound of the tree net breaking was like firecrackers popping, as the immense dragon's weight strained the improvised web. For every rope that snapped, another quickly grew to take its place. Finally, the Ukrainian Iron Belly halted less than 2 feet from the ground, its claws just shy of the Longhorn's tail. Had it landed, there'd likely be a tailless dragon in the reserve. The Iron Belly struggled in the net for a moment, then gradually seemed to come to its senses. Letting out a grumbling growl, it freed itself from the net and soared back into the sky, seemingly satisfied. That was close, came a familiar voice from behind. Kyle turned to see Chris, who stowed his wand as he approached them. It was he who had conjured the tree net just in time. Chapter 346, Chris's differential treatment. How timely. Newt wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, I thought you were with the Romanian Ministry of Magic. Why are you here? It's all been taken care of, Chris replied, stepping forward to help Kyle with a windy spell to pull the Romanian Longhorn out of the swamp. Honestly, the past few days have been a bore. I've been stuck at endless events and work meetings with them. And that's not all, when I get back to the ministry, I'll have to write at least 5 reports. Makes me wish I hadn't come. When you work at the ministry, you'll always have to put up with this, Newt said with a sympathetic smile. It was the same for Tina and Theseus. After every mission, there was always a mountain of reports to write. Yeah. Chris sighed, then turned his attention to the Romanian Longhorn, checking its injuries alongside Newt. It's exhausted, and a few bones are broken, Newt noted, taking a bottle of potion from his suitcase and gently pouring it into the dragon's mouth. But thankfully, nothing life-threatening. No major external injuries either, so it should recover in a few weeks. Once they finished tending to the dragon, Newt pulled out a device resembling a conch shell and tapped it with his wand. Moments later, several dragon keepers arrived on broomsticks. After expressing their thanks, they loaded the dragon into a specially reinforced black cage and flew off. The dragon would be taken to a secluded valley at the far end of the reserve, a perfect spot for housing dragons with serious injuries. Chris decided to stick around after that, so with his help, Kyle was free to focus on gathering materials. Chris even taught him a useful charm for collecting lightweight objects nearby, making it much easier to gather drops of dragon's blood. Once the melee finally ended, the 3 of them returned to the grounds. Kyle headed back to the tent to go through his haul, while Chris decided to check out the nearby wizarding market. I heard the first thing dragon keepers here do after payday is head straight to buy a pair of old John's shield gloves, Chris said as they reached the tent. I found out where the shop is, it's right in the center of the market. Those gloves would make a perfect gift for your mother. And, what about for me? Kyle asked, raising his eyebrows. Are the gloves for me too? For you. Chris looked puzzled for a second. A gift. Yes, a gift, Kyle replied, giving him a pointed look. A gift, Chris stammered, then quickly recovered. Oh, well, if you want a pair too. He held out his hand. 50 galleons for the gloves, and I'll pick up a pair for you. Money. Kyle blinked in disbelief. We're family, he thought, why the difference in treatment? What's wrong with that? Chris said matter-of-factly. I already gave you your birthday gift, and don't think I don't know that you've picked up quite a few valuable things over the past few days. That pint of dragon's blood alone is worth a small fortune, not to mention the teeth, scales, and claws you've gathered. Your haul in 2 days is more than my salary for 2 months. But I collected it all bit by bit. I'm only getting about 4 hours of sleep a day, it's hard work, Kyle muttered. Besides, I'm keeping all that stuff for myself, not selling it. Oh, stop complaining, Chris smirked. So, do you want the help or not? If not, I'm leaving. He added with a grin, seriously though, the shield gloves here are top-notch, several grades better than what you'll find anywhere else. Even at 60 galleons, they're a good deal. 60 galleons. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say 50? 50 galleons for a standard pair, Chris replied smoothly. But since it's a rare trip, you should definitely get the upgraded version. It's only an extra 10 galleons. Kyle eyed him suspiciously, but Chris's expression was unchanging. Urging him to make up his mind quickly, Chris added that if they waited much longer, the shop might close. Relenting, Kyle decided to go ahead with it. It was a rare trip, after all, and it couldn't hurt to bring back something memorable. Why don't I go with you? Kyle offered. No need, Chris shook his head. It's a bit chaotic there, and there are usually some dodgy characters hanging around. Not the best place for a young wizard. I'll handle it, you stay here with Mr. Scamander. All right, Kyle agreed, pulling a small pouch from his pocket. Inside were the 30 galleons he'd earned earlier from Professor Lockneil. He added another 30 galleons and handed it over. Chris raised an eyebrow. 60 galleons was no small amount, and he hadn't expected Kyle to hand it over so easily, as if it were just a handful of sickles. Just how much had this kid earned at school? Without further comment, Chris pocketed the money and left the tent. Kyle resumed sorting through the items on the table, eventually dividing up the dragon blood and other materials. Feeling a bit sheepish about keeping most of the haul, he tried to give Newt a larger portion of the dragon blood, but Newt only smiled, taking the smaller bottle with a gentle shake of his head. Later that evening, Chris returned and tossed Kyle a pair of black and gray gloves. Made of dragon hide, they were tough and textured but surprisingly flexible, conforming to Kyle's hands as soon as he put them on. The gloves were far superior to the standard dragon hide ones he'd been using, which were a bit too big and tended to slip. These new gloves felt secure and comfortable, and although he hadn't tested their anti-curse abilities, he trusted Chris's recommendation. That night, a bonfire was lit in the field. Chris brought over a bottle of dragon barrel brandy he'd bought at the market and sat down with some friends, gathering around the barbecue to drink and chat. Though they didn't plan to drink much, each had a small sip, cautious not to overdo it with dragons nearby. This isn't authentic, Charlie scoffed, smirking as he sipped. You must have bought one of those cheap knockoffs Old Brown uses to swindle tourists. Fake. Chris took another sip, finding it tasted fine. Oh, that old rascal is clever. He's a master at tricking visitors with his brews. Even we locals get fooled sometimes. Charlie chuckled. Give me the bottle later, I'll help you exchange it for the real stuff. Proper dragon brandy'll have you spitting fire after the first sip. Chris looked at his drink, surprised. He hadn't known that. While the others chatted, Kyle found Professor Lockneil in the crowd and sold him the surplus dragon materials they'd sorted out earlier. Thanks to Chris taking over his duties, Kyle had more time to collect items, and this batch fetched him 53 galleons. Adding it to the 30 galleons he'd earned before, he had enough to cover the cost of the gloves with a little extra leftover. Chapter 347, The Signal. By the third week at the Dragon Reserve, Kyle had settled into the rhythm of its mix of busy and relaxed days, and was reaping the rewards. Just from selling damaged or lower-quality dragon materials, he'd managed to earn a tidy sum of 125 galleons, enough for 2 pairs of shield gloves. But his luck was about to run dry. In the second week, the dragons had gone into their most intense and prolonged battle yet. Even Kyle, usually content with his quieter role, couldn't sit still. Together with Newt and Chris, he scrambled to tend to 3 injured dragons, more than they'd had to care for in the previous 2 weeks combined. When the dust settled, only 2 dragons remained in the sky, a Hungarian horntail and a larger Ukrainian ironbelly, though not the one they'd dealt with before. This one was even bigger. After just a day's rest, the 2 dragons resumed their fight, vying for the highest cliff, the most coveted spot in the reserve. The dragon keepers and other observers gathered, eager to see the final outcome. Despite the ironbelly's intimidating size, Charlie estimated it weighed around 7 tons, dwarfing the Hungarian horntail. It didn't have his confidence. Size isn't everything. This one lacks the experience of old Pino. If he'd seized his chance when everyone else was grounded, he might have had a shot. But now. Charlie shook his head. A big body means big energy needs, and 1 day of rest isn't enough. The horntail knew this and struck first. He doesn't stand a chance. Sure enough, after only 3 hours, the Ukrainian ironbelly's movements had slowed, its flight becoming sluggish and unstable. Meanwhile, the Hungarian horntail, with a hunter's precision, used its speed to its advantage, wearing down its opponent with sharp, calculated strikes. The crowd could see that the outcome was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. As the tension waned, Professor Lockneil, looking a bit bored, strolled over to Kyle. Hogwarts starts up again soon, doesn't it? He asked in a low voice. In September. September 1st, Kyle confirmed. Just under 2 weeks away. That would make you a 4th year, yes. Lockneil continued. Right, Kyle nodded. Have you ever considered transferring to Beau's Batons? Lockneil asked suddenly, with a glint of enthusiasm. I'd personally ensure you'd have access to the finest materials for your alchemy studies. Kyle blinked at him, thoroughly confused. Is this a standard Beauxbatons tactic? Persuading students to transfer at first meeting. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, had done the same thing. Is this part of their training? Thanks, but I haven't really thought about transferring, Kyle replied after a pause. Besides, the OWLS are coming up next year, so it's not the best time. Oh, no worries, no worries. Professor Lockneil waved his hands dismissively. I was just asking. But, truthfully, Madame Maxime asked me to bring it up. When I wrote to her the other day, I mentioned some of the students here, and she seemed especially keen on the idea of you coming to Beauxbatons. Do you two know each other? The professor himself seemed somewhat mystified. When Madame Maxime had tasked him with trying to recruit a Hogwarts student, he had been completely thrown. Although he'd found it a bit awkward, he couldn't ignore the request. After all, it was for his funding. He wasn't just buying the damaged goods. He'd also picked up high-quality materials, including valuable dragon blood, items that racked up a hefty bill. Though his purchases weren't extravagant, they added up, costing him nearly 1,000 galleons. Of course, he intended to expense it all through Beauxbatons. In his recent letter to Madame Maxime, Lockneil had subtly reminded her about the reimbursement, only to receive instructions on trying to lure a Hogwarts student instead of the promised funds. But either way, Professor Lockneil had fulfilled his task. Madame Maxime. Kyle thought for a moment. I met her once in Paris last year during the holidays. Oh, that explains it, Professor Lockneil nodded thoughtfully. I remember she rarely leaves France, so she probably doesn't know many of the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts. As they spoke, the battle between the two fire dragons reached its final moments. As expected, the Hungarian Horntail emerged victorious. It perched triumphantly on the cliff, roaring and spewing mushroom-shaped plumes of fire into the sky, and one by one, the other dragons roared back in submission. It's finally over, Charlie sighed, rubbing his forehead. He hadn't had a proper rest in over a month. The constant vigilance had worn him down, and now that the tension was lifting, he felt the full weight of his exhaustion. At last, he could look forward to a few days of rest. Just then, another dragon roar cut through the air, a furious, defiant sound, unlike the previous roars of submission. Charlie snapped out of his reverie, startled. Everyone turned to see the source of the commotion. An Antipodean opali, unlike the other dragons that were lying low, was hovering in the air, spitting flames at the ground below. At the same moment, a blinding red light flared beside it, casting a large, spherical pattern in the sky. That's the Dragon Keeper's signal, Charlie muttered in alarm. Damn it, those cunning hyenas. He immediately mounted his broom and flew toward the signal. Someone's after the dragon eggs, Professor Lockneil explained in a low voice, as if reading Kyle's thoughts. That red light is the unique signal of the Dragon Reserve. Red indicates an unknown intruder, and the spherical shape signals a threat to the eggs. Should we go help? Kyle asked. No need, they're already on it, Chris said, walking over and shaking his head. That's right, Lockneil agreed with a small smile. The reserve anticipated this. For the past 2 weeks, each nest has had someone stationed nearby, and the eggs are under protective enchantments to prevent apparition. As they spoke, more and more dragon keepers arrived near the agitated opali. But just minutes later, 2 more red flares erupted in the southern part of the reserve, followed by 2 more in the north. A total of 7 locations had sent out signals, all spread out and in different directions. So many intruders, all at once. This was carefully coordinated, Chris said, a hint of surprise in his voice, though his expression remained calm. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, There are no softies dealing with magical creatures. The Oak Barrel Pub. A popular haunt near the Romanian Dragon Reserve, it was packed any time the door swung open. Dragon keepers often gathered here on their days off, unwinding with a glass of brandy or almond mead. But they weren't the only regulars, all sorts of folk filled the place. It was a bit like the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, with a mixed crowd, tourists, shadowy figures in dark hoods hiding their faces, and elderly witches who looked like villains in a fairy tale. And, of course, there were non-humans among them. At the far right of the bar sat a goblin with a ragged bag and a reputation for cheating, though he called himself a traveling merchant. Nearby, a centaur who had parted ways with his tribe was eagerly offering to tell fortunes. Bang. The door to the Oak Barrel Pub suddenly flew open, drawing a few heads. A frail-looking wizard entered, glasses perched on his nose, exuding the air of a ministry office clerk who spent his days hunched over reports. I bet he's just another tourist who came to see the Dragon Reserve, someone mused, and the thought was likely shared by many. The reserve was famous, attracting scores of admirers each year. Most of the pub's patrons returned to their drinking and boasting. A few regulars muttered, predicting that Old Brown, the bartender, would profit once more from tourists by peddling his aged wine. But no one saw fit to warn anyone, as long as tourists were drinking, no one really minded what was in their glasses. the bespectacled wizard didn't linger at the bar or order a drink. Instead, he headed straight for a corner table where two others sat, a broad-shouldered man with a thick beard and a hulking frame, and a robed figure who concealed his face beneath a wide hood. "Roy failed," said the bespectacled wizard, taking a seat and helping himself to a glass of dragon brandy already on the table. "All 12 of them. Roy was the only one who got away. He betrayed his companions and ran. Orders from the Romanian Ministry of Magic just took the others in. I told you from the start he couldn't pull it off." The hooded wizard murmured, swirling his brandy. "But that fool wouldn't listen." "But I thought the plan was sound," the burly man across from him said, downing his drink in one gulp. The raid was timed to hit just after the melee, when the dragon keepers would be at their most worn out. In that state, apparition would be almost impossible, and they'd be sluggish. 12 men, one acting as bait to divert attention, and the others attacking from all sides. It should have left the keepers no time to react. Even if they couldn't apparate away with the eggs, they had the fastest brooms. There's no reason they should have all been caught. "Just because the keepers couldn't apparate doesn't mean no one else could," replied the hooded figure. "Did you forget about the other guests invited? Or do you think they're all weak-kneed scholars?" "Don't be absurd," the hooded wizard sneered. "Handling magical creatures isn't a trip to a muggle zoo. The weak ones don't survive out here, most die somewhere in the forest. And those who make a name for themselves aren't exactly saints. That old woman in North America. She took down a giant once. And Newt Scamander. He went toe-to-toe with Grindelwald multiple times in his youth and lived to tell the tale. Not many in the wizarding world can say the same. But that was over 60 years ago," the bespectacled wizard remarked nonchalantly. "He's old now. Dumbledore's old, too," the hooded wizard sneered. "Why don't you challenge him and see if you get famous in the process?" "Puffed." The bespectacled wizard spluttered, spitting his drink all over the burly man sitting across from him. "Filwyn, you." "Sorry, Larry." Filwyn, the bespectacled wizard, hastily apologized, then turned to the hooded figure with a look of mock horror. "Please, don't say such terrifying things. Challenge Dumbledore. I'm not nearly ready to die." "Well, then you should understand that a wizard's power doesn't simply fade with age." The hooded wizard's tone turned cold. "And don't forget the younger ones, like Chris. 12 years ago, fresh out of Hogwarts, he single-handedly drove off 2 werewolves during a full moon. And 5 years ago, he captured a Peruvian viper tooth, one that had gone mad from dark magic, not killed it, mind you, captured it alive. Do you think Roy and his band of fools are stronger than a transformed werewolf? Or more dangerous than a crazed Peruvian viper tooth?" Silence settled over the table. Neither the gentle-natured Filwyn nor the burly Larry could find a rebuttal. If Roy had been anywhere near that strong, he wouldn't have needed to betray his friends to save himself. "So, what do we do?" Larry asked. "Wait until those people leave and then make our move. They won't stay here forever." "Make a move? What move? Didn't you say before?" "I'll remind you one last time, Larry," said the hooded wizard, raising his head to reveal a familiar face. "We're just here for a visit. If you slip up, or make some kind of stupid mistake, I won't hesitate to let you stay here forever, keeping company with those dragon eggs." I know." The burly men immediately fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. Filwyn hurriedly broke the silence, saying reassuringly, "The reserve is clearly well prepared. Roy and those others are proof enough. If you don't want to join them, just listen to Orin and enjoy the show." He then turned to Orin and changed the subject. "And you, Orin, I've been meaning to ask, why were you wearing a hood in the bar? As if you weren't conspicuous enough already. Just in case." Orin pulled back his hood. "There's a dragon keeper named Charlie who knows me. If he sees me, I'll be in trouble. I've still got things to do, and I don't have time to deal with those hyena-like aurors and hit wizards." "Ha ha. Aren't you his professor? Why are you so afraid of your students?" Filwyn teased with a laugh. "Every time I hear about this, I'm amazed. To avoid the Ministry of Magic's all-out search, you actually went to Hogwarts and taught defense against the dark arts for a year. And then, when they finally caught on, you managed to slip away. You're something else. I've always been lucky." Orin stood up. "Let's go, get back to bed. This wine is good, pick up 2 bottles to take with you." "Okay." Filwyn shrugged, grabbed the empty bottle, and walked over to the bar, where an old wizard was polishing glasses. "This one, and 2 more, please," he said. "Dragon brandy," the old wizard looked up. 30 galleons a bottle. That expensive?" Filwyn's hand paused as he reached for his money. "I've been selling dragon brandy for 50 years, and it's always been this price." "You can ask anyone, it's the same everywhere," the old wizard said. "But if you buy 2 bottles, I can give you a discount." "How much?" 59 galleons and 10 sickles. What is this, a 99% discount? Philwyn was a little speechless, but he still pulled out 60 galleons. 2 bottles. It wasn't that he cared about the 9 sickle discount, but mainly because the wine genuinely tasted good, and he'd grown quite fond of it. Chapter 349, The McGonagall. The 3 men with Orin left the Oak Barrel pub shortly afterward, blending in with the crowd of tourists and attracting no attention. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Reserve, Kyle had no idea that his former defense against the dark arts professor, who had once wanted to get rid of him, was now in Romania as well. Instead, he was happily entertaining a McGonagall lounging on the floor beside him. The McGonagall was a magical creature, much larger than a Kneazle, with oval eyes that glistened like winky sapphires. While McGonagalls were common in certain regions, they were incredibly rare in Britain, and this was Kyle's first time seeing one in person. He gently scratched the creature under its chin, and the McGonagall tilted its head back in contentment, letting out a soft, purring, gurgling sound. "Looks like Shackle's taken a liking to you," Professor Lockneil observed, crouching down beside Kyle with a smile. "Usually, he's pretty aggressive and hardly ever trusts strangers as much as he's trusting you now." The professor glanced at the McGonagall's exposed belly, unable to hide a hint of envy. The creature rarely displayed this level of vulnerability, even with its owner. No, why would it? Professor Lockneil thought bitterly, trying to conceal his envy. Kyle, however, had no reason to doubt the professor's claim about the McGonagall's fierceness. The creature appeared docile now, but earlier it had chased down and scratched him and caught trying to steal a dragon egg. The McGonagall was both quick and lethal, with long, sharp claws and teeth that left deep wounds on its targets. More frighteningly, if attacked with magic, it would split into multiple identical creatures, exponentially increasing the danger. Immune to magical attacks and able to multiply when provoked, a McGonagall was a formidable opponent for any wizard. As for the thief, the dragon keeper who'd apprehended him mentioned he'd actually laughed out loud upon seeing a rescuer approach, as if he'd spotted a savior. It was worth noting that, thanks to the combined efforts of the magical creature specialists nearby, the dragon egg theft had been handled swiftly. Within 5 minutes of the alarm being raised, the incident was resolved, and the Romanian Ministry of Magic's Aurors arrived to escort the suspects out of the reserve. The whole operation unfolded smoothly, almost as if it had been practiced in advance. Kyle had wanted to help but ended up just watching the entire scene play out. With Newt constantly keeping an eye on him, he hadn't had the chance to lend a hand. After some time spent playing with the McGonagall, Chris returned with an update. "The one who got away is named Roy, an Austrian wizard," Chris said, handing out a few photographs. "The Ministry of Magic is already negotiating with his government." "I wouldn't hold out much hope of them catching him," Professor Lockneil remarked, shaking his head as he tucked the photos away. Whatever happened next was a matter for the Romanian Ministry of Magic, and had little to do with them now. Kyle glanced at the photos and asked, "Did you expect something like this to happen?" "Sort of. When we first arrived, we talked about the possibility of an attempt like this," Chris explained. "But at the time, everyone assumed these people would wait until we'd all left before making a move. We didn't expect them to be so hasty." "Yes, we underestimated them," Professor Lockneil agreed, reaching out to pet the McGonagall. The creature's tail swatted the back of his hand in response, but he ignored the gesture and continued petting it anyway. At worst, he'd get a few scratches, a familiar consequence he was well accustomed to. The McGonagall simply gave him a sideways glance and then turned its attention back to Kyle, pointedly ignoring the professor. This incident was minor, and soon no one was talking about it anymore. Afterward, Charlie stopped by. He had taken the day off and planned to show Kyle a good time at the marketplace near the reserve. Given Kyle's age, Charlie decided against taking him to the pub, though he was tempted to, but with Chris still around, he figured it was best to show some restraint. The shops around the marketplace were interesting enough. The robes in the dragon-themed clothing shop were entirely different from Madame Malkin's styles back in Diagon Alley. They were crafted from rough, durable fabrics that felt harsh to the touch. There was even a dragon hide robe, but the price was shockingly high. The magic items shop was equally intriguing, and Kyle picked up some dragon-themed accessories there. He'd thought about buying a model dragon, but Charlie whispered to him that the models sold here were just overpriced tourist souvenirs with no special features, marked up to double what they'd cost elsewhere. If Kyle really wanted one, Charlie suggested getting it from Diagon Alley for a better deal. "If you're looking for a souvenir, dragon tooth jewelry is a good choice," Charlie advised. "Old John's shop has the best selection around here, and the materials are top-notch." After browsing through the magic items shop, they headed to the largest shop in the marketplace, a potion store. Most of the shelves were stocked with medicinal herbs, and one wall was lined with bottles of essence of dittany and burn-healing potions. The shop also carried a wide array of locally sourced herbs. Kyle's curiosity was piqued by a bundle of black vines hanging from the roof by the entrance. The vines had fist-sized, black fruits attached to them that looked a bit like snargaluff pods, though they were the wrong color and smaller in size. "That's Gomus barbadensis," explained Charlie. The fruits explode when struck, filling the area with sticky bubbles. But it's not dangerous. Locals actually use it to clean their houses. It's quite simple, you throw the fruits at a wall and then rinse the bubbles off with water. I've tried it myself a few times, and it works wonders. Oh. Kyle was intrigued. Can I wash my hair with it? Wash your hair? Charlie pondered for a moment and then replied uncertainly, I suppose so. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure. Yes. The shopkeeper, who had been silent until now, suddenly chimed in fact, bubblevine is a main ingredient in the original Sleekeazy's hair potion. I'll take some then. How much is it? Kyle asked. 1 sickle for 1 fruit, 2 sickles for 2, the shopkeeper replied with a grin, and I'll give you 10 for a galleon. How much for the whole vine? Kyle inquired. There are 59 fruits on this vine, the shopkeeper answered, looking visibly more enthusiastic. If you want the whole lot, it's only 5 galleons, and I'll throw in the vine for free. It's incredibly sturdy. Even a dragon would struggle to break free from it for quite a while. If you don't believe me, you can ask your friend here. I believe he's a dragon keeper. Charlie nodded in agreement. There were many Gomus barbadensis vines in the reserve, and they were sometimes used to transport injured or unconscious dragons when cages weren't available. The vines were indeed very strong. All right, I'll take it, Kyle said, pulling out 5 galleons. The shopkeeper immediately took down the vine, carefully wrapping it with its fruits intact. Kyle also picked up some additional herbs, nothing too rare, but all local specialties. Chapter 350, The Ministry of Magic. Overall, the Dragon Reserve's marketplace was quite nice, not nearly as chaotic as Chris had warned. At least, Kyle hadn't run into any peculiar folks. The only oddity was how persistent the shopkeepers were, constantly trying to push overpriced, impractical items on him. Luckily, Charlie was there. Having lived in the area for 2 years, he was well acquainted with each shop and its tricks. Many shopkeepers sighed in frustration when they saw him tagging along with Kyle, abandoning their sales pitches for popular items and instead bringing out the real treasures from the back. In the end, Kyle's shopping trip was incredibly productive, he spent nearly 300 galleons. Charlie was a bit taken aback as he watched Kyle shop. He knew Kyle was well off, but he hadn't realized quite how well off. Kyle bought items by the boxful, and when it came to the accessories, he practically cleaned out entire shelves. Even with the discounts, he'd spent over 300 galleons without hesitation. Charlie tried to convince him to take it easy and save some money, but Kyle only shook his head. You don't understand, Charlie, this might not even be enough, Kyle replied. If Newt hadn't borrowed his suitcase to observe the Norwegian Ridgeback Norbert, or if his moleskin pouch had more room, Kyle would have bought 200 galleons worth more to take back with him. Not enough. Charlie exclaimed. Do you have more than 100 friends? If you're really counting, there are more than that, Kyle said, after a brief pause. But these aren't for gifts. A lot of my classmates at Hogwarts have never had the chance to come here, let alone see such unique souvenirs. This is a rare opportunity, so I'm getting some for them. Charlie looked at him, still a bit puzzled, but Kyle didn't elaborate, he knew Charlie wasn't too familiar with this sort of thing. Anyway, Kyle said, packing up the large pile of parcels. I might write to you later, and when I do, I'll need your help to pick up more things and send them to Hogwarts. No problem, Charlie agreed without hesitation. But it might take time, you know, I only get 2 days off a month at most. That's fine, Kyle said, smiling. And I'll pay you the regular price. Keep any discounts the shopkeepers give you. Absolutely not. Charlie interrupted, looking offended. Whatever you need, I'll get you a good discount. I've got some influence around here, you know. No. Kyle clarified. I just meant you should keep the discounts as a reward. What nonsense is that? Charlie protested, looking even more offended. What do you take me for? Talking about rewards over such a small favor. I didn't mean it like that. The two argued all the way back to the reserve, failing to reach any agreement. No matter what Kyle said, Charlie was adamant, he'd gladly help with the shopping, but he would never accept any reward for it. Charlie understood Kyle's plan perfectly. Kyle intended to bring these local items to Hogwarts, mark them up slightly, and sell them to other students. Charlie didn't mind the idea but refused to take any of Kyle's money. Besides, he doubted Kyle could sell very much. After all, Kyle wasn't the first person to try this. There was a shop in Diagon Alley that specialized in souvenirs from popular magical locations. Last time Charlie had gone home, he'd even seen old John's handmade dragon tooth necklaces in that shop. But business there, well, he'd never seen more than 2 customers in the shop, even during peak times like Christmas or right before the school term started. If a shop in Diagon Alley couldn't move much product, how much luck would Kyle have at Hogwarts, where students rarely had extra money? Charlie was convinced that everything Kyle had bought today would last him several years. So, as soon as they returned to the reserve, he patted Kyle on the shoulder and walked off without a backward glance. Kyle could only smile helplessly. Oh well, he thought. We'll see how things go later. In the last few days of August, those who had come to assist at the reserve began to depart one by one. Professor Lockneil also left, but not before inviting Kyle to visit Beauxbatons, whether to transfer or just as a guest. Kyle readily agreed. Once I finish compiling the information on the new species, I'll send you a copy, Professor Lockneil promised, then disappeared using a portkey. Eduardus Lima also made a parting promise, saying he would send Kyle a copy of the new edition of the Monster Book of Monsters before he left. Since Chris needed to complete one last handover with the Romanian Ministry of Magic, Kyle and Newt stayed an extra day to wait for him. The portkey they would use to return was set to land at the British Ministry of Magic. Upon arrival, a weary-looking wizard rushed over to greet them. New arrivals must register here and have their belongings inspected. Oh, Chris, it's you. Arnold. Chris asked, surprised. Since when are you working at the immigration office? I wasn't transferred, Arnold replied. I'm just here to help. Help. Chris glanced around and noticed a considerable number of people. A long line snaked through the registration area. You're here to help with crowd control. There's no other choice. Arnold sighed. With the increased scrutiny since Sirius Black's escape, we're short-handed all the time. Sounds rough, Chris sympathized, stepping toward the line. Oh, Chris, you don't need to, Arnold stopped him. Your portkey clearly shows you're back from the Romanian Ministry of Magic. No way you're not involved with that business, right? Of course, Chris nodded. There were at least a dozen of us there. Exactly. That's why I'm letting you skip the line, Arnold muttered as he jotted down a few notes. Besides, the minister seemed eager to see you, he's been waiting at least half an hour already. If you're delayed, it'll just be my neck on the line. The minister wants to see me. Yeah, he was here about 30 minutes ago. Arnold glanced at Kyle and Newt. This is Mr. Newt Scamander, and my son, Kyle, Chris explained. They're with me. Ah, Mr. Scamander. Arnold looked slightly surprised but continued writing without pausing. All right, 3 people registered. He snapped the notebook shut and gestured for them to move on. Quickly now, don't keep the minister waiting. A few minutes later, Kyle was walking down the Ministry of Magic corridor, looking perplexed. He'd been wondering how he'd managed to switch his suitcase to Muggle mode, only to find they'd bypassed inspection altogether. Arnold Peasgood is an obliviator. We've worked together a few times, Chris explained. And Romania must have informed the ministry of our return beforehand. In cases like this, they usually don't bother with registration. They soon reached the grand main hall of the Ministry of Magic. Here, the group split up. Chris headed toward the elevators to meet with Cornelius Fudge, while Kyle and Newt made their way through the crowd toward the rows of fireplaces used for public transportation. Since apparition was prohibited in the Ministry of Magic, Kyle and Newt had decided to use flow powder to reach the leaky cauldron first, where they would then part ways. Kyle intended to head to Diagon Alley, while Newt just needed a location from which he could apparate. Despite the numerous fireplaces, the constant stream of visitors kept them all occupied. Each fireplace flared with green flames as wizards and witches emerged or departed, and any empty space was quickly filled. After waiting a few minutes, Kyle finally spotted an empty fireplace. Moving swiftly, he tossed in a handful of flow powder. Kyle stepped into the fireplace, and as the world around him spun, the bustling Ministry of Magic faded, giving way to the equally lively scene of the leaky cauldron.